Chapter 76. Are you angry when you use your money to buy a car for your lover? Lin Hao didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. He walked to a secluded place next to him, holding the tree with one hand. His heart was bleeding. In addition, he forced 48 bench presses to show off just now. He suffered internal injuries and his eyes turned dark and he almost fainted. I wanted Zhou Zheng to make a fool of himself, but it turned out that he was the clown. Now that I think about it, if Zhou Zheng was not sure of winning, how could he be happy to face the challenge? Mad. Lin Hao regretted it because he was too confident and looked down on the other party. Chu Yunyao was very disgusted with Huang Shifen and Lin Hao's entanglement. Seeing that Zhou Zheng made Lin Hao feel defeated, her heart was like eating a piece of iced watermelon in the dog days of autumn, which was very refreshing. Lin Hao, what are you doing? I admit that I have lost. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise if you lose? She stroked the hair on her forehead and showed a sarcastic look on her face. Chu Yunyao, who has always been kind, couldn't help but add to the point of being hurt and beat the dog to the water. What? Do you want to betray the debt? How could I betray the debt? I didn't say I didn't fulfill my promise. Zhou Zheng did 120 bench presses, Lin Hao did 48, and Zhou Zheng did 72 more than him, each of which costs 5,000 yuan, which is 360,000 yuan. Lin Hao needs to pay Zhou Zheng 360,000. Although he can afford 20 million yuan and 360,000 yuan, this amount of money will make him feel hurt for a long time, especially Lin Hao, who lost to his love rival Zhou Zheng, who was so depressed that he really wanted to faint. Then don't delay it. I'll give you a card number, a total of 360,000 yuan. Transfer the money. Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou was a public official and if there was a sudden increase of 360,000 yuan on the books, he might be investigated. Moreover, if Lin Hao put the money to Zhou Zheng on the card and then report him, it would be a troublesome thing for him. Chu Yunyao was meticulous and thoughtfully, so she asked Lin Hao to transfer the money into her card. Lin Hao never hesitated to ask for money in front of women. I endured my psychological and physical discomfort, but still didn't want to lose face and said, "No problem, isn't it just 360,000? I'll give it." He pretended to be calm and transferred 360,000 yuan to the bank card account provided by Chu Yunyao. "Okay, turn it over." Chu Yunyao took out her cell phone and the bank's text message arrived. After taking a look, 360,000 yuan was received. Chu Yunyao stopped looking at Lin Hao, and put one arm around Zhou Zheng's arm, and his voice became softer. "Zhou Zheng, I earned 360,000 yuan in just a while, and Li Wei Gang's 12,000 yuan is 370,000 yuan. It's worth working overtime." "Ha." Zhou Zheng smiled. "Actually, I can make dozens more and make a little more money." "Then why don't you finish it?" "Oh, it's about the same thing. 370,000 is not much. What else do you want? Besides, I am a kind person and I can't bear to be too embarrassed by the fact that the surname Lin is. I'm damn." Lin Hao felt a gust of blood rolling in his chest. Thinking, "You are still kind? Bah! You are pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and you will be cheated to death." Lin Hao was about to spit out of his eyes and he glared at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng didn't look at him at all, and he was even more lazy to pay attention to him. He coveted Chu Yunyao, and Zhou Zheng felt uncomfortable, and he also wanted to teach him a lesson. Since he came to him on his own initiative, he would definitely not be polite. After this lesson, this kid should be honest, right? Zhou Zheng thought. He held Chu Yunyao's arm. "Yunyao, let's go." Chu Yunyao nodded and asked as she walked. "Zhou Zheng, what are you going to use for these 370,000? Yunyao, this money is the pocket money you can do it." Chu Yunyao shook her head. That won't work. The secret recipes and startup funds she started her business were all provided by Zhou Zheng. Now there is still more than 2 million yuan in the account, which will be used to purchase centenary ginseng and other precious medicinal materials in the future. She was already embarrassed. How could she ask for Zhou Zheng's money again? Zhou Zheng, why don't you buy a car for you with this money? You ride an electric bike every day to and from get off work, how inconvenient. You think it's too conspicuous if you drive my car? Speaking of the car, Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Cars are big toys for men, and no one doesn't like them. In the past, he only rode a tram but didn't buy a car. It was not because he was so environmentally friendly, but because he was really not rich at that time, so how could he have the money to buy a car? Seeing that Zhou Zheng was a little moved, Chu Yunyao struck while the iron was hot. Zhou Zheng, what brand and type of car do you like? Why don't you buy a BMW 3 Series? It's quite suitable for young people. No, it's too expensive. It's okay, it's not that expensive. For Lin Hao's money, it's more than enough to buy a 325 Li sports version. I'll accompany you to the Force store when you have time. The two of them walked away slowly as they spoke. Lin Hao looked at their backs and heard Chu Yunyao using his money to buy a BMW for Zhou Zheng. He could no longer hold it back, a bloody arrow sprayed out of his throat and fell to the ground. After a long time, Lin Hao was discovered by passers-by. I'm going, what's this guy doing on the floor? Have you drunk too much? Young people have good sleep quality, and they just fall asleep, which really makes me, a neurasthenia old man. It seems that there is blood on the ground. I hold the grass. Could something happen to this kid? Damn, I'm so impatient. Call an ambulance. Son, what's wrong with you? After Huang Shifen and Lin Hao separated, they danced a face dance with a middle-aged man in the community for a while. She didn't bring her cell phone, and she didn't know how her son Lin Hao was doing. Worried in his heart, he took away the man's hand on her butt, intending to find his son's trace in the community. Unexpectedly, under a tree near the small square, I found my son Lin Hao falling to the ground and unable to get up. Seeing a pool of blood beside Lin Hao, Huang Shifen panicked and squatted on the ground, pinching the person and pressing the heart, but Lin Hao had no reaction at all. She didn't bring her cell phone and couldn't make a first aid phone call. She turned her head and scolded the owners around her. Why are you all standing there? Don't you help me when I see you? Why don't you call the emergency number quickly? If something happens to my son, you all have the responsibility. Zhou Zheng's owners felt very uncomfortable when they heard Huang Shifen's words. Helping you make a first aid call is a love score, and not helping you make a call is a duty score. Why do you still scold others? Like who owe you? Whether your son dies or not has something to do with us. A nurse working in the hospital wanted to come forward to see the situation and help with artificial respiration to rescue her. He heard Huang Shifen's words and immediately stopped. This woman is unreasonable and will cheat others if she doesn't make a fuss. The ambulance still came. After all, before Huang Shifen arrived, an enthusiastic owner had already called the emergency number. The medical staff carried Lin Hao in coma into the ambulance, and Huang Shifen naturally followed him into the ambulance. The ambulance flew and rushed all the way to the hospital. Lin Hao was passively sent to the emergency room, and Huang Shifen was nervous outside the emergency room. After a while, the doctor came out. Who is Lin Hao's family? I am. Huang Shifen quickly raised her hand to signal. Get in, he's awake. Huang Shifen quickly ran into the emergency room and saw Lin Hao lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. Fortunately, his eyes were open. Seeing his mother Huang Shifen, Lin Hao's muscles twitched on his face and tears fell from his mouth. Mom, I'm so angry. There are 1000 gifts, one additional chapter, currently 202. Thank you to the readers who gave free gifts. Thank you to the readers who send flowers, likes, blades and urge them to update the talisman. Click the Urge to Update button. Use love to generate electricity in the gift column is free, and each account can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 77 Everything is like Deja Vu. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were holding hands, walking and chatting in the community. Chu Yunyao just said in front of Lin Hao that he wanted to use his lost money to buy a BMW for Zhou Zheng, but in fact he was deliberately annoying Lin Hao. If you like someone, you use your money to buy a BMW for your rival, just ask if you are angry. Of course, Chu Yunyao was not joking about Zhou Zheng. She really wanted to buy a car for Zhou Zheng. Lin Hao was so angry that he was in a coma with blood, and the two of them were unaware of it. The sirens of the ambulance broke through the silence of the night and drove into the community, but the two of them also heard it. But I didn't think about Lin Hao, and I thought an elderly man suddenly became sick in the community, so the ambulance picked up the patient to the hospital. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao walked along the path in the community, like a couple in love. Smelling the faint fragrance emitted from Chu Yunyao's body, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a very warm feeling. If only I could stay with Chu Yunyao forever, I would be together forever. Although there was the 3-year agreement, Zhou Zheng was confident. If he failed to make Chu Yunyao under the same roof recognize and fall in love with him for 3 years, it only means that he is not suitable for falling in love and is suitable for a person who is alone for the rest of his life. The community has good greenery, and the road is surrounded by emerald green plants. Moreover, the lights here are relatively dim, and few people come to them at night, as if only the two of them belong to them. Chu Yunyao was a little tired as she walked. The dark night gave her strength, so she simply put her head on Zhou Zheng's shoulder, looked up at the stars in the clear night sky, and couldn't help but remember when she was a child, she followed her grandma for a walk at night. When she was tired of walking, she leaned her head on her shoulder to look at the stars, just like now. Everything is as familiar as if it is familiar. Yunyao, are you tired? Zhou Zheng asked. Yeah. Chu Yunyao nodded. Last night, Yang Tingting pulled them to fight for the landlords all night. During the day, she ran to the street of precious Chinese medicinal materials and watched the house move in Hanlin Yuan community. She worked hard all day and said she was not tired, that was fake. Zhou Zheng didn't want to break this beauty, but he still suggested. It's getting late, go back and rest. Yeah. Chu Yunyao's head left Zhou Zheng's shoulders, and both of them felt a little disappointed. Ding-gling. Chu Yunyao's cell phone rang. She let go of Zhou Zheng's arm and took out her cell phone. The caller ID is a person named Wang Hua. Wang Hua is a merchant in a street of precious Chinese medicinal materials, and Chu Yunyao makes medicinal wine. Some of the precious Chinese medicinal materials such as Cordyceps sinensis, deer antler and musk used are from his home. It can be said that Chu Yunyao is Wang Hua's major customer. It's a pity that although Wang Hua's products are of good quality, they are not so complete, and there are no wild century-old ginseng. Repaying his love, Wang Hua provided Chu Yunyao with a message. Lu Jun, a merchant in the street of precious Chinese medicinal materials, had a century-old ginseng. Chu Yunyao once contacted Lu Jun, but the other party said he was on a business trip and did not seem to want to sell the century-old ginseng in his words. Chu Yunyao told Wang Hua that she must notify her in time if there is news about Lu Jun. At this time, Wang Hua called, most likely to notify her that Lu Jun had returned to Jiangbei. Chu Yunyao quickly answered the phone. Mr. Wang. Hello, Miss Chu. A rough sound came from the phone's receiver. Hello, is there any news about Boss Lu? Haha, Miss Chu, you are so smart, you can guess it. Not bad. Old Lu has returned to Jiangbei. This evening, he also came to the street of Chinese herbal medicines, but he quickly left again. I asked for it and heard that Lao Liu's mother was in serious condition and was hospitalized. Yet. Chu Yunyao frowned when she heard this. It is a good thing that Boss Lu can come back. She can come to him to negotiate the price and buy the century-old ginseng. However, his mother was hospitalized, and at this time, it was probably because Lu Jun had no intention of business, which was a bit difficult to deal with. Mr. Wang, do you know which hospital Lu Jun's mother was hospitalized? Chu Yunyao felt that she had to find Lu Jun no matter what. His mother was sick and hospitalized, and just took advantage of the reason for visiting Lu Jun. On the third floor of the inpatient department of Jiangbei City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, several merchants who make medicinal materials are preparing to go to the hospital early tomorrow morning to visit Lao Liu's mother. Yeah, okay, I know, thank you. Chu Yunyao hung up the phone, and Zhou Zheng asked. Yunyao, who got the call? Wang Hua, a merchant in the street of precious Chinese medicinal materials, told me that Lu Jun had a century-old ginseng in his hand. Lu Jun went on a business trip a few days ago and returned to Jiangbei today. Oh. Zhou Zheng nodded and asked again. Have the price of centennial ginseng been negotiated? Is our money enough? Chu Yunyao shook her head. It's not a question of whether it's enough now. Lu Jun's mother was seriously ill and hospitalized. I'm afraid he has no intention of discussing business. If 100-year-old ginseng is not received in one day, the second step of my plan cannot be carried out. Zhou Zheng waved his hand indifferently. Yunyao, don't worry, if you don't have it, let's wait. You may not have to buy that century-old ginseng tree now. Chu Yunyao said. Zhou Zheng, business cannot be waited for. Centennial ginseng is not easy to find. If I wait blindly, it is very likely that when I come to Lu Jun, the centennial ginseng in his hands will change hands. I plan to go to the hospital tomorrow and use the name of visiting Lu Jun's mother to get in touch with him first. If possible, I will talk to him about the purchase price of the century-old ginseng. Well, Yunyao, you should make the decision on business matters, but don't force yourself too much. Chu Yunyao nodded. Well, I get it. By the way, when you rest one day, I will accompany you to the BMW Ford store to see the car. Let's go home first. Chu Yunyao is still thinking about going to the Ford store to buy a car for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng said. Don't worry about buying a car. If you buy a century-old ginseng, you don't know if it's enough for 2 million yuan? You'll have to wait until you buy all this batch of medicinal materials before talking about the car. Zhou Zheng is used to riding a small tram anyway, so he doesn't want to buy a car very urgently. The two returned to their new home. Chu Yunyao first opened the bedroom door and looked at Yang Tingting first. The bedroom was filled with alcohol. Yang Tingting lay on the bed with one beautiful leg straightened and one beautiful legs bent. She was sleeping soundly, and the quilt was kicked off the bed. Chu Yunyao shook her head. What should I do if this child is too dishonest when he sleeps and catches cold after he kicks off the quilt? Next time, should I break her legs to prevent a cold? I covered Yang Tingting with a quilt, but the door was not closed. The smell of wine inside was too strong, so I would dissipate the smell first. Yunyao, take a break early, there is still something to do tomorrow. Zhou Zheng opened the door of his bedroom and turned around and said with concern. Well, Zhou Zheng, you go to bed early, good night. Okay, good night. Zhou Zheng closed the door. Chu Yunyao yawned, too tired, and wanted to throw herself on the bed. However, she had a habit of wanting to take a shower the more she was tired, so she walked straight into the bathroom. The bathroom of this house is very large and there is a white bathtub at the bottom. Chu Yunyao wanted to take a bath as a full bath, but she lost her patience and used the shower to wash it alive. Taking off his clothes, a devilish body appeared in the mirror, especially the headlights, which blinded people. Countless fine and warm water lines were sprayed out from the shower, sprinkling on Chu Yunyao's black and soft hair and delicate body, as if countless tentacles were helping her massage, which was very comfortable. After taking a shower for a long time, Chu Yunyao was suddenly shocked after taking a shower. Oh no, I forgot to take my pajamas, what should I do? She glanced around and took off a bath towel and wrapped it. Holding your body, your 2 slender legs and 2 points are exposed, and you can't stop them. Zhou Zheng should have fallen asleep, it's okay to go out like this. She walked out of the bathroom with a whispering voice. As soon as she opened the door, she was slamming someone into her arms. There are 1000 gifts, 1 additional chapter, currently 249. Thank you very much for the stern-guarded Chen Zioxi for the great health care you gave. Thank you for your support. Click the urge to update button, use love to generate electricity in the gift bar is free, and each account can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 78. Can you bear the wedding night? Zhou Zheng, why are you not asleep yet? Chu Yunyao took 2 steps back and looked up and saw that Zhou Zheng was in front of her. She was a little panicked, after all, she was naked and didn't even wear underwear. Although she was wrapped in a bath towel, she could not completely cover her. Her slender legs and a touch of depth on her chest were exposed, causing 2 blushings to appear on her pretty face. Zhou Zheng fell asleep when he fell asleep, but he was soon awakened by urine. Although I won the best of the wine fight with Yang Tingting, I drank nearly 2 pounds. He got up and rushed to the bathroom with a bayonet, not wanting to bump into Wen Yu's arms with a figure. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng was also stunned. Why didn't you sleep? Go to the toilet. I wanted to go to bed, but I took another shower before going to bed. Chu Yunyao lowered her head shyly, but inadvertently saw Zhou Zheng's capital, and she felt even more ashamed. Oh my god! Zhou Zheng! Seeing Chu Yunyao lowering her head, Zhou Zheng took the courage to glance at her figure. The slender and beautiful legs alone are extremely stunning. Sure enough, the goddess is a goddess, her face is flawless and close to full marks, and even her figure is so evil. Inadvertently, Zhou Zheng discovered that his capital seemed to have expanded, and he was a little embarrassed, thinking that you can't stand the beating of society. Yunyao, I'm going to the bathroom. It's getting late, so go to bed quickly. He said with a thorn in the morning, and Zhou Zheng quickly ran into the bathroom and closed the door. Yeah. Chu Yunyao agreed without stopping. After all, she was a little embarrassed. She quickly returned to the house and leaned behind the door panel, her heart banged and jumped around. It was so embarrassing just now. Before taking a shower in the future, you must prepare your pajamas. I didn't expect that Zhou Zheng was talented and didn't know if he could bear the wedding night if he got together in the future. Oh, what am I thinking about? Chu Yunyao felt her legs weak, and she staggered onto the bed, trying hard to abandon the picture in her mind, but she could not escape. Zhou Zheng beautifully finished letting the water, although he had just collided with Chu Yunyao, the second D killed him, which was a little embarrassed. However, these are all men's instinctive reactions, and there is nothing we can do. As long as you are not embarrassed, someone else will be embarrassed. After walking out of the toilet, washing hands by the wash basin, Zhou Zheng yawned. Oh, sleepy, hurry back to the house to sleep, you have to go to work tomorrow. He was talking to himself and was about to walk out, but unexpectedly, another figure walked in. The first reaction is, why is Yunyao back? However, I smelled a smell of wine in my nostrils. I looked closely and found that it was not Chu Yunyao but Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting? Are you awake? Zhou Zheng asked in surprise. Yang Tingting seemed to ignore him and ignored him. She closed her eyes and walked into the toilet. She accidentally touched the toilet door in the middle of the way, and mechanically took a step back, groping into the toilet, which looked like a blind person. Crazy! Yang Tingting didn't close the door, just opened the door to go to the toilet. From Zhou Zheng's perspective, you can see her legs and underwear that fell to her knees, in white lace. Holding grass. Zhou Zheng quickly looked elsewhere, is Yang Tingting too bold? Don't close the toilet? Still turning a blind eye to me? Think about it carefully, would she be sleepwalking? After a while, Yang Tingting came out, but fortunately she did not forget to lift her pants. Still fumbled out with his eyes closed. Zhou Zheng nodded. It turned out that she was sleepwalking. She still had this problem? It was really unexpected. Fortunately, all the lights are on. If it is dark, wouldn't you be shocked? Zhou Zheng gently followed Yang Tingting back to the room and enthusiastically closed the door of her bedroom. Then I returned to my bedroom and lay on the bed. In the future, if Yang Tingting lives here, I have to prepare a urine bucket and I won't go to the bathroom at night to save the embarrassment. He thought so. At 6:30 the next morning, Zhou Zheng's biological clock asked him to get up on time. After finishing dressing, I came out of the bedroom, walked to the bathroom, looked around for a few times, and asked, "Is anyone?" When I was going to the toilet at my own house, I asked if there was anyone first. This was ridiculous, but I was afraid that if I had a car collision with Chu Yunyao or Yang Tingting again, the picture would be too beautiful and I wouldn't dare to see it. There was no response in the toilet. I thought Chu Yunyao and Yang Tingting had not gotten up yet, so Zhou Zheng walked in and washed up. Chu Yunyao is very careful. She bought towels, toothpaste and toothbrushes and arranged neatly, which makes Zhou Zheng feel warm at home. After coming out of the bathroom, I went to the kitchen again, and I was in the mood all the way. I was thinking about what kind of breakfast to make. Before I arrived at the kitchen, I smelled a scent. Zhou Zheng moved his nose. It smells so good. I saw a pretty figure busy in the kitchen. Although I was wearing a wide pajamas, it was hard to hide her delicate figure. Yunyao, get up so early? Is this breakfast? Chu Yunyao turned around, holding a shovel in her hand. Zhou Zheng, are you getting up? Wash quickly, breakfast is about to be ready. Yet. Zhou Zheng's heart moved and took 2 steps forward. It smells so good. Let me see what I'm doing. Chu Yunyao said embarrassedly while stirring the noodles in the pot with a spatula. I don't know how to cook seafood noodles I make, so I definitely don't have the delicious food you make. Don't laugh at me. How could it be? Yunyao, the noodles you made smell very fragrant and I think they must be very delicious. Look, I'm going to drool. Zhou Zheng said it very sincerely. Chu Yunyao's noodles were indeed very fragrant, and he told the truth. Really? Chu Yunyao's face was full of surprise, and she was very happy to be recognized by Zhou Zheng. If you like it, just eat more. I have put a lot of abalone and sea cucumbers here, which is very nourishing. However, you have to brush your teeth and wash your face first, and hurry to go to work after dinner. Yunyao, I've finished washing up. I wanted to come to the kitchen to cook, but I didn't expect you to be one step ahead. In the future, you don't have to get up so early. It only takes more than 20 minutes to get from here to Kyobei Station. Zhou Zheng thought that Chu Yunyao got up before 6 o'clock and cooked. It was too early, so there was no need for this. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to hurry up to work, so I got up a little earlier. Hanlin Yuan community is not far from Kyobei police station, and I was negligent. The noodles are cooked, you can prepare them yourself. The bowl is here, and I will call Ting Ting that little lazy bug. Okay, go. After Chu Yunyao left, Zhou Zheng put 3 bowls of noodles on the dining table. After a while, Chu Yunyao pulled Yang Tingting, who was sleepy, into the kitchen. Yang Tingting started complaining when she sat on the chair. Yunyao, why are you becoming more and more like my mother? I don't go to work, so what's wrong with sleeping a little later? It's so annoying to disturb people's dreams. Chu Yunyao gave her a blank look. Ting Ting, do you know what day it is today? What day? Yang Tingting scratched her messy hair. She was hungover last night and her head hurt a little this morning, but it wasn't that smart. Your birthday or Zhou Zheng's birthday? No, your birthday is the 12th lunar month, it's still early. Is it Zhou Zheng's birthday? What's the birthday or not? Today is the day when your grandfather, Mr. Yang, is discharged from the hospital. Have you forgotten? There are 1000 gifts, one additional chapter, currently 249. Thank you very much for the health care you gave to stern-guarded Chen Zioxi. Thank you for your great support from all readers. Click the Urge to Update button. Use Love to generate electricity in the gift bar is free, and each account can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 79 White Lace. Oh, look at my brain. Yang Tingting patted her messy hair and suddenly remembered. Yesterday afternoon, while helping Chu Yunyao move, my aunt called and said that my grandfather felt that her health was fine and she was going to be discharged from the hospital. Attending Dr. Yang Xing suggested that he observe in the hospital for a few more days, but the old man refused to do it and was about to be discharged from the hospital. He also said that all his medical expenses are reimbursed by the state. Since it is fine, he cannot waste the country's money. The little aunt had just returned to China and didn't know the specific situation of her father's health, so she couldn't make up her mind. The old man was hospitalized, and Yang Tingting had been with him and took care of him. So she called Yang Tingting to discuss whether she would be discharged from the hospital. Yang Tingting knew that her grandfather had hidden diseases in his heart. Now her face was full of red light and her face was beating because of the effect of Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine. Dr. Yang told Yang Tingting that after examination, the old man still had hidden heart disease and was not careless. It seems that medicinal wine only improves physical fitness and strengthens the body, and cannot cure the old man's hidden heart disease. However, the old man jumped on the phone and told Yang Tingting that he was so bored in this hospital that he would get sick without any illness. He even threatened not to let him be discharged from the hospital, so he called his son Yang Zishan. In desperation, he had to agree to be discharged from the hospital the next day. At worst, he could hire a nanny to closely monitor the old man's physical changes. There was nothing he could do about it. Yao Yao, I drank a lot last night and forgot about the old man being discharged from the hospital. Fortunately, you reminded me that you are really my good sister. In fact, Mr. Yang was not in a hurry to do it early in the morning when he was discharged from the hospital. Yang Tingting had a bad habit. If no one shouted, he would often sleep until noon. If Chu Yunyao hadn't called her to get up, it would have been a mistake. Chu Yunyao said angrily. Okay, don't be irritated. After breakfast, you hurry to the hospital. Oh. Yang Tingting sat on the chair and saw Zhou Zheng opposite him. Hey Zhou Zheng, did you drink too much last night? You must have drunk more than me. You are no match for drinking with me. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Is that so? It seems that you were really drunk last night. After you got drunk, Yunyao and I took you into the bedroom. Later, we went downstairs for a walk. Really? Can you go downstairs for a walk after you drink me out of pieces? Yang Tingting looked disbelief. If you don't believe in it, ask the Yao. Yunyao, is what Zhou Zheng said true? Chu Yunyao nodded. It's true. You are so proud of your alcohol tolerance. Now you know there are people outside of others? In the future, don't always fight with others for alcohol. Yang Tingting still didn't believe it. I don't believe it. Does your Zhou Zheng have that great alcohol tolerance? I drank less than 1.5 pounds yesterday. Zhou Zheng drank only a lot more than me. It's impossible for him to have nothing to do. Chu Yunyao shook her head and said. Is this a real thing okay? We went downstairs for a walk, and Zhou Zheng also beat Lin Hao next door for 360,000. What do you mean? I won 360,000. Yang Tingting was confused again. Chu Yunyao briefly retold the story of Lin Hao's provocation last night and later paying 360,000 yuan. Yang Tingting was so surprised that she couldn't stop talking. She had to believe it. My God! Zhou Zheng has drunk so much wine and has done more than 100 bench presses? Is he still a human? The most important thing is that I won 360,000 yuan. I can buy a good car. Ting Ting, how do you talk? Hurry up and have your meal. Chu Yunyao glared at her dissatisfiedly. Zhou Zheng is not a human being, so what has she become? No, Yao Yao, I mean, why is your Zhou Zheng like Superman? You are so fierce? You will be blessed in the future, hee hee. Get out. After being scolded, Yang Tingting was not angry and looked at Zhou Zheng. Comrade Xiaozhou, it's amazing. I have disliked that guy Lin Hao for a long time. He deserves to be bleeding. By the way, so much money has come, are you asking me to spend a lot of money? Zhou Zheng said vaguely while eating noodles. The money is all in Yunyao, and she is in control. I have no objection to how she wants to ask you to spend it. Okay. He's a man, open-minded. Yang Tingting gave a thumbs up and then looked at Chu Yunyao. Before she could speak, Chu Yunyao said, "Don't even think about it. I'll keep this money for Zhou Zheng to buy a car. If it's not enough, Ting Ting, you have to sponsor me." Okay. Zhou is your only one now. Just pretend I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything to you anyway. Yang Tingting looked bored and lowered her head to eat noodles. I have to say that Chu Yunyao's skills are still very good. Zhou Zheng ate 2 big bowls in a row, and even Yang Tingting, who had no appetite, ate one. In Yang Tingting's words, this is her giving face to her best friend. In fact, the taste is really good, otherwise she would not be able to eat it even if she gave face. After eating the noodles, Chu Yunyao asked while tidying up the dishes. Zhou Zheng, when will you go to work? I'll take you there. Zhou Zheng also helped to clean up and said. It's only 7 o'clock now, and it's not too late to leave at 7:30. Yunyao, you don't have to send me away. I'll take the bus and the road is not far. I'll give you it. The bus is not so on time. You have to go to the station sign in advance to wait. Chu Yunyao insisted on giving it back, but Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyao, aren't you going to visit Boss Lu? I'm busy with yours first, I really don't need to send it. Oh. Chu Yunyao sighed. When talking about Boss Lu, she was a little worried. Boss Liu's mother was seriously ill. It was still unknown whether she would like to discuss business with her. Chu Yunyao felt very unhappy. I always have a premonition that the business with Boss Lu today will not be so smooth. Zhou Zheng comforted. Yunyao, don't think too much. I see that your forehead is red and the seal hall is shining. I count on my fingers and calculate that there will be a happy event in the past 2 days, and this business will definitely be successful. Really? Haha, I'll lend you a good word. Influenced by his family, Chu Yunyao also believed in fortune-telling and fortune-telling. After all, most wealthy people believed in this. When Lu Tingting saw the two of them tidying up the dishes and chatting, she thought she didn't exist and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. In order to reflect her sense of existence, she asked without saying a word. Zhou Zheng, can you calculate and calculate or what? It's like a real thing. I'll do it a little. When Zhou Zheng was fine, he often studied fortune-telling books, just to watch the fun, but he knew a little bit, and at least he could fool the pure layman who didn't understand anything. Then you can calculate for me too. Have I had any happy events recently? Zhou Zheng deliberately pinched the joints of other fingers with the tip of his thumb, muttering something in his mouth. Qian, Qian, Zhen, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kun, Du, don't hurt Jingdu. Xiao Qing said. Yang Tingting, have you also made a fortune recently? But it's not a lot, tens of thousands of yuan. I'll go, how do you know? Yang Tingting was surprised. His sister-in-law just gave her some money yesterday, and Chu Yunyao gave her another 9,000 yuan rent for the rental house. Of course, Zhou Zheng heard Chu Yunyao say it during a walk last night. However, Yang Tingting was drunk and now she was not smart enough to think about it elsewhere, so she really thought Zhou Zheng had calculated it. I don't believe you are so awesome. She planned to ask Zhou Zheng a problem. Seeing that Chu Yunyao was holding the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, she suddenly became bolder. I asked. Do you dare to calculate what color of underwear I wear today? White lace. Zhou Zheng blurted out. There are 1000 gifts, one additional chapter, currently 295. Thank you for your support. Click the urge to update button. Use love to generate electricity in the gift bar is free, and each account can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 80 The Third Class Collective. Jiangbei First Central Hospital. Although it was just dawn in the morning, there were long queues of cars entering the hospital for treatment at the door. At the entrance of the hospital, a breakfast stall selling fried dough sticks, soy milk, tofu brain in the open air was also booming, and the waiter was busy with his feet. Huang Shufen sat in front of a greasy table in the corner, with 2 bowls of steaming tofu brain and a few fried dough sticks in front of her. Last night, his son Lin Hao vomited blood and fell into a coma. He was rescued in the hospital. Later, he woke up and his internal organs were damaged and he needed to be hospitalized for treatment. The doctor told him not to get angry, and Lin Hao clamored and complained that some of the discomforts were related to his mood. Huang Shufen knew that her son was angry with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. How could Lin Hao, who has always been smooth sailing, ever suffered such setbacks? The loss of 360,000 yuan was at most painful, but the pain was not enough to swallow this breath, which made Lin Hao feel worse than death. Looking at her son's crying face, Huang Shufen was deeply saddened. She was so loving that she was full of deep resentment towards Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and she wanted to take revenge. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lin Hao, who had been making a night, fell asleep deeply. Huang Shufen hesitated for a while and dialed a phone number on her son Lin Hao's cell phone to ask the other party to meet at the breakfast stall at the entrance of Jiangbei First Hospital. From 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, just as Huang Shufen couldn't help calling again to urge him, a scrap-collecting tricycle stopped in front of the breakfast stall. A man got out of the car. His hair was grey, his face was covered in wind and frost, and his back was still hunched. The man glanced at the people who were having dinner at the breakfast stall, then came straight to Huang Shufen and sat down. He didn't say anything, sat down and ate it, drank the tofu brain that had been cold in one gulp, and stuffed the fried dough sticks into his mouth with dirty hands. Huang Shufen just watched quietly and didn't speak, because he knew that the man in front of him would never speak when he was having a meal. The man ate 4 fried dough sticks, then stopped, applied oil on his body, and finally spoke. You, finally remember to contact me? Tell me, what's the matter? I want you to help me clean up 2 people. The hunchbacked man lit a cigarette, let out a sip of thick smoke and asked again. Who? Do you have any photos? Have. Huang Shufen opened her phone, turned out the photos of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and handed them to the hunchbacked man. This man and woman live in Hanlin Yuan community, next door to my house. I don't know very well what exactly the work they do. The hunchbacked man glanced a few times, pushed his phone back and said coldly. I remember. I will help you cook these 2 people. From then on, you and I will never interact with each other. The cold words made Huang Shufen shudder. When he remembered his cruelty back then, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. I didn't say I asked you to kill them, just teach them a lesson. If you kill them, you will implicate you, and the police may also find me on my head. Ha ha. The man smiled. My life should have been dying long ago. I will make a profit after living for 10 years. Don't worry, when I get the food, the 2 of them will leave Jiangbei City. The police can't catch me. Even if I get caught one day, I won't bite you out. That's what happened 10 years ago, I'm afraid, if I go in, what should I do if my son? Huang Shufen seemed to remember the unbearable past, and her voice trembled even more. I just carry it alone. The man stood up and threw a word, hunched his back, rode his tricycle without looking back. Huang Shifen looked at his back and fell into deep thought. At the door of Qiubei police station, it was 7:45 in the morning. It was work time, and the police rushed over in groups of 3 or 3. A white Parmela rushed over, the passenger door opened, and Zhou Zheng got out from inside. "Yunyao, I'm here, you can slow down on the road." Zhou Zheng turned around and said to Chu Yunyao on the main driver. "Well, go to work, I'm leaving." Zhou Zheng nodded, waved to Chu Yunyao, and turned to the police station. Zhou Zheng originally wanted to take the bus to work, but Chu Yunyao insisted on sending him away. If she simply refused, it would be too pretentious, then she would let her. This made Yang Tingting very dissatisfied. She kept saying that Chu Yunyao forgot her friends when she saw her sex and did not give her best friend to her husband. Is that true? Is it reasonable? Zhou Zhenggang walked into the police station's courtyard. Several police officers happened to see this scene and said with envy, "Xiao Zhou, why? My wife sent you to work." "Yes." Zhou Zheng nodded, his face filled with a happy smile. "Oh, I'm picking up my wife after get off work and sending her off my wife at work. It's really enviable." "What you envy is not someone picking up and dropping off, you envy Xiao Zhou's wife who is a white and rich beauty, right? I'm going, did you see it? Brother Zheng, let's discuss something. Look, I've been single for so many years. Can you ask my sister-in-law to help me introduce a girlfriend? I don't have high requirements. Just be half as good looking as my sister-in-law. This is not a high requirement. Having a sister-in-law's appearance is also a beauty. Brother Zheng asked her to introduce me to me first. I didn't ask for it as a woman. Just do." The police officers talked, what could Zhou Zheng say? Just smiled, not spoke. "Hey, it's so lively in the early morning? What about the meeting?" A familiar voice sounded in my ears. Everyone looked back and saw that Hao Aguo was here. "Hello, director. Is the director here?" "Here you come." Hao Aguo nodded. The police officers seemed a little afraid of Hao Aguo, and they scattered after saying hello. Zhou Zheng also greeted Hao Aguo, but just turned around but was stopped by Hao Aguo. "Xiao Zhou, wait. Director, do you tell me something is wrong?" Hao Aguo nodded and said. "Early this morning, Director Ma called me and said that the reward for catching drug dealers has been given, and the collective third-class merit. Xiao Zhou, it is logical that most of the credit for arresting drug dealers is yours. Ma Ermao and Wang Qiang were also arrested by you. I also explained the situation to the Ma Bureau. This collective third-class merit is indeed a bit." Hao Aguo was talking and felt a little embarrassed. The above don't know what they are thinking. Don't you want to train the newcomer Zhou Zheng well? Why are you so stingy in rewarding merit? Zhou Zheng arrested 2 drug dealers and almost lost his life. It would not be an exaggeration to get a second-class merit in his personal experience. However, the above gave a collective third-class merit, which was equivalent to weakening Zhou Zheng's merits or sharing them with Hao Aguo and others. This made Hao Aguo feel a little ashamed and a little unfair for Zhou Zhengming. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, "Director, the arrest of Wang Qiang was originally the result of everyone's joint efforts. Everyone has made contributions. I am very satisfied with the third-class collective merit." Although he really wanted to make contributions, he wanted to show Chu Yunyao's parents. But he also understood that wood is outstanding by Lin Feng, and he would definitely destroy it. He had already obtained a first-class merit, and it would be icing on the cake to get a second-class merit. He has only been working for a few months, and his foundation is unstable and his wings are not rich. If he makes progress too fast, he will inevitably be jealous. Now is the time to lay the foundation. Blindly seeking speed will only make the foundation unstable. The correct way is to take 3 years to slowly plan. Besides, Hao Aguo and others also participated in the action, and it cannot be said that they did not contribute. Hao Aguo patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou, I'm very pleased that you have this kind of awareness. Today, I will announce the third-class collective merit at the meeting. The top was given a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Wu Tian and Jianjun were angry. We don't want to give all the bonuses to you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly. That's not possible. Director, if you don't want it, I can't take it. Why not do this? Take out the 5,000 yuan for our comrades in the police station to improve the food in the cafeteria. Hao Aguo's eyes lit up. Okay. This is a good idea, just do it. I sighed in my heart that I know how to be modest and not greedy for merit, and know how to unite with comrades. I really don't understand if I don't work within the system for a few years. Xiao Zhou, go to work first. Zhou Zheng nodded and suddenly asked. By the way, Director, should I go to patrol Chaoyang Road for today's work? Zhang Aguo Dao. Xiaoli is back, you don't have to patrol with Jianjun. You two are staying in the office today as mobile posts. There are 1,000 gifts, one additional chapter, currently 295. Thank you for your support. Click the Urge to Update button, use Love to generate electricity in the gift bar is free, and each account can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 81. This license plate number is so powerful. Zhou Zheng came to the door of the big office. The so-called large office is a room of more than 100 square meters, with more than 20 sets of office desks and chairs, which is also the place where police officers from Kio Bay Station work together. Xiao Zhou, are you here? Lu Jianjun changed into a police uniform and was about to leave the office, but he happened to be in the same face as Zhou Zheng. Master, I'm here, you arrived quite early. Yes. My home is far away from Kio Bay Station. I go out at 6 o'clock every day, so I'm not late. Lu Jianjun said helplessly. The place where he works is too far from home, and there are many inconveniences. He rushed to the site just at dawn every morning, which is one of the reasons why he always wanted to buy a house in the city. Unfortunately, it is not easy to buy a house with his dead salary alone. Zhou Zheng knew Lu Jianjun's situation quite well and comforted him. Master, isn't Sister Yeheng starting a business with Yunyao? When the business of medicinal wine is on track, Yunyao will also raise her salary for her sister-in-law. I have a feeling that you can buy a house in installments in the city within a year or two. Lu Jianjun just smiled at Zhou Zheng's words and did not agree with them. Chu Yunyao's medicinal wine business has not started yet. Who knows if he can make money in the future? There are losses when doing business. Lu Jianjun felt that Zhou Zheng was a little blindly optimistic, but was embarrassed to say discouraged words. Xiao Zhou, I'll lend you auspicious words, I hope. By the way, have you had breakfast? Master, I've eaten it. Okay, change the police uniforms quickly and we should go to work and patrol the Chaoyang Road. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Xiaoli is here today. The director said we don't need to patrol Chaoyang Road, so that we can stay in the police station as a mobile post. Oh. Lu Jianjun nodded. Okay. Then go in. They two walked into the big office and many police officers came up, of course they came to find Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, are we going to partner today? Brother Zheng, please join me in the same group. I'll give me a chance to share your luck. Since the drug dealer Wang Qiang was arrested, the name of Zhou Zheng's koi has been completely spread in the institute. Everyone believes in this and is always thinking about it. I said, do you really think that Lao Lu is the heir? Lu Jianjun stood in front of Zhou Zheng and frowned and said. Zhou is my apprentice and my partner. I think who dares to steal it? Lu Jianjun is an old policeman who has worked in the institute for more than 10 years. He has always been unknown. Now that his apprentice is powerful, others are more respectful to him, so naturally he dare not compete with him. Old Lu is so stingy. We just took it seriously after we said that. Let's go and do whatever we should do. The police officers turned around reluctantly and returned to their jobs. Today, Kyobei Institute received a lot of alarms. The police officers left one after another and went out for the field. After a while, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun were left in the office. When the two were bored, a female policeman walked into the office with the reception record. Hey, where are brother Jianjun and Zhou Zheng? Xiao Wang, why? Is there a police incident? Lu Jianjun stood up and asked. Yes. The female police officer Xiao Wang glanced at him and recorded. Someone just called the police and said that his car was stolen. It was near the Tiandiking nightclub on Hedong Road. The person who called the police was named Lu Rongzheng, and the phone number was 130. Brother Jianjun, you are not busy now, why don't you go out to the police? Lu Jianjun nodded. He was bored and naturally would not refuse if there was a police report. Okay, no problem, please record the call to me. After taking the alarm recording paper handed over by Xiao Wang, Lu Jianjun put it in the file folder and shouted to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, come and live, go out of the police. Okay, master. Zhou Zheng immediately stood up, sorted out his equipment, put on a law enforcement recorder on his shoulder, and tied the armed belt with 8 major police items around his waist. After finishing the decoration, he walked out of the office with Lu Jianjun. The two got into a police car, and Lu Jianjun opened it and ran towards the Hedong Road Tiandiking nightclub. Xiao Zhou, this is a car theft incident. The case is big or small? You haven't been to the police station for a long time. I'll ask you for records later. Learning more will also be beneficial to your future work. Okay, master, I must study hard. Lu Jianjun was very satisfied with Zhou Zheng's attitude. He did not have a braid even after receiving the first-class merit, and he was still the same as when he first came to the police station. By the way, master, we have captured Wang Ermao and Wang Qiang, and the director said that the superiors have given a collective third-class merit. Lu Jianjun nodded while driving attentively. Well, before I got to the office in the morning, the director called me and told me. Xiao Zhou, the third-class collective merit is a bit unfair to you, and we are also worthy of it, but don't think about it, there must be the above considerations. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Master, what are you saying? I didn't think much about it. I think there is nothing wrong with giving a collective third-class merit to it. I'll be relieved if you can think like this. Lu Jianjun continued. The director also asked me about the 5,000 yuan bonus and Lao Wu, and everyone agreed to give it to you all, which is what you deserve. Master, I can't ask for the 5,000 yuan. I told the director, just use it to improve the food in the canteen in the institute. Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. When Lu Jianjun heard this, he gave a thumbs up in his heart and said in secret. Xiao Zhonian is young, capable and enlightened, and understands the worldly ways. His future development will definitely be limitless. After a while, the Hedong Road Tiandiking nightclub arrived. Parked the police car and got out. Zhou Zheng called the person who called the police according to the phone number on the alarm record. Soon, the phone was answered. Hello. I am Zhou Zheng, a police officer at Kyobei Police Station. We are responsible for the case of your car loss. Where are you? Police officer, I'm near the Tiandiking nightclub. I'll see you and go there right away. Zhou Zheng put down his cell phone and said to Lu Jianjun. Master, I've contacted you, and the person who called the police will arrive soon. Okay, then wait. While talking, a middle-aged man wearing a big vest and big shorts and slippers came over. He held a cigarette in his mouth, his face full of flesh, and his beard trembling when he walked. The most conspicuous one was the fancy arm tattooed on his right arm, which was fancy and whistle. He couldn't even see what was tattooed at first glance. Police officer, police officer. Before the man arrived in front of Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun, he shouted in half-baked Mandarin. He listened to his accent, he looked like a southerner in Guangdong province. Are you Lu Rongzhang? You called the police just now, did you lose your car? Tai, yes. The man nodded while taking out the soft flower and handed it over. Police officer, should you eat a cigarette first? Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng waved their hands at the same time. No, thank you. Tell me, what's going on? Lu Rongzhang pulled out a flower on his own and held it in his mouth. The cigarette caught fire and took a deep breath. Official, the phone number is very clear. I sang in the Tiandiking nightclub last night, and I stayed there after drinking too much. My car was parked by the road, and I woke up and went out to drive. I lost it, the car disappeared. I don't know which one died and stole my car. Lu Jianjun nodded and asked again. Mr. Lu, where is your car parked? Here, here. Police officer, please come with me. Lu Rong once asked them to walk more than 10 meters west, pointing to the roadside parking space drawn with white lines. Zhou Zheng saw that there were piles of broken glass on the ground, and his heart moved. The broken glass may have been a car thief who violently smashed the window glass while stealing the car. Lu Jianjun looked around the road. There was no surveillance camera here. If he wanted to find the movement trajectory of the car that was stolen, he could only go to the traffic police team to adjust the surveillance video of the intersections around him. Mr. Lu, when did your car stop here, or when did you last meet your car? I came here at 12:10 last night, and I never came out after I parked my car. Please provide your car's license plate, color, brand, etc. Lu Rongzhang said. My car is a black Mercedes-Benz S500, 80% new, and the license plate number is Guangdong JB20CM. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun were stunned for a moment. This license plate number is so powerful. There are 1,000 gifts, one additional chapter, currently 326. Thank you for your great support. Click the Urge to Update button, use Love to generate electricity in the gift bar is free, and each account can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 82. Are you unlucky this time? Police officer, my car is so expensive, for more than 1 million yuan. You have to help me get the car back no matter what. Can I give you a reward of 10,000 yuan? I have old people and young people. Don't think I drive a Mercedes-Benz, but I actually borrowed money to negotiate business. If I can't find it, I will lose too much. Lu Rongzhang seemed a little excited, and frowned again, sucking while chatting. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. Mr. Lu, don't be excited. How can the police be rewarded for serving the people? Don't worry, we will do our best to investigate your lost car. There are cameras everywhere now, and the car thief will definitely be photographed. Then thank you, the police officer. Thank you. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. Please provide some information. What items are there in your car? Are there valuables? After saying that, Lu Jianjun signaled Zhou Zheng to prepare for the record with his eyes. Lu Rongzhang heard this and his eyes rolled twice. Police officer, there are no valuables in the car, only a few pieces of changing clothes. There are 2 boxes of Maotai and 3 huazi in the back compartment, which is worth a few dollars. Lu Jianjun's heart moved. 2 boxes of mutai and 3 huazi are worth about 40,000 yuan. The amount involved is large enough. Plus the Mercedes-Benz car that costs more than 1 million yuan, this is not a small case. Xiaozhou, have you remembered it? I remember, master. Okay, let's go to the traffic police team. Please ask the comrades of the traffic police team to adjust the surveillance cameras at nearby intersections to see if you can find the lost car. Zhou Zheng did not move, but observed the situation around him and found that there was a surveillance camera in the distant Tiandiking nightclub that was aimed at this direction. Master, I see that there will be cameras in the nightclub here. Why not go to the nightclub to check the surveillance first? The camera may record the physical characteristics of the car thief, and you can also find out which direction the car thief fled. Let's be targeted. Yes, Xiaozhou, I'm more careful than me. It seems that I'm older. Lu Jianjun patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder and praised him without hesitation. Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly. Master, you are still stronger and stronger. I still have many shortcomings to learn from you. Lu Jianjun smiled. Okay, let's stop bragging each other for business. Let's go to Tiandiking nightclub to adjust the surveillance video. Mr. Lu, come with us too. The three of them walked into the TND Love nightclub. A beautiful woman wearing cool and heavy makeup was lowering her head to play with her mobile phone. Hello, we are police officers from Qiubei Police Station. Are you the manager of this store? The beauty looked up and saw two policemen coming in, and couldn't help but feel nervous. If you are not careful in this kind of place, you will be suspected of violating the law and are especially afraid of the police coming. Anyway, there will generally be no good things when the police come. Hello police officer, I'm not a manager, but I'm pretty good at speaking. Is there anything wrong with the police officer? Our venue is a clear water venue, and there is absolutely no violation of the law. Our boss also said that he vowed to be irreconcilable with gambling and drugs, and would never allow guests. Lu Jianjun interrupted the woman with a dark face. Good guy, you don't mention Huang at all. Isn't this the place without silver? Lu Jianjun wrote down in his heart and suggested to the director that he would conduct an anti-pornographic activity for the Tiandiking nightclub. Ms., you misunderstood. We want to investigate a case this time. Mr. Liu's car was stolen on the road in front of your store. We want to check the surveillance video of your store and lock in the suspect. I hope you can cooperate. The woman patted her heavy chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's it, I thought. Why? After the woman is silent, he hesitated. I thought you guys came. Oh, nothing. Police officer, we will definitely cooperate with me. I will take you to the surveillance room. She moved her long legs with black stockings and brought Lu Jianjun, Zhou Zheng, and Lu Rongzeng to the surveillance room. The person on duty in the monitoring room was a fat man with greasy face and black-rimmed glasses, playing with his mobile phone with messy hair. Seeing that the boss's mistress Lily came in with the police, she quickly stood up. Sister Lily, this is... Lily winked at the fat man. Fatty, these two police officers want to adjust the surveillance video in our store. If you cooperate, you must listen to the police officer. Yeah, it must. The fat man didn't understand what Lily meant, so he had to agree repeatedly. Sitting next to the computer, pointing fingers on the computer screen with the mouse. Police officer, where are the surveillance monitoring you two want to check? Zhou Zhendao. At the door of your store, follow the monitoring of the curb on the side of the road. Searched videos from 12 o'clock last night to the present time period. Oh, you can wait. After a while, the fat man brought out the video and started playing it. The surveillance video from Tiandiking nightclub happened to show the location of Lu Rongzhen's lost car. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun looked at each other and thought to themselves that there was a way. Comrade, get up and let my colleagues do it. Lu Jianjun knew that Zhou Zheng had a coy physique, so he started looking for a car thief in the video recording, and maybe his luck broke out and he could quickly identify the suspect. It cannot be said that Lu Jianjun is superstitious. Zhou Zheng was lucky several times in succession, which really refreshed his cognition. The fat man stood up obediently, and Zhou Zheng did not refuse. He sat in front of the computer and clicked on the progress bar. It was like watching a small movie, and he had to pull the progress bar to find the key picture. If it is played normally, I don't know how long it will take to see a car thief. Soon, Lu Rongzhen's bronze appeared in the surveillance video and parked in the parking space. Zhou Zheng used the mouse to pull the progress bar back again, and Lu Rongzhen's car disappeared. Xiaozhou, pull the progress bar forward. Zhou Zheng naturally understood, carefully pulled the progress bar bit by bit, and finally found the scene of a car thief stealing the car. In the picture, a thin man with a baseball cap first looked sneakily at the left and right, and circled around Lu Rongzhen's car twice, then turned around and left. After a while, he appeared in the surveillance video again. He held a hammer in his hand, smashed the window glass, opened the door and got on the main driver. After a while, the Mercedes-Benz started and walked to the west. "Damn, this guy is dead stealing my car, I'll take your lungs." When Lu Rongzheng saw the car thief, he couldn't help but jumped up and cursed. Lu Jianjun turned around and said, "Mr. Lu, don't be excited first. The surveillance camera records the image of the car thief. I believe that you will be able to catch him soon and your car will be retrieved." "Sorry, police officer, I can't help but get angry. The local thief is so rude." Lu Jianjun expressed his understanding and said to Zhou Zhendao, "Xiao Zhou, can you see clearly what this kid looks like by intercepting the frontal picture of the car thief?" Zhou Zheng did as he did and took a picture of the car thief's face. Unfortunately, he was too far away from the surveillance camera. He couldn't see clearly what the car thief looked like on the screenshot. He could only vaguely identify him wearing a boy t-shirt and a New York baseball cap. After all, the clothes of these two brands are very big. Zhou Zheng turned the mouse pulley and enlarged the picture, making the car thief's face blurry. Zhou Zheng shook his head and said helplessly, "Master, I can't see what this kid looks like." Lu Jianjun was also a little depressed when he looked at the blurry scene. Xiao Zhou is a koi and has always been lucky. Why is it not working this time? There are 1000 gifts, one additional chapter, currently 326. Thank you for your great support. Click the urge to update button, use love to generate power in the gift bar is free. Each number can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 83 Luck is here. Lu Jianjun thought that with Zhou Zheng's koi physique, he would quickly find the appearance of the car thief. If nothing unexpected happens, he would be able to catch the car thief today and recover the stolen car of Lu Rongzheng. Any accidents often occur. Although a car thief was found on the surveillance screen, he could not see clearly his appearance. It seems that it is difficult to solve the case quickly. Lu Jianjun sighed and felt a little depressed. Why is his luck not working with Xiao Zhou? Xiao Zhou, download this picture to your phone. Although you can't see clearly, it's better than nothing. Okay. Zhou Zheng passed the picture to his mobile phone and then asked, "Master, how do we check next? Should we go to the traffic police team to adjust the surveillance video?" The surveillance video shows that the car thief drove away west after stealing the car. We go to the traffic police team to retrieve the surveillance video of the roadside on the west side, so that we can lock in the route of the car thief. If we are lucky, we can follow the clues to find his location. Zhou Zheng talked happily, and Lu Jianjun showed a gratified smile. This apprentice is good and has not been here for a long time. Although he has not handled several cases seriously, his thinking is still quite clear. Small Zhou, you are right. Nowadays, surveillance cameras are everywhere in cities. Although it sometimes violates personal privacy, it has provided great help to our investigation and arrest of criminals. Let's go to the traffic police team. Lu Jianjun waved his hand and said to Lily, "Madam, please trouble you." Lily quickly said politely, "No trouble, it should be." "Police officer, if you have time in the future, come to our Tiandixiang nightclub to relax. I'll give you a discount." "We can't afford it, let's go." Lu Jianjun waved his hand and called Zhou Zheng and Lu Rongzheng out of the Tiandixiang nightclub. The three of them came outside and walked to the police car. Lu Jianjun said to Lu Rongzheng, "Mr. Lu, we are going to the traffic police team to adjust surveillance. Are you following us to the traffic police team, or are you looking for a place to rest and wait for our news?" "I will follow you, Lu Rongzheng said hurriedly. "Okay. Then get in the car." The police car galloped all the way and rushed towards the traffic police team. The location of the traffic police team is in a large corner from the Tiandixiang nightclub, very far away. It takes less than half an hour to drive. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Rongzheng squirmed and turned in the back row, blushing like a monkey's butt. Zhou Zheng turned around and asked, "Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? I feel uncomfortable. I'm urged to pee, I'm a little anxious to pee." Lu Rongzheng said embarrassedly. "Why didn't you say it earlier? Master, find a place to park and make it convenient for Mr. Lu first." "No need, I can hold it back. Let's go to the traffic police team first. If my car is lost, it's more urgent than anything else." Zhou Zheng has a black line. "Mr. Lu, we are still a long way from the traffic police team, you can't help it." "Master, there is a cigarette hotel in front of me and I want to have a toilet, so let's park there." "Okay." Lu Jianjun nodded. "Thank you, officer." Lu Rongzheng bowed to Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun, and he could not hold it in his hands. The police car parked in the parking space on the convenient road in front of the Yanyan Hotel. Lu Rongzheng opened the car door and covered his belly, and ran to the Yanyan Hotel in a strange posture. Zhou Zheng couldn't help laughing, but he could understand that more than 1 million car had been stolen, so he must have thought about getting it back as soon as possible. "Master, are you thirsty? I'll buy a few bottles of water." "Xiao Zhou, I'll go." "No, I'll open the car door." "Master, wait in the car." Zhou Zheng got out of the car and walked straight to the tobacco hotel to buy water. Lu Rongzheng felt that his bladder was about to explode and stumbled into the cigarette hotel. "Boss, do you have a bathroom? Borrow it." The owner of the Yan Hotel was arguing with a young man with an angry look on his face. He heard Lu Rongzhen's words and said without raising his head, "No. BA." Without saying a word, Lu Rongzheng threw out a few $100 bills and threw them on the counter. "Boss, come a few packs of huazi, don't need to find the rest." "Is there a bathroom?" "Yes, there are, behind." The owner of the Yan Hotel immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum and pointed to a small door inside. "Thank you." Lu Rongzheng thanked him, covered his belly and ran into the bathroom. The boss turned around, his face changed color instantly, and he continued to curse at the young man in front of him. "Where did you steal cigarettes from the straighter? Is this cigarette fake? I want me to recycle it. Isn't this a cheat? Get out of here." The young man defended. "Boss, isn't this cigarette stolen? Besides, I'm fine if I smoke it. I don't want 1,500 yuan for nearly 3 soft huazi, how about you give 500 yuan? Have you ever sucked huazi on the horse? Do you know what huazi tastes? I don't know what you do. If you don't steal it, you can give it to you. Damn it, I will sell fake cigarettes to me for 500 yuan? I don't want even 50 yuan. I will take your stuff and leave for me." The owner of the Yan Hotel was aggressive and his eyes were almost glaring out. Just now, I wanted to cheat me for 20,000 yuan, but I saw it, and I lied to me with fake cigarettes? Are you thieves now cheating on part-time jobs? Are you going to leave? If you don't leave, I will call the police. Fuck it, I won't stop it, I'll slap myself. The young man was also angry, cursed and picked up the Sanzhou huazi on the counter, turned around and left. Both of them were loud, and they happened to be heard by Zhou Zheng, who had just walked to the door of the cigarette hotel. 2 boxes of mutai. Sanzhou huazi. Lu Rongzheng said that the Mercedes-Benz stolen car was equipped with mutai and huazi, and the number was correct. Could it be? Zhou Zheng felt aroused his heart, was his luck again? At this time, the young man came out with huazi, clamped his arm and walked face to face with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng looked closely and saw that this guy was not tall, had a thin figure, wore a New York baseball cap and a boy black t-shirt on his upper body, which looked very similar to the appearance of a car thief in the surveillance screen. However, Zhou Zheng did not dare to arbitrarily determine that he was a car thief. After all, there were people with similar figures and figures in dressing, and they were about to stop him and ask. Unexpectedly, when the young man saw Zhou Zheng wearing a police uniform, he looked like a mouse, saw a cat, threw Huazi away and ran away. In an instant, Zhou Zheng understood that even if this kid was not a car thief, I must have done something illegal, and I wouldn't have run away if I hadn't been guilty of seeing the police. Stop! Zhou Zheng shouted, chasing him like a strong cheetah. The young man competed with Zhou Zheng to run a short race, and that was Cao Pai's wife entered the vegetable garden. Zhenji took out vegetables. Zhou Zheng rushed out more than 3 meters in one step, and caught up with him in 3 steps, and threw him to the ground. Ba! The young man fell to eat shit, grinning in pain, and then his arms were broken on his back, and a pair of cold rose gold bracelet was worn on his wrist. He wriggled his body hard and wanted to get up, but his back was pressed by Zhou Zheng with his knees, as if he was pressing a mountain and could not move. He turned his head and shouted, "Uncle policeman, spare me, I'm not illegal." Zhou Zhenke didn't listen to him and asked slowly, "Stop getting close. I don't have a nephew like you. Why don't you break the law and run away when you see the police? Tell me, what bad things are you doing?" The young man felt that he could not be kind today, so he simply avoided the important things and turned it lightly. I just stole 3 huazi, and it was fake to ride on the horse. I was almost beaten by the owner of the tobacco hotel." Zhou Zheng asked. "Did you even steal 2 boxes of mutai?" "Don't mention it, mutai is also fake. The spicy one is driving a Mercedes-Benz. The tobacco and alcohol installed in the car are fake." "Fuck." The more the young man talked, the more aggrieved he felt. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up, and he was basically sure that this kid was a car thief. "Did you go away with the black Mercedes-Benz S500? My grass, how do you know?" The young man was surprised. Chapter 84. Is there any problem with the person who called the police? Zhou Zheng was secretly happy. This kid was not very scheming and told him about the car stealing. "The system rewards have increased my luck. It is indeed awesome. You can meet the car thief you are looking for when you buy a bottle of water. It's really a waste of time to find it, and it takes no time to get it. Now it seems that there is no need to go to the traffic police team to check the surveillance. As long as the kid is hiding where he stole Mercedes-Benz, the case will be settled." Zhou Zheng asked. "May I have your name?" "My name is Chen Yang." "How old are you?" 19 years old. Zhou Zheng suddenly showed regret on his face. "It's not good to do something at a young age, but I just want to be a thief. Now that I have a case, it will be difficult to find a job in the future." "At 3:30 in the morning, did you steal a Mercedes-Benz on the road in front of the Tiandiking nightclub?" "Brother, I don't have it. It's not me, I don't know." Chen Yang showed a panic expression on his face. "Okay, stop quibbling. There are 2 boxes of mutai and 3 Chinese cigarettes in that Mercedes-Benz. You said you took it out and sold it. Get up and follow me." Zhou Zheng lifted Chen Yang up, picked up 3 huazi on the ground, held his arm and walked towards the police car. "Brother, please spare me. This is my first time stealing something. Please let me go." Chen Yang panicked and begged hard while walking. "Zhou Zhendao. It is impossible to let you go. Now I know I am afraid, so why not when stealing something? If you honestly explain, we can consider the punishment to you at your discretion. Think about it carefully." While talking, Zhou Zheng took Chen Yang to the police car and opened the back door. "Get in." Chen Yang got into the back row of the police car dejectedly, and Zhou Zheng came in, removed one of his back and handcuffed it to his left hand. Lu Jianjun in the main driver's seat found that Zhou Zheng was taking a stranger into the car, and was stunned. "No, Xiao Zhou, who is this person? Why are you still handcuffed?" "Master, he is Chen Yang, the criminal suspect who steals Mercedes-Benz." "Hold the grass, what did you say?" Lu Jianjun's mind was a little short-circuit. Didn't Xiao Zhou go to a hotel to buy water? How many minutes did you catch the car thief? How did he find a car thief? How do you know that this young man is a car thief? Where is this? Lu Jianjun's CPU could no longer rotate, and his mind hurt. Xiao Zhou, tell me what's going on. Master, am I going to buy water? When I arrived at the entrance of the tobacco hotel, I saw the owner of the tobacco hotel having an argument with this kid. It turned out that he was here to sell the stolen goods, but Mutai and Zonghua cigarettes are fake. The kid ran away when he saw me and I caught him. Lu Rongzheng had 2 boxes of Mutai and THRE a day Chinese cigarettes on his car. Moreover, this kid also said that the Chinese cigarettes were taken in a Mercedes-Benz. I think he is undoubtedly a car thief. It's that simple. Lu Jianjun still couldn't believe Zhou Zheng's words. In the vast sea of people, the car thief hid in Jiangbei City like a grain of sand in the sea. Zhou Zheng actually ran into him when he bought a bottle of water. It was just that inch, this. Lu Jianjun looked up and down at Chen Yang and found that his outfit was exactly the same as the car thief in the video. At this point, he also decided that this kid was a car thief. He nodded repeatedly, and was both envious and excited. The title of Xiao Zhou Koi was not for nothing, but he was lucky. I was questioning Zhou Zheng's luck just now, but now I was slapped in the face, but Lu Jianjun was also very happy to have the car thief caught so quickly. Chen Yang, right? I'll ask you, where is the Mercedes-Benz you stole? Do you have any other accomplices? Chen Yang did not speak, raised his head and looked at Lu Jianjun, and lowered his head again. What? Don't you say it. Lu Jianjun's face was as gloomy as water. You think you won't say it if we do, can't we find the stolen goods you stole? I explained it happily, you have made meritorious achievements. Lu Jianjun said something, but Chen Yang was still unmoved and lowered his head and still refused to speak. Xiao Zhou. Lu Jianjun looked up and said. This kid is the stone in the pit, smelly and hard. So wait for Lu Rongzheng to come back and we will go back to the police station to interrogate the kid. Zhou Zheng's idea was to ask Chen Yang to speak now and then quickly find the stolen Mercedes-Benz car. This case was considered to be taken down. Master, I'll ask him. Zhou Zheng asked. Chen Yang, you have to pass this level today. The nature of early explanation and late explanation is different. Now there are cameras everywhere on the road. We can spend a lot of time at most. The stolen goods can definitely be found. It is so big that you can hide it. It is not easy for you to hide it. Unless you have already transported the car out of Jiangbei City, but I don't think you have the strength to steal the Mercedes-Benz. I guess you just made a temporary decision. You were originally coming for the property in the car. I'll give you another minute to consider. If you don't speak, we'll take you back to the police station. When we find the stolen goods, it's too late for you to speak. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Chen Yang's body trembled. After a few seconds, he raised his head and said, Police officer, can I be lenient when I said? Able. Okay, then I'll say. It turned out that as Zhou Zheng thought, Chen Yang just wanted to break the glass and steal the property in the Mercedes-Benz. However, he circled around the car twice and found that there was nothing valuable inside. He turned around and left, and after taking 2 steps, he became more and more angry as he thought about it. He didn't even have a valuable thing in his luxury car. He didn't take us thieves seriously, so he might as well steal the car. Chen Yang worked as an auto repairman and knew how to start a car without a key. After successfully stole the car, Chen Yang found Mutai and Zonghua cigarettes in the trunk of the car, so he emptied the trunk and sold the car to the owner of a repair shop in the outer ring. The owner of the repair shop got the car but found that there were signs of welding on the body. This Mercedes-Benz was an assembly car that was not valuable at all. It could be dismantled and picked up parts to sell, but the money could not be given to Chen Yang at once. Chen Yang had to admit his bad luck and wanted to sell 2 boxes of mutai to a hotel to cash in. The owner of the tobacco hotel said it was fake, and he sold Zonghua cigarettes again, but it turned out to be fake again. Then, Zhou Zheng caught him. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he became red and warm in an instant. The one who drove a Mercedes-Benz was sand coins. Why did you have no money to recharge the big garlic? The car was assembled, the wine was fake, and the cigarette was fake. Damn it, I didn't see it for a whole night, and I was caught on a horse. I was so unjustly. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun looked dark, thinking that they thought Lu Rongzheng was a big boss, but it turned out to be a fake. Chen Yang is also an unlucky guy. Not only does he leave nothing, he has to go to prison. However, since you have done something wrong, you have to take responsibility, and Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun naturally will not sympathize with him. Master, let's go to the outer ring car repair shop now to find out the Mercedes-Benz that Chen Yang sold. Lu Jianjun nodded. Well, there is no time to go, we will set off when Lu Rongzheng comes out. While speaking, Lu Rongzheng came out of the tobacco hotel, holding 2 boxes of flower boxes in his hand. His prostate was not good, so he held his urine hard and couldn't urinate when he arrived in the bathroom. He squeezed it little by little, wasting a lot of time. Lu Rongzheng opened the back door and was stunned and found Zhou Zheng and a young man sitting in the back row. Mr. Lu, please take the co-pilot. Oh, okay. Lu Rongzheng quickly opened the co-pilot's door and sat in it. Sorry, the police officer? It took some time to go to the toilet. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. Mr. Lu, we have already caught the person who stole your car, and the boy behind it is. Ah! Lu Rongzheng was stunned. This is too fast, right? Immediately afterwards, I cursed Chen Yang, and the words stopped the street were endless. Mr. Lu, calm down first. We will find your Mercedes-Benz when we know where you are. Thank you, officer. After Lu Rongzheng thanked him, he asked Chen Yang again nervously. I'll kill you. Have you moved the things in my car? Chen Yang stayed in Bengbu and cursed. Pretending offender, there is something else in your car except for fake wine and cigarettes? You are such a fool, who is pretending to be rich? Lu Rongzheng was scolded by Chen Yang, but he was no longer angry and even breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Zheng felt a little moved, and he felt that Lu Rongzheng had a problem, not just losing the car. There are 1000 gifts, 1 chapter of the update, currently there are 372. Thank you for your inspiration capsule for urging updates, and thank you for your support. Chapter 85 Chu Yunyao comes to ask for ginseng. At Jiangbei Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, a white Parame drove into the yellow line in the parking lot. The door opened. Chu Yunyao got out of the car and took out a high-end fruit basket in the car. Standing in the parking lot and looking at the towering tall buildings in the hospitalization department in front of her, she felt inexplicably nervous. This time I came to visit Boss Liu's mother, but in fact I still wanted to talk to Boss Liu about the ginseng acquisition business. Nowadays it is difficult to get ginseng in the past, but Chu Yunyao finally realized that Boss Liu had one in her hand, and she was determined to get it. However, Boss Liu's mother was seriously ill and must have no intention of discussing business, so Chu Yunyao naturally had no idea. At this time, several people came over from afar. One of them, Chu Yunyao, also knew Wang Hua, a merchant in a street of precious Chinese medicinal materials. Miss Chu, are you here? Wang Hua smiled and greeted Chu Yunyao from a distance. Here you come. Chu Yunyao nodded and asked. Mr. Wang, have you visited Boss Liu's mother? How is the situation? Wang Hua looked around and lowered his voice and said. Miss Chu, old Liu's mother's health is not optimistic. Although she has no illness, she is over 80 years old and her physical functions are aging and she may not be able to make up for the situation. Old Liu is a filial son and is in a bad mood now. I advise you not to negotiate business today, otherwise it will be counterproductive. When Chu Yunyao heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, today's business is likely to be out of reach. She barely smiled. I understand, thank you Mr. Wang for the information. Wang Hua waved his hand, and he also understood that Chu Yunyao had obtained the century-old ginseng and would purchase other expensive Chinese medicinal materials from his store next. No need to thank you. You and I are both business friends. If you need help, you can help me. Then what, you go, old Liu's mother is in the single ward number 6 on the 3rd floor, so I'll leave first. After Wang Hua left, Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment, but still walked into the hospital building with a tough bullet. Even if the business cannot be negotiated, you have to be familiar with Boss Liu. After finding Boss Liu's mother's single ward, Chu Yunyao changed the fruit basket to her left hand and knocked on the door a few times with her right hand. Please come in. A low voice came from the ward. Chu Yunyao pushed the door open and saw an old lady with white hair lying on the bed in the small single ward. Her eyes were dull and her cheeks were thin. Next to the hospital bed was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a gentle dress. When the man saw Chu Yunyao, his face showed a look of surprise. The lady in front of him was so beautiful that he didn't recognize him at all. Hello? Who are you looking for? Is it Lu Jun and Boss Liu? I am Chu Yunyao, we are on the phone. Oh. Lu Jun remembered that he received a call when he was on a business trip 2 days ago, and the other party asked Chu Yunyao to buy the ginseng in his hands. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunyao, who had just returned to Jiangbei, found the hospital. Her news was really well informed. Lu Jun could also guess what Chu Yunyao was doing before. Although he didn't want to discuss business, and he didn't want to sell the century-old ginseng, he still politely invited Chu Yunyao to attend. Hello, Miss Chu, please sit down. No need for Boss Liu, I'll see the old lady. I can't sit still and leave immediately. Chu Yunyao put the fruit basket on the table beside her and walked to Lu Jun's mother. The old lady's face was pale, with an oxygen tube inserted into her nostrils, and her eyes were half squinted. Every breath felt very laborious. Chu Yunyao couldn't bear to disturb the old lady, so she turned around and asked. Boss Liu, what disease does the old lady have? Why does she look so weak? My mother is not seriously ill. When she gets older, her body functions are aging and her meridians are blocked. I'm afraid. Lu Jun couldn't continue to say that he was an extremely filial person. His father died since childhood, and his mother pulled him up with shit and urine. Now that his mother's life has passed by little, he is naturally very sad. Boss Liu, don't be too sad either. Auspicious people will have their own appearance, and the old lady will get better. What else can Chu Yunyao say? I can only pick up nice words to comfort Lu Jun. Thank you, Miss Chu. At this time the door opened, and a chubby middle-aged woman walked in with a white porcelain bowl. Old Lu, the ginseng soup is ready. Please help your mother up and drink it. The woman finished speaking in a muffled voice, and saw Chu Yunyao's face suddenly changed color. Old Lu, who is she? Oh Wang Feng, let me introduce you to her. She is mine, a friend of mine, named Chu Yunyao. Miss Chu, this is my wife, Wang Feng. Hello. Chu Yunyao said hello to Wang Feng. Wang Feng ignored Chu Yunyao, but looked her up and down. The woman looked so beautiful like a fairy, and she suddenly felt so sad and jealousy in her heart. Okay, Lu Jun, you unfaithful Chen Shimei, you show down, right? You don't hide it anymore? Do you dare to put your mistress on the surface? She said, putting the porcelain bowl in her hand heavily on the table. Let your mistress serve your mother, I won't serve you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and ran out of the ward. Hey Wang Feng, don't leave, it's not what you thought. Lu Jun was very embarrassed when facing Chu Yunyao. Sorry, Ms. Chu, my wife is a jealous person and is very suspicious of me. It seems that she has misunderstood. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. It's okay, Boss Lu, it's not your fault. Lu Jun did not pursue his wife Wang Feng, but he also wanted to feed his mother ginseng soup. It was just clumsy and the old lady didn't cooperate, and she didn't drink much ginseng soup. Boss Lu, let me do it. Chu Yunyao he was also a kind-hearted person. He took the small porcelain bowl from Lu Jun and fed the old lady to drink ginseng soup. Not to mention, the old lady drank it all in a short while. Thanks. Lu Jun said sincerely to Chu Yunyao. It can be seen that Lu Jun is very moved. Chu Yunyao waved her hand and knew that she could not negotiate business today, so she said goodbye to Lu Jun. Lu Jun sent him outside the ward and suddenly said, Miss Chu, I actually know the real purpose of your coming here. If you can offer a good price, the century-old ginseng in my hand will not be sold to you. It's really not possible now. I won't sell it no matter how much it is given, because this century-old ginseng tree is related to the survival of my mother. Chu Yunyao quickly understood and felt a sense of depression in her heart. Boss Lu, the ginseng soup that the old lady just drank was made from a few thorns of a century-old ginseng. Yes, you're right. Lu Jun nodded. I asked Director Feng of the Chinese Medicine Hospital to treat my mother personally. Director Feng said that there are only 2 ways to extend my life to my mother. First, drink a bowl of ginseng soup made with centennial ginseng every day, and the ginseng will be gone. Secondly, please ask the Chinese medicine doctors at the national hand level to use acupuncture to penetrate the blood vessels, smooth the qi and the whole body, and at least you can live for half a year. Miss Chu, there are only a few people in the country who are the master of national medicine. I can't invite them, so I have to cut a little ginseng every day to prolong my mother's life. Chu Yunyao nodded, thinking of giving up on this century-old ginseng plant. Lu Jun continued. Miss Chu, if you can invite the master of the national medical practitioner and use acupuncture to help my mother's life, even if it can only last for half a year, I will give that century-old ginseng without taking any penny, and I will give another 2 million. Lu Jun did not say anything to death. As long as he could ask the master of the national medical practitioner to help the old lady survive, a century-old ginseng was within his reach. Chu Yunyao was not optimistic at all. Even Deputy Mayor Yang couldn't hire a master of the national medical care, and she didn't have the ability. Perhaps, when she didn't cut off relations with the Chu family, she still had some hope to ask for help from her father. It is absolutely impossible to make her bow her head with her father now. Lu Jun will use a little bit of ginseng every day, and there will always be one day when it takes a long time. Chu Yunyao felt that this matter could not be delayed, but she had no clue at all. She was anxious. The scene in front of her appeared, and it seemed that her head was stabbed with a needle and it hurt so much. Chapter 86 The Urn in the Stolen Car. A police car painted in blue and white flashed and galloped on the outer ring road. In the carriage, Zhou Zheng asked Chen Yang. Chen Yang, what's the name of the repair shop you sold the stolen goods? Where is the exact location? Chen Yang tilted his head and looked out the window. Police officer, that car repair shop is called Desi Auto Repair, not far ahead. Master, it's almost here, slow down the car. Zhou Zheng instructed. Yeah, okay. Lu Jianjun raised his right foot and loosened the accelerator. The speed of the vehicle dropped, and his eyes were also sucking his eyes and glanced out the window. Police officer, there. Lu Rongzheng has been paying close attention to the outside of the car window, but he was the first Desi car repair shop to discover. Mr. Lu, your eyes are very good. Lu Jianjun turned on the turn signal and said while turning the direction and changing lanes. Police officer, I have to worry about it for more than 1 million Mercedes-Benz. Fuck, I'm still joking. 1 million, you are paralyzed, and you are pretending to be a big sand coin. Chen Yang showed a sarcastic look in the back row and complained wildly. Lu Rongzheng was immediately angry. My mother, if there were no policemen, I would have killed you. Zhou Zheng glared at the two of them, thinking that none of them were fuel efficient. Shut up, don't even talk if you don't tell me. Zhou Zheng scolded. The two of them then stopped. Lu Jianjun drove the police car to the door of Desi Auto Repair. Everyone got out of the car, and one of Zhou Zheng's wrists was still handcuffed with Chen Yang's wrists. Lu Jianjun took out a shackle that was 80 centimeters long from the police car, and put it on Chen Yang's legs with a short body. I'll go. Chen Yang was shocked. After all, he had seen prisoners wearing shackles on TV, and they were all serious prisoners. He said with a sad face. Police officer, is there any crime of shooting me if I steal an assembled vehicle? Why did I even shackle it? Don't be nervous, do routine. Lu Jianjun comforted Zhou Zheng without any pain and handcuffed him on Chen Yang's wrist. Xiao Zhou, you'll be sure to do it later. I'll add it to you next to you. It's time for you to try handling the case independently. Okay, master. In front of you is a 4-bungalow building built on the outer ring road. The yard is behind the house and there is a car access to the left of the house. Zhou Zheng knocked on the door, and soon, a middle-aged man with a bearded face opened the door. When he saw the police coming to the door, he was obviously stunned. Police officer, who are you looking for? Hello, we are from Qiubei Police Station. Are you the boss of Desi Auto Repair? Zhou Zheng asked. Yes, I'm the boss. Do you know Chen Yang? Acknowledge, I don't know. The bearded face changed color and shook his head like a rattle. Zhou Zheng pulled Chen Yang over. Look at it carefully, don't you recognize me? The bearded man saw Chen Yang wearing handcuffs and feet shackles, suddenly nervous, couldn't speak for a while. Chen Yang said nothing about it. Li Yude, Uncle De, don't you know me anymore? I'm Chen Yang. I sold you a Mercedes-Benz this morning. You said that the assembly car had to be dismantled and sold parts, and I didn't give me a penny. Li Yude felt a mother's criticism in his heart, and he was so angry that he called the police, hoping to strangle Chen Yang to death on the spot. Zhou Zheng pressed step by step. Li Yude, stop pretending. Since we have come to the door, there is conclusive evidence. According to Chen Yang's confession, he stole a Mercedes-Benz and sold it to you. Don't you admit it? Li Yude had extremely poor psychological quality and quickly collapsed. Police officer, please spare me. This is the first time I received a stolen car. I was bewitched by this kid Chen Yang. This kid used to be an apprentice in my car. I thought he was not a good bird. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Li Yude, tell me, where is the Mercedes-Benz car that Chen Yang sold the stolen goods? As long as you cooperate with our police officers to handle the case, you will be leniently dealt with. Okay, police officer, that assembled Mercedes-Benz is in the backyard, follow me. Li Yude said, and brought everyone to the backyard. After Zhou Zheng's handling of the case surprisingly smoothly, Lu Jianjun couldn't help but like his wit. The backyard is spacious, about 1,000 square meters, and half of the area is covered with asbestos tiles. Two young men in dirty work clothes were busy next to a black Mercedes-Benz. Damn, my car! Lu Rongzheng recognized the black Mercedes-Benz at a glance as his car, although the license plate had been removed. He ran over quickly and took a look at the situation in the car, and it suddenly became red and warm. It turned out that the Mercedes-Benz was removed and the seats, engines, and other parts inside were removed. Two repairmen were spraying parts with water guns. Obviously, the neatly arranged parts on the ground were the masterpieces of these two people. Why did you guys dismantle my car? Where did you get the things in my car? Lu Rongzheng cursed at the two car repairmen. Mr. Lu, please calm down first. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and asked. What valuable items are there in your car? There are, no. I can't remember very clearly. Lu Rongzheng suddenly stuttered. Sorry, I'm a little excited, my car was dismantled like this. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and looked at the two young motor repairmen. You two, do you know this car is a dirty car? The two young repairmen were also a little nervous when they saw the police asking questions. Police officer, we won't make it. The boss asked us to demolish it, we demolish it, and earn someone's salary and do whatever they want. Zhou Zheng said again. This car is a dirty car. Have you found any valuables in the car? No. Two repairmen shook their heads at the same time. This car needs to be sold with parts, and valuable items have been taken away long ago. By the way, we found an urn under the seat of the car, which is really bad luck. Under urn. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Who would put urns in the car? Aren't you afraid? Mr. Lu, what's going on? Why is there an urn in your car? Well. Lu Rongzheng was stunned for a moment, and his eyes turned a few times and said. My car is a used car, and the urn may have been left by the former owner, right? Mad. I've been unlucky since I bought this car. It turned out that there was an urn in the car, which was really unlucky. Lu Rongzheng cursed, but he didn't dare to look directly into Zhou Zheng's eyes. Zhou Zheng stopped asking him and turned to ask the repairman. Where is the urn in the car? Repairman's track. Take it. That thing is heavy. I think there must be ashes inside, and I'm quite scared. The boss also felt unlucky, so we threw it into the big garbage pit behind. Let's go, take me to find it. As soon as Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Lu Rongzheng said nervously. Police officer, why are you looking for that thing? It's very unlucky. My car was dismantled like this. Would they ask me to talk to you about compensation? Why not go back to the police station first? Zhou Zheng smiled. Mr. Lu, don't worry. You have to eat one bite at a time and do things bit by bit. I will be back soon. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he walked to Lu Jianjun and whispered. Master, I'm optimistic about them, especially this guy Lu Rongzheng. No. Lu Jianjun was confused but didn't ask. He approached Lu Rongzheng quietly and kept a distance from him. There are 1000 gifts, one chapter, currently 395 gifts, thanks to readers for their support. Click the urge to update button, use love to generate electricity in the gift bar is free, and each account can be clicked 3 times a day. Chapter 87 Ice Harboring in the Urn. Police officer, I protest. What's the use of finding a bad urn? I'm the reporter, your police should focus on me. I now ask your police to arrest all of these people and return them to the police station, and then discuss my compensation. This is what you police should do, not be chattering at an urn, otherwise, I will complain to you. Lu Rongzheng didn't know where the courage came from, so he pointed at Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. He also threatened to complain to Zhou Zheng. He didn't know whether it was because of excitement or fear, and after he finished speaking, his hands and legs trembled slightly. Zhou Zheng saw this and felt that Lu Rongzheng had a problem. Lu Rongzheng is lying, there must be something wrong with this urn. What? Mr. Lu, will I use you to teach me how to do things? The police have their own police methods of handling cases, so you don't need to say much. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng changed his mind. He said to Lu Jianjun. Master, it's better to take the repairman to the back and look for the urn. Be sure to find it and see what is inside. Contact me at any time. Xiao Zhou. Lu Jianjun didn't know what Zhou Zheng sold in the gourd. The urn must contain ashes, what else can it be? Zhou Zheng winked at him, and Lu Jianjun nodded and stopped asking. You two, take me to the garbage pit behind to find the urn. Yes, police officer. Lu Jianjun left with 2 rest workers. After the 3 of them left, Lu Rongzhang became irritable and kept smoking one by one. His eyes were pretending to look at the scenery and looked around. Zhou Zheng watched his every move closely, and a quarter of an hour later, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and it was shown on the screen that the phone was called by Lu Jianjun. "Hey master, how are you? Have you found it?" Lu Jianjun's excited voice came from the phone receiver. "Xiaozhou, I found the urn. What do you think is inside? It scares you when you say it." Zhou Zheng felt a little moved, and sure enough, there was something wrong with the urn. "Master, stop keeping it aside, hurry up and say it," Lu Jianjun said on the phone. "Xiaozhou, the urn contains packed ice. Although it is not filled with only 3 packs, I guess it is less than 3 kilograms. 6 kilograms of ice, how many people would have harmed if this was circulated on the market?" "Master, are you sure it's ice?" Zhou Zheng asked worriedly. Li Jianjun said. "Confirm an affirmation, Xiaozhou, I went to the drug control team to do business before, and I have seen that thing and smelled it. The smell is really rushing. I still remember it freshly and can't make mistakes. Xiaozhou, there must be something wrong with this Lu Rongzhang. Be careful not to let this kid run away. I have called the director to call the officer. I will go back immediately. Be careful." "Well, I know master." Zhou Zheng nodded and hung up the phone calmly. "Official, that pretender is going to run away." Chen Yang shouted loudly from the side. Looking at Lu Rongzhang again, at some point, this guy tiptoed to the door. "Stop!" Zhou Zheng hurriedly chased forward, but Lu Rongzhang stopped running, and turned around and looked panicked. "Police officer, I didn't run, I didn't run." When Zhou Zheng chased him, suddenly, Lu Rongzhang's eyes were wide open, and a cruel expression appeared on his face, raising the iron wrench hidden behind him. This big wrench can be at least 20 kilograms, and it can be bent when it hits an ordinary steel pipe. When it hits a person's head, it will be immediately opened. Zhou Zheng was too close to Lu Rongzhang, and it was too late to hide again, so he had to stretch out his left arm and think about holding it hard, but he didn't know if he could withstand it. He charged his right fist and looked at Lu Rongzhang's throat. At worst, he could fight for both sides and lose money. He would never let him run away like this. At the critical moment, Zhou Zheng's coy physique showed his might again. Lu Rongzhang used too much force, and the big wrench raised high hit the door frame, and wood chips flew for a moment. Dong! Bang! Oh! Lu Rongzhang was shocked and couldn't hold it. The wrench flew out of his hand, and his big head was hitting his feet. His foot bones suddenly broke. He took off his shoes and hugged his feet and sat on the ground wailing. Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment. Lu Rongzhang also acted so ruthlessly on himself? What a cruel person! However, he didn't dare to be careless, so he took out the chilly water contained at his waist and sprayed Lu Rongzhang's face. The pepper was covered with water, and the hibernating face and eyes hurt. Lu Rongzhang completely lost his combat power and was wailing even more powerfully. Zhou Zheng threw away the pepper sprayer and kicked him over and pressed him hard to the ground. Li Yude was frightened by the sudden situation and shivered behind the shell of a Mercedes-Benz. Chen Yang was not afraid, but when he saw Lu Rongzhang being caught, he became excited. He staggered over with his shackles, picked up the pepper sprayer on the ground, sprayed Lu Rongzhang's head, and kicked him hard. Sand coins! Kick and scold! Lu Rongzhang screamed like a pig. Lu Rongzhang wanted to escape because Chen Yang reminded Zhou Zheng, so Zhou Zheng did not scold him and raised his eyes and asked, "What's going on with you?" "Chen Yang, I hate him, I want to kill him." At this time, a messy footsteps came from outside, and Lu Jianjun came back with his urn and 2 repairmen. Seeing Zhou Zheng pressing tightly, Lu Rongzhang, who was lying on the ground, quickly took out a pair of handcuffs and threw them to Zhou Zheng. "Xiaozhou, what's going on?" "Card! Zhou Zheng added handcuffs to Lu Rong. His foot was injured with a board and he was handcuffed again. Now he can't escape with his wings. This kid wants to run away, and he also wants to sneak attack me with a wrench, but I resolved and caught him. Zhou Zheng stood up and briefly described the passing. Lu Jianjun couldn't help but feel a little scared when he saw the big wrench on the ground. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng was lucky. If someone else didn't say it well, he would be hit on the head by a wrench, and he explained it at that time. Lu Jianjun said, "Xiaozhou, there are about 3 kilograms of packed ice in the urn. This thing appears in Lu Rongzhen's car. This kid is probably a drug dealer." Zhou Zheng nodded. "Master, I have long suspected this kid." Li Jianjun asked in surprise. "When? Where did you tell me?" Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Master, I will tell you this question later." As he said that, he said to Lu Rongzheng, "Lu Rongzheng, you found ice in your car. Do you have anything to say?" Lu Rongzheng was already in trouble at this time, and his eyes were so painful that he couldn't even open it, especially his foot bones were broken, which made the pain so that he was so cold. "It's still quibbling." "Police officer, I don't know what you are talking about. I am a good person, how can I sell drugs?" "You were picked out from the crowd of good people, right?" Lu Jianjun interrupted. "You really have the ice hidden in the urn. If Chen Yang hadn't stolen your car, you might have escaped successfully." "Police officer, I'm going to sue you for defamation when I say this. I said that the urn is not mine. It may be left by the owner of the previous car. As for what I don't know." Lu Rongzhen's cooked duck has a hard mouth. Zhou Zheng asked in reverse. "Then why did you run away just now? You still want to attack me? Honestly, who did you trade with when you came to Jiangbei?" Lu Rongzheng was silent. "Don't speak," Zhou Zheng said with his chin. "The urn is filled with only 3 bags of packed ice, and there is still a lot of space left. You kid came from the south from thousands of miles away. It is impossible to bring these, right? I guess, did you sell some ice? Is the buyer called Wang Qiang?" Lu Rongzhen's eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. How come he knows everything? Chapter 88. I have a premonition that you want to be promoted to the 2nd level police officer. Zhou Zheng said the name Wang Qiang, and Lu Rongzheng was shocked. He is indeed Wang Qiang's superior, and he has had several transactions with Wang Qiang. During the transaction, he would send his confidant Massage from the south to take Bing to Jiangbei for transactions. In addition to Wang Qiang in Jiangbei, he had a next home in the city next door. The date of the transaction was set, but his deli maid was jealous of a lady while drinking in a nightclub, and was cut and hospitalized several times. In desperation, Lu Rongzheng had to come in person, but he could meet and contact these next families for a while. The policeman said Wang Qiang's name, which shows that Wang Qiang is likely to be arrested. Lu Rongzheng suddenly realized that his Mercedes-Benz was stolen, perhaps a trap. Could it be that Wang Qiang betrayed himself after being arrested and that he had been targeted by the police? Otherwise, why did this young police officer named Zhou Zheng encounter a car thief Chen Yang at the door of a cigarette hotel? Why did Chen Yang sell the car to a local auto repair shop? Who in this industry doesn't know that the stolen goods cannot be spent overnight locally? Moreover, the car was dismantled in a mess. But why didn't their police arrest themselves directly? Is it because there was no evidence at that time? Lu Rongzheng had many questions but was very puzzled, and his heart was completely shattered. He knew that he would be completely defeated this time. Zhou Zheng saw that Lu Rongzhen's face was unstable and knew that he was right. This kid was indeed Wang Qiang's superior. Lu Rongzheng, Wang Qiang has been arrested. He has been arrested. Don't you want to say anything? You must have your fingerprint on the urn. Even if you have zero confession, you can convict you. Sure enough, Wang Qiang was arrested, he must have betrayed me. Lu Rongzhen's heart trembled for a moment, and after thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. Police officer, I said that I brought the ice in the urn. I came to Jiangbei to trade with Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang had several transactions with me. Zhou Zheng nodded and turned to Lu Jianjun and said, Master, Lu Rongzheng admitted that this guy is not only a drug dealer, but also Wang Qiang's superior. Lu Jianjun was very happy. He didn't expect Lu Rongzheng to be able to give up so quickly. These drug dealers knew that they were guilty, and being arrested by the police often indicates that their lives had entered the countdown. Therefore, drug dealers generally resist stubbornly, and no one would confess easily. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Zhou said a few words, Lu Rongzhen's defense collapsed. Lu Jianjun silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. One word is amazing. Lu Jianjun admired Zhou Zheng very much. Anyway, he felt that he did not have Zhou Zheng's 2 tricks, and his apprentice seemed to have surpassed him, and he was both relieved and envious. As for why Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Rongzhen's next family was Wang Qiang, Lu Jianjun was still confused. He asked without shame and pulled Zhou Zheng aside. Xiao Zhou, how do you know that Lu Rongzhen's next home is Wang Qiang? Is it based on your reasoning, or did you find something? Zhou Zheng smiled and said, Master, I found nothing. I was cheating him. I didn't expect to be really I am right. Lu Jianjun was speechless for a moment, and finally patted his shoulder and said sincerely, Xiao Zhou, you are so lucky, you are really overwhelmed and you won't accept it. At this time, a harsh alarm sounded outside. After a while, as the footsteps approached, Hao Aguo, the director of Qiubei Police Station, led several police officers into the yard. Hao Aguo received a call from Lu Jianjun saying that 3 kilograms of ice were found, and the suspect was also present, calling for Hao Aguo to reinforce. Hao Aguo couldn't believe it at the time. Wasn't this pair of masters and apprentices working as mobile posts in the police? Why did you find a drug dealer again? With a lot of questions, Hao Aguo quickly summoned the remaining police force from the police, and everyone was fully armed and rushed towards the Desi Auto Repair located in the outer ring. Seeing that Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun were unscathed, Hao Aguo breathed a sigh of relief and inserted the pistol that had been pulled out half from his waist back. Xiao Zhou, Lao Lu, how about it? Is it okay? Is the director here? Lu Jianjun said. It's okay, we're very good. Lu Rongzheng is not only a drug dealer, but also the previous home of Wang Qiang, the drug dealer we caught last time. I'll go really. Hao Aguo's eyes were wide open. Director, this is evidence of Lu Rongzhen's drug trafficking. Zhou Zheng held the urn and showed Hao Aguo the ice inside. This kid put ice in an urn and hid it in the seat of the car. There were 3 packs of packed ice in the urn, and one of them had been opened by Lu Jianjun and identified it. Hao Aguo picked it up and looked at it, and smelled it again. A pungent smell made him cry almost flow out. It's ice indeed. Hao Aguo looked up and smiled brightly on his face. He patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou, you are so good. After a trip, the police arrested another drug dealer. Wang Qiang's previous family is powerful. The other police officers who followed him were also envious. When they went to the police, they just mediate neighborhood disputes and catch a thief or something. Looking at Comrade Xiao Zhou, a big guy comes as soon as he goes to the police. All the drug dealers arrest 3 of them, which is more efficient than the drug control team. I really want to serve in the same group with him. He can eat meat and drink some soup by himself. It's a pity that his master Lu Jianjun regards him as tighter than his wife, so angry. Hao Aguo first asked the police to lift Lu Rongzheng up from the ground to guard it, and then asked Zhou Zheng again. Xiao Zhou, have you received reports from enthusiastic citizens? Why did you catch a drug dealer so quickly? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Lu Jianjun interrupted. Director, you don't know that Lu Rongzheng, a drug dealer, had his car stolen. Call the police, and I answered the police. On the way to the traffic police team to adjust surveillance, Lu Rongzheng was urgently urinating in a tobacco hotel. When Xiao Zhou was buying water, he happened to meet the car thief Chen Yang and controlled him. Chen Yang confessed that he sold the car to the Desi auto repair factory. We arrived at the auto repair shop. When the stolen car happened to be dismantled and sold parts, the repairman found an urn from the car and threw it away. Xiao Zhou wanted to find an urn, but Lu Rongzhang was in a hurry to leave. He thought that Lu Rongzhang was weird, so he asked me to find the urn and see what was inside. I opened it and saw that it was a good guy, 3 kilograms. Sir, this is what happened. Lu Jianjun repeated it to Lu Haoguo at a very fast speed, and he felt that it was very satisfying to say it. After hearing this, Haoguo's expression on his face was complicated. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun were originally going to help the caller recover the stolen car, but they didn't expect that the caller was a drug dealer with drugs hidden in the car. Isn't this person who stepped on the horse rushing to deliver credit to Xiao Zhou? It is difficult for other police officers to catch a thief. Xiao Zhou arrested the most evil drug dealer. Good guy. Xiao Zhou was indeed possessed by a koi. The police officers around Haoguo were both envious and envious. It took a long time before Haoguo came to his senses. Xiao Zhou, Lao Lu, you and the police officers will take Lu Rongzhang and others back to the police station. I will go to the municipal bureau to report to Director Ma in person. Xiao Zhou, I have a premonition that you will be promoted to second-level superintendent soon. Chapter 89 Shooting oneself in the foot. As soon as Haoguo finished speaking, the police officers around him felt envious again and couldn't help but look at the shoulder stamps on his shoulders. The people who followed Haoguo to serve the police this time were old police officers, including a second-level superintendent with 2 stars, and even a first-level superintendent with 3 stars. Even if Zhou Zheng was promoted to a second-level superintendent with 2 stars, others would not be envious. But the question is, how many years have these police officers been working? 4 or 5 years less, 7 or 8 years more, and this is a smooth promotion without making mistakes. Lu Jianjun made a mistake back then. He was an old policeman for more than 10 years. He should have been promoted to a third-level police supervisor with 2 bars and 1 star. He is still a first-level police supervisor with 1 bar and 3 bars. How long has it been since Zhou Zheng started working? The answer is 3 months and 9 days. It takes at least 4 years to be promoted to a second-level superintendent. Zhou Zheng may be promoted to a second-level superintendent after more than 3 months of working. He will walk nearly 4 years less than ordinary people. Isn't this enviable? Envy, jealousy, and hatred are useless. Who can make others repeatedly what about making great achievements? A wanted criminal went to the police station to consult if he had any evidence of the case. The drug dealer's car was stolen and called Zhou Zheng to find the lost car. Even the bag thief joined in the fun. After succeeding, he was in a panic and fainted in front of him. You can say that all of these are due to luck, but luck is also part of strength. Whenever others are full of luck, others do not have such luck. This is strength. God drives a bulldozer to feed his mouth, and he can't accept it. The police officers around him were so envious. Brother Zheng, I have a ruthless request. Can you take me with me when I go to the police in the future? I will be the pawn for you. Xiao Zhou, take me with me. My wife said all day long that I don't work hard and the stars on her shoulders have not changed. Just pull me with me. Xiao Zhou, it's better to bring a few more people to the police in the future, so everyone can enjoy your luck. Everyone was talking, and Zhou Zheng was speechless for a moment. Haoguo, who was about to turn around and leave, his face sank. No, you all have nothing to do, are you? When you see that Xiao Zhou and Jianjun have made contributions, can you sit still? You are also old policemen, and you don't know that it is difficult to make contributions, and you even risk your life. Do you know when Xiao Zhou arrested drug dealer Wang Qiang last time, he was almost shot in the head? You don't know. When I just saw that I made contributions, why didn't I see how much effort I put in? How many risks have I experienced, or even the test of my life? Hao Aguo scolded him a few times, and the police stopped saying a word. This was the first time they heard that Zhou Zheng was almost shot by drug dealer Wang Qiang. I thought he could make a fortune by luck, but I didn't expect that there would be a dangerous time. Ask yourself, can you really catch drug dealers in the face of the risk of a headshot? Everyone has only a vague answer in their hearts, but they are not sure that they will definitely go. The police officers all showed shame on their faces and sighed in their hearts. It seemed that Xiao Zhou did not make a contribution by making great contributions, all by being very lucky, and he couldn't help but have a new understanding of Zhou Zheng. Hao Aguo paused. He was now in a hurry to go to the municipal bureau to report to Ma Ziajun, and he didn't say more and gave a few instructions. Okay, I'm going to go to the city bureau. You must be careful on the way back to the police station. That Lu Rongzheng is a big drug dealer. Please give me some snacks and don't let him run away. Captain, Lu Rongzheng can't run away. This kid's feet seem to be useless. A police officer pointed at Lu Rongzhen's feet and said. At this time, his feet were swollen and thicker than radish, and his skin was dark purple, like a ripe purple-skinned eggplant, and he couldn't stand steadily. The policeman raised his legs, and Lu Rongzheng immediately burst into tears and howls. The sound was harsh and he thought he was killing a pig. His feet drooped 45 degrees, and it seemed that his feet were broken. Hao Aguo took a breath and couldn't help looking at Zhou Zheng. Needless to say, Zhou Zheng did this to stop Lu Rongzheng from escaping. After all, when he arrested drug dealer Wang Qiang 2 days ago, the scene where Wang Qiang broke 6 ribs by Iron Mountain behind hit him is still vivid in my mind. However, you should take ruthless measures against vicious criminals, as a woman's kindness will only harm herself. Zhou Zheng seemed to see Hao Aguo's thoughts and explained. Director, I didn't kill the injury on Lu Rongzhen's foot. Hao Aguoxin said that this was not a mistake. Why didn't Xiao Zhou dare to admit it? It's not you? Could it be that he caused it himself? It's really his own cause. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Lu Rongzheng originally wanted to attack me with an iron wrench, but who knew that when he was accumulating power, he smashed the door frame too hard and took off his hand. The iron wrench fell and hit him on the surface of his feet. As soon as Zhou Zheng finished speaking, not only Hao Aguo, the other police officers were also amused and crying. Lu Rongzheng deserves it, and this is called shooting himself in the foot. However, Hao Aguo was also a little scared. The iron rifle was more than half a meter long. If Lu Rongzheng succeeded in a sneak attack, Zhou Zheng might be in danger. This is also what Hao Aguo has always been worried about. Xiao Zhou is full of luck and can turn bad luck into good luck, but if he doesn't work once, he will stop. Xiao Zhou, if you arrest criminals in the future, you must first ensure your own safety. Learn more from your master and don't bother me. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Sir, how could that be? I've recorded it, don't worry. Hao Aguo nodded and said nothing more. He went out and drove a police car straight to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. When I arrived at the municipal bureau, I parked my car, walked into the police building and came to the director's office. Dong 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 dong. He knocked on the office door excitedly. The director's office was spacious and bright. Ma Ziajun held a pen and bowed his head to handle official business at the desk. The olive branches and cross stars on the shoulders of the white shirt were shining brightly under the sunlight. Enter. He shouted but did not look up, and was still busy. The door opened and Hao Aguo walked in, with a look of suppressing his inner happiness on his face. Master Bureau, Master Bureau. Ma Ziajun looked up, and there was no expression on his serious face. Old Hao, why did you come to me today if you have time? Let's sit down. I'm really having something to do with you, Director Ma. Hao Aguo sat on the sofa without saying a word. Ma Ziajun frowned and thought to himself, when did Hao Aguo change his temperament? In the past, I always came to the director's office with timidity. He put down his pen and got up, walked opposite Hao Aguo and sat down. "Old Hao, I think you will not go to the Three Treasures Palace without any trouble. Tell me, what's the matter?" Just now, Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun arrested another drug dealer and initially interrogated that this kid was from the south and the previous home of Wang Qiang, the drug dealer we caught last time. What? Is it because I caught a drug dealer, is it from the south, or is it Wang Qiang's superior? Ma Ziajun just sat on the sofa and stood up involuntarily. In the morning, the provincial department leaders called and said that drug dealers from the south had recently been active in the Jiangbei area. The superiors attached great importance to this matter, so that the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau must be vigilant. It is best to catch this drug dealer from the south to prevent drugs from being scattered among the people and endangering the people. Ma Ziajun was under pressure and quickly conveyed this situation to the drug dealers. There must be a connection between drug dealers. He asked the drug dealers to increase the trial of Wang Qiang and strive to dig out some useful information from Wang Qiang. As a result, the anti-drug team was unable to open a breakthrough for a long time, but the Qiobei police station had already captured the drug dealers from the south. The event of adding gifts and updates is no longer in progress, and the data is getting worse and worse. It is probably difficult to achieve. I would like to add one chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 90 Is Zhou Zheng a lie? After hearing Hao Aguo say that, the pressure on Ma Ziajun suddenly eased. Did drug dealers from the south catch them? Zhou Zheng from Qiobei police station was the one who made the contribution? While I was surprised, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with the drug control team. The grassroots police have done all the anti-drug work. What does the anti-drug team do? The drug dealer Wang Qiang was also arrested by Qiobei. He paved the way for you and left the person to review. He had no idea after 2 days. Although the leader values whether you work hard in your daily work, what the leader values more is whether you can share his worries at critical moments. Obviously, the Qiobei police did it and Comrade Xiaozhou did it. Ma Ziajun was very happy, so he naturally took another look at Qiobei Institute and Zhou Zheng. Old Hao, it's not bad. Your Qiobei has done a very good job. Comrade Xiaozhou is as motivated and capable as always. Good. Come to Laohao and drink some water. Ma Ziajun said, getting up and trying to help Hao Aguo pour water. This is Iwu and Wu. No, I will do it myself, Director Ma. Ma Ziajun is polite, Hao Aguo dare not be ignorant. He has no nerve to ask the director to pour water for him personally. Hao Aguo snatched the disposable paper cup from Ma Ziajun's hand and did it himself, so Ma Ziajun naturally would not force it. He just needs to care for his subordinates. Ma Bureau, drug dealer Lu Rongzheng, I have asked my comrades to take back to Qiobei Station. Please give me instructions on your next work. Ma Ziajun sank for a moment. Old Hao, please hand Lu Rongzheng over to the drug control team for interrogation. Although the person was caught by Qiobei, it is the counterpart of the drug control team after all. Do you have any objections? No comment. Hao Aguo replied without hesitation. He naturally would not have any objection after the leader spoke. Anyway, Ma Ziajun knew that the drug dealer was caught by Qiobei. Ma Ziajun was very satisfied with Hao Aguo's attitude and stood up and said, Old Hao, your Qiobei Institute has made another contribution this time. Comrade Zhou Zheng is as outstanding as ever. I will report it to the provincial department immediately. Master Ma, look at Xiaozhou's successive contributions, should he move upwards? Hao Aguo asked with hope. If Zhou Zheng was promoted to a second-level police superintendent with 2 stars in less than 4 months of working, no police officers in Jiangbei would be allowed to do so. Such a powerful policeman came from Qiobei Station and was trained by him, Hao Aguo. At that time, he would be able to be in front of the director of the brother police station. Ma Ziajun did not answer immediately but looked out the window. He knew that Zhou Zheng was a talented person, full of energy, and he was also willing to train him, but he was easy to break with a strong bow, and he was promoted too fast and he didn't know if it was a good thing for Zhou Zhang. Besides, there is no policeman in the city who has been promoted to a second-level superintendent in less than 4 months after joining the workforce. Ma Ziajun decided to let the flow go. Anyway, he said it himself, so he would rather let the boss above make the decision. Old Hao, there is no precedent for being promoted to a second-level police superintendent in Jiangbei City as soon as he started working, and I cannot decide whether Zhou Zheng's promotion is promoted. When I report to the boss, I will mention it. As for whether I can be promoted, I should let it go. Okay. The leader said this, what else can Hao Aguo say? Then what the horse bureau is, if it's okay, I'll say goodbye. Ma Ziajun nodded. Next, I will notify the drug control team to go to Kyobei Institute to recommend people. At that time, your Kyobei Institute will cooperate with the handover. Yes. After Hao Aguo left, Ma Ziajun wanted to call the drug control team first and inform them to go to Kyobei Station to hand over drug dealer Lu Rongzheng. After thinking about it, I picked up the red landline on my desk and called the provincial department. Jiangbei City First Hospital. 2 fully armed policemen stood at the door of an ordinary single ward. They had guns in their calfskin hoods around their waists and were gravely smiling on their serious faces. In the single ward, drug dealer Wang Qiang was out of danger of his life. His face was pale, his wrist was handcuffed firmly to the hospital bed, and his ribs were painful from time to time, causing the muscles on his face to twitch. Wang Qiang, I advise you not to resist stubbornly. You also know our policies. We are frank, lenient, resist and strict. Ma Ermao has confessed that you are his superior. Do you think we can do nothing if you don't say anything? The captain of the anti-drug team, Wan Lishan, stood in front of the hospital bed and looked down at Wang Qiang, putting pressure on him. Wang Qiang has been awake for more than a day, and Wan Lishan has been interrogating him. This kid is like a stone in a pit, smelly and hard without saying a word. Ma Ziajun once called Wan Lishan and told him to dig through Wang Qiang's information as soon as possible. The latest news was that drug dealers wandered from the south to Jiangbei. It was very likely that they had something to do with Wang Qiang. This guy must not leave calmly. Wan Lishan suddenly felt pressure, but Wang Qiang refused to speak. Ma Ermao was just a retail investor under Wang Qiang and didn't know too much information about Wang Qiang. He could only interrogate Wang Qiang at a high intensity, hoping to collapse Wang Qiang's psychological defense line. Wang Qiang tilted his head with difficulty, and a smile that was even worse than crying appeared on his pale face. Police officer, what do you want to know? Seeing that Wang Qiang finally spoke, Wan Lishan was happy and asked quickly. Who is your previous family? Are you from the south? Have you arrived in Jiangbei recently? Have you traded? Wang Qiang's heart moved. The police's news was quite well informed. Could it be that Boss Lu was arrested? After thinking about it, he denied this idea. If Lu Rongzheng was arrested, Wan Lishan would not be so anxious to dig out information from him. I confessed that I was sitting in the bottom of a lenient prison. A drug dealer like him who was extremely guilty was not even qualified to sit in the bottom of a jail. Eating a peanut on my head was my final destination. If you say that you can't survive, you might be able to live a few more days. Have no idea. Wang Qiang said coldly, turned his head over, and looked at the ceiling, no longer speaking. I'm damn. 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven by the storm of Wanli Mountain. This kid thought that his psychological defense was loose and he was about to stop, but he still couldn't get in. Wang Qiang. Wan Lishan broke through the defense and shouted with a blue face. Pay attention to your attitude. Dingling. At this time, his cell phone rang. Wan Lishan glared at Wang Qiang, looked down at the phone screen, and hurried to the corner to answer the phone. Master Horse. Lao Wan, how are you doing there? Is there any result in the interrogation of Wang Qiang? Wan Lishan's heart skipped a beat and said carefully. Master Ma, no. Not yet. This kid is like a rock in a pit, smelly and hard, but don't worry, I will take him down. Whether he has anything to do with the drug dealers from the south we'll be able to figure out soon. Wan Lishan expressed his determination to Ma Ziajun on the phone, but Ma Ziajun did not answer his words. Lao Wan, let Wang Qiang interrogation be released first, and the drug dealers from the south have been arrested. Wan Lishan was shocked. What, caught it? Who caught it? The criminal police team or the public security department? Ma Ziajun's voice came from the receiver. None of them are, it's Zhou Zhang, a policeman from Qiubei police station. You take people to the person mentioned in Qiubei, that's it. Wan Lishan put down the phone, his eyes were dull and muttered to himself. It's Qiubei police station again, it's Zhou Zhang again. The police officer of the drug control team next to him asked. Captain, you won't be stimulated by anything, right? What did Director Ma tell you? I was stimulated by the fact that I was on the horse. Zhou Zhang from Qiubei Institute caught the drug dealer from the south, and it was him again. Do you think Zhou Zhang has a plug-in? Wan Lishan said in both envy and jealous. Chapter 91 The drug anti-drug team blatantly poached Zhou Zhang. Desi Auto Repair Shop. After Hao Aguo left, Zhou Zhang and others also wanted to withdraw their teams and rush back to the police station. The car thief Chen Yang only learned at this time that the owner of the car he stole was a drug dealer. Then what, police officer, have I made a meritorious service? Chen Yang stumbled on the side. To be honest, if Chen Yang hadn't stole Lu Rongzhen's car, he wouldn't have called the police, and he would have exposed himself in the end. It seems that Chen Yang has some connection with his meritorious service. However, his subjective motives were illegal, and Lu Jianjun really didn't know how to define them for a while. Zhou Zhendao. What are you thinking? Stealing a car is your subjective behavior. Even if teacher Zhang San comes, you will be sure that you have committed any illegal acts. First, come back to the police station, and we will consider your illegal behavior as appropriate next. Then thank you, Uncle Police. Oh. I can't do it anymore, it hurts me so much. Lu Rongzheng was still wailing on the side. His feet were broken and his pain was so severe that his throat was hoarse. Lu Jianjun frowned when he looked at Lu Rongzhen's injured foot. Xiaozhou, this kid's feet look serious. Why don't you take him to the hospital first? Zhou Zhang nodded. Although the drug dealer is extremely guilty, he cannot ignore his injuries based on humanitarian principles. The other police officers took Chen Yang and the owner of the repair shop back to the police station for interrogation. Zhou Zhang and Lu Jianjun escorted Lu Rongzheng to Jiangbei City First Hospital for treatment. After quitting the orthopedics number, Lu Rongzhen's foot bone was broken after a video test. Fortunately, he was stable. Qualitative fractures do not require surgery, and doctors use manual reduction to apply gypsum to conservative treatment. During this period, Hao Aguo called and said that he had reported his work to the Ma Bureau and asked where they were. Zhou Zhang said that at Jiangbei First Hospital, he treated the seriously injured Lu Rongzheng and injured his feet. Hao Aguo Dao. Xiaozhou, Lao Wan from the anti-drug team will ask you for someone later. This is what Director Ma means. After you hand over the handover, go back to Qiubei Station. I know the director. Zhou Zhang replied. He didn't want to interrogate Lu Rongzheng either. He should leave these things to the drug control team. After all, they are the corresponding majors, and he just wants to catch bad people and make contributions. Xiaozhou, I have already mentioned the promotion to you to Bureau Ma for you. Bureau Ma also agreed to apply to the above. If this matter becomes yours, you will be the youngest second-level police superintendent in Jiangbei City. Thank you, Director. Zhou Zhang was also happy when he heard Hao Aguo's words. It was not that he was very passionate about fame and fortune, but that he had the goal of being promoted to police chief for 3 years. The promotion of the police supervisor requires the nodding of the approval of the provincial department. The promotion of the police supervisor requires the number 1 brother in the department to personally sign the promotion order. If you don't make some achievements that are beyond your reach, and if you don't speed up, how can you be promoted to a white-clothed boss within 3 years? Now the second step of the long march has been successfully promoted from a trainee policeman to a third-level superintendent in just a few days. This second step must be done well. Xiao Zhou. Hao Aguo is more enthusiastic about this matter than Zhou Zheng. At that time, not only will you be glorious and your Kyobei Institute become famous, but your parents will even be proud of you. Parents? Zhou Zheng suddenly felt sad when he heard these 2 words. Who are my parents? Why don't you have any impression? Are they alive or dead? Where is it if you are still alive? When I have happy things, I will naturally share them with my parents, but this is a luxury for Zhou Zheng. Maybe there will be clues about parents in the box left by Grandpa, but the box has a password. He doesn't know the password and doesn't want to damage the box. Grandpa told Zhou Zheng before his death that after he and Chu Yunyao got married, he would bury his grandfather's ashes in his hometown and buried them with the box. Then, can he open the box? Now, although Chu Yunyao has obtained a marriage certificate with him, the two still have a 3-year agreement and are not real couples. After Chu Yunyao and him become really married within 3 years, they may be able to know their own life experience when they bring their grandfather's ashes back to their hometown for burial. Zhou Zheng was in a daze for a moment, and he didn't know when Hao Aguo hung up the phone. Hey Xiao Zhou, what did the director tell you just now? Why are you in a daze? Lu Jianjun touched Zhou Zheng with his elbow. Zhou Zheng woke up like a dream. Oh, director said let us hand over Lu Rongzheng to the drug control team and they will come to pick people up later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jianjun's cell phone rang and he took it out and looked at the screen. Lao Wan from the drug control team? The phone is coming so fast. Hey Team Wan, yes, Lu Rongzheng is in our hands, we are in Jiangbei First Hospital. This kid's foot was ruined by our Xiao Zhou. I will not be injured elsewhere and I will not delay your interrogation. What, you are also in Jiangbei First Hospital? That's right, we are in orthopedics, and you can get someone. Wan Lishan hung up the phone and hurried to the orthopedic department with 2 anti-drug team members. This is the second time that the drug dealer has been taken from Kyobei police station. The anti-drug police asked the police station for someone, and it was a bit embarrassing to tell them. Soon, Wan Lishan came to the orthopedic corridor and met Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun didn't tell anything, and pointed at Lu Rongzheng and said, People Wan, this kid is Lu Rongzheng, a drug dealer from the south, and Wang Qiang's previous home. We found the 3 kilograms of ice he carried. Then you can ask someone to come to the police to get the drugs. We will hand over the person to you now. Wan Lishan held Lu Jianjun's hand and said, Old Lu thanked me, how did you catch Lu Rongzheng? We interrogated Wang Qiang for 2 days, but this kid didn't speak up. Lu Jianjun smiled and said, Lu Rongzhen's car was stolen. He called the police, and then Xiao Zhou found out. After briefly retelling the process, Wan Lishan was so surprised that he couldn't stop talking. Damn, no, the drug dealer hid the ice in the car. He lost the car and actually chose to call the police? Ask the police to help get the car back? Is he sick in his brain? Wan Lishan looked at Lu Rongzheng in confusion. Why did you choose to call the police if you lost your car? Are you afraid that the police will find out if there are drugs hidden in your car? Lu Rongzheng sat in a wheelchair and said with a sad face. Didn't you find a policeman if you have something to do? My goods are hidden, very hidden. Who knows that a car thief sold my car to a repair shop? The repair shop dismantled the car into parts on the floor? Is there any way to go for bad luck? Your brain is really sick. Wan Lishan was speechless. Don't worry whether Lu Rongzhen's head is sick or not, anyway, This is the case. We have arrested the person and left it to you now. Lu Jianjun said with a smile. Zhou Zheng is absolutely in a position to be in trouble. Wan Lishan lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, then suddenly raised his head and held Zhou Zheng's hand tightly with a smile on his face. Xiao Zhou, are you interested in coming to the drug control team? I think you are very destined to be with our drug control team. I mentioned it to you last time, how are you considering? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Lu Jianjun immediately stopped doing it. Oh, Lao Wan, be a person. You don't have the blatant poaching of yours. If he were in front of our strengths, he would be with you. Do you believe it if you are anxious? Hehe, isn't this old Hao here? Wan Lishan smiled awkwardly. He has made every effort to do his best. Zhou Zheng is a talented person, and Wan Lishan likes him more and more. How about Xiao Zhou? As long as you nod, I will go and apply to the Ma Bureau. If you don't come in vain, you will be the leader of the drug control team. Lao Wan has seen you again. Lu Jianjun pulled Zhou Zheng and left, saying as he walked. Xiao Zhou, don't listen to Lao Wan fooling you. Their anti-drug team's work is tiring, hard and dangerous. It's not as good as our police station. Zhou Zheng was actually a little moved when he went to work in the drug control team, but it was not good to change jobs shortly after he started working. Now he should take one step at a time. The two drove back to Qiubei Station and went to the director's office first. Lu Rongzheng handed it to the drug control team and had to say hello to Hao Aguo. As soon as he entered the director's office, he smelled a pungent smell of Chinese medicine. Hao Aguo was bent over and putting plaster on his waist. Sir, what's wrong with you? Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun asked at the same time. I've been dealing with the old problem of back pain again. This time it's very serious. It hurts so much that I can't straighten my back. Hao Aguo said painfully. Chapter 92. The next director is yours. Sir, please don't touch me, I'll help you with plaster. Zhou Zheng saw Hao Aguo bent over and grinned in pain, but the plaster on his hand was unable to find the right place, so he hurried forward to help. Xiao Zhou, I'll do it. Lu Jianjun reacted and walked forward. Hao Aguo Dao. Xiao Zhou, let Jianjun come, you don't know where to post it. The old police officers who came to Qiubei police station early knew that Hao Aguo had a bad waist, and almost all the gay men helped him apply plaster. Zhou Zheng was a newcomer and naturally didn't know how to start, so he handed over the plaster to Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun was very familiar with it and quickly helped Hao Aguo apply plaster. Sir, please post it. Well, thank you Jianjun. Hao Aguo made a polite statement, and Lu Jianjun frowned and seemed very unhappy. Sir, what do you think of this? We don't need to thank you. Lu Jianjun helped Hao Aguo and turned around. He slowly sat on the chair and said, Jianjun, I'm polite. Zhou Zheng was happy to see Hao Aguo's face, but his brows frowned, which shows that he was not tortured by back pain. Hao Aguo breathed a long sigh after sitting down. Oh, I've been dealing with the old problem of back pain again. It's really a delay. I'm so old. By the way, Xiao Zhou Jianjun, why are you back so soon? Lu Rongzheng gave it to Lao Wan from the drug control team. Zhou Zheng nodded. Director, Lu Rongzheng successfully handed it over to Captain Wan of the drug control team. He happened to be in the hospital. After making a phone call, he met us soon. Well, okay, those 3 kilograms of drugs are still in our Qiubei Institute. Have you told Lao Wan? Let their anti-drug team take it away quickly. This thing is a hot potato. I specifically asked the 2 policemen to stare at it. I said it. Lu Jianjun said. Teams 10,000 teams will send someone to pick them up soon. Okay, that's good. Lu Jianjun looked at Zhou Zheng, then turned to Hao Aguo Dao. Director, when Xiao Zhou and I left, Lao Wan said something, and I don't know if I should tell you. What did Lao Wan say? Jianjun, don't hesitate. Hao Aguo asked after picking up the cup and taking a sip of tea. Director, then I'll just say that Lao Wan from the anti-drug team wants to dig the bottom of our Kyobei Institute. Does he want Xiao Zhou to work in the anti-drug team? What? Hao Aguo heard that his eyes were wide open, and his body accidentally pulled his waist injury, and he grinned in pain. Oh! Sir, are you okay? It's okay. Hao Aguo covered his waist with one hand and waved his hand with the other. It's okay, I'll pull my waist. This Lao Wan, how helpful did our Kyobei Institute help him? This kid doesn't say he is grateful to him, but he still has to dig up my walls. That's right, Team Wan also said that Xiao Zhou had gone over and arranged for him to be the team leader. Isn't this an unfair competition? Lu Jianjun said with a bit of innocence. Hao Aguo suddenly felt a sense of crisis when he heard this. Zhou Zheng is now well known in the Jiangbei police system. There are too few such talents and will definitely be coveted by leaders of some departments. Look at Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Zhendao. Director, I have no idea, nor do I plan to change jobs. I am from our Kyobei police station. You and my master are so kind to me, and I can't bear to leave Kyobei station. Okay, okay. A flower appeared on Hao Aguo's face. I'm very pleased that you have this idea. Xiao Zhou, I should retire shortly after I get old. I think you are the next director of the Kyobei police station. Lu Jianjun said sincerely that the director also learned to draw cakes, but looking at Hao Aguo's tone of speaking, it seemed that he was not joking. Hao Aguo continued. Xiao Zhou, you haven't been married for a long time. The couple is on honeymoon period. I won't be able to work at night in the future. Let's go to Chenbei Ishi. Zhou Zheng naturally knew that it was Hao Aguo showing goodwill to him, so he waved his hand quickly. Sir, no need, I still hope that you will treat me as an ordinary policeman and never make special contributions to me. Ha ha ha. Zhang Aguo's smile on his face became even brighter. Okay, I'm really not wrong with you. If you work hard, you may not have no future even if you are a policeman. You too will make Chen Yang's confession in the afternoon, and today you will make an exception. You will get off work early when you have nothing to do. Lu Jianjun immediately smiled when he heard that he could get off work early. Thank you, Director. You boy. Hao Aguo pointed at Lu Jianjun with his hand, but said nothing, and said in his heart. I don't know why you said that Lao Wan from the drug control team is poaching. Isn't it just a reminder to take Xiao Zhou seriously? Xiao Zhou is the treasure of Kyobei Institute, and I will also pay attention to it without you saying it. Sir, if you have nothing to do, we will leave. The two of them said hello and were about to leave the office. Hao Aguo stood up subconsciously. It didn't matter when he stood up, but he felt that his waist was as painful and cold as an ice cone inserted into his body. Oh! I supported my desk with both hands and didn't dare to move any more. Sir, why don't we take you to the hospital? Lu Jianjun felt unbearable. Hao Aguo shook his head and said stubbornly. What hospital do I go to? I have an old problem. I have seen so many doctors. They all say that I can't cure my waist and can only stay in bed. How can I lie at home with so many things in the institute? I didn't expect it to get heavier every day. Zhou Zheng felt aroused. He had never used his master-level acupuncture technique. Why not help the director treat his back injury now? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhendao. Sir, why don't you let me take a look for you? Hao Aguo looked up when he heard this. What? Xiao Zhou, do you still know medical skills? My waist injury is an old disease, and it has been seen by traditional Chinese and Western medicine and cannot be cured at all. The implication is that you are just a policeman who knows that you are excellent, but you are like a mountain. Both Chinese and Western medicine cannot treat them well, so don't join in the fun. Zhou Zheng smiled. Director, my grandfather used to be the chief's guard and learned the medical skills of both hands from the master of the national medical skills. He later taught me one or two. If the director believed me, I will help you see. Haha, is it? He is very patriotic and half-doubted, but he knows that Zhou Zheng will never harm him. Okay, Xiao Zhou, then I'll help me treat it. If you have no psychological burden, just be a living horse. Zhou Zheng looked dark, and it was obvious that Hao Aguo was not optimistic about him. Sir, you find a place to lie down. Then come to my lounge. Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun helped Hao Aguo to a small suite in the office. This suite is about 10 square meters, and there is a single bed beside the wall where Hao Aguo rests. Hao Aguo tried his best to get on the bed and lay down. Zhou Zheng obtained the master-level acupuncture skill, and also had certain attainments in veins and bones. 2 fingers wandered around Hao Aguo's waist like flexible snakes. Director, does it hurt here? Here. The cause of the disease was quickly found. Director, is your waist injury caused by pulling? Then it caught a cold again, causing the cold air to enter the body. When the waist injury occurs, the waist hurts and is cold, just like an ice cone piercing into the waist, and the pain is unbearable. I'll go. Hao Aguo was surprised. Xiao Zhou, you said nothing wrong. Chapter 93 The Wonderful Uses of Master-Level Acupuncture. Zhou Zheng quickly determined the cause of Hao Aguo's back injury, which surprised Hao Aguo. In the early years, he had just started working, and once he went to the police to persuade a girl who wanted to jump off a building and commit suicide due to emotional reasons. At that time, when the university fell from the sky, the girl stood on the roof of the THRESTARE building built by her home, but was indifferent to the persuasion and begging from her parents and friends. After Hao Aguo arrived, he quietly went up to the roof, wanting to pull the girl from the eaves to a safe position while she was unprepared. At that time, the outdoor temperature was -15 degrees Celsius. Hao Aguo took off his jacket to save the person, and his whole body was trembling with coldness. As soon as he touched the girl quietly, the girl jumped down. At the critical moment, Hao Aguo rushed over and grabbed her hand quickly, and half of his body hung on the eaves. For this reason, his elbows and stomach were scratched on a large scale, and his waist was stretched and hurt so much. The police officer behind quickly stepped forward to pull the two of them back, but was stopped by Hao Aguo because his hand was almost unable to grasp the girl's hand, and he would get out of his hand as soon as he moved. The fire brigade came a little late due to heavy snow, and Hao Aguo persisted in the ice and snow for about 20 minutes. In the end, the girl was saved and he was sent to the hospital. He was young at that time and was discharged from the hospital after staying in the hospital for a few days, but his waist injury remained on him forever. After so many years, he was in pain whenever the attack occurred. Even Lu Jianjun didn't know much about this matter, and he didn't expect that Zhou Zheng could diagnose how his back injury was caused. This ignited hope in Hao Aguo's heart. It seems that Xiao Zhou really has 2 tricks, which is more reliable than all the doctors he has seen. Xiao Zhou, you are right. My injury was indeed caused by the ice and snowy environment. It is inevitable to catch a cold. Can it be cured? It shouldn't be a big problem. This kind of back injury is not difficult for Zhou Zheng, but it is the first time he can't handle it. Too much talk. Okay, Xiao Zhou, don't worry about treatment. It doesn't matter if it doesn't cure it. Zhou Zheng nodded and turned to Lu Jianjun and said, Master, are there any silver needles for acupuncture in our infirmary? Silver needle? Lu Jianjun lowered his voice and said, Xiao Zhou, are you planning to use acupuncture to treat the director? The director has also had acupuncture several times before, but the effect is not great. Can you do it? Zhou Zheng said confidently. The poor effect is that the acupuncture technique is unprofessional. The silver needle is not long enough. If you cannot touch the cold poison, you will naturally not be able to lead it out of the body. Master, don't worry, I won't do things that I'm not sure about. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was sure of his words, Lu Jianjun refused to persuade him. Okay, you guys wait a moment, I'll go to the infirmary to take a look. It seems that I have seen a set of silver needles before, but no one can use them and I don't know where to put them. Master, the best silver needle length I need is 4 inches, not short. Also, I also need medical alcohol and cotton. Oh, I know, if I don't, I'll go to the pharmacy outside to buy one. Lu Jianjun said as he quickly walked out of the director's office. Zhou Zheng was not idle either. Seeing that Hao Aguo's expression was still painful, he reached out to help him massage his waist to relieve the pain of his waist injury. Not to mention, the massage technique included with master-level acupuncture is really effective. Hao Aguo felt a sensation of relaxation in his waist, and even the pain was reduced a little, and he made a ecstasy sound from his mouth. Oh! Yeah! Zhou Zheng heard a scream like a wild cat and estrus in his ears, and he couldn't help but look dark. Let's discuss, Director, can you stop calling so loud? Hao Aguo's old face was also so shameless that he said embarrassedly. Xiaozhou, this is an instinctive reaction. Do you understand the instinctive reaction? I also want to control it, but I can't control myself. I have to say that you are really awesome. I just pressed my waist a few times and felt much more relaxed. I have asked a doctor to massage my waist before, but none of them have massaged me a little. Compared to you, they are a complete quack doctor. Zhou Zheng smiled and thought to himself. The system produces it is indeed a high-quality product, and no skill is lost. The silver needle is here. After a chaotic footsteps, Lu Jianjun ran in quickly. He was holding a plastic bag in his hand and did not look like he was returning empty-handed. Xiaozhou, how about this set of silver needles? The specifications are 12 of 5 inches. Is it enough? Lu Jianjun took out a rectangular box from the plastic bag, and after opening it, the silver needles inside were neatly arranged and shone with a cold light. Zhou Zheng nodded. Enough, the length is enough, the quantity doesn't matter. I just need one. Zhou Zheng can use a 6-inch needle, and 5-inch needle is even less difficult for him, and the length of the 5-inch silver needle is more than enough to treat Hao Aguo's injury. Zhou Zheng said as he used 2 fingers to pick out a silver needle and disinfected the silver needle with a cotton pad dipped in medical alcohol. Hao Aguo was curious in his heart, and he looked at him with difficulty with his neck tilted, and couldn't help but be shocked. I'll go, the silver needle is so long? The 5-inch silver needle is about 16.5 centimeters, which looks very scary. When Hao Aguo used to use acupuncture, doctors only used 3-inch silver needles, and not all of them were used when acupuncture was laid. No, Xiaozhou, you have to take a little care of such a long needle, and you won't be able to stab it all in, right? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Sir, no, don't worry, it will definitely not hurt. If you are afraid, don't watch it. In fact, Zhou Zheng didn't know if it would hurt. He saw that Hao Aguo was a little nervous and deliberately comforted him. What am I afraid of? I didn't say I was afraid. Hao Aguo turned his head. I feel uncomfortable, always tilted my neck. This is not scary. While Zhang Aguo was speaking, Zhou Zheng picked up the tail of the silver needle, found the right position, and pierced it in one go. Hao Aguo felt like he was bitten by an ant on his waist, and it really didn't hurt. Zhou Zheng focused on using the silver needle to bypass various nerves, and then found the gathering cold air. His wrist trembled, and the cold air was guided out along the silver needle. A minute later, white frost appeared on the silver needle. Hao Aguo couldn't help but shivered, and felt a piece of ice on his lower back. Lu Jianjun saw it clearly and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Oh my god! Not to mention whether Zhou Zheng can cure Hao Aguo's back injury, who can ordinary people do such a long and soft silver needle successfully enter the body? 2 minutes later, Hao Aguo felt that his lower back had no cold feeling at all, but he was warm. Zhou Zheng has already exported all the cold air, and Hao Aguo's back injury is no longer serious. Pull out the silver needle, Zhou Zhendao. Director, how do you feel after the treatment is over? Is this over? So fast. Hao Aguo suddenly turned over and sat up. Hey, I can't say anything, my lower back doesn't feel any pain at all. Sir, are you completely fine and you can turn yourself over? Lu Jianjun said in surprise. Oh, yes. Hao Aguo was even more happy. He jumped out of the bed and put on his shoes and moved his waist. His injured waist recovered as if it was not painful at all. Xiaozhou, I have a new understanding of you now, miracle doctor. Hao Aguo was indescribable to respect Zhou Zheng's medical skills, and he was also full of gratitude to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and was also happy. First, help the director to treat the back injury. Secondly, he found out master-level acupuncture has a 20/300 experience value in my mind. Chapter 94 The feeling of being targeted by a hungry wolf. After helping Hao Aguo treat his back injury, Zhou Zheng's upgraded experience line of master-level acupuncture appeared in his mind. Upgrading requires 300 experience, and currently 20 experiences. These 20 experience points are obtained by helping Hao Aguo cure his back injury. Master-level acupuncture is the next level of master-level acupuncture, which is a legendary existence. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel moved. If he upgraded to Grandmaster level acupuncture, would he be able to treat Chu Yunyao's grandmother? By the way, the old lady Zhou Zheng had never seen her. She only heard Chu Yunyao say that the old lady is now in a vegetative state, and her treatment in Harmony Hospital in Beijing relies on intubation to prolong her life. The old lady had a relationship with Zhou Zheng's grandfather. The two of them were comrades in arms who almost got married back then. No matter what the reason was, Zhou Zheng wanted to treat the old lady. Next, we need to upgrade the acupuncture technique, and of course we have to take time to accompany Chu Yunyao to visit her grandmother in the capital. Regardless of whether the acupuncture technique has been upgraded or not, we have to treat the old lady. Xiaozhou, what are you thinking, Xiaozhou? Lu Jianjun saw Zhou Zheng lowering his head and pondering, and couldn't help but touch him with his elbow. Only then did Zhou Zheng come back to his senses from his meditation. Oh, it's nothing, acupuncture is quite energy-consuming. I was a little dizzy just now. Zhou Zheng wiped the sweat beads on his forehead and said. Yeah. Lu Jianjun said with some disappointment. Seeing how effective your acupuncture technique is to treat waist injuries in the director, I still want you to help me slap my shoulders and heads. Forget it, you can recover first, and I'll talk about it when I have time. Zhou Zheng looked up and asked. Master, what's wrong with your shoulders? Isn't this periarthritis of the shoulder? It hasn't been healed for several years. Master, take off your clothes and I will treat you now. As long as you use acupuncture to treat it, you will have experience, and the other party is his master, why not do it? Although it is indeed very energy-consuming to use acupuncture, it is still within Zhou Zheng's tolerance. Xiaozhou, can you do it? Why don't you change the day? Seeing that Zhou Zheng looked a little tired on his face, Lu Jianjun felt a little embarrassed. It's okay, master, come quickly, you still have to interrogate Chen Yang after the needle. That's okay. Lu Jianjun turned around and said to Hao Aguadao. Sir, please lend it to your lounge for a while. Jianjun, why are you polite? Use it casually. Hao Aguo's waist injury was cured, just like when he was young. He was in a surprising mood. Not to mention borrowing the lounge or his wife. He definitely couldn't agree. Lu Jianjun took off his clothes and went barefoot in battle. Zhou Zheng asked him to sit on the chair, took out another 5-inch silver needle, disinfected it and stenciled it to the acupoints on his shoulders. I'll go. Hao Aguo next to him was so surprised that he couldn't stop talking. This acupuncture technique was indeed awesome. Zhou Zheng pinched the end of the silver needle with 3 fingers, shook his wrist a few times, pulled it out and pierced it into another acupointment. After doing this, I pierced 3 acupoints and then finished work. Master, that's okay. Lu Jianjun felt that his shoulders were much more relaxed and no longer had any symptoms of pain, so he couldn't help but stand up and move his shoulders. In the past, my arms were not swung round at all, but now it is absolutely fine. Xiaozhou, is my shoulder periarthritis cured? You are so awesome. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Master, I just temporarily controlled the periarthritis of the shoulder. If you want to completely cure it, you will need a second acupuncture. I will help you with acupuncture in a week before you can recover. Lu Jianjun didn't understand this. Xiaozhou, the director said that the waist injury is much more serious than my shoulder periarthritis. Why did you cure it after giving him 1 injection? Why do I still need a second injection? Zhou Zhendao. Master, your situation is different. The director's waist injury is mainly caused by the cold air in his waist. The waist injury will naturally heal if he releases cold air. Master, although your shoulder periarthritis looks less severe than the director's waist injury, it is caused by years of accumulation, so the cure speed will definitely be slower. Xiaozhou, why are you explaining this to him? Hao Aguo curled his lips and gave Lu Jianjun a blank look. You kid is just a burnt bun. If Xiaozhou can cure you, just be happy secretly. It's more serious. It's better than being uncomfortable every day, right? Lu Jianjun smiled foolishly. He, I don't understand, ask. The experience value in Zhou Zheng's mind increased from 20 to 25, and he only gave him 5 points of experience value to treat Lu Jianjun's shoulder periarthritis. At this time, he felt a little panicked. It seemed that using master-level acupuncture was indeed very energy-consuming. No, director, master, I have to rest for a while, I feel a little tired. Zhou Zheng sat on the chair. The two of them immediately became concerned when they heard this. Hao Aguadao. Xiaozhou, I see that your face is not very good. I'm tired of treating us. If you don't have to rest in the afternoon, you don't have to go to work. Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly. How can the director do that? Chen Yang will be interrogated in the afternoon. Lu Jianjun said. Xiaozhou, I'll be in the interrogation at that time, so you don't have to worry about it. The director will ask you to rest, just rest. Okay, director, then I'll have a rest. Zhou Zheng is better to obey his orders than to be respectful. I worked in high intensity these days, stayed up late the night before yesterday, and I spent a lot of energy on helping Hao Aguo and Lu Jianjun to treat him. Zhou Qiashi felt that he was not capable. Stop. Hao Aguo waved his hand and he had the final say in the police station. Xiaozhou, go back. It's noon soon. I'll ask my brother and sister to have a meal together. You can, he. Lu Jianjun laughed inappropriately as he spoke. Jianjun, why are you a master becoming more and more inappropriate? Is there anyone who speaks like this? Hao Aguo gave Lu Jianjun a blank look and said earnestly. Xiaozhou, young people should be restrained, just about the same thing. You can understand that you have just gotten married, but we have a lot of bullets, so we must pay attention. Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought that he and Chu Yunyao were currently only in the name of a husband and wife, and even had few intimate actions, let alone an in-depth communication. I know the director, then what? I'll leave first. Zhou Zheng stood up and fled in panic. Later, there was also a joke that Hao Aguo told Lu Jianjun. Look, Xiaozhou is embarrassed, ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng changed into casual clothes and walked out of the police station. The breeze blew to gently caress his face, which slightly relieved his fatigue. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Yunyao, but no one answered it for a long time. Yunyao may be busy discussing business? Let's go home and rest for a while. Zhou Zheng said to himself. I took the bus and got off near Hanlin Yuan Community. There was another stop. Zhou Zheng walked towards his home. When he was about to reach Hanlin Yuan Community, he suddenly felt a little chilling on his back, as if he was staring at by a hungry wolf in the vast grassland. He quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man collecting waste a few meters away from behind. The man was raising his back and struggling to ride a tricycle. The scrap on the truck was filled with. Chapter 95 Chu Yunyeo is sick. The hunchbacked man rode a tricycle full of scraps and slowly passed by Zhou Zheng. The sense of danger just now disappeared. Zhou Zheng relaxed his spirit and smiled. Why did he be suspicious? Maybe I've been too tired these days. Without thinking too much, he quickly walked towards Hanlin Yuan community, brushed his face at the access control area, and the side door next to it opened. Welcome to the owner home. The security guard smiled and made a move with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng waved his hand to the security guard and walked into the community. Hey! You can't enter the community if you collect rags. You can collect them elsewhere. Have you heard of them? The security guard saw the hunchbacked middle-aged man who was collecting waste and wandering around the entrance of the community, and his face suddenly changed color. Brother, please keep it open. As long as I go in and collect the junk, there will be benefits. The hunchbacked man threw a box of yuxi to the security guard. The security guard took it and his face calmed down a little, and he leaned closer and whispered. Brother, it's not a question of whether it's agility or not. If I want to let you in, my job will be gone. The hunchbacked man said. How about you let me in through another door and I don't walk through the gate? How about giving you 2 cigarettes a month? The security guard waved his hand. You can't get into any door, there are access controls and cameras, unless you climb over the wall from the west and there is no camera there. Then again, even if you go in, you will have to be bombarded by the security guards patrolling inside. Oh. The hunchbacked man nodded. Okay, I'll go somewhere else to collect scraps, and I'll leave. The hunchbacked man looked at the community deeply, and rode a tricycle and left. Zhou Zheng took the elevator to the door of his house, took out the key and opened the door of the house. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a pair of Chanel's flat fisherman's shoes on the shoe cabinet, and I couldn't help but feel moved. Chu Yunyeo went out wearing these shoes in the morning. Did she go home? Or did she change her shoes after going home? Yunyeo. Zhou Zheng didn't think much and shouted to the living room. After a while, no one responded. Maybe Yunyeo went home and changed her shoes and went out again. He took off his shoes and changed into slippers to himself. He went to the bathroom first. When he came out and saw Chu Yunyeo's room was covered with vagueness, he couldn't help but push it away with his hands curiously. On the spacious double bed, Chu Yunyeo was sleeping under the quilt. It turns out that Yunyeo is at home, and she thought she was going out to discuss business. Zhou Zheng shook his head. But why didn't he answer my phone? Zhou Zheng walked closer and took a closer look and saw Chu Yunyeo's eyes closed, her slender eyelashes trembling. Her brows were furrowing tightly, as if she was suffering from huge pain, and there were traces of tears drying up at the corners of her eyes. Zhou Zheng realized that something was wrong with Chu Yunyeo, so he quickly sat beside her and shook her shoulders. Yunyeo. What's wrong with you? After a while, Chu Yunyeo slowly opened her eyes, but her eyebrows were still twisted. Zhou Zheng, why are you back? Have you gotten off work? Chu Yunyeo asked weakly. Zhou Zheng shook his head. No, it's just noon now, the leader asked me to take a break in the afternoon, so why don't I go back? Here comes. Yunyeo, what's wrong with you? I feel uncomfortable. Chu Yunyeo nodded and said. My headache is so bad, it's like it's about to explode. Zhou Zheng hurriedly said. Why don't you go to the hospital? Let's take you to the hospital. Chu Yunyeo waved her hand. I'm an old problem, don't have to go to the hospital, I'll be fine after a few hours. No, Yunyeo, if you are sick, you have to go to the hospital for treatment. You can't drag it. Zhou Zheng saw several tooth marks on Chu Yunyeo's lips, and it can be imagined that her headache reached a certain point. It's really not necessary. I know this problem. I can't treat it even if I go to the hospital. As long as I have to withstand these few hours of pain, I won't. Oh. Before Chu Yunyeo finished speaking, the pain seemed to have worsened, and her face turned even more ugly and couldn't help but scream. Seeing Chu Yunyeo in such pain, Zhou Zheng naturally would not feel good either. Although I didn't know the root cause of her headache, I could still use master-level acupuncture to help her relieve the pain. But there was no silver needle at home. Zhou Zheng thought of a pharmacy next to the community. Yunyeo, I'll go out and come back soon, wait for me. Zhou Zheng suddenly got up and put on his shoes and ran out. Chu Yunyeo was confused and didn't know what Zhou Zheng was anxious to do. I have a severe headache and feel uncomfortable. Shouldn't he be with me? Chu Yunyeo sighed in her heart. The severe headache made her unable to think too much, and she held her head with her hands in an attempt to relieve it. The pain this time was even worse than before, as continuous as the water of the Yangtze River. She wanted to hit her head against the wall. A few minutes later, Chu Yunyeo was in so much pain that she couldn't bear it and tears came out without any effort. The pain was like a maggot attached to the bone, and she didn't give her any chance to breathe. She couldn't stand it anymore and even thought of committing suicide. It seems that my illness is getting worse and worse. She murmured to herself and was flooded by the painful ocean. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng is back. He held a bag in his hand and ran to Chu Yunyeo panting. Yunyeo, how are you? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a little worried when he saw that Chu Yunyeo's hair was wet with sweat and stuck in strands. Zhou Zheng, I feel so painful, my head hurts. Chu Yunyeo was like a weak and helpless child, curled up in the quilt and looked painful on her face. I felt so pity for her. Yunyeo, hold on for a while, I'll help you relieve the pain immediately. Zhou Zheng said as he opened the bag, and it was a small bag inside. It was the silver needle he bought in the pharmacy just now. The needle was 4 inches, and it was not long enough. There are sanitary napkins and medical alcohol at home. After Zhou Zheng took out a silver needle and disinfected it with alcohol, he said to Chu Yunyeo. Yunyeo, can you lean against the head of the bed? Zhou Zheng, what are you going to do? Chu Yunyeo glanced at the silver needle in Zhou Zheng's hand and couldn't help but feel a little scared. I will use acupuncture to help you relieve pain. Don't worry, 2 needles will be effective immediately. But, I'm even more scared. Chu Yunyeo has been afraid of injections since she was a child. When she saw Zhou Zheng's silver needle with a cold light shining in his hand, she was even more afraid, and her head didn't seem to hurt as much as before. Zhou Zhendao. Don't be afraid, Yunyeo, believe me, I won't hurt you. It really won't hurt you if you pierce it a few times. Where can I bear such a long thing? Chu Yunyeo was both worried and scared. Good guy, can you not penetrate your throat after this injection? Yunyeo, give it a try. If it doesn't work, you can stop at any time. Zhou Zheng said it with great thought, and Chu Yunyeo reluctantly agreed. Zhou Zheng helped her lean against the head of the bed, and only glanced at the empty A-cup ointment on her head. Yin needle accurately found the A-cup ointment and drilled in. Chu Yunyeo felt a chaotic brain cool, and then the surging pain weakened by 2 oudhertz. Wow, it seems that it really works. Chu Yunyeo couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Zheng didn't say anything. After all, he had to concentrate on and give his acupuncture. He had just finished applying acupuncture for Hao Aguo and Lu Jianjun, and his energy was consumed so much, and he had to be even more energetic at this time. His fingers grabbed the end of the silver needle and his wrist shook a few times. In an instant, Chu Yunyeo felt that the remaining pain in her mind was driven away, not a trace of it, and her brain seemed to be much more awake. It feels so good that the head doesn't hurt. Chu Yunyeo suddenly had the urge to cry again. Chapter 96, The cause of the disease cannot be found. Zhou Zheng used acupuncture to relieve Chu Yunyeo's pain with just 1 needle. The unbearable pain suddenly disappeared. just like a drowning person was on the verge of drowning but was rescued ashore. She suddenly felt a feeling of crying with joy. Yunhao, how do you feel? Does it still hurt? Zhou Zheng asked while pulling out the silver needle from Chu Yunyao's forehead. It doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt at all. Thank you, Zhou Zheng, thank you very much. Chu Yunyao said with a sincere face. Zhou Zheng smiled. Yunyao, why are we so polite to me when we are husband and wife? I don't like to hear you say thank you to me. Zhou Zheng, do you know? Chu Yunyao looked out the window and said in fear. That kind of pain is unforgettable. I feel like someone is holding a sharp knife in my head. You helped me relieve the pain, so I am naturally grateful to you. After saying that, Chu Yunyao asked in surprise. By the way, how did you do it? My head, it doesn't work if you take painkillers, and even the effect of taking slurry is not satisfactory. Could it be that you really used a needle to relieve my pain? Zhou Zheng put the silver needle into the box and said. Yes, the technique I used is called acupuncture, and I use silver needles to prick the acupoints. However, I just temporarily stopped your pain. Yunyao, what disease do you have? When Chu Yunyao heard Zhou Zheng's words, he leaned against the head of the bed, sighed, and said slowly. You are my husband. Logically, I shouldn't have kept it from you at the beginning. The symptoms of my headache have not occurred for a long time. I thought it was cured, Zhou Zheng, I'm sorry. Yunyao, don't say sorry, I want to know more about your symptoms than your apology. Chu Yunyao shook her head. Actually, I don't know what caused my headache. When I was in junior high school. It turned out that when Chu Yunyao was in the first grade of junior high school, one day after physical education class, the scenery in front of her suddenly had a heavy shadow, and the things were blurred. She told the teacher very much at that time that the teacher naturally did not dare to neglect the daughter of the Chu family, so she quickly called Chu Yunyao's parents. My parents were busy discussing business, so they asked a female assistant around them to take Chu Yunyao to the hospital for examination. When Chu Yunyao arrived at the hospital, the scenery in front of her returned to normal again, nothing happened, but her head began to feel severe pain. After asking about the situation, the doctor thought that there was a tumor in her head that compressed the nerves, so he asked her to check it first for a magnetic field. However, everything was normal on the magnetic film, and Chu Yunyao's headache symptoms also disappeared. Chu Yunyao felt very strange, and the doctor couldn't tell me why. It was a good thing that all her symptoms disappeared. She went home and rested for a day before continuing to go to school. Later, this symptom would appear every 1 or 2 months, and it was still normal to go to the hospital for examination, and she would return to normal after an hour or 2 of severe headaches. Over time, both the teacher and parents thought that she was lying because she didn't want to go to school. Chu Yunyao had no choice but to keep silent when she couldn't speak. Whenever she had a headache, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She had bought painkillers herself, but it didn't work at all. After financial independence, she searched all experts at home and abroad for treatment without telling her parents. No doctor could relieve her pain, and even could not find the cause. The test results were all because she had no problems in her brain. Gradually, she no longer had hope for a complete treatment of the headache. Fortunately, as she gets older, her symptoms gradually decrease, sometimes once every 6 months, and sometimes once a year. It has been a year and a half since the last time this headache attack. I thought it would be over if I had to stand up, but I didn't expect that this attack was more severe than ever before. The headache was split and I couldn't improve after 3 hours of resistance. If Zhou Zheng hadn't happened to rest and used acupuncture to help her relieve the pain, she wouldn't know when her head would hurt. After hearing this, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel moved. If Chu Yunyao's body was well, she would not have had such severe pain. It can only be said that current medical technology cannot detect what kind of disease Chu Yunyao is suffering from. Yunyao, stretch out your hand. Zhou Zhendao. Extend your hand. Chu Yunyao didn't know what Zhou Zheng was going to do, so she stretched out her right hand in confusion. Set it here. Zhou Zheng pointed to his thigh. He wanted to help Chu Yunyao take his pulse, and there was nothing on the bed for arm support, so he contributed his legs. Two blushings suddenly appeared on Chu Yunyao's pretty face, and she thought to herself. What does Zhou Zheng mean? Do you want me to massage his thighs when you are tired? Chu Yunyao was a little embarrassed at first, but just now, Zhou Zheng relieved her severe headache, which made her feel like she had a life of surviving the disaster. It is also appropriate to give Zhou Zheng a massage. Chu Yunyao clenched her hands into the shape of a fist and gently raised Zhou Zheng's thigh. Zhou Zheng was confused. No, what does Yunyao mean? Why do you take the initiative to beat my legs? Maybe she understood it wrongly. This feeling is not bad. I have been a little tired these 2 days. Chu Yunyao's pink fist fell on his thigh and made him very useful. Zhou Zheng wanted to stop him, but his words were so stupid that he couldn't say anything. Is it comfortable? Should I increase my efforts? Yeah. Zhou Zheng hummed twice with great relief. Chu Yunyao's legs beaten has increased, but he was unable to find the correct head and hit the base of his thighs, and 2D was implicated. Damn it! Zhou Zheng trembled. Yunyao, don't hammer it, okay? Chu Yunyao said. It's okay for Zhou Zheng, I'm not tired. Zhou Zhensen said you are not tired and almost ruined me. Yunyao, look at the tip of your nose, so don't beat it anymore. I'll help you count your pulse to see if you can find out the cause of your headache. Chu Yunyao withdrew her jade hand and showed a surprised expression on her face. Zhou Zheng, can you still take the pulse? As soon as he said that, he felt that he was too stupid. Just now, Zhou Zheng used acupuncture to help her relieve her headaches. It was not surprising that he could take his pulse. But, wasn't he going to the police academy? Where can I learn medical skills? Like I almost saw the doubts in Chu Yunyao's heart, and Zhou Zheng explained. My grandfather knows medical skills and has learned from him before. Oh! Chu Yunyao believed it without a doubt. She always thought that Zhou Zheng's grandfather was a very mysterious person, and it was not surprising that he could do medical skills. Zhou Zheng got out of bed and squatted on the ground, putting his 2 fingers on her jade wrist, holding his breath and concentrating on Chu Yunyao's vein. The cleverness of the pulse is proportional to the level of acupuncture he mastered. After a while, Zhou Zheng's fingers left Chu Yunyao's wrists, and his face was filled with confusion. Chu Yunyao's pulse was stable and he couldn't tell what disease he had. This shows that Chu Yunyao's headache is very difficult, and the level of master-level acupuncture cannot remove the root cause of the disease, and even the cause cannot be found. Chapter 97 I am the saint of national medicine. Zhou Zheng felt a chill in his heart. Chu Yunyao must have a hidden disease, otherwise she would not have had a severe headache for no reason. Even the level of master-level acupuncture cannot find the cause of her disease, which can only mean that her disease is quite serious and may even be in danger of life. Of course, these are all Zhou Zheng's guesses, but he felt that the guesses were almost the same. A voice shouted in my heart that I must save Chu Yunyao. Even if Chu Yunyao is not his nominal wife, even if she is a stranger, she will never be saved if she is met by Zhou Zheng. Now he can only pin his hopes on Grandmaster's acupuncture. As long as his acupuncture is upgraded to the level of master, he may be able to diagnose the cause of Chu Yunyao's disease and even thoroughly treat her disease. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng felt dizzy, his eyes became dark, and he couldn't help but lie on the bed. The hard work over the past few days, coupled with the acupuncture technique used by Hao Aiguo, Lu Jianjun, and Chu Yunyao, completely exhausted his energy. Zhou Zheng, what are you? Zhou Zheng suddenly fainted, catching Chu Yunyao off guard. She quickly held Zhou Zheng's face with both hands, with a panic expression on her face. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng just dizzy and did not really faint. A smile was barely revealed on his face. Yunyeo, I'm fine, maybe I'm too tired these days, just take a break. By the way, I took your pulse just now. You really don't have any disease. The headache may be caused by the nerves, but don't worry. If you have any symptoms of headache in the future, I can also help you relieve the pain. Zhou Zheng deliberately comforted Chu Yunyeo and said. Yeah. Chu Yunyeo nodded, but was worried about Zhou Zheng's current state. Zhou Zheng, hurry up and take a break, come to my bed, can you move? I'd better go back to my bedroom. Zhou Zheng said that he wanted to stand up, but he felt that his legs were as weak as noodles, and he couldn't use any strength at all. He couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that using master-level acupuncture requires extremely strong mental and physical strength. The effect is amazing, but he can't just use it, otherwise his body would not be able to bear it. However, it is very contradictory to not earn the experience required for upgrading without using acupuncture. Zhou Zheng, don't move, I'll carry you to my bed. Chu Yunyeo couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable when she saw Zhou Zheng's powerless look. She came out of the quilt and saw that Zhou Zheng was wearing a white lace pajama, made of translucent material. Her graceful figure was faintly visible through the pajamas, and the collar was wide open. When he bent down, he vaguely saw a little content. Zhou Zheng was in his prime, and he was ready to move without escorting the test. His brain was naturally not in need of support. He couldn't help but feel dizzy again, and quickly closed his eyes and didn't dare to look at it, let alone think about it. Good guy, this figure is going to be a kid with just a vague look. Chu Yunyeo got off the bed barefoot and came behind Zhou Zheng. He hesitated for a moment and reached into Zhou Zheng's armpits. Zhou Zheng, can you use some force? I may not be able to touch you alone. Yunyeo, don't worry about me. Your headache is just right, so don't exercise vigorously. Chu Yunyeo shook her head. Zhou Zheng, do what I said, be obedient, let's cooperate together. All right. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to agree. Immediately afterwards, a warm and soft embrace was pressed on his back. There seemed to be two highlights massaging him, and Zhou Zheng couldn't help but tremble. Zhou Zheng, hurry up, use force. Chu Yunyeo half squatted and held Zhou Zheng, and stood up hard. Zhou Zheng didn't have time to think too much, so he used his last bit of strength to barely stand up, and then he fell on the bed. Chu Yunyeo naturally fell on his back, and the two of them were like stacked arhuts. Chu Yunyeo snorted and stood up quickly, her face red like a red apple. Fortunately, I finally got Zhou Zheng on the bed. She gasped, wiped the sweat beads on the bridge of her nose, and then bent down to lift Zhou Zheng's legs to the bed. Zhou Zheng, please rest for a while. Would you feel uncomfortable when you lie down? Why don't I turn you over? No need, it's quite comfortable to lie down. Zhou Zheng tilted his head and saw that Chu Yunyeo was so tired, he quickly refused. That's okay. Chu Yunyeo picked up a quilt and helped Zhou Zheng cover it. I'll go to the next door to rest. I won't close the door. If there is anything, I can hear it. Chu Yunyeo also felt very tired and planned to go to the next door to take a rest. Yunyeo, don't leave first, wait until I fall asleep before leaving. Zhou Zheng lay on the bed, his face lying on the pillow, and he smelled good. The smell of shampoo mixed with the body fragrance rushed straight into the nostrils, and my heart couldn't help but feel a sway. If Chu Yunyeo leaves, he feels empty. Well. Okay, then I'll be with you, but I'll agree first, you must abide by the 3-year agreement and not make small moves. What small move? Zhou Zheng asked knowingly. Chu Yunyeo's face was flushed. You know, I don't need to explain it. You and I are not real couples yet, so. Zhou Zhendao. Okay, I understand. Besides, I just want to do whatever I want. You see, I am powerless in my current state. Even if you make me wrong, I can't resist. Chu Yunyeo's face rose 2 reds and said coquettishly. Stop being so pretty, who wants to take you that? Take a break quickly. After saying that, he lay beside Zhou Zheng. Feeling a warm and fragrant body beside him, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a little excited and was not so tired. Well, Yunyao, I won't joke with you. By the way, when did your headache attack? Chu Yunyao was lying next to Zhou Zheng, feeling a little nervous. After all, it was the first time he was lying on the same bed with a man, although he did nothing. Zhou Zheng asked her, and she naturally had to answer. This morning, I went to the hospital to discuss the acquisition of Centennial Ginseng with Lu Jun. But the agreement was not done. I was in a hurry to see something and then there was a heavy incident. I knew that the headache was about to occur and I was about to have an attack. I hurriedly drove home. Zhou Zheng frowned slightly. Yunyao, is it because of the price that Boss Lu refuses to sell the century-old ginseng tree? No. Chu Yunyao said. Boss Liu's mother is seriously ill and needs 100 years of ginseng to extend her life, he said. Chu Yunyao said Lao Jun's words to Zhou Zheng intact. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Yunyao, Lu Jun said that in addition to 100 years of ginseng, acupuncture can also prolong the old lady's life. Yes. He did say that, but he said that except for the national medical masters in Beijing, no one else can do the 6-inch needle at all. The priest of national medicine can't be invited by our strength. If you really have this ability, you won't worry about 100-year-old ginseng. So I have no hope for this 100-year-old ginseng now, so I will just look for it in the future. Chu Yunyao was so indifferent to what she said, but in fact, Zhou Zheng could hear how unwilling she felt. Zhou Zheng said confidently. Yunyao, we have decided to take this ginseng. Lu Jun will give it to you respectfully. Chu Yunyao was shocked and a joyful smile appeared on her face. What? Zhou Zheng, do you know the master of national medicine? Zhou Zhendao. Did you know it, and you know it too? Chu Yunyao was confused and looked at Zhou Zheng with big eyes in confusion. Zhou Zheng said lightly. Because, I am the master of national medical practitioners. Chapter 98 Here comes, 3-star reward. Are you the master of national medical practitioners? Chu Yunyao screamed in surprise and hurriedly covered her mouth. Zhou Zheng, you are a policeman, you go to the police school. Although Grandpa taught you medical skills, this has nothing to do with the master of national medical practitioners, right? In Chu Yunyao's impression, the Chinese medicine master usually wears Tang Zhuang's appearance and has an old man with a long white beard on his chin, looking like a fairy-like appearance. Moreover, there are only a few doctors in the country who can be called the master of national medicine in the capital. Zhou Zheng is too young, how could he be the master of national medical practitioners? Haha! It seemed that he could see what Chu Yunyao was thinking, and Zhou Zheng smiled. Yunyao, the master of national medicine is just a title for a master of traditional Chinese medicine, which shows that this person's medical skills have reached a certain level. The old Chinese medicine doctors in the capital have been famous for a long time and have entered the system and are called the saints of national medicine. In fact, there are also scattered Chinese medicine masters among the people. Their skills have also reached the level of saints of national medicine masters, but they are relatively low-key and indifferent to fame and fortune but are not famous. Although I am also within the system, my main business is the police, but my medical skills have also reached the level of a national player. Zhou Zheng talked freely, not humble at all. Chu Yunyao was anxious for the century-old ginseng and even caused the old disease to recur. Zhou Zheng thought about giving him a reassurance so that she would no longer have to worry about this matter. Zhou Zheng said that he was a master of national medicine. At first, Chu Yunyao was very surprised and even suspicious. After all, in her inherent impression, Zhou Zheng's job is a policeman and has nothing to do with the doctor. But thinking about it, he just treated himself with a headache and only had one acupuncture needle, and his head stopped hurting, which was comparable to a magic pill. Then he got to know Zhou Zheng again and believed 90% of his words. Chu Yunyao looked up at Zhou Zheng, and sparks of hope burst out from her beautiful eyes. Zhou Zheng, what do you mean is that your medical skills can prosper Lu Jun's mother's life? Zhou Zheng nodded. If a Chinese medicine master at the level of the national medical saint hand can prosper Lu Jun's mother's life, then I'm fine, and acupuncture is my strength. That's great. Chu Yunyao's fair and pretty fair face showed a long-lost smile. Zhou Zhendao. So, Yunyao, you don't need to worry about this. I will go to the hospital to treat Lu Jun's mother after I rest for a while. Zhou Zheng, don't be so anxious. You are very weak now and need rest. I want to have acupuncture very energy consuming, right? Let's talk about this matter in a few days. Although Chu Yunyao was a little anxious about getting the century-old ginseng, she had to think about Zhou Zheng's body. Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said, I will be able to recover my energy and energy tomorrow at the latest. I will take time to go to the hospital, so don't worry. Okay. Chu Yunyao nodded. But Zhou Zheng, don't force me, I'm not in a hurry. Zhou Zheng did not think Chu Yunyao was as unhurried as she said. Lu Jun would cut a little bit of centennial ginseng every day to make ginseng soup for his mother. The ginseng tree was less and less, so it would be strange if Chu Yunyao was not in a hurry. Zhou Zheng didn't point it out. Yunyao, I know it. Oh, I feel a little uncomfortable when I always lie down. I have to turn over and lie down. Zhou Zheng recovered a little bit of his physical strength at this time, and he was about to turn over as he struggled. I'll help you. Chu Yunyao quickly helped. She grabbed Zhou Zheng's arm with one hand on the side, grabbed his thigh with the other hand, and pulled him towards her. Zhou Zheng, can you use your strength? If not, I will ride on you. I won't use my strength in this position. Yunyao, I still have some strength, you don't have to come up, I'll try to move. Chu Yunyao said. You can't do it alone, you and I can cooperate together, hurry. Zhou Zheng rolled hard and finally lay down with the help of Chu Yunyao. Hu 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 hu. Hu 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 hu. Both of them were so tired that they were breathing. Zhou Zheng joked. Yunyao, if one day I am paralyzed, it will be difficult to turn over like now. How should you deal with it then? Humph. Chu Yunyao suddenly raised her eyebrows and said angrily. Zhou Zheng, please don't say such unlucky words, okay? Then he said angrily. If you really want to be like that, I will throw you on the street and ignore you. Ha ha. Zhou Zheng smiled and knew that Chu Yunyao was joking, so he also joked. How hard is that? You should throw me downstairs, tie 2 sesame cakes on your feet, and they were taken away by the dog in a short while. Chu Yunyao looked dark. This joke of Zhou Zheng is not funny at all. Okay, you can rest quickly. Well, Yunyao, I'll go to bed first. At this time, Zhou Jiaxi was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. He closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. Chu Yunyao turned around and found that Zhou Zheng was asleep, so she couldn't help but shake her head. Young people have a good physique and fall asleep. Chu Yunyao leaned against the head of the bed, closed her eyes and wanted to take a nap. After a while, Zhou Zheng's voice came from his ears. My mom and dad, whether are you? Grandpa, Grandpa. Chu Yunyao quickly opened her eyes and saw Zhou Zheng's eyes trembling with his eyes closed. His face was angular and rich in expression. He muttered to himself, as if he was talking in a dream. Grandpa, my parents, I am a policeman now, I have made meritorious service, are you happy? Chu Yunyao was a little sad for a moment when she heard Zhou Zheng's sleep. He knew that Zhou Zheng had no parents and his closest grandfather had also passed away. Now there is no relative in this world. Maybe he is her only relative. I have both parents and grandma is here. Even if I have cut off my relationship with my family, I can go back to the Chu family at any time, but Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao shook her head, stretched out a jade hand to stroke Zhou Zheng's forehead and scalp. She knew that doing so would promote blood circulation, Zhou Zheng would feel comfortable and sleep more smoothly. Because my grandma used to do these things when she was very uncomfortable. This is also the only thing she can do for Zhou Zheng at the moment. Sure enough, Zhou Zheng stopped talking in his sleep, slapped his mouth twice, and fell asleep peacefully. I don't know how long I slept, but Zhou Zhenji woke up and felt that his energy and physical strength had recovered a lot, but he did not return to his fullest posture. How long have I slept? Zhou Zheng said to himself. There were curtains in the bedroom, and I couldn't see the situation outside the window. When he turned his head, he found that Chu Yunyao was not in the room. Yunyao! Zhou Zheng shouted, his confidence was a little lacking and his voice was a little hoarse. It seems that the energy and physical strength consumed by this master-level acupuncture technique is not very large. Zhou Zheng, you are awake. Chu Yunyao walked into the bedroom from the living room. She was still wearing the translucent white pajamas, and her slim figure was faintly visible in the wide pajamas. Yeah, I'm awake. How long have I slept? Chu Yunyao looked at the wall clock. It's 6:10 p.m., and you've been sleeping for about 6 hours. How is it? Have you recovered? Just be careless. Zhou Zheng was not satisfied with his physical recovery and sat up from the bed and looked up, and was stunned. He found 3 blue stars flashing above Chu Yunyao's head. Chapter 99 Reward Upgrade, 4-star Reward. Small star Reward. Zhou Zheng was surprised. The rewards that appear above Chu Yunyao's head are usually 1-star rewards, and it is the first time that 3-star rewards appear. Maybe it was because I had interacted with Chu Yunyao just now and even had a bed and pillow, and I had too much intimate contact with my body. Only then did Tong give a 3-star reward. The 1-star and 2-star rewards are already very powerful, and I don't know what the 3-star rewards will be. Zhou Zheng was secretly surprised and wanted to reach out and open the 3-star reward with a finger. However, he quickly denied his thoughts. Because the reward will be upgraded, and finally a 3-star reward will appear. Can you not upgrade to 4-star? After all, the higher the star rating, the better the system rewards. Zhou Zheng looked at the seductive Samsung reward and held back. Zhou Zheng, why are you stunned? Are you still very tired? Chu Yunyao didn't know what Zhou Zheng was thinking, and she thought he had not recovered. Well. Zhou Zheng reacted and said. Yunyao, I'm fine, I've recovered some of my physical strength and energy. Yunyao, what are we eating tonight? Zhou Zheng didn't eat lunch until the evening, and he started to roar when he was hungry. Tell me, Zhou Zheng, why don't we go out and eat without going far away? There is a Lanzhou cuisine opposite the community. How about eating a bowl of noodles? Zhou Zheng shook his head. He really didn't want to go downstairs. He was lazy because he had not recovered and just wanted to sit or lie down. Yunyao, I think Lanzhou cuisine is not as delicious as the noodles you make, so let's eat noodles at home. Chu Yunyao was quite happy when Zhou Zheng said this, at least his skills were recognized by him. Okay, Zhou Zheng, I'll give you some food to you. There's still some seafood last night. Let's continue to eat seafood noodles. Zhou Zheng nodded. Okay Yunyao, I only love to eat the seafood noodles you make. As I talk, I'm going to drool. Do I need me to help you? No, seafood is not difficult for me. You can wait. I will call you after I prepare the noodles. Okay. Zhou Zheng nodded and lay on the bed again. Now that his body has not recovered, he is not polite. After a while, Chu Yunyao prepared seafood noodles and came to the bedroom to call Zhou Zheng. It's time for dinner. Okay Yunyao, go and have a meal. Zhou Zheng got up from the bed and felt a little dizzy. I don't know if it was because his energy had not fully recovered or because he had a nap and was confused. After going to the bathroom to wash your hands, Zhou Zheng came to the restaurant and saw 2 bowls of hot seafood noodles placed on the marble dining table, which was fragrant. Well, it's so fragrant. Yunyao, your craftsmanship is still so stable. Chu Yunyao was very happy to get Zhou Zheng's praise. After all, Zhou Zheng's cooking skills are much better than hers. Smiling. Zhou Zheng feels that your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter, eat it quickly. Haha, I'm going to be honest, it's really delicious. I'm so hungry, so I'm so respectful to eat first. Zhou Zheng sat on the chair without saying a word, picked up the bowl and started it. Chu Yunyao sat next to her, watching Zhou Zheng eat voraciously, and smiled happily. Zhou Zheng, eat slowly, if you don't have enough, there will be some in the pot. Zhou Zheng took time to eat while saying, Yunyao, you eat too, it's really delicious. Yeah, okay. Chu Yunyao also picked up chopsticks and ate. Perhaps because of her hunger, Chu Yunyao felt that the seafood noodles she drank today tasted better than yesterday, and she ate them with a big mouthful regardless of the lady's demeanor. A sucking sound came from the restaurant. Although Zhou Zheng was in poor condition, he still drank 2 bowls of noodles before he stroked his stomach. I'm full, I'm so full. Yunyao, if you give me food every day, I will probably become a big fat man in less than a month. Ha ha ha. Chu Yunyao laughed and said. Okay, in order to keep you in shape, you should cook in the future. I am not afraid of getting fat because I am not prone to fat, and I won't get fat if I eat much. Oh, you said that you are beautiful, even if you have such a good figure, the most jealous thing is that you won't get fat if you eat too much. Are you going to give other girls a way to live? Zhou Zheng said softly. Chu Yunyao did not refute it. There is no way, my physique is born like this. Ting Ting has been envious and jealous of me for a long time. In order to maintain a good figure, she often diets and sometimes she will get hungry and have low blood sugar, but I don't have this worry. Speaking of Yang Ting Ting, Zhou Zheng thought of her grandfather, Mr. Yang. Yunyao, how are you preparing the medicinal wine on Mr. Yang's birthday the day after tomorrow? Chu Yunyao pondered for a moment and said. The medicinal wine will be open tomorrow. I have shipped the bottles and packaging ordered online to Yehung's sister-in-law's house in advance. My task tomorrow is to go there to cans of medicinal wine. Zhou Zheng leaned on his chin with his hands. When will you and Sister Yehung have to be canned? I think it's better to hire a few people. We have also considered this issue. Sister Yehung has already found good people, all of whom are old neighbors near her home. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yeah. That's good. I will ask the director for leave tomorrow after I go to the police station. The day after tomorrow we will go to the old man's birthday party together. As for the century-old ginseng in Lu Jun's hand, I don't think it's delayed. I guess I will be able to recover my energy tomorrow. Why don't we go to the hospital to find Lu Jun tomorrow night? Chu Yunyao was a little worried about Zhou Zheng's body. Compared with the century-old ginseng, Zhou Zheng was more important. Zhou Zheng, don't force yourself. It doesn't matter how many days are late. Lu Jun won't use much in a few days. 100-years-old ginseng. Yeah. Yunyao, don't worry, I know it. As he said that, Zhou Zheng stood up. Everyone is tired, take a shower and go to bed early. Yunyao, do you wash me first or I wash it first? Chu Yunyao said. I've washed it in the afternoon. You go and wash it. I'll clean up the dishes. Okay, I'll go take a shower. After Zhou Zheng left, Chu Yunyao walked into the kitchen with the dishes and washed the dishes. She always felt uneasy in her heart as if she was worried about something. Suddenly I remembered that the underwear and stockings I changed into when I was taking a shower in the afternoon were still thrown in the bathroom. Oh no, I must have seen it by Zhou Zheng, it's so embarrassing. Chu Yunyao was like a cat with a trampled tail. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and ran to the bathroom. When I arrived at the bathroom, I saw that the door had been closed and there was a vague figure inside. Zhou Zheng went in. He must have seen my underwear and stockings. This is too social. Dong 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 dong. Chu Yunyao beat the bathroom door with a tough bullet. Shaoqing opened, and Zhou Zheng appeared in front of her naked. Of course, his lower body was surrounded by a bath towel, only revealing his upper body. The two chest muscles and six-pack abdominal muscles were particularly conspicuous, as strong and elastic as metal carved with precision instruments. This was the first time Chu Yunyao saw Zhou Zheng naked, and his blush suddenly turned from his cheeks to his ears. Yunyao, are you in trouble? Zhou Zheng, can you take out my underwear? I forgot to take out my shower in the afternoon. No problem. Zhou Zheng turned around and picked up a set of women's underwear and a pair of black stockings and handed it to Chu Yunyao. Take it off and wash it. It just so happens that mine is going to wash it too. Let's throw the washing machine together. Zhou Zheng said as he handed her his underwear. I usually wash my hands. It would be better if you wash your hands. Yes, okay. Chu Yunyao took his underwear and Zhou Zheng's underwear by chance. A smell of heather filled the nostrils, and Chu Yunyao's face turned redder. Zhou Zheng suddenly discovered that the 3 blue stars above Chu Yunyao's head turned into 4 orange stars. The reward has been upgraded, 4-star reward. Zhou Zheng's heart moved, and he quickly reached out to point his hand and opened the 4-star reward. Chapter 100 Grandmaster Level Mental Method. I detected that the 4-star reward is opened. Congratulations to the soul host for obtaining the Hidden Dragon Art, Grandmaster Level Mental Method. The system's voice sounded in Zhou Zheng's mind, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Hidden Dragon Art? Grandmaster Level Martial Arts and Mind Skills. What is this? Is it the internal strength and mental method in martial arts novels? Suddenly, a huge fragment of information filled his mind. Zhou Zheng felt that his head seemed to have swollen, and he felt very uncomfortable. He closed the bathroom door, opened the shower and hit his head with cold water. After a while, the discomfort gradually disappeared. At the same time, he also mastered the first level of the Hidden Dragon Art. It turns out that this kind of mental method is divided into 9 levels. Each level of practice can improve the host's abilities in all aspects, such as hearing, vision, smell, speed, durability, energy, and even time in certain aspects. I have really learned the master-level mental method that only in novels can be found. Zhou Zheng was a little unbelievable. Although it felt a little unreal, he couldn't help but believe it. However, practicing the Hidden Dragon Art requires spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Now, where is there any spiritual energy between earth today? It is basically insignificant, and it is basically impossible to cultivate to the 9th level. However, Zhou Zheng was not disappointed at all. Nowadays, it would be too inconsistent if there was a master who had reached the extreme of cultivation, and who had surpassed the current people's cognition. Practicing the Hidden Dragon Art can strengthen all aspects of the body's qualities. Even if you cannot practice the ultimate, your strength is amazing and it will be extremely beneficial for catching criminals in the future. Also, practicing the Hidden Dragon Art can improve your energy. I think I will use acupuncture to treat others in the future, so I will not be able to stop eating due to serious energy and physical exhaustion. He thought so. After taking a shower, Zhou Zheng changed into pajamas and walked out of the bathroom excitedly wanted to go back to the bedroom to practice the Hidden Dragon Art. As soon as I left the bathroom, I walked to Chu Yunyao in the opposite direction. Yunyao, I'm finished taking a shower, good night. Chu Yunyao looked dark. Zhou Zheng, are you going to bed? It's only past 7 o'clock now, isn't it a bit early? It's indeed a bit early, but I want to recover my physical strength and energy as soon as possible. Okay, then you go to bed. Well, Yunyao, you should go to bed early, and you will have to go to Mrs. Hong Yu's house tomorrow. By the way, what's wrong with your head? Does it hurt again? Chu Yunyao shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore, I'll go to rest after washing my clothes. Okay, if you have something to do, you call me and I'll go back to the bedroom. Zhou Zheng walked back to the bedroom quickly. Although Chu Yunyao was attractive to him, he could only watch but not eat it. At present, practicing the hidden dragon art is more attractive to him. Sure enough, the saying "if you don't have a woman in your heart, you will naturally be destined to draw your sword" is still very reasonable. Back in the bedroom, Zhou Zheng sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice according to the direction guided by the exercises. The bedroom is sealed strictly, there is no wind in the air, but the air magically gathers together and keeps flowing around Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng felt that all the pores in his body were opened, as if he was absorbing some kind of energy between heaven and earth, but this energy was too little and it absorbed quite slowly. The hidden dragon art is very magical. In an hour, Zhou Zheng's physical strength and energy have completely recovered, and he has reached his best condition. He was delighted. He originally expected that he would recover his physical strength and energy tomorrow, but he did not expect that he would recover completely in 1 hour after practicing the hidden dragon art. He continued to practice and unknowingly entered a state of meditation. At 3 o'clock in the morning, everything was silent, and most people in Hanlin Yuan community fell asleep, and the community was quiet. On the west wall of the community, a figure suddenly appeared on the wall, squatting on the 3-meter-high wall. He was carrying a bundle of hiking ropes on his back, and the luo on his back was particularly conspicuous under the reflection of the moonlight. The man looked down and jumped without hesitation. When he was about to land, he was like a clever wild cat. He rolled on the ground and removed the potential energy. He got up and ran into the darkness. Luokuo was walking quickly through the green belt in the community, one to avoid camera capture, and the other to avoid security guards who were patrolling the night. After a while, he came to the door of Unit 1, Building 1. Since the community is doing a good job in security, the access control owners in the corridor also think it is useless and troublesome, so the door is open. Luoguo glanced around and saw no one, and quickly rushed into the corridor. He walked into the safe passage and reached the rooftop in one breath. There is a row of railings made of solid iron rods on the edge of the roof. Luokuo was delighted. God really helped me. He looked down on the railing, found the location of room 1001, then took off the hiking rope on his body, tied one end to the iron railing, and then threw the remaining rope down. Luoguo sneaked over the wall and came to Hanlin Yuan community, and ran to the roof of the stairs with great difficulty. Naturally, he was entrusted by Huang Shifen to deal with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Of course, his so-called tidying up is to kill the other party, because he feels that only by killing the other party will he be able to end it and calm the anger in his heart. Just cleaning up the other party will not be able to do it once and for all. He is paranoid and only has the word extreme in his mind. Touching the cold dagger in his arms, Luoguo adjusted his breathing and carefully turned his body over the railing. It was very windy today, and if he accidentally jumped, he would just stop. Luoguo took out a snap from his waist, stuck on the climbing rope, and then the hazy moonlight began to slowly slide down, passing through windows one by one. When we arrived at the window on the 10th floor, Luoguo stopped pressing the buckle, standing on the windowsill with both feet, pulling the hiking rope with one hand, and slowly squatted down. The window was covered with dark lights and curtains, and there was nothing to see. Squeak! There was no jam inside the doors and windows. Luoguo gently pushed open the window and lifted the curtains, and tiptoed into it. At the same time, Zhou Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. Hanlin Yuan community is a high-end community. It was not careless when it was constructed back then. It was full of materials for cement pouring, and the floor slabs were thick and sound insulation. Although Zhou Zheng only practiced the hidden dragon art for a few hours and his grade was still at the first level, his hearing, smell, vision, mental, physical strength, etc. have improved in all aspects. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been awakened by the sound of opening the window. It was just that he had not practiced the hidden dragon art and could not tell where the sound came from. Is there a thief who went into the house to steal things? Speaking of the thief Zhou Zheng, he was so energetic that his contribution came to his door again. He got up and got out of bed and tiptoed to various rooms for a walk. Strangely, the windows were closed, and no one was found. Could it be that I had heard it wrong? However, this is the 10th floor. If there are really thieves, how can you come in through the window? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Ba. Suddenly, he heard a few slight footsteps, as if someone was walking gently not far away, making him even more strange. In the flash of lightning, Zhou Zheng thought that he had not gone to Chu Yunyao's room just now. Could it be that someone jumped into Chu Yunyao's room from the window? Broken. Zhou Zheng rushed towards Chu Yunyao's room like a gust of wind. Chapter 101 Thief comes late at night. Luoguo jumped gently from the windowsill into the room. The room was much warmer than the outdoors, and a unique fragrance of a woman came into his nose. He couldn't help but feel his mind waving, and his fierce facial expression added another look. This should be the room of the woman named Chu Yunyao. Why didn't the man named Zhou Zheng sleep with her in the same room? Didn't he be at home? The girl is so beautiful, it's a pity to kill her like this, it's better to. Luoguo saw Chu Yunyao's photo on Huang Shifen's mobile phone, and although he only took a look, he was shocked. At this time, he had dirty thoughts again. He tiptoed to the bed and saw a woman with long hair sleeping with a quilt covered with fragrance. The moonlight could not shine inside, but could only vaguely see a contour. Since it was long hair, it would be impossible to make a mistake. She must be one of the targets to be killed. Who slut? The woman on the bed snored, and Luoguo frowned. It turns out that beautiful women can snore when they sleep. Late at night, in the dark room, the beautiful goddess was sleeping in front of her, and the beast desire that Luoguo had suppressed for a long time completely broke out. He took out his lower body naked, took out a cold dagger, threw it onto the bed, and lifted the quilt. I couldn't see clearly in the hazy state, but I just felt that the goddess figure was a bit bad. Luoguo is on the string, and I don't care about it. I'll talk about any questions later. The woman in the bed had a dream, and in the dream she had a happy life with a certain male star. I suddenly woke up and felt something was wrong, and I couldn't help but feel shocked. It turned out that I was offended. You. Help! The woman pushed the Luoguo with her hands while shouting for help. However, the cry for help came to an abrupt end as soon as the two words were spoken. Because a cold dagger pressed against her neck. Don't make a sound, otherwise I'll kill you. The woman was so scared that she heard the other person's voice very familiar. After thinking about it, she suddenly knew who he was. Don't, I'm. After the woman said a few words, she felt a coldness on her neck. Luoguo cut the oily skin on her neck with a little force, and blood suddenly flowed out. The woman was so scared that she was scattered. He knew that the man in front of him really dared to kill and didn't dare to shout again. After a few days of Luoguo was finished, he raised the dagger in his hand and was about to stab the woman's neck. At the moment of life and death, the woman shouted. I am Huang Shifen. Shifen. Luoguo was stunned for a moment and could hear Huang Shifen's voice. He couldn't help but feel a little confused, and his hand holding the dagger also dropped. Huang Shifen quickly turned on the desk lamp at the head of the bed, and under the soft orange light, Huang Shifen's flushed face was reflected. Hold the grass! Luoguo was shocked and thought that it was Chu Yunyao who violated it, but unexpectedly it was Huang Shifen. What was going on with this horse? Zhou Zheng rushed into Chu Yunyao's room and turned on the lights suddenly. The bright lights suddenly filled the bedroom. I saw Chu Yunyao sleeping soundly on the bed. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and found that the window was closed properly or locked. Who could come in? A false alarm. Zhou Zheng was about to turn off the lights and exit, but Chu Yunyao suddenly opened her hazy eyes and was startled to be shocked when she saw the figure in front of her. Yunyao, don't be afraid, it's me. Zhou Zheng said hurriedly. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Zhou Zheng, shy and question marks on her face. Does Zhou Zheng want to violate the 3-year agreement? He couldn't help it. If not, why did he break into his room at midnight? If he asks this question, how should he deal with it? For a moment, Chu Yunyao had a lot of imagination and hesitated for a moment and said, Zhou Zheng, you are in the middle of the night, what are you doing in my room? Well. Zhou Zheng quickly explained. I heard someone coming in through the window and couldn't carry a thief at home. I looked around but couldn't find anyone. I thought the thief came to your bedroom, so. Really or not? Chu Yunyao was startled and sat up suddenly, trembling in her pajamas attracted attention. Zhou Zheng comforted. Don't be afraid, Yunyao, I'm a policeman, even if there are thieves, I can deal with them alone. Chu Yunyao felt relieved. Zhou Zheng was the policeman who had arrested Alavel wanted criminals, and there was really nothing to worry about with him. Suddenly I thought that this was the 10th floor. Even if there was a thief coming, it would be impossible to come in through the window, right? Zhou Zheng, this is the 10th floor. How did the thief come in through the window? Are you dreaming? Chu Yunyao felt that Zhou Zheng was too tired, so she was sleeping in a daze and had a dream, then woke up, and the dream was confused with reality. Yunyao, I didn't dream, I really heard it. Zhou Zheng intended to explain, but it seemed that Chu Yunyao didn't seem to believe it. Suddenly, he heard another cry for help. Help! Squeak squeak! The sound could tell what was happening with your feet. No, something must have happened. I heard it right. There was indeed a thief coming in. If it weren't for my own home, it would be next door. Zhou Zheng thought about it and found that Huang Shifen and Lin Hao and his son lived next door. He heard rumors in the community that Lin Hao was hospitalized in the hospital. Could it be that Huang Shifen was violated? In order not to cause Chu Yunyao's panic, Zhou Zhendao. Yunyao, you said this, it's true. Maybe I had a dream. I was a little dizzy just now and couldn't tell the difference between reality and dreams. Now I understand. Then what, you go to bed, I'll go back to the bedroom to continue sleeping. After saying that, he helped Chu Yunyao turn off the lights in the bedroom and close the door again. Although the next door neighbor Huang Shifen hates it very much, Zhou Zheng, as a policeman, could not stand by and watch even if he knew that Huang Shifen was violated. He put on a piece of clothing, gently opened the security door, and came to Huang Shifen's door. Zhou Zheng found that the security door of Huang Shifen's house was intact and closed tightly, which shows that he was not wrong. The thief did enter through the window. As for how to climb to the window on the 10th floor, Zhou Zheng couldn't figure it out for the time being. Zhou Zheng took 2 steps back and was about to use his shoulder to break open the security door with his shoulder, which had been practicing for 2.5 years, but he heard the sound inside again. I am Huang Shifen. Shifen, why are you? You Wang Luoqiu, who was killed by 1,000 swords, I'll let you deal with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao next door. You touched my house in the middle of the night and even made me feel happy. What do you mean? The information volume of these sentences is a bit large. Zhou Zheng denied the idea of breaking open the security door to save Huang Shifen, but instead pricked up his ears and eavesdropped on. Chapter 102, a big piece of information. Huang Shifen got up naked, wiped it with a tissue, then found another pajama to put on, and completed the movements in front of Wang Luoqiu without any shyness. Wang Luoqiu put the dagger aside, put on his pants in 2 seconds, and explained. Shifen, today is a misunderstanding. I sneaked into Hanlin Yuan community to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, but I misread the location and entered your house. I thought you were Chu Yunyao. I thought it would be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman directly, so. I didn't expect that it was you on the day, I'm really sorry. Huang Shifen sighed, not blaming Wang Luoqiu. Old Wang, you have never had a woman by your side in the past few years. You have never looked for me. Judging from the inventory just now, you have been holding it in for a long time, and it has also made you suffer. You couldn't stand me when I was abused by domestic violence and killed him, pretending to be a traffic accident. Not only did I sentenced me to 2 years of probation, but I also paid a lot of money. My son Lin Hao also used the money you compensated for to study abroad. You paid too much for me. Okay Shifen, stop talking, be careful that there are ears in the walls. Wang Luoqiu interrupted Huang Shifen's words. Huang Shifen's eyes turned red, and then a few beads fell on her chest and said, I'm sorry, tears are choking. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Even if someone hears me, I will say it. Wang Fu, I don't want to take revenge on Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao next door. Come back, I'll marry you, can we live together? No. Wang Luoqiu said with a clear stare. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao next door must die. He dares to make you angry. What's even more hateful is that they made Lin Hao so angry that they vomited blood and were hospitalized. Do you know Shifen, Lin Hao is my son. Before Wang Luoqiu finished speaking, Huang Shifen was so surprised that she couldn't stop talking. How is it possible? Lin Hao is your son? This is impossible. I only did it with you once before I got married, and I remember wearing protective measures. He he he. Wang Luoqiu smiled proudly. Although you asked me to wear protective measures at that time, you don't know how many loopholes I made in the protective measures. Do you know what I think? Even if I can't be a husband and wife with you, I will ask you to have a child for me. Later, I secretly collected one of Lin Hao's hair for paternity tests. He is undoubtedly my species. It's so pitiful, I've been hit once, ha 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 ha. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Huang Shifen sat dejectedly on the bed. After so many years, she didn't even know that Lin Hao was not the kind of her original husband. After this, she naturally would not seek justice for her dead husband. Anyway, it was not her who was green. On the contrary, he felt that Wang Luoqiu was her current support. Wang Fu, this is better. Lin Hao is your son. When he is discharged from the hospital, I will arrange for you to recognize him. Now that my son is promising, isn't it good for our family to live in harmony? Wang Luoqiu shook his head with a firm will. Shifen, don't tell me, I understand your feelings. Actually, I don't want to live with you and your children. But, when I drove a car and killed me, the police had a lot of doubts about me, but there was no conclusive evidence that I was intentional murder. If I lived with you, wouldn't this just not telling you? Just imagine, which woman would live with the driver who killed her husband? You and I would definitely arouse the police's suspicion, and you will not be able to escape. Huang Shifen pondered for a moment, then looked up and said. But Wang Fu, this matter has been many years, and the police are so busy that they will not keep staring at you and me. Okay, stop talking about this matter, don't mention it again. Wang Luoqiu waved his hand and interrupted Huang Shifen's words. Huang Shifen sighed. He also knew that the man in front of him had a very stubborn temper, as if he knew that he had been raped and insisted on killing his husband. No matter how he persuaded him, it would not work. Wang Luoqiu picked up the cold dagger, rubbed it on his sleeve and put it in his arms again. Shifen, are Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao next door here? I'll take care of them tonight and vent their anger for you and your son. Huang Shifen showed horror on her face, but she didn't expect that Wang Fu was still stubborn and wanted to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. No. I said, I don't want to take revenge on them anymore. Wang Fu, go. Even if we can't live together, you must live well. Wang Luoqiu shook his head, and a determined expression appeared on his face. It's too late now. When I knocked him away with a dump truck, I knew I would never have a good end in my life. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao have provoked you too, so I must kill them and make them regret not being the first. This is the last thing I have done for you. Don't worry, I took the help of climbing from the rooftop, and I won't leave any clues. It won't be so easy for the police to arrest me, and it won't implicate you. But, you have come to my house after all. If you kill 2 people next door, the police will investigate me. If Huang Shifen gave up when she couldn't persuade Wang Luoqiu, but she still had to consider herself. Her son was not married yet and she had not held her grandson. She must not be implicated by Wang Fu. Wang Luoqiu also sucked his teeth. Huang Shifen's psychological quality was not good. If he was investigated by the police, he would definitely not be able to withstand the police's psychological offensive and would have to be quit soon. It seems that today is not a good time to take action, and this matter has to be discussed for a long time. Hanlin Yuan community is not an excellent place to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. It is better to give up today and look for opportunities later. Shifen, then I won't kill them today. Let them live for a few more days, and I'll leave first. Huang Shifen breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Fu, I'll send you out of the community when dawn. No, we two cannot appear in the public's sight together. Since I can come in at midnight at 3 o'clock, I will naturally have a way out. Okay, I will go to the roof to take back the hiking rope. Zhou Zheng has been eavesdropping outside the security door. It has to be said that the hidden dragon art is powerful. He has only practiced for half a day and his listening skills have increased slightly. The conversation between Wang Fu and Huang Shifen in the bedroom was heard by Zhou Zheng outside. Zhou Zheng was shocked. Wang Fu was so famous. In order to vent his anger, Huang Shifen actually asked Wang Fu to deal with him and Chu Yunyao. But Wang Fu and Huang Shifen had a close relationship. Not only did they turn Huang Shifen's husband into a green car, but they also drove to deliberately hit him to death. This kid was a murderer. It feels bad to be cared about by the murderer. Although Zhou Zheng is not afraid, he is afraid that something will happen to Chu Yunyao. This guy must be arrested today, both public and private. He took out his cell phone and called Kyobei Institute first. Hey, I am Zhou Zheng. There is a murderer in Unit 1002, Unit 1, and Trans 1, Hanlin Yuan Community. Come and support quickly. Zhou Zheng was not sure of dealing with Wang Fu, but felt that he would have to call the police sooner or later, so he simply called the police first and then dealt with Wang Fu. When his colleagues in the office came, he took Wang Fu back to the Kyobei Institute directly, without wasting any time. Chapter 103 Suspected of Intentional Murder. Zhou Zhenggang put down the phone when the security door in room 1002 suddenly opened. Huang Shifen poked her head out in her pajamas and wanted to observe if there was anyone in the corridor, but she saw Zhou Zheng at a glance. She couldn't help but be stunned, and then she felt a sense of guilty panic filled her heart, but she pretended to be calm and said, Zhou Zheng? Why are you standing at my doorstep if you don't sleep so late? Do you have any ideas? Zhou Zheng was almost amused by Huang Shifen's words. The old woman cuckolded her future husband before marriage. She was indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp, and she would swear to others when she saw her coming up. Zhou Zheng asked calmly. Huang Shifen, I want to ask you, why did you open the security door when you didn't sleep in the middle of the night? Are you stealing someone? You nonsense! Huang Shifen became even more panicked. Zhou Zheng sneered and rushed in. What are you doing? Huang Shifen stopped Zhou Zheng. This is my home. If anyone lets you enter randomly, I will call the police if you don't leave. No need to call the police, I'm the police. Zhou Zheng took out his police officer's certificate and shook it in front of Huang Shifen. Just now, I saw the thief entering your house. In order to ensure everyone's safety, I want to go in and search. Zhou Zheng said, pushed Huang Shifen away and walked in quickly. Huang Shifen was shocked. Zhou Zheng is a policeman? She thought Zhou Zheng was just a soft-hearted young man and had not conducted a background check on him. If she knew that Zhou Zheng was a policeman, she would not dare to ask Wang Fu to take revenge on Zhou Zheng if she was beaten to death. Moreover, did he really see Wang Fu? Seeing that Zhou Zheng broke in, Wang Fu would be exposed, Huang Shifen was anxious. What thief? You, Zhou Zheng, as a policeman, can you break into other people's houses? Stop it! She shouted loudly. Her real intention was to remind Wang Fu that the police were coming and asked him to hide quickly. However, his kindness was not appreciated by Wang Fu and he was blocked in the house by the police. He was ready to kill. Zhou Zheng walked through the living room and pushed open the bedroom door. A cold dagger stabbed towards him, mastering the king of melee and the hidden dragon art. Zhou Zheng had no problem fighting a dozen people now, and the other party was not afraid of sneak attacks. His reaction was 3 times that of an ordinary person. Zhou Zheng calmly tilted his head and avoided this fatal blow. Wang Fu said "Huh," and his sword was unexpectedly quick and thunderous. He thought Zhou Zheng would be dodged on the spot, but he didn't expect him to be avoided. Just now, when he heard Huang Shifen shouting at the door, Wang Fu knew that he would not be able to leave without blood today, so he immediately planned it. First, he accidentally killed Zhou Zheng, then went to the next door to kill Chu Yunyao, then took some money from Huang Shifen and Zhou Zheng's family, and then knocked Huang Shifen out before leaving, making the illusion of robbing the house. He would make Huang Shifen insist that a thief came into his house. The next neighbor Zhou Zheng came to help, but was killed by the thief, and then he was knocked unconscious and knew nothing left. This will not only avenge his son Lin Hao, but will not implicate Huang Shifen. Of course, whether his plan can be successful depends mainly on whether he can kill Zhou Zheng. Wang Fu felt that nothing unexpected happened. Zhou Zheng would be killed by him, but unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. Wang Fu was about to retract his hand when he stabbed the sky with a knife. He came to continue the attack, but Zhou Zheng didn't give him a chance. He reached out and grabbed his wrist and used force with his 2 fingers. Click! Wang Fu's wrist bone was broken by Zhou Zheng, and suddenly, severe pain spread from his wrist bone to his whole body. Clang! The dagger with a cold light could not be held back and fell to the ground. Wang Fu's face was pale in pain. He covered his injured wrist with one hand, gritted his teeth without saying a word, and stared at Zhou Zheng with his blue dread eyes. Zhou Zheng nodded in his heart. This guy is really hard. After a closer look, the guy in front of me looked familiar and seemed to have seen him somewhere. Suddenly, Wang Fu pulled out a switchblade from his pocket with his left hand, pressed the clipped blade and spit it out. The cold light was half a foot long, and he stabbed Zhou Zheng's heart with a knife. Come back! Zhou Zheng was quick-keyed and quickly grabbed Wang Fu's left hand and turned sideways toward his arms. Wang Fu was unsteady and was pulled to Zhou Zheng, then raised his right elbow and hit the back of his head. Pooh! I was afraid of beating him to death, so I only used 30% of my strength. Wang Fu did not say a word, and immediately rolled his eyes and lay on the ground and fainted. Zhou Zheng saw Wang Fu's hunchback, which was a stolen. He thought in a flash that when he returned to the community at noon, a hunchbacked person with treacherous backs behind him made him feel like a thorny back. Isn't it the person in front of him? It turns out that this kid has been staring at him for a long time. Huang Shifen heard the ping-pong in the bedroom, and knew that the two had started fighting and knew that something was wrong. But after a few seconds, there was no sound. She hurriedly walked in to check the results, and saw Wang Fu lying on the ground motionless, and his face suddenly changed color. You, Zhou Zheng, what are you doing? Zhou Zheng pointed at Wang Fu and said. Huang Shifen, didn't you say there were no thieves? Who is this person? Is it your husband or your mistress? Well. Huang Shifen was speechless for a moment, and said for a while. I don't know who he is. Are you really right? This is a thief who comes into my house to steal things. Oh, I was scared to death. I got into the thief in the middle of the night. What did the security guards in the community do for food? Zhou Zheng smiled and ignored her, took out the handcuffs and handcuffed Wang Fu on his back. I thought to myself that this girl is still acting. After entering the police station, can you continue to pretend to be stupid? Police officer, you see, this thief is not young anymore, he is still a scoundrel. He didn't steal anything even when he entered my house. He was beaten up by you and got a lesson. I think you let him go, right? Huang Shifen looked very pitiful as Wang Fu lay on the ground, and couldn't help but say. Huang Shifen, it's our policeman's business whether to let him go. It's not your turn to point fingers. What, do you know him? I don't know you, I don't know you. Huang Shifen waved her hand quickly, and she was about to curse Zhou Zheng in her heart. But there was no way at the moment. Who would let the police have the power to enforce the law? She thought about it and must not let Wang Fu implicate himself, so she treated him as a thief, so she became silent. Soon, there were chaotic footsteps in the corridor, and 2 security guards led the way, followed by 2 policemen in police uniforms, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, colleagues of Zhou Zhenbei police station. Today, they happened to be on duty. They received a call from Zhou Zheng and were very happy. Zhou Zheng caught the bad guys and caught one by one. Today it was our turn to follow Zhou Zheng to have a sip of soup. The 2 of them drove a police car to Hanlin Yuan community and notified the security guard at the door. The security guard quickly opened the door and let them go and helped them lead the way. Brother Zheng, we are here. Where are the thieves? Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were fully armed and asked with a stick in their hands. I have been conquered and I am lying on the ground. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li looked at each other and said, what's wrong with us in our relationship? At this time, Wang Fu also opened his eyes and felt dizzy in his head. He raised his head and stared at Zhou Zheng with his fierce eyes. What are you looking at? Get up quickly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were not polite either. They pulled Wang Fu from the ground with one arm. Zhou Zheng instructed. Be careful, this kid is not just a thief, he is also suspected of intentional murder. Chapter 104, Never let any bad guy go. What? Intentional murder? Xiao Li and Xiao Wang were stunned for a moment. Isn't this guy a thief who robs the house? Why is it suspected of intentional murder? The 2 policemen couldn't make a turn for a while. But it's not surprising to think about it. Last time Zhou Zheng caught a thief and interrogated him carefully and learned that he was still a drug dealer. Therefore, the thief who robs the house may also be a murderer. As long as he passes through Zhou Zheng's hands, the credit will be escalated. Xiao Li, go to the police car downstairs to get shackles and handcuff the kid's feet to prevent him from escaping. Police officer Xiao Li said to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang looked at Wang Fu and then looked at Zhou Zheng. Xiao Li, you're a little bit of a big deal. This guy can't stand steadily now, so how can he run? Brother Zheng, what do you think? It's better to put on shackles. He is an extremely dangerous guy. This kid has 2 knives hidden on his body. If I weren't my skills, I would be the one lying on the ground. Zhou Zheng said, pointing to the dagger and switchblade that fell to the ground. Hold the grass. The police officer gasped. Did this guy rob or kill someone in the house? Carrying 2 knives of this length? Zhou Zheng was also brave and subdued this kid alone. Zhou Zheng said, then reached out to search Wang Fu's body. It didn't matter if he searched, and he found an old-style grenade with rusty traces. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be shocked. Does this kid even have grenades? When Xiao Wang saw the grenade, he quickly walked out and said, I'll go downstairs to get the shackles and come back soon. Good guy, he has 2 knives on his body and a grenade. This kid is either a thief or a desperate person. Wang Fu stared at Zhou Zheng with his scarlet eyes and suddenly grinned. You are lucky today. If you weren't afraid of hurting the innocent, I would have died with you. Zhou Zheng understood that the innocent mentioned by Wang Fu refers to Huang Shifen. He was afraid that he would hurt Huang Shifen, otherwise he would really pull the grenade if he was beaten in a hurry. However, Zhou Zheng's martial arts value was too strong, and Wang Fu was knocked out in one go. He had no chance to die together. Another charge, private arms hiding. Zhou Zheng put down a big hat. Wang Fu sneered and did not refute, and was caught, and there was nothing to say about both people and stolen goods. Now he just wants to keep Huang Shifen. It is better to be silent if he says too much. After a while, Xiao Wang took shackles from the police car. The shackles were not thick and the fingers were the same as the ones that were given to the car thief Chen Yang last time. They were used to wear rings for criminals when they went out. Click click. Xiao Wang lowered his body and put shackles on Wang Fu's feet. Brother Zheng has done it. This kid is unable to escape now. Are we taking him back to Qiubei Station now? Zhou Zheng nodded and said. Xiao Wang, lend me your handcuffs and use them. You can put away the 2 murder weapons on the ground and this grenade. This is the evidence of Wang Fu's murder. Okay. Xiao Wang agreed happily, took off the handcuffs from his waist and handed them to Zhou Zheng, without asking him what he was doing. Click. Zhou Zheng suddenly handcuffed Huang Shifen. You, what do you mean? Huang Shifen felt the coldness on her wrists. When she looked closely, she looked at the extra rose gold bracelet, and couldn't help but feel shocked. What does it mean? Huang Shifen, do you still have to pretend? No, Zhou Zheng, what am I pretending? A thief came into my house to steal things. I am the victim, okay? Why did I handcuff me? Huang Shifen, I'll ask you, do you know this guy named Wang Fu? No, don't know. Huang Shifen showed a panic expression on her face, and she lowered her head and stammered. Don't you recognize me? Are you lying? Zhou Zheng rubbed his chin with a playful expression on his face. You have known each other many years ago and have maintained an improper relationship. Don't you know how your husband died? Zhou Zheng's words exploded in Huang Shifen's ears like a bolt from the blue. How did he know that I have a relationship with Wang Fu? Huang Shifen was in a mess. No. Don't panic, don't panic. Wang Fu killed his husband, but the police found no clues at that time. Now there will be no flaws after so long. This kid might be cheating on him. Huang Shifen comforted herself a few words, raised her head and shouted. Zhou Zheng, are you swearing? I admit that I had had friction with you before. My son was already in hospital with blood and vomited blood by you. Are you still not satisfied? I am still thinking about using false charges to deduct me a shit basin. What do you want to do? She was very nervous and could only use the most irritating method that women were best at, and rolling around. Zhou Zheng sneered. You can refuse to admit it, and go back to the police station to be investigated. Huang Shifen's face turned distorted, and she pointed at Zhou Zheng's fierce look and shouted. You don't have the right to arrest me. What law did I violate? If you dare to arrest me, I will complain to you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand lightly. Huang Shifen, I have the right to detain you for 24 hours. As for complaints, you can do whatever you want. My police number is 9527. If I am afraid of complaints, I will not be a police officer. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was confident, Huang Shifen's arrogance couldn't help but become much weaker. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang were a little worried. It seems that Huang Shifen and Zhou Zheng know each other. They had had friction before. Zhou Zheng was unable to think about it and deliberately detained the woman in order to retaliate. They pulled Zhou Zheng down the corner of the room and said, Brother Zheng, what did Huang Shifen do? Don't really take revenge on private abolition. This girl looks hard to mess with. If you really want to complain, you can drink a pot. Zhou Zheng smiled. Do you think I am a person who has deposed the public for personal gain? Let me tell you the truth. Huang Shifen is suspected of committing a crime. There is no clue at all. Can I arrest people for nothing? I'm right. The two nodded. Judging from Zhou Zheng's performance during this period, he never aimlessly. Huang Shifen might have a problem. Brother Zheng, brothers, I'll go the same way as you, and you can do whatever you say. Zhou Zheng looked dark. What does this mean to go to the dark side? This is to never let any bad guy go. He pointed to the indoor camera in the corner of the roof and said, "This camera is powerful evidence. Who of you took him off?" As soon as Zhou Zheng entered the room, he found the camera in the bedroom. He was so lucky. The conversation between Wang Fu and Huang Shifen should have been recorded by this camera. This is the evidence. Brother Zheng, it's too tall, I can't touch it. Xiao Wang stood on the chair and couldn't touch the camera. You come down and let me do it. Zhou Zheng stood on the chair and jumped gently. His body seemed to have escaped the gravity of the earth, jumped high, reached out and snatched the camera, and his feet fell steadily. Sharp it! Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were surprised. Zhou Zheng was so jumping. He could do it so well if he didn't play basketball if he jumped so high. Zhou Zheng took out the memory card from the camera and looked up at Huang Shifen. Huang Shifen's face was as dark as earthy as she was no longer as arrogant as before. Chapter 105 Have you made a major discovery? Little Li Xiao Wang, you two are optimistic about them. I'll go to the next door to change my clothes, and we'll go back to Qiubei Station soon. The two of them looked puzzled. Not Brother Zheng, do you know him next door? Next door is my house. After Zhou Zheng said that, he turned around and left Huang Shifen's house. Xiao Wang said in surprise. I'll go. Brother Zheng lives in Hanlin Yuan community. The housing prices here are ridiculously high, and any house costs more than 2 million. Xiao Li disagreed. You forgot that Brother Zheng's wife is from Parmela? Is it normal for Bai Fumei to have a house in Hanlin Yuan community? That's right. I don't know how long it takes to save for my salary to buy a house here. Is it still a lot to make money in business? But is Brother Zheng considered a soft meal? You are not so nagging, stop talking, I'm optimistic about these two people. Don't worry, I can't run away. Zhou Zheng returned to his home next door and quickly changed his clothes. Before leaving, he thought about it and decided to say hello to Chu Yunyao. Dong 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 dong. He knocked on the door of Chu Yunyao's bedroom. I just broke in directly because I mistakenly thought that the thief had entered Chu Yunyao's bedroom. At that time, the situation was urgent and I didn't think much about it. Now I can't be abrupt. After a while, the door opened. Chu Yunyao appeared in front of Zhou Zheng in her pajamas with sleepy eyes. Before he could speak, he yawned. Zhou Zheng, get up so early? What time is it? Yunyao, I have something to do and I want to go to Qiubei Station and tell you. What's the matter? Are you so anxious? Chu Yunyao looked at the wall clock, and it was only 4 o'clock in the morning. Didn't I just mistakenly think that a thief came in and broke into your room? You even said that I was sleeping in a daze, but there were actually thieves. What? Chu Yunyao was shocked when she heard Zhou Zheng's words. Where is the thief? Yunyao, don't panic, the thief went next door and didn't come to our house, I've already caught it. I won't call my colleagues here, let's take the thief to Qiubei for interrogation. Zhou Zheng, are you okay? Chu Yunyao asked worriedly. It's okay, a little thief, I'll hold him down after a few moves. In order not to worry Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng did not tell him that Wang Fu was a dangerous person, and that he was here to kill them tonight. Oh, that's good. I slept so hard just now that I didn't hear anything. Zhou Zheng laughed silently. He had just fought with Wang Fu, and Huang Shifen shouted, but he didn't wake up Chu Yunyeo in her sleep. It seemed that her sleep quality was still good. Yunyeo, I'll leave first. I probably won't come back in the morning. You can watch some breakfast for yourself. I know Zhou Zheng, how has your body recovered? Can you bear it? Chu Yunyeo was still a little worried about Zhou Zheng's body. No problem, I've recovered as before. Let's go, you can go to bed. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he walked out of the house and closed the security door. When I arrived at 1002, I shouted, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, leave and go back to the north office of the bridge. With the help of 2 security guards, several people took Wang Fu and Huang Shifen downstairs and got into the police car. Wang Fu didn't say a word, and during the period, Huang Shifen wanted to say something to him, but Wang Fu refused with his eyes. What she said now may be regarded as a confession in court, and in order not to implicate Huang Shifen, she cannot communicate with her. The police car roared all the way and soon arrived at the Qiubei police station. Lao Lu, who was guarding the door, opened the gate of Qiubei Institute early. Park the car and open the door. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, you two take them into the detention room and lock them in a separate room. This. Brother Zheng, this is inappropriate. There are also men and women in the residence room. What if something happens? Xiao Li and Xiao Wang didn't think about taking unnecessary risks. It's okay, I'll take care of anything. Okay. The two locked Wang Fu and Han Shifen in a separate room. After returning, Zhou Zheng asked them to pay close attention to their every move in the monitoring room. Brother Zheng, won't you interrogate them now? Xiao Wang and Xiao Li are also eager to make contributions. The suspect is arrested, shouldn't he be interrogated immediately? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Have them away for a while, I have my own sense of responsibility. You two will do what I said and notify me of any situation. Okay. Although Zhou is smaller and Xiao Wang came to Qiubei police station 1 year later, but his achievements are obvious to all. These two people are also fans of Zhou Zheng, so they will naturally listen to him. After Xiao Li and Xiao Wang left, Zhou Zheng came to the big office, turned on the computer, inserted the memory card from Huang Shifen's indoor camera into the card reader, and then plugged it into the computer. He wanted to see the complete story of Wang Fu's entry into Huang Shifen's house. What happened to the two of them and what else had said. This memory can store 48 hours of surveillance video. Find the video file and click on the player. Zhou Zheng did not pull the progress bar, but clicked fast forward to watch. After watching for a long time, 2/3 of the progress of the video had passed, and there was no one in the video. I think Huang Shifen has been taking care of Lin Hao in the hospital and has not gone home. It was not until 8 o'clock last night that Huang Shifen appeared in the bedroom, and it was obvious that she was very tired. She took off herself naked and left the bedroom again. After a while, she came back, and her hair was so wet that she thought she had taken a shower. Huang Shifen was lying on the bed and playing with her cell phone for a while. The camera was facing her. Her white body was completely visible. Although she was old, she had to say that she was well maintained. Zhou Zheng was also frightened and a little embarrassed when he saw it, but in order to collect more clues, he could only force himself to watch it. Huang Shifen looked at her cell phone for a while, pulled a quilt over her body and fell asleep quickly. Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was still a little uncomfortable when he was watching the middle-aged woman who was still charming in the video. Time was slowly delayed, it was getting dark, and the light in the bedroom became dim. Huang Shifen's cameras had night vision, so they could see clearly. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the surveillance video showed that the bedroom window was opened, and a figure came in soon. He carefully got off the windowsill and tiptoed to the bed. Needless to say, this guy is Wang Fu. Needless to say, Wang Fu threatened Huang Shifen with a dagger and violated her. After finishing, I realized that I had entered the wrong room and made a mistake. Next was the conversation between Wang Fu and Han Shifen. Zhou Zhengquan heard most of these outside the door. "I'll go." Zhou Zheng's heart moved, but he didn't expect that Wang Fu would come to Huang Shifen's bedroom. This kid wants to deal with himself and Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. If Wang Fu hadn't walked into the wrong house, Yunyao would have been frightened. Although he was here, Wang Fu would not succeed, but he was disgusted by Wang Fu, and Wang Fu was also suspected of murdering Huang Shifen's husband. This scumbag! Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth. When the director came tomorrow morning, he applied for an investigation against Wang Fu, and he must not be allowed to escape legal sanctions. "Brother Zheng." At this time, Xiaoli hurried into the office and said with an excited look, "Brother Zheng, we are staring at Wang Fu and Huang Shifen in the surveillance room and have made a major discovery." Chapter 106 Is Zhou Zheng hopeless to be promoted? "Xiaoli, what did you find?" Zhou Zheng asked while unplugging the memory card from the computer. He deliberately locked Wang Fu and Huang Shifen in the same room just to let the two communicate and hope to get some useful information from it. Xiaoli said excitedly. "Brother Zheng, these two people really know each other." Wang Fu used a mountaineering rope to sneak into Huang Shifen's house from the roof in the middle of the night. He came to have a tryst with her. What a guy, this guy is so addicted. Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought that something was important. It turned out that Wang Fu was still firing smoke bombs. It seems that Wang Fu has a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. He knows that there are cameras in the detention room, and the police will also stare at the surveillance camera. He deliberately said that he had a secret meeting with Huang Shifen, obviously just trying to avoid the important things. Besides, Huang Shifen's husband had long been dead, and Wang Fu was also single. Even their secret meeting was not considered a moral issue. Zhou Zheng smiled. "Xiaoli, do you think what Wang Fu said is true? He even had a knife and grenade when he had a tryst with a woman." Xiaoli turned his eyes and nodded. "I also think it's abnormal. These two people seem to be deliberately hiding something. I saw Wang Fu wink at Huang Shifen on the surveillance." Huang Shifen basically responded passively, all of which were Wang Fu's active words. "Xiaoli, it's good to see that Wang Fu is suspected of murdering Huang Shifen's husband. I have video evidence that he personally admitted." "Ah? Really fake?" Xiaoli looked surprised. "I will definitely not arrest people without evidence. Huang Shifen should also be an accomplice. I'm going. Is this so bloody?" Xiaoli was so shocked that he didn't know what to say, and even made up the chaotic relationship between the three people. "Okay, Xiaoli, you and Xiao Wang continue to stare at Wang Fu and Huang Shifen. It will be dawn in 2 hours. Let's talk about it when the director comes." "Okay, brother." Zhou Zheng was not in a hurry to interrogate Wang Fu and Huang Shifen. After all, Wang Fu came to Hanlin Yuan community to target him and Chu Yunyao at night. He wanted to avoid suspicion in interrogation. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Zheng went to the breakfast stall outside Qiubei Institute to buy fried dough sticks and buns, and delivered them to the monitoring room. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Wang and Xiaoli, have some breakfast." No, brother Zheng, you are too polite." Facing the steaming heat, it was time for breakfast, and Xiao Wang and Xiaoli were also hungry, so they picked it up and ate it and didn't forget to greet Zhou Zheng. "Brother Zheng, you can eat too." Yeah, I'm so hungry all night, everyone eat more." The three of them swallowed the food in a short while and showed off 10 fried dough sticks and 10 big buns. Wiping his hands with a napkin, Zhou Zheng asked, "Does Wang Fu and Huang Shifen have any communication later?" Xiaoli shook his head. "No. Wang Fu didn't say a word later. Huang Shifen couldn't help but talk to Wang Fu several times, but Wang Fu ignored her." Zhou Zheng nodded, which was expected. After breakfast, Xiao Wang and Xiaoli felt tired and couldn't help but yawn a few times. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng stayed for half a night, but he was so energetic that he was not tired at all. Xiao Wang said, "Brother Zheng, are you a stubborn person? Are you not sleepy at all?" "It's okay, I'm not very sleepy." Zhou Zhensin said that the hidden dragon art was indeed powerful. After only practicing for a few hours, the mental power was full. After enduring for half a night, he did not feel tired. I looked at the wall clock on the wall and found it was 7:40 in the morning. This time it should be the time. Zhou Zhendao. You two are busy first. It's time to get off work when it's time to go. I'll go find the director. In the director's office, Hao Aguo arrived at 7:30. He had less sleep time at the age of age and woke up early. After packing up and eating breakfast, he simply went to work when he had nothing to do. I made a cup of tea and was about to sit on the office chair when the landline on the table rang. He looked at the caller ID and the phone number of the municipal bureau, and then picked it up and answered it. "Hey Lao Hao? I'm Ma Ziajun." Director Ma's voice came from the microphone. Hao Aguo's heart moved. It was probably nothing good for Director Ma to call himself in the morning. "Mr. Ma, I am Hao Aguo. Please give me some instructions if you have any questions." "Ha ha Lao Hao, don't be that serious. There is no way to tell me what you want to tell you about the instructions." "Master Ma, what's the matter?" Last time, Zhou Zheng caught Lu Rongzheng, a drug dealer from the south, and made another contribution. "Didn't you tell me that I hope Zhou Zheng can be promoted to the first level? I applied to the provincial department." "Yet?" Hao Aguo asked hurriedly. "Master Ma, what do you say above? I received a reply from the provincial department last night. I didn't have the nerve to notify you if it was too late." Hao Aguo felt nervous. He was full of hope for Zhou Zheng's promotion to the second-level police superintendent, and now the result is about to be achieved. Ma Ziajun's voice came from the receiver. "The provincial department means that Zhou Zheng has been a police officer for less than 4 months. Although he has made great contributions, he is too young after all, and has promoted him from a trainee to a formal police officer. If he is promoted to a second-level superintendent with 2 stars in less than 4 months, it will have an adverse impact on Zhou Zheng's mentality. Some people think that Zhou Zheng's contribution is mostly based on luck, and luck is unstable." Ma Ziajun's words were like a silver needle piercing Hao Aguo, making him feel angry all of a sudden. "Old Hao, this is the reply from the provincial department." "Lao Hao? Are you listening?" "Master Ma, I'm listening." Hao Aguo said listlessly on the phone. "Old Hao, I knew you would feel depressed when you heard this news, but there was nothing you could do. The provincial department also had the considerations of the provincial department." Hao Aguo said angrily. "Master Ma, although Comrade Xiao Zhou is young, he has a very mature mentality and will not be proud of his contributions. Besides, Comrade Xiao Zhou's contributions are obvious to all. He said that he made contributions by luck and was simply unable to eat grapes and said that the grapes were sour. Let those who talk about gossip also try to make contributions by luck. Old Hao, don't be emotional. We must respect the decisions of the provincial department, but the superiors didn't say anything." Hao Aguo was excited and still had hope. "Master Ma, what do you say?" Ma Ziajun said. "As mentioned above, if Zhou Zheng makes a contribution again, he can consider advancing. Of course, this contribution cannot be too small, and the arrested suspect cannot be less than Huang Ji." Hao Aguo was not only unhappy and even a little depressed when he heard this. Huang Ji is an Alavel wanted criminal and a serious murderer. How could so many murderers be arrested by Zhou Zheng? Is this too difficult? Hao Aguo also knew that it was useless to bargain with Ma Ziajun. After all, this was the decision of the provincial department. He nodded and said in dismay. "Mr. Ma, I understand. Old Hao, don't have any psychological burden. Xiao Zhou is so outstanding and has a number 1 in the provincial department. Even if he cannot be promoted now, he may be promoted soon. The provincial department will not neglect talents. That's it, let's go. Hao Aguo put down the phone and paced back and forth in the office. Even his favorite Taiguanyan was tasteless. The provincial department's decision was not even possible for the Ma Bureau, and the director of a small police station was even more powerless. Alas! It seems that Xiao Zhou is hopeless for promotion to a second-level police superintendent. At this moment, a knock on the door came from outside. Come in! Hao Aguo shouted irritably. The door opened and Zhou Zheng walked in. Director. Hao Aguo looked up and saw Zhou Zheng, feeling a little uncomfortable. He changed his expression and pretended to be smiling. Xiao Zhou is here, sit down. Zhou Zheng was not polite to sit on the sofa. Sir, I have something to ask you for trouble. Xiao Zhou, it just so happens. I have something to tell you. Zhou Zhendao. Sir, why don't you talk first? Chapter 107 Someone gives a pillow when dozing off. Xiao Zhou, why are you polite to me? Just tell me if you have something to do. Zhou Zheng distinguished his face and colors and said. Director, I see that your expression seems to be uneasy. Is something happening? Why don't you talk first? Okay, then I'll talk first. Hao Aguo refused, so he had to let Zhou Zheng know about this sooner or later, and he would not say it sooner or later. His throat cleared, but his expression dimmed. Xiao Zhou, Bureau Ma called me just now, and the provincial department rejected the proposal to promote you to a second-level police superintendent. Oh, that's it. Zhou Zheng nodded lightly. He really didn't expect that what Hao Aguo told him would be like. Xiao Zhou, don't be psychologically burdened. The provincial department is positive about your achievements. The main reason is that you are too young and have been working for less than 4 months. There is indeed no precedent for promotion to a second-level police superintendent. Of course, this is also a temporary inability to be promoted. I think this is also a test for you by the provincial department. Hao Aguo explained and preached it all, but later he didn't know what he was talking about. Anyway, I choose a nice thing, so that Zhou Zheng should not think too much, continue to work hard, and be promoted to a second-level police superintendent in the near future. Zhou Zheng was a little disappointed. Who doesn't want to make progress? Especially, he set a goal for himself in his heart. However, some things cannot be done by manpower. As a grassroots policeman, he can only work hard. Only by making greater and more achievements can the leaders of the provincial and department convince. Sir, I understand. Zhou Zheng didn't say much, and it would be better to do something if he said too much. The more plain his expression, the worse Hao Aguo felt. Suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, Xiao Zhou, the provincial department leaders didn't say anything. The above said that if you can make another great contribution, the second-level superintendent's rank will be promoted to you no matter what you say. Yet, Zhou Zheng also felt his eyes lit up. Sir, do you think this is true? Then you must take it seriously. This is how the Ma Bureau conveyed it to me. If the superiors don't keep their word, I will go to the department to petition, and I, Lao Hao, will do my best. Hao Aguo said as he wanted to pat his chest with his hands to guarantee. However, Xiao Zhou, the provincial department also requires that the merits or criminals arrested shall not be lower than Huang Ji's level. Huang Ji is a murderer. How can we, grassroots police officers, are so easy to arrest murderers? The provincial department has indeed given you a problem, but this is also a little hope, right? Don't make trouble, let alone be quick success and instant benefits. I think it's best to let it go. Hao Aguo started nagging again. Of course his original intention was to be wholeheartedly for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, Director, I'm not in trouble. I didn't think this was last night. To be precise, I caught a criminal suspect in the early morning of this morning. This guy was suspected of murder and another accomplice. Ah! Hao Aguo couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. It's not Xiaozhou, you are a prophet. You're too fast, right? Did you catch a criminal suspect so quickly, or was it suspected of murder? Is it true or false? Hao Aguo sat next to Zhou Zheng. Hurry, tell me what's going on. Last night I heard a bad guy enter the next door of my house through the window with a bad intention. Zhou Zheng briefly retold the story of how to catch Wang Fu last night. Hao Aguo heard this and took a breath and asked. This guy named Wang Fu really murdered Huang Shufen's husband? Did Huang Shufen participate? I have videos of him talking to Huang Shufen here. Just look at it. As for whether Huang Shufen has helped Wang Fu, there is no evidence yet, but I think she must be involved. After all, the two met more than 20 years ago and cuckolded their husband on the eve of their marriage. By the way, this Wang Fu sneaked into Hanlin Yuan community in the middle of the night, which was actually aimed at Chu Yunyao and me. I had a friction with Huang Shufen's son Lin Hao. Huang Shufen instructed Wang Fu to retaliate against me and Yun Yao, which was also what they said in person. Hao Aguadao's face gradually became solemn. Good guy. Wang Fu and Huang Shufen actually dare to attack police officers? Especially an excellent policeman like Zhou Zheng. Rebelled against them. Hao Aguo said with a serious face. Xiaozhou, what about the video information? Hurry up and show me. If it is true, I will file a case immediately. This case must be handled as a solid case. Director, the video is recorded here, you can take a look. Zhou Zheng took out the memory card equipped with the card reader and inserted it into Hao Aguo's computer, clicking out the video. There was nothing in the front section, and Zhou Zheng directly pulled the progress bar, starting when Wang Fu entered the bedroom from outside the window. He also watched Hao Aguo by the side. The video soon played the flesh-and-hearted scene between Wang Fu and Huang Shufen. Zhou Zheng was more embarrassed when he watched it alone, and even more embarrassed when he watched it with the director. Hao Aguo had nothing, and there was no expression on his face. He is an old policeman who has been a police officer for more than 20 years in middle age. He has never seen any strange things. The video scene is compared with the scene of going to a nightclub to crack down on pornography. It's a pediatric department. In the video, Wang Fu revealed that he came to Hanlin Yuan community this time to kill Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. He even mentioned in his chat with Huang Shufen that he deliberately hid Huang Shufen's husband. After watching the video, Hao Aguo slapped the table with a SP sound. Wang Fu is suspected of driving and deliberately hitting someone else to death. Now he dares to enter the house to kill someone. He is too arrogant and arrogant. It's a good thing he entered the wrong house, otherwise you and Yunyao would be really in vain. By the way, Xiaozhou, have you interrogated these two people? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Director, I did not interrogate. I think Wang Fu is targeting me this time, and I want to avoid suspicion. Hao Aguo nodded with satisfaction. Well, Xiaozhou, you did the right thing. You can't interfere in this case. I think our police station will not interfere. Just leave it to the criminal police team. Videos can be used as evidence, but they also have to form a link of evidence with other evidence. The criminal police team collects evidence and is more likely to be in the same place as our police. As he was talking, Hao Aguo suddenly patted his forehead. Hey, I remember when I was having dinner with Chen Guang, the captain of the first criminal police team, many years ago, he once mentioned a traffic accident to me. I always felt that something was wrong with the driver and the deceased's wife, but I couldn't find any evidence. Finally, I got it done. I called and asked. Hao Aguo said as he picked up his cell phone and called Chen Guang, the captain of the first team of the criminal police. Hey Lao Chen, I'm Lao Hao, I'll ask you something. I remember 5 or 6 years ago, you dealt with a traffic accident case. Is the driver named Wang Fu? Is the deceased's wife named Huang Shufen? Yeah, yes, right? These two people committed a crime and intended to enter the house to kill people. They were caught by our Xiaozhou. Moreover, there is evidence that Wang Fu deliberately drove a car to kill Huang Shifen's husband. Okay, come to Kyobisis quickly. After hanging up the phone, Hao Aguo's face finally turned cloudy and sunny. Xiaozhou, if you meet, you will meet, Team Chen will come over immediately. If Wang Fu is confirmed to kill someone on purpose, Xiaozhou, it will be a foregone conclusion that you will be promoted to a second-level police superintendent. Hao Aguo was both happy and sighing. Xiaozhou is really lucky. If someone is dozing off, he will give him a pillow. You can't accept it. Chapter 108 How can Zhou Zheng give up on the treasure of the town? Xiaozhou, how did you discover Wang Fu? While waiting for the arrival of the captain of the criminal police team, Hao Aguo and Zhou Zheng had a few chats. Zhou Zhendao. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night last night. When I heard something outside, I thought the thief was in. So I checked around. Later, I found out that it was the thief who came next door. I originally wanted to go to catch the thief next door, but I didn't expect to hear their conversation. Then I realized that Wang Fu was not an ordinary thief, but came to kill me and Yunyao. Hao Aguo nodded and said in fear. It's a good thing that Wang Fu saw the wrong position and went to the wrong house. He had a knife on his body and even had a grenade. If he entered your house, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Zheng smiled. Director, don't be afraid. Even if Wang Fu enters my house, the result will be the same as it is now. Maybe he will be beaten even worse by me. Zhou Zheng said it easily, but Hao Aguo didn't think so. He didn't know Zhou Zheng's full strength. Zhou Zheng is indeed very powerful in arresting criminals, and his skills are good, but it is easy to avoid hidden arrows and is difficult to prevent them. Being a policeman will inevitably offend people. If he is retaliated and is devilish, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiaozhou, I think you should install guardrails on your windows when you have time. Although it affects your vision and beauty, you are prepared for any trouble. Zhou Zheng felt that the director had made a big deal. Sir, don't have to be so troublesome. My house is on the 10th floor, and most people cannot go through the windows. Hao Aguo rolled his eyes and said dissatisfiedly. Why did Wang Fu get in? Xiaozhou, aren't you afraid of criminals, aren't others afraid? You should also think about Chu Yunyao. Hao Aguo's words entered Zhou Zheng's heart. He always wants to catch criminals and make contributions. In the future, he will only catch more and more bad people. If he can't bear it, he will offend some people and even become a thorn in the eyes of criminals. It's okay for him to beat a dozen people alone, but what about Chu Yunyao? You can't make her feel insecure, right? Zhou Zheng nodded. Okay, I'll ask someone to install guardrails on the windows at home. Hao Aguo Dao. That's right. I'll listen to people's advice to have a full meal. Zhou Zheng suddenly thought of something and patted his head. By the way, Director, Wang Fu came down from the roof through a mountain rope, and the mountain rope was also a physical evidence. I didn't have time to get it. It's okay, I'll let someone go and pick it up. Has your master come? Let Jianjun go. Hao Aguo said as he took out his cell phone and called Lu Jianjun, and learned that Lu Jianjun had just arrived at the police station. Jianjun, you can go to Hanlin Yuan Community. There is a hiking rope tied to a guardrail on the roof of building number 1. Collect that as evidence of crime. Oh, don't ask what happened and tell you when you come back, that's it. Hao Aguo hung up the phone and told Zhou Zheng. I didn't tell Jianjun anything. I'm afraid he's going to ask. Let's talk about it when he comes back. Now that I've talked about it, my master will inevitably care about you for a long time. Hehe. Zhou Zheng also smiled. Although my master likes to nag, he is really good to me. Hao Aguo said with gratitude. Xiaozhou, just know. The two were chatting when a knock on the door suddenly sounded outside. It must be Lao Chen, he came quite quickly. Hao Aguo said as he stood up and went to open the door himself. Open the office door. 3 policemen in police uniforms stood outside. The man in the lead was tall and strong, with a national face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, which was somewhat similar to the protagonist in The Wrangler. Old Chen is here. Hao Aguo said with a smile on his face. Hear you. I received your instructions from Lao Hao, and I will immediately take the people to the north of the bridge. Chen Guang said with a smile. Old Hao, don't you want me to go in with the door blocked? Ha 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 ha. Hao Aguo smiled and moved out of his position. Please come in quickly, please come in quickly. I didn't expect that even the captain of your criminal police team, who is thick-browed and bijed, has learned to joke. Chen Guang walked into the office with 2 criminal police officers, and Zhou Zheng also stood up. Hello, Team Chen. Oh, this little comrade is a little bit disgusted, but it seems that he has seen it somewhere. Chen Guang turned around and asked Hao Aguo. Old Hao, who is this young comrade? His name is Zhou Zheng, a newcomer who has just arrived at our police station, a young boy. Hao Aguo deliberately mentioned Zhou Zheng. Old Chen, sit down quickly, 2 comrades, 2, I'll pour water for you. Wait. Chen Guang waved his hand and looked Zhou Zheng up and down. You are Zhou Zheng? The young policeman who made first-class merit. No wonder it looks familiar. I have seen photos of you winning the first-class merit on our municipal bureau website. I saw you today. You are much younger than in the photo. It turns out that you are a hero and a boy. Chen Guang praised Zhou Zheng for a while, but Zhou Zheng waved his hand modestly, showing a calm look on his face. Captain Chen, it's over reward. Chen Guang nodded secretly. Such a young policeman was awarded the first-class merit. If ordinary people had been extremely proud, they would have long been very proud. Unexpectedly, this young comrade was not arrogant or impatient, mature and steady, and was indeed not an ordinary person. The 2 criminal police officers following Chen Guang were both first-level police superintendents with 3 stars, and they were a little envious when they looked at the ones with 1 stars on Zhou Zheng's shoulder. Of course, they had also heard of Zhou Zheng's deeds. Look at others, I caught an Alavel wanted criminal during my internship and made a first-class merit. I directly transferred to the formal merit. I have been working for more than 10 years, and I have only achieved the 3rd-class merit in the collective. People are more dead and I have to throw away. Old Hao, Comrade Xiao Zhou is so outstanding, you have found a treasure in Qiao Bay. Hao Aguo said. Oh Captain Chen, what a treasure! Xiao Zhou is just an ordinary policeman, but he has a little ability. I'll go. Chen Guang gave him a blank look and said to himself that I don't know you yet. I am deliberately humble, but I am actually extremely proud. Chen Guang said deliberately. Old Hao, can Xiao Zhou, an ordinary policeman, be seconded to our criminal police team for use? Hao Aguo's face suddenly changed. Don't even think about it. There is no door. Old Chen, I asked you to come here to study and hand over the case, not to let you poach people. Look, he is anxious. Chen Guang smiled and stopped joking with Hao Aguo. Okay, Lao Hao, I won't make trouble with you, let's talk about the case. Wang Fu was arrested for what happened. Hao Aguo then turned his worries into joy, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he knew that Chen Guang was joking just now, he couldn't help but become serious. He wanted to dig Zhou Zheng, but he didn't even have any door. How could he give in to the treasures of the capital? Even if he was joking, he would be unhappy, very unhappy. Old Chen, time is tight, so I won't pour water for you, you can do it yourself. Hao Aguo said to Zhou Zhendao again. Xiao Zhou, did you arrest Wang Fu and Huang Shifen, or would you tell Captain Chen? Okay Director. Zhou Zheng nodded and began to tell Chen Guang the story of arresting Wang Fu and the information he had. After hearing this, Chen Guang took a deep breath. Wang Fu killed Huang Shifen's husband Lin Yingyu in a traffic accident. I did have any suspicion that he committed murder and the case was also filed. Wang Fu repeatedly denied it, and we had no conclusive evidence, so we could only judge it as negligence. Unexpectedly. Old Hao, Xiaozhou, do you have any evidence? Just a mouth is not good. Hao Aguo waved. Old Chen, come and watch this video. Chapter 109. Can you send a message to my son Lin Hao? After watching the video, Chen Guang felt an unconcealable excitement on his face. It turns out that Wang Fu drove deliberately to kill Lin Yingyu. This kid admitted it in person. With the video evidence, Wang Fu's denial without any meaning. This provided a lot of help to the criminal police team to solve the case, and Chen Guang even made up the scene of Wang Fu finally bowing his head and committing punishment in the face of the video evidence. Old Hao, the evidence in this video is so powerful. I am confident that Wang Fu's intentional murder case would be a tough case. And with this Huang Shifen, it is very likely that she betrayed Lin Yingyu's information, that Wang Fu would succeed smoothly, and she could not escape the legal punishment. Hao Aguo added. Old Chen, this Wang Fu sneaked into Hanlin Yuan community in the middle of the night to deal with Zhou Zheng and his wife. Huang Shifen was instructing others, and this is also the case. Don't ignore it. Chen Guang nodded. Don't worry, I won't ignore it. This is what our criminal police team does. We will never tolerate any illegal criminal acts and investigate them to the end. Old Hao, I'll take away this video information, and I'll hand it over to our criminal police team together, right? Hao Aguo stood up. No problem, I'll hand over it to you. It's your old Hao who thinks about me, thank you. Chen Guang said politely. The criminal police detachment of the Municipal Bureau is under several criminal police brigade, and Chen Guang is the captain of the 1st Brigade. To be honest, Qiubei Institute arrested Wang Fu and Huang Shifen, and the decision to hand over to Hao Aguo. This case is a major case, and there is a lot of evidence at present. The day to solve the case is just around the corner. No matter who takes on this case in the criminal police team, they will add a rich mark to their resume. It was not an exaggeration for Hao Aguo to hand over the case to any brigade, but he notified Chen Guang that there were people in this world, so Chen Guang naturally understood it, so he expressed his gratitude. Hao Aguo curled his lips and said, Old Chen, it's boring to say this. We were classmates from the police academy back and forth, and there were bunks. If anything, I don't look for you, the old guy, who can I find? Besides, you handled the case of Wang Fu hitting and killing someone back then, and it would be perfect for you to take over. Chen Guang patted Hao Aguo on the shoulder. Okay, I won't say anything pretentious, everything is speechless. When the case is over, I'll invite you to drink. Hao Aguo waved his hand. Old Chen, I have a request to close the case as soon as possible. I will invite you to have a drink at that time. Hao Aguo also had his considerations. The provincial department leader said that Zhou Zheng arrested another heavyweight criminal suspect and promoted him to the 2nd-level superintendent. He was arrested, but the case must be solved as soon as possible. He is familiar with Chen Guang and is easy to talk to, and Chen Guang has strong business capabilities, so I believe that the results will be achieved soon. Chen Guang swears. Now we have evidence of videos in our hands, and there is also the weapon that Wang Fu carried with him when he entered the house to commit crimes. We are not afraid that he will not admit it in front of the ironclad evidence. After Chen Guang said that, he asked again. By the way, Lao Hao, who made this video? It's so powerful. Of course it's Comrade Zhou from our institute. Chen Guangwen turned his attention to Zhou Zheng. Wang Fu and Huang Shifen were arrested by Zhou Zheng, and the video evidence was also caused by Zhou Zheng. What a good guy, how big a problem will save the criminal police team. It would be great if there were excellent comrades like Zhou Zheng in the criminal police team. At this time, Chen Guang really envied Hao Aguo for having such an excellent seedling under his command. If Zhou was in another police station, Chen Guang might find ways to dig him into the criminal police team, but Zhou was embarrassed to take action in Hao Aguo's Kyo Bay station. Alas! I don't know why such an excellent police officer went to be a police officer. Chen Guang was also a little depressed. He didn't know that Wanli, the captain of the drug control team, also begged Zhou Zheng, and he was even more depressed than him. At this time, Lu Jianjun came back and brought back a large bundle of mountaineering ropes. Captain, this is the mountaineering rope you asked me to collect. Is Jianjun back? Hao Aguo. The mountaineering rope was also given to Team Chen and the others. This is also evidence of Wang Fu's crime. By the way, have you taken photos on the spot? I took a photo. Lu Jianjun said. Sir, don't worry if I do my business. Okay, leave it to Team Chen together. Chen Guang signaled his criminal police to take the climbing rope and the memory card that saved the video. Old Chen, I'll take you to the detention room to pick someone up. Everyone walked out of the office and towards the detention room. In an empty room, Wang Fu and Huang Shifen sat on simple chairs. Several hours have passed since the two were arrested, but no one interrogated them. Wang Fu couldn't sit still and looked outside through the iron railing in a daze, while Huang Shifen was even more frightened. She kept asking Wang Fu what to do next. Wang Fu said softly to her ear with his back to the camera. I'll carry it, you don't know anything. Then he stopped talking. He knew there was a camera in the detention room. If he accidentally let his mouth go to Huang Shifen for frequent communication, he would be done. He had already killed someone, and it didn't matter if he died. Huang Fen could not be involved. After all, he was worried that his son Lin Hao would live alone. Clang! Squeak! The door outside opened, and several policemen in police uniforms walked in one by one. Huang Shifen had never seen such a large formation, and her face suddenly changed color and her body shivered. Wang Fu was braver, just took a look and lowered his head. We are from the Municipal Bureau Criminal Police Team. Wang Fu, you were arrested for suspected intentional homicide and intentional murder. Huang Shifen is suspected of instructing Wang Fu to retaliate against his neighbor, which is related to a traffic accident many years ago, and you have also been arrested. Chen Guang stood in front of the iron railing and said seriously. Police officer, I'm wronged. Huang Shifen and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm going to date her tonight. What does this have to do with the intention to kill someone? Wang Fu didn't want to admit the claim immediately, he still wanted to struggle. Humph! Chen Guang sneered. Since we like to arrest you, it means you have evidence of your violation. If you have any wrongdoing, let me tell you about the criminal police team. After saying that, Chen Guang signaled the two criminal police officers around him to recommend him. Lu Jianjun opened the iron fence door with the key. Click! Click! The two also put shackles on Huang Shifen's ankles. Huang Shifen felt that her ankles were cold, and the shackles were like the claws of an evil ghost stretched out from hell, which scared her to death. For a moment, he thought he was going to be pulled out and shot, and immediately cried. Police officer, don't kill me, I did instruct Wang Fu to retaliate against Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, but I didn't say that I asked him to kill them. Moreover, Wang Fu walked into the wrong house and even gave me to the Japanese. I was wronged. Wang Fu glared at Huang Shifen fiercely, thinking that this stupid woman was not enough to do anything, and she had to take care of everything before she even joined the criminal police team. It's over. His heart was filled with depression. Chen Guang and Hao Aguo looked at each other. Huang Shifen's psychological quality was too poor. She gave up before she could even examine her. It seemed that she was the breakthrough. Takeaway. With the help of Zhou Zheng and Lu Jianjun, two criminal police officers took Wang Fu and Huang Shifen out of the detention room and stuffed them into the police car. Huang Shifen was no longer arrogant when facing Zhou Zheng, and she begged tremblingly. Zhou Zheng, for the sake of our neighbors, can you send a message to my son? I may not be able to come out, tell him to take good care of himself. Zhou Zheng sighed. No matter how evil a person is, he still has a deep love for his child. Before he could speak, Hao Aguo said, Huang Shifen, I hope you will explain your problem carefully after joining the criminal police team. I will notify your son about your affairs. Chapter 110 Is Zhou Zheng a god? After completing the handover procedures, Chen Guang greeted Hao Aguo, Zhou Zheng, and others and walked into the police car. Everyone waved their hands together to watch the police car out of the yard of Qiubei Station. Director, Xiaozhou, what's going on? When did this man and woman catch this man and woman? What did you do? Lu Jianjun asked in confusion after the police car left. The person mentioned by the criminal police team on Qiubei said that the two people had committed a lot of things. I don't know who caught them, and I don't know what they committed. Lu Jianjun was always trying to ask clearly about the situation. Chen Guang, who had just had a criminal police team, didn't have the chance to ask. Who else? Your apprentice caught it. The man's name is Wang Fu, suspected of murder and intention to enter the house to kill people, while the woman is the man's conspiracy. Hao Aguo said with a smile. I'll go. Xiaozhou arrested two more powerful criminals? When did it happen? Lu Jianjun was surprised. He felt that he had missed several 100 million. Early morning this year. Let your apprentice Xiaozhou tell you in detail. Xiaozhou, please tell me. Lu Jianjun said with a curiosity look on his face. Master, that's the case. Zhou Zheng briefly repeated it. After hearing this, Lu Jianjun felt complicated and mixed emotions. He was proud of Zhou Zheng, and he also had faith to have such an excellent apprentice. Look at my apprentice, he arrested two more heavyweight criminal suspects. Before the last time the credit was issued, he made another contribution. He felt scared for Zhou Zheng again. If Zhou Zheng was not alert at night, or if Wang Fu did not go to the wrong room, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao would be in danger. Of course, Lu Jianjun still felt a little depressed, and his apprentice made contributions again and he failed to catch up this time. Of course, this idea passed away, and the most important thing was to worry about Zhou Zheng's safety. Xiaozhou, be careful in everything in the future. If you can't bear it, you will offend people and be retaliated. In the early years, my family was smashed into glass at night. But then again, you can't be lenient in the face of criminals, and you will not do this business if you are afraid of revenge. Zhou Zheng nodded. Don't worry, master, I'll be careful. You two will chat first, I have to go back to the house and call the Ma Bureau. Hao Aguo seemed to remember something and ran to the office happily. I answered Ma Ziajun's call in the morning, but he was in a very bad mood. Zhou Zheng's promotion to second-level police superintendent failed, and the provincial department will still test him. Who knows that there is no way out and there is another village with a clear path. Zhou Zheng and Ma Ziajun arrested two suspects before calling, and they were heavyweight criminals suspected of murder. Although there is no verification yet, with Chen Guang's ability and the evidence he has at present, the case should be closed soon. This time I see what else to say in the provincial department. Hey Director Ma, I am Lao Hao from Qiubei Institute. Hao Aguo stood in the office with one hand holding his cell phone with the other, and was full of energy, with an unrestrained excitement on his face. Ma Ziajun on the other end of the phone frowned and thought to himself that Hao Aguo called him again so quickly. Was he trying to be able to be harmonious with Zhou Zheng? Old Hao, what's the matter? If it's because of Zhou Zheng's promotion to a second-level police superintendent, I'll stop talking. This is not something I can accommodate. The provincial department's intention is how could I control myself when I see a little director? Oh, hey, what did you say, Director Ma? Am I the one who walks through the back door? Ma Ziajun's voice increased. Journal Ma, I called you to say hello. Zhou Zheng arrested 2 more criminals, who were heavyweight criminals suspected of intentional homicide. What did you say? Ma Ziajun's eyes were filled with surprise when he heard this, and he couldn't help but stand up with his cell phone. How Aguo, aren't you talking nonsense? I just conveyed the meaning of the provincial department to you, and Zhou Zheng arrested a heavyweight criminal? Is he a god? Facing Ma Ziajun's doubts, Hao Aguo was not angry and said with a smile. I don't know if Zhou Zheng is a god. Anyway, I only know that Xiao Zhou is not only capable but also lucky. He is either catching criminals or on the way to catch criminals. Ma Ziajun frowned even deeper, and he thought about it and said earnestly. Old Hao, I know you urgently hope that Zhou Zheng will make progress. I also want to use Zhou Zheng as an advanced model in our Jiangbei police system. Jiangbei has produced an excellent policeman who has been promoted to a second-level superintendent in less than 4 months. Not only do you have a face, I am also glorious, right? But we can't cheat others for honor and put other people's credit on Zhou Zheng, this is a matter of principle. Hao Aguo immediately stopped hearing this. Director Ma's words were too ugly. Zhou Zheng's ability exceeded your understanding. Can't we say that we are cheating, right? Director Ma, I am very disappointed when you say this. My old Hao has been a police officer for so many years. When did you commit fraud? If you don't believe it, just ask Chen Guang from the first team of the criminal police. Our Qiobei Institute handed over the suspect to him. Ma Ziajun's eyes rolled, and when Hao Aguo's tone didn't seem to be fake, he didn't need to tell this lie that could not stand the verification. Is what Lao Hao said true? At this time, someone knocked on the door outside, and Ma Ziajun shouted in. The door opened and said that Cao was here. It was Chen Guang from the criminal police team who came in. Chen Guang hurriedly walked in, but he didn't see Ma Ziajun calling, and opened his mouth and said, Master Ma, I just brought back 2 suspected murder suspects from Qiobei Station. We also have evidence in our hands. The Master Ma matter has been filed. Can you sign it? Master Ma. Chen Guang said a few words before seeing Ma Ziajun calling with his cell phone. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and stopped talking immediately. Ma Ziajun's heart moved, covered his cell phone and microphone and looked up and asked. Old Chen, who arrested these 2 suspects? Comrade Zhou Zheng from Qiobei Institute. Are you sure? Confirm, the video as evidence fully records the process of Zhou Zheng arresting the suspect. Ma Ziajun nodded, his heart surging. The suspect was indeed caught by Comrade Xiao Zhou from Qiobei Institute. He is really amazing. Ma Ziajun nodded and said to his cell phone. Old Hao, Chen Guang told me just now that the suspect was indeed arrested by Zhou Zheng. I was arbitrary. I apologize to you. Hao Aguo's voice came from the receiver, and Hao Aguo waved his hand. Mr. Ma, why are you apologizing? I'm not a slim person. I only have one question. Does the provincial department still count? Ma Ziajun said confidently. It must be counted. As long as Chen Guang defines the case, if the provincial department leaders do not promote Zhou Zheng, there is no need to say that I will go to the provincial department and ask for an explanation in person. Okay, I'll feel relieved if you say this. Goodbye to Ma Bureau. Hao Aguo hung up the phone and was in a very good mood. He felt that he couldn't sit still, so he walked into the yard with his hands behind his back. I saw a group of police officers in the yard talking around Zhou Zheng, and I don't know who spoke quickly. Everyone knew that Zhou Zheng had arrested 2 heavyweight criminals, so I was naturally envious. Xiao Zhou arrested 2 more criminals? This is an efficiency that I have never seen in more than 10 years as a police officer. Brother Zheng is awesome, can you take me with me? I also want to make contributions. Xiao Zhou, will I be with you today? Brother Zheng, I want to join you too. Chapter 111 How can money have the power to be awesome? Oh, why are you so lively? Hao Aguo walked over with his hands behind his back, and the folds on his face turned into a chrysanthemum. Hello director. Here is the director. Oh, I suddenly remembered that there were important things to do, so I'll do it first. The same is true for me, goodbye to me, director. Everyone saw Hao Aguo say hello, and then they wanted to scatter. After all, if you don't work during working hours, aren't you going to ask for trouble? There were also brave old policemen. Seeing that Hao Aguo looked good and seemed to be in a good mood, they exchanged a few greetings with Hao Aguo. Sir, what's wrong? What's the matter? Look at you're happy. Hao Aguo said with a smile. He Lao Jin, I'm telling you that Xiao Zhou is about to be promoted to a second-level police superintendent if he doesn't make a fuss. I'm happy for him and for our Kyobei Institute. What? Promoted to second-level superintendent? Director, is it true? Zhou Zhenkei will be promoted to a second-level police superintendent in less than 4 months after he joined the work. Several police officers who were about to return to the office to work also stopped and looked surprised. The director is not kidding, right? That's right, I saw that the director got up early today and was still not clear-eyed. He was promoted to a second-level police superintendent in less than 4 months. This is the storyline in the novel. Not to mention that 4 months or 4 years it's impossible to complete. Shhh, speak quietly, say bad things about the director in person, don't you want to be a mess? Hao Aguo naturally didn't hear clearly what the police were talking about. Even if he heard it, he wouldn't get angry. It was nothing else, he was just happy. Old Jin, comrades, you heard it right. It's said that the above-mentioned matter has not been agreed, but I think it's basically a foregone conclusion, so it's okay to reveal it to you at all, everyone is happy. Lao Jin knew that Hao Aguo would not be aimless. It seemed that this matter was unfair, so he couldn't help but look at the 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulders and sighed suddenly. The second-level police supervisor with 2 bars, 1 star, shouldn't be envious of the second-level police supervisor with 1 bar, 2 stars, after all, he is 2 levels higher. But Lao Jin is already 37 years old. How old is Zhou Zhenkei? 22 years old. At this speed, Zhou Zheng could catch up or even surpass him before he was 25 years old. How can you not be enviable if you walk more than 10 years without? Old Jin, how about it? Are you happy? Lao Jin said with a bitter face, happy, thinking to himself, Director, I am not happy at all, I am envious and jealous. There is no harm without comparison. Didn't your early morning make us feel troubled? Hao Aguo didn't care what they thought, but he felt happy to say it out. Everyone must learn from Comrade Xiao Zhou. Baba Baba. Hao Aguo took the lead in applauding, and the police officers had to applaud. Although everyone is so envious of Zhou Zheng, they also know that Zhou Zheng can achieve such achievements all by himself. If you don't agree, you can also try to arrest criminals and make first-class merits. Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly, feeling a little embarrassed. He is a very low-key person. Hao Aguo made him a trick and could not make him do anything. Okay, everyone can go and do it. Hao Aguo patted Zhou Zheng on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou, when Chen Guang settles a case, I will be able to get promoted. I will set you as a model and learn from you. But you can't be proud, and you will not be arrogant or impatient. Zhou Zheng nodded. Sir, I understand. Okay. Just understand, go and do it. Sir, I'll tell you something. I want to take a day off tomorrow. Zhou Zheng felt a little embarrassed to say this. After all, Hao Aguo praised him to all the police officers in the station just now, and immediately asked for leave to give people a feeling of losing their chains. Hao Aguo did not feel any displeasure. A capable person naturally needs to be properly cared for, and he may not be a good policeman when he goes to work diligently every day. He also said before that if someone can ensure that there is no accident in the jurisdiction, he may not ask the police in the jurisdiction to go to and from get off work. Yes, I'll give you a rest for a long time when I caught Lu Rongzhang last time. This time you caught 2 heavyweight suspects, so it's okay to take a few more days off. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, Captain, I'll take 1 day off. Hao Aguo was idle, and asked casually, Xiao Zhou, why are you taking leave? An old man celebrates his birthday. I don't want to celebrate his birthday. My wife is his granddaughter's best friend. It's not appropriate for me to invite me to go. Hao Aguo's eyes rolled twice and suddenly asked, Is it Mr. Yang? Yes. Zhou Zheng asked in surprise. Director, how do you know? Do you also know Mr. Yang? I heard that he also worked as a policeman before retirement. No, I don't know Mr. Yang. Hao Aguoxin said, I heard that I want to know Mr. Yang, but they don't give me this opportunity, right? Mr. Yang used to be the leader of the provincial department, and his son was also the executive vice mayor. I, a grassroots policeman, cannot get to this relationship. Xiao Zhou saved Mr. Yang's life, and this friendship has been settled. I couldn't help but feel a little envious. Okay, Xiao Zhou, if you have nothing to do in the afternoon, you can rest and prepare a birthday gift for Mr. Yang. Okay, Director. Seeing that Zhou Zheng had successfully requested leave, the director asked him to rest in the afternoon, and he couldn't help but feel moved. Director, my wife celebrates her birthday tomorrow, and I plan to take a day off. Hao Aguo glared at his eyes. Xiao Wang, wake up, you don't even have a wife from your girlfriend. If you go on a blind date tomorrow, I will give you a fake. If you don't, keep going to work for me honestly. Xiao Wang wailed. Sir, these words are heartbreaking. Why can't Zhou Zheng rest here just because he can't? Hao Aguo Dao. If you have Zhou Zheng's results, I agree not to ask for a day off or a week off. Xiao Wang. In a villa in Dongshan Villa District, Wang Feng was lying on a leather sofa, smoking a cigarette depressedly while sighing. The room was filled with smoke, and the huge living room was filled with smoke from Wang Feng. A few days ago, in order to deal with his love rival Zhou Zheng, he moved out his cousin who worked in the municipal bureau. As a result, his cousin was kicked on the iron plate and was under double supervision by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. He had to go to prison for the rest of his life. For this reason, my cousin's family came to the Wang family to make trouble. Wang Feng was also scolded by his father Wang Dagong and then was confined. Not out for several days, go and be free, his intestines will be green. Cough cough cough. Wang Feng coughed a few times. Mad. I smoked too much and my throat was uncomfortable. Jina was fucked. Suddenly, the phone ringtone rang, and the screen showed that it was called by my father Wang Dagong, and Wang Feng quickly answered. Dad. Feng, where are you? Of course I'm at Dongshan Villa. I don't dare to go out without your order. Wang Feng said angrily. Wang Dagong didn't care either. He had important things to do now. Feng, I will lift your confinement now. I will drive to the airport to pick up someone else in my place. Dad, this is a trivial matter for the driver. Wang Feng said disapprovingly. No, you have to go. This person is a master of traditional Chinese medicine that I finally hired from the provincial capital. We must give enough respect and carelessness. Dad, why did you hire a master of Chinese medicine? You feel uncomfortable? No, Feng, I spent a lot of money to get a news that Deputy Mayor Yang's father had a hidden heart disease for the time being, and tomorrow is his birthday. I plan to come uninvited and use the reason for his birthday to let the master of traditional Chinese medicine treat Mr. Yang. If the Yang family is well received, the Yang family will owe our family favors. Moreover, Deputy Mayor Yang has a daughter who is the same age as you. If Mr. Yang is cured, she will probably have a good impression of our Wang family. If you try your best to take her down, and with the escort of Deputy Mayor Yang, then our family will have a bright future in Jiangbei in the future. But Dad, I still like Chu Yunyao. The Chu family's assets are as rich as the country. I caught up with Chu Yunyao and our Wang family. Before Wang Feng could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Wang Dagong. You little bastard, you know, how can you be so awesome in money? Happy New Year's Day! I wish readers great power and wealth in the new year. Chapter 112, Become bigger, stronger, and create new glory. Wang Feng was taught a lesson by his father Wang Dagong again and hung up the phone. Although he was not convinced, he had to follow his father's wishes. But thinking about it is true. If you can become Vice Mayor Yang's son-in-law, why wouldn't you be successful in Jiangbei in the future under the title of Vice Mayor Yang? Although the Chu family is rich, it is just awesome in the business world. Although her family also has political resources, it is in the province. It is better to be in charge of the county magistrates now, and it is better to be Deputy Mayor Yang in Jiangbei. Besides, Deputy Mayor Yang has already been rumored to be promoted, and it seems that he has a bright future to seize Deputy Mayor Yang's ride-sharing. It looks pretty good. Wang Feng measured it in his heart and made a decision that went against his ancestors. He wanted to pursue Deputy Mayor Yang's daughter Yang Tingting. With her handsome appearance and rich experience in chasing girls, I think Yang Tingting will definitely fall in love with herself. At least it should be simpler than chasing Chu Yunyao. If you become awesome in the future, you will also hold Chu Yunyao in your hands. Aren't she always cold to herself? At that time, you must make her kneel down and beg for her. As for Zhou Zheng, he was sent directly to the prison and even sent him to prison for dinner with his cousin. With the support of the deputy mayor's father-in-law, isn't it easy to deal with a small grassroots policeman? Wang Feng made up his mind. It was like a person who dreamed of reaching the sky in one step and bought a lottery ticket, and his expectations were full. After a while, he looked at the black water ghost on his wrist. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The famous doctor from the provincial capital was here at 11:30. If the time was not enough, he would hurry to go to the airport. Wang Feng was too lazy to drive to the airport by himself. In the future, he would be the deputy mayor's son-in-law. How could he do anything by himself? A few people around you must be trained. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called his best friend Hong Hao. Although the big cousin's fall was related to Hong Hao's idea, Wang Feng did not blame Hong Hao. If you want to blame, he could only blame his own bad luck. Maid, fortunately, my cousin entered quickly, otherwise he would have to steal a house from him. Wang Feng even felt that he was already a great blessing in disgrace. Hong Hao saw Wang Feng calling, but hesitated for a long time to answer or not. Last time I made an idea for Wang Feng, but in the end, Wang Feng's cousin was investigated by the Commission for Discipline Inspection and went to jail for dinner. After Hong Hao found out, he never dared to contact Wang Feng, because he was afraid that Wang Feng would be anxious and would not recognize his relatives and beat him up. The phone rang continuously, and Hong Hao gritted his teeth and answered. Huzi, my Fengzi, why did it take so long to answer my phone? Seeing that Wang Feng did not mention his cousin, Hong Hao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then what Fengzi, I don't have business, I'm a little busy just now. Fuck, stop bragging. The private detective agency you opened has received 3 orders a year, and I will introduce 2 of them to you. Hong Hao smiled embarrassedly. He Fengzi, don't slap people in the face and reveal your shortcomings. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'll pick you up wherever you are and go to the airport with me. I'm on Lianliang Street. Hong Hao reported an address. I understand, wait for me there. It's not Fengzi, so anxious. Why are we going to the airport? Go to the airport to pick up someone. Who should I pick up? Where are you talking so much nonsense? Wang Feng hung up the phone, put on a suit and turned his simple thoughts around the mirror. He felt very satisfied, so he drove his own Bentley to the city center. Hong Hao was wearing cheap clothes and was unshaven, standing by the roadside waiting for Wang Feng. The obscene eyes stared at the beautiful black stockings and legs, which made me feel so good. Rogue. The girl with an internet celebrity face and wearing black stockings gave Hong Hao a blank look, revealing deep contempt and disgust on her face. Grass. Hong Hao said angrily. What are you pretending to be? Isn't it just for people to see if you dress like this? The internet celebrity-faced girl said contemptuously. My black stockings are for the tall, rich, and handsome guys to see, and it's not for you to see, just like you're worthy of watching it. Hong Hao was speechless. It is too difficult to see the bad tax seeds these days. At this time, a black Bentley car drove over, and the car stopped in front of Hong Hao, and Wang Feng got off the main driver. Huzi, hurry up, come and drive, go to the airport at a speed. Hong Hao nodded quickly and agreed. The girl next to her lit up and walked over in her high heels. Handsome guy, can I take me home when I'm tired? Get out. Wang Feng sat in the passenger seat and cursed. He naturally knew the girl's true intentions, so he accepted it with a smile, but now he has no time. Hong Hao started slowly in Bentley, thinking that Wang Feng is really awesome. It's different for rich people to drive luxury cars when they go out. The girls want to give it for free. When will they hope they will be so awesome? In the carriage, Wang Feng looked out the window and suddenly said, Huzi, I think Chu Yunyao is not suitable for me, and now I have a new goal. What? Fengzi, didn't you say that Chu Yunyao is your goddess? You won't marry her in your life? Hong Hao asked in confusion. Grass, do you believe the man's words? Wang Feng curled his lips and said, Chu Yunyao looks good and has money at home, but it's still a gap compared to my new goal. Not Fengzi, who is your new goal? Yang Tingting, the daughter of Deputy Mayor Yang. My grass. Hong Hao was stunned for a moment and thought to himself that Wang Feng had a big appetite. Even the deputy mayor's daughter was thinking about it. This is a move that makes you fall in love with others quickly enough. Yang Tingting is the daughter of the deputy mayor. If I become his son-in-law, I really look down on the Chu family. Moreover, Deputy Mayor Yang seems to be about to be promoted to a regular. With such a powerful person as his backer, Jiangbei is not my final decision. At that time, the Chu family will have to look at my face. As for Chu Yunyao, I am only worthy of being my plaything. Wang Feng was immersed in his YY, saliva flying around his mouth, completely ignoring Hong Hao's sucking. Hong Hao naturally couldn't disappoint and said with a flattering look. Then congratulate Mr. Wang in advance for covering the sky with one hand in Jiangbei. Huzi, do you want to follow me? I used to say that I would give you a vice president to draw a cake. Now it is different from the past. I will never fool you. When I succeed, it is not impossible for you to make you a boss in your company. Just the kind of girl on the roadside just now, I don't want to give her a free gift. Then I'll give you a few high-end female secretary. If you have something to do, the secretary will do it or not. Hong Hao thinks Wang Feng took too much medicine today. The 8 characters are gone, and it is like a real thing. However, Wang Feng is much better than he is fooling around. If he really wants to reach the peak of his life as he said, Hong Hao is really looking forward to it. He still needs to have a minimum reserve. Fengzi, what can I do? I can't help you with nothing. Wang Feng waved his hand and said. You don't need much ability. At least you know the truth. You are the one I trust. And you are a person I trust. You are also well informed. You are more than enough to be an assistant for me. Huzi, come on, let's become bigger, stronger, and more brilliant together. Hong Hao pretended to be moved and said firmly. Okay. Fengzi, I will go along the same road with you from now on. I will never get off after getting on your pirate ship. Wang Feng looked dark. Cao Huzi, it sounds really awkward to send your words. Chapter 113. Is this old man reliable? Tahuayuan Airport. Wang Feng and Hong Hao arrived at 11:20. At this time, it was 12:05. The two waited at the pickup gate for more than half an hour. The Chinese medicine master from the provincial capital mentioned by Wang Dagong was missing. Wang Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath and cursed. "Cao, why haven't this old man come yet? What I annoyed the most is waiting for someone." If it were normal for Mr. Wang Feng to have a temper, he would have left in anger. Whoever loves to pick him up. Anyway, I won't serve this old man. However, this master of traditional Chinese medicine is a stepping stone to make him bigger, stronger, and more brilliant. His father was not familiar with Deputy Mayor Yang at all. He wanted to get close to the Yang family and even asked the Yang family to owe his family a favor. The only thing he invited was to cure Mr. Yang's heart disease. Wang Dagong gave Wang Feng a death order, and he must not neglect the Chinese medicine master from the provincial capital, otherwise he would have looked good, so Wang Feng waited patiently. "Mr. Feng, do you think that old man is the master of Chinese medicine your father hired?" Hong Hao has been completely following Wang Feng now, so he naturally cannot be too casual in his name. Wang Feng looked in the direction Hong Hao pointed and saw an old man walking among the abortion with an ancient medicine box on his back. He was wearing a white tang suit, a grey goatee on his chin, and a rosy and childlike face. He was really conspicuous in the crowd. At first glance, he really looked like a paranormal. "Hold the grass, it should bite it, this old man? The appearance is pretty good, maybe this old deng is really capable. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, and singing requires a stupid voice." Wang Feng nodded and glanced at the old man with a high look. "Hello, are you Mr. Bai Xingwen and Bai?" Wang Feng stopped the old man and asked politely. The old man nodded and glanced at Wang Feng. "If you guessed correctly, you are Mr. Wang Feng, the young master of Mr. Wang." Yes, it's me. My dad can't pick you up from the airport in person if he has something to do. I specially asked me to come to him to welcome your old master. Please forgive me." Although Wang Feng was so crazy, he didn't dare to make trouble and was particularly polite to the old man. "Young Master Wang is so heavy, the plane is delayed for half an hour, so you have to wait for a long time." "No, we just arrived shortly." Wang Feng waved his hand and pointed to the Bentley in the distance. "Mr. Bai, get in the car. My father drove a table in the hotel and was waiting for you, saying that he wanted to welcome you." "Yeah, get in the car." The old man did not refuse and walked straight towards Bentley. "Old sir, will I help you carry the box?" Hong Hao is Wang Feng's assistant, so he naturally needs to have eyesight. But the old man shook his head. "No need, this medicine box has been with me for many years. I have carried it with me and will not let others move." "Fuck pretentious." Hong Hao cursed in his heart. It's better not to let help, he is happy to be leisurely. The old man got into the back row of the car, and Wang Feng called his father Wang Dagong and said that the Chinese medicine master from the provincial capital had received it. Wang Dagong asked him to take Dr. Bai to the Regent International Hot Spring Hotel, which was ready here. "Huzi, drive, fast, Regent International Hot Spring Hotel." "Okay, Mr. Feng." The Bentley car drove all the way, and an hour later, he arrived at the Hot Spring Hotel. Wang Dagong personally welcomed Dr. Bai at the entrance of the hotel and gave him enough face. The two met and exchanged greetings, and Dr. Bai was invited into a large private room. There was a flower on the table, several bottles of mutai and a bottle of Lafite. Wang Dagong ordered the waiter to start serving, such as French foie gras, tomahawk steak, 5A Wagyu beef, fine caviar, stinky tofu, and the whole dish on the table was a combination of Chinese and Western styles. Lao Wang knew that Dr. Bai was good at stinky tofu, so of course it seemed extremely shabby to only use this one, so he had to improve the level of the whole watercress. "Pipa." Wang Dagong slapped 2 more times and walked in from outside 2 girls, wearing suspender skirts and black stockings on their slender legs, looking sexy and charming. Wang Dagong was nude at Dr. Bai's divine mouth. The girl understood and stood next to Dr. Bai, one left and one right, helping to pour wine, and the other helping to pick up food. Dr. Bai's eyes lit up and did not refuse. He sipped the wine on the left and the food on the right. He enjoyed his meals and didn't forget to take a handful of oil or two. Wang Feng coughed a few more times next to him, despising him. This old man looks like a fairy-like miracle doctor. He is an old hooligan. Is this guy my dad hired? Is it reliable? Wang Dagong didn't care, but Wang Feng verbally offended the miracle doctor in his later communication. Dr. Bai said intently that this young boy doesn't know how powerful I am. Your father is respectful to me and insists on letting me show you something to convince you. I observed that Mr. Wang had coughs a lot. Is his throat uncomfortable? Wang Feng thought that even a fool could tell. You should tell me? Although he had a bad impression of Dr. Bai and was offensive in words, he did not dare to argue in front of Wang Dagong and nodded. Yes, Dr. Bai, I smoke too much and my throat hurts. I always cough. I will go to the hospital for a while to take some medicine. Ha ha ha. Dr. Bai smiled. Young Master Wang, with me here, where else do you go to? Let me reach out to help you take your pulse. Wang Feng saw that Dr. Bai took the initiative to help him take his pulse and see a doctor, and he was really unsuccessful. This way, he could tell what the old man's medical skills were. Dr. Bai Shen put his index finger on Wang Feng's wrist with his index finger and nodded for a while. Dr. Bai, what do you think of my illness? Wang Feng asked at Dr. Bai with his eyes squinted. It's okay. Your throat is not caused by smoking. I guess you are in a very bad mood these days. Hey doctor, how do you know? Wang Feng asked in surprise. It would be strange if you were jailed these days, but no one knew about this. The mood is suppressed and too much thought leads to the heart and kidney failure. The heart fire cannot warm the kidneys when it is above, and the kidney water cannot help the heart fire. If the deficiency fire is too strong, the throat will naturally be swollen and painful. Dr. Bai was nagging, and no one understood it, but he felt that what he said was reasonable and awesome. At this time, Wang Feng did not look down on Dr. Bai as much as before, and said politely, Dr. Bai, can you help me with treatment? Dr. Bai disagreed. A piece of cake, acupuncture, 5-inch needles are used to take effect. After that, you should not get angry and improve yourself within one day. After saying that, I opened the medicine box and took out a quaint skin bag. After opening it, I filled it with silver needles of varying lengths, and took out the longest one from it. This is a 5-inch needle. There are tens of millions of doctors in the world. I dare not say that there are not many doctors in the province, and there may be many doctors in Jiangbei who can do 5-inch needles. Bai Xingwenhe showed off his intentions. He baked the silver needle with a lighter to disinfect it, and then pierced Wang Feng's neck. Hold the grass, this old pussy is going to kill me. Wang Feng was shocked and wanted to resist. Don't move, if you move around, I may pierce your carotid artery and you're done. Dr. Bai grabbed Wang Feng's shoulder with one hand. The power was extremely powerful and Wang Feng could not move immediately. The silver needle slowly entered the body, and Wang Feng felt his neck so cold that he was trembling with fear. Wang Dagong, Hong Hao, and 2 girls in exposed clothes were also very surprised. The first time I saw a neck pricked with such a long needle. After a while, Wang Feng's face changed from panic to doubt and then turned into enjoyment. Dr. Bai pulled out the silver needle and let go of Wang Feng. Wang Feng stood up suddenly, showing shock on his face. My throat doesn't seem to hurt anymore, and I don't want to cough anymore. Dr. Bai, you are indeed a miracle doctor. Wang Dagong nodded constantly. Dr. Bai was skilled in medical skills and thought he would definitely cure Mr. Yang. At Mr. Yang's birthday party tomorrow, my Wang family will seize the ride-sharing of the Yang family. Chapter 114 Chu Yunyao's career has begun. Bai Xingwen gave acupuncture and shocked everyone present. Especially Wang Feng, he just now looked down on Bai Xingwen, thinking that this old man is just a liar who has a false reputation. Unexpectedly, his throat stopped hurting after one injection. Good guy, this old Deng really had a few tricks. It was the first time I saw such awesome genius Dr. Wang Feng, who was naturally convinced. Wang Dagong was even more happy. The miracle doctor he hired with his connections was indeed well known. His business is not small. He has been in the world for so many years and has seen many people in the world. It is the first time that such awesome genius doctor has seen him. Not to mention that it was the treatment, Mr. Yang asked the Yang family to owe him a favor. Just because his family members became ill in the future, they would have to ask for help from Dr. Bai. Rich people cherish their lives, and making friends with Dr. Bai is very beneficial. Dr. Bai, you are indeed very skilled in medical skills. My old Wang respects you, you can do whatever you want. Wang Dagong stood up and said respectfully with his wine glass in his hands. Dr. Bai had a calm expression, picked up the wine glass and stretched out his hand casually. Bang! Wang Dagong lowered the cup, touched it in the middle of Dr. Bai's wine glass with the mouth of the cup, and then raised his head and became stuffy. Dr. Bai glanced at him and took a sip. Dr. Bai, I'll give you a cup too. Thank you for helping me treat me just now. I did it as you please. Wang Feng also drank one with Dr. Bai as he imitated his father. Wang Dagong thought about continuing to toast, but Dr. Bai put the wine glass upside down on the table. If you don't drink, you should stop drinking properly, otherwise it will be unfavorable for health preservation. Yeah, you're right, I won't drink it anymore. Wang Dagong quickly agreed with a smile, and then said, Dr. Bai, look at my waist has been hurting recently. Can you give me a few injections? Cannot. Dr. Bai did not give Wang Dagong any face at all. However, Wang Dagong is his financial backer after all, so he explained it again for the sake of money. The acupuncture technique has reached a certain level. When performing acupuncture, you need to be really fat in your body to cure the disease. The human body reserves the model to refine and absorb the real movement of the outside world. I wish you to apply acupuncture to important people tomorrow. Naturally, I can't spend really hard on you. This is also responsible for you. Dr. Bai gave Wang Dagong's face in front of him. His face turned red and he was a little unconscious. He heard what Dr. Bai said later, and suddenly realized. Dr. Bai, I don't know the general idea. If you hadn't reminded me that I almost missed the big thing, I'm sorry. Dr. Bai waved his hand. Mr. Wang, I actually know what's going on with your back pain just by looking at your face. This is caused by excessive indulgence in the face of women every night. If the woman is not close to her for 3 months, she will improve without treatment. Wang Dagong suddenly turned red again. Dr. Bai said this in front of his son and outsiders that made him feel a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry and smiled with an embarrassing look on his face. Okay, today I'm tired of tying and applying needles to my son. Dr. Bai, you have 1602 of the room for you. You can get the room card. Wang Dagong quickly took out a room card, but handed it to the girl next to Dr. Bai, and said with a serious expression. You two will serve Dr. Bai, otherwise you will deduct your money. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, you know our kung fu too. The two girls said with a smile, and supported Dr. Bai's arm with both hands intimately, and the pair of plump people rubbed around. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Dr. Bai said with a serious face. Do you just use this to test me? I have been practicing self-cultivation for decades and have not been close to women, so you don't have to be kind. Wang Fengzhen said, why did the genius Dr. Bai stay in a mess again? He refused to arrange such a beautiful young girl for him? Wang Dagong didn't think so. He thought to himself that this old pussy was pretending to behave. Your eyes had long been betrayed you. Isn't you want to refuse and still want to welcome him? Isn't this trying to be a cousin and want to set up a archway? But he didn't dare to expose it. I naturally understand Dr. Bai's character, Lao Wang, but I can't let my kindness down after spending money. Besides, they just serve you, and it's not necessary to massage your back and massage, right? If you refuse, these two girls will not make money and will not be able to eat enough. You are a compassionate person, and you can't be obedient. Watching the girls starve, can't they pull them? All right. After a while, Dr. Bai seemed to have been having a psychological struggle for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. Mr. Wang is right. How can I bear to let them go hungry? Moreover, I see that these two girls have minor illnesses and have to spend money to go to the hospital for treatment. I will help them treat them for free after a while when I arrive at the room. Who made me soft-hearted? You two follow me upstairs. Okay, Dr. Bai. The two girls also showed joy. If Dr. Bai didn't need their services, he would naturally not make money. Wouldn't this trip be in vain? Moreover, Wang Dagong was generous and gave them 3 times their usual salary, which would be a pity if they couldn't make it. The two of them also began to pretend to be a show and deliberately flattered them, stretching out their beautiful black stockings and rubbing against the white doctor. Dr. Bai, you can tell that I am sick without taking the pulse. You are so awesome. Dr. Bai, I feel a little uncomfortable below. Let's go to the room to help me with acupuncture treatment. Okay. Dr. Bai was tricked by 2 girls and was trapped in Bengbu. I have a good attitude towards gynecological diseases. I will help you get a dozen injections first to see the effect. That fine needle may not cure someone's disease. It's okay, I have thick needles. The 3 of them went upstairs with a chorus and flirting. Only Wang Dagong and his son and Hong Hao were left in the private room. Wang Feng looked at the back of Dr. Bai, disappearing, and turned his head and said, Dad, this old pussy is so hypocritical, it's so fucking disgusting. By the way, how much does our family give him to see Mr. Yang this time? 1 million, not including car and horse fees and meals and accommodations, looking for a lady. I'm going, it's so expensive. Wang Dagong looked at the ceiling and said slowly, Do you know what yarn? As long as you can cure Mr. Yang's illness, it doesn't matter if you are expensive. This guy is greedy and lustful. He is just for me. Whoever has a serious illness in the future can ask for help from this old guy, so he must not neglect it. A Feng, don't leave today. Open a room in the hotel and follow Dr. Bai's orders. At the urban-rural fringe, Lu Jianjun's home was very lively, and several middle-aged women in simple clothes were busy in the west room. They scooped out the medicinal wine from the large jar and poured it into the white porcelain bottle that Chu Yunyao ordered online. All white porcelain bottles have a capacity of 3 liang. In the early stage, these medicinal wines should be used as tasting wine, so naturally, there will be no large-capacity white porcelain bottles. Hey Sister Wang put the dozens of bottles of filled medicinal wine into the box, and Yunyao will take it away in a while. Miss Kui, be careful, don't fall, this small bottle of medicinal wine is worth 2,000 yuan. Oh Sister Bai Yu, please wait, I'll help you. As the only formal employee of Chu Yunyao, Wang Yaheng was busy running around, which of course made her enjoy her leadership addiction. The smell of wine and medicine in the west room was thrilling, gradually spreading to the yard or even outside the yard. It was exciting to smell it. Chu Yunyao looked at the bottles of medicinal wine being packed neatly, and a longing smile appeared on her fair face. The career has finally started. If everything goes well, the next step is to register a trademark and invest in the factory. She was also holding on to her parents, and she could still become bigger and stronger after leaving the house with nothing. Because he had Zhou Zhang behind him, he must make his parents look at him with admiration. At this time, her cell phone rang and she took it out and looked at the screen. Why did Ting Ting call me when she has time? Chapter 115 You are really my dear grandfather. Chu Yunyao connected the phone in confusion. Hey Yunyao, what are you doing? Yang Tingting's voice came from the phone's earpiece. Ting Ting, I'm busy with canned medicinal wine at Brother Jianjun's house. Where are you? Didn't go to work today. I said to Mr. Chu, you haven't succeeded in starting a business yet, why do you have the same face as the capitalist? When you talk to me, you are going to work. Can't I have some time left for myself? Besides, you don't know that I'm taking a long vacation. Yang Tingting's dissatisfied voice came over, and Chu Yunyao smiled. She now devoted a lot of energy to the medicinal wine and was only focused on work, so she involuntarily asked Yang Tingting if she had a job. Haha, okay Tingting, why, are you okay with calling me Yunyao? I found that you have changed since you got your marriage certificate with Zhou Zheng. If you have nothing to do, you can't find you. Chu Yunyao's eyebrows were black. What does this have to do with Zhou Zheng? It seems that when Yang Tingting talks to herself, she always inadvertently touches Zhou Zheng. She is. Before Chu Yunyao could think too much, Yang Tingting said again. Okay, it's useless to not talk to you. Can you drink the medicinal wine you made? You can drink it. Didn't I tell you just now? I'm busy bottling medicinal wine at Brother Jianjun's house. That happens to be right. Give me the address of Lu Jianjun's house. I want to go there. What, Ting Ting, are you here to help? I really lack people here, so I won't be able to give you salary if I don't work. Chu Yunyao joked. I think beautifully, I don't have time to help you, my grandfather. Oh, I won't tell you for now. Send me an address and I'll go there right away, just like that. Yang Tingting suddenly hung up the phone. Chu Yunyao didn't know what she was selling, so she shook it. Shaking his head and sending her the positioning. At this time, Wang Yeheng came over. Chu Yunyao saw that her head was sweating, and her bangs were wet with sweat and turned into strands. She couldn't help but worry. Sister-in-law Yeheng, take a break. Look at you, so tired that you are sweating profusely. You don't have to do it yourself. Just keep going to work and keep an eye on it. Wang Yeheng shook her head. That's not possible. I have to do it myself when I get my salary, otherwise I wouldn't be ashamed to receive such a high salary. Yunyao, these old neighbors know that I can get such a high salary and ask me if I can ask you, will they still recruit people? They don't want to just do short-term jobs. These middle-aged women were responsible for canning all the medicinal wines for about 7 or 8 bottles, even if they were completed. Chu Yunyao paid them a salary of 100 yuan, and they were not tired from work, and they probably could get it done in half a day. This is a bad guy. If you go to the city to do short-term work such as cleaning glass and picking medicinal materials, you will only be 70 or 80 yuan a day when you work so hard. I heard that Wang Yeheng's salary was 5,000 yuan a month, so I was very envious, so I wanted her to ask Chu Yunyao if she still hired a long-term job. Wang Yeheng couldn't help but ask Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao smiled. Sister-in-law Yeheng, I won't recruit people here for the time being. However, after the medicinal wine opens the market, I will consider investing in building a factory and buying machine-canned medicinal wine. At that time, workers will be recruited. If your neighbors have the right ones to go to the factory to work. That's great, Yunyao, thank you. In fact, Wang Yeheng knew that she could work under Chu Yunyao and also benefited from her husband Lu Jianjun and Zhou Zheng's glory. If Lu Jianjun was Zhou Zheng's master, why would he use his own medicinal wine and would not provide him with work and such a high salary? I will reward Jianjun tonight. I have not worn the black silk stockings yet. Jianjun must have liked them all the time. If he doesn't squeeze him 3 times, he will never let him sleep. Wang Yeheng blushed as she thought about it. Sister-in-law Yeheng, why are you blushing? Chu Yunyao suddenly asked. Isn't this hot? I'll just drink a sip of water. Wang Yeheng was a little ashamed and quickly changed the subject. Then what, Yunyao, my dad brought another tank of 200 kilograms of wine yesterday, 3 years of age. Do you want to check the quality? Chu Yunyao waved her hand. No need, Sister Yahung, I have 100% trust in you. In this way, after the can is finished, you can find a way to put the wine into the wine jar containing the medicinal materials. In theory, a batch of precious Chinese medicinal materials can be soaked in wine all the time, but after soaking 1,000 pounds, the effect of the medicine will weaken. I have only soaked 200 kilograms now, and it is still far from soaking 1,000 kilograms. Wang Yahung nodded. Okay, no problem. By the way, I'll transfer the money to you. Chu Yunyao said and took out her cell phone. Yunyao is not in a hurry. Look at me earning your salary and selling it to you for 2-way profits. I'm embarrassed. Sister-in-law Yahung, don't think so. Brothers are clear about the calculations. Besides, who is buying wine? Your wine is good and it's not expensive. I think I've taken advantage of it. After some operation, Chu Yunyao said. I'll transfer it to 12,000 yuan. I'll use better quality wine later. Then the price won't be so cheap for me. Wang Yahung looked at the 12,000 yuan text message received on her mobile phone, and her eyes turned red as she listened to Chu Yunyao's words. This girl Chu Yunyao is not only good-looking, but also kind-hearted and generous in her work. She is worthy of being a wealthy family. It smells so good. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside the yard gate, and then a figure walked into the yard. Chu Yunyao looked closely and found that it was Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, why are you here? She couldn't help but walk a few steps forward, and her fair and pretty face showed a look of surprise. Sister-in-law Yahung. Zhou Zheng first greeted Wang Yu, and then smiled and said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, I knew you were here as soon as I guessed, so I came here without saying hello. Look at what I guessed. Chu Yunyao smiled and gave him a blank look. Tisk stinky fart, I told you last night, of course you know. Yes, why did you get off work so early? Brother Jianjun didn't come with you. Zhou Zhendao. I'm not asking the director for a leave tomorrow. The director knew that I would attend Mr. Yang's birthday tomorrow, so he simply asked me to have a break this afternoon. No, you are so generous. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng in confusion. Haha, I can't hide it from you. Tell you the truth. Didn't I catch a thief who robbed the house next door last night? I didn't expect that this guy has a criminal record and is suspected of intentional murder. He made another small contribution. When the director was happy, he asked me to rest in the afternoon. What? A thief is a murderer? Zhou Zheng, have you made a contribution again? Chu Yunyao couldn't help but be happy when she heard this. Zhou Zheng made many contributions to prove that he has the ability and proved Chu Yunyao's vision, so she was naturally very happy. Xiaozhou, congratulations, you are much better than my old Jianjun. When you come back, you will talk about how powerful his apprentice Zhou Zheng is. It is indeed worthy of his reputation. Wang Yahung sighed on the side, for some reason, and her husband worked diligently for more than 10 years and had not made many newcomers who had made contributions for several months. Oh, good wine, the fragrance of medicine is so fragrant, I'm so greedy. Another old voice came from outside the door. An old man walked quickly to the yard. Walking inside, Yang Tingting and a woman in her 30s were chasing her closely behind. Grandpa, please slow down. Run so fast and don't fall down. Oh Grandpa, you are really my dear Grandpa. Just let me save some fun. Chapter 116 Dear. Just yesterday, Zhou Zheng had finished drinking the medicinal wine that he gave to Mr. Yang in the hospital. Mr. Yang was listless and seemed to be missing something, and even his favorite braised pork was not fragrant. His daughter Yang Zilan heard that her father had been clamoring for medicinal wine, so she went to the store to buy a bottle of red-haired medicinal wine. She opened it for the old man and poured a small cup. The old man took a sip and spit it out, and said, "What's the thing? Dogs don't drink it. I want to drink Xiaozhou's medicinal wine." Yang Zilan didn't know who Xiaozhou was. She didn't dare to ask too much when the old man was in a bad mood and called Yang Tingting. After learning about the situation, Yang Tingting couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "My grandfather Zhou Zheng's medicinal wine is probably not yet here. I heard Yunyao say that it will take a long time to soak it tomorrow, so just bear it. Our family also has medicinal wine made with ginseng. If it doesn't work, just drink some of it." The old man said that I had palpitations when I drank the ginseng wine that Zhou Zheng made for me. Only the medicinal wine that Zhou Zheng made for me was energetic and strong after drinking it. I went to the 5th floor in one breath and never breathed heavily again. Yang Tingting comforted Grandpa and said, "Don't worry, I'll get medicinal wine for you tomorrow." I was anxious and couldn't eat hot tofu. The old man also knew that the medicinal wine today was aborted, so he was depressed for an afternoon. Yang Zilan asked Yang Tingting who Zhou Zheng was. "Is he a master of traditional Chinese medicine?" Yang Tingting told her aunt Yang Zilan that Zhou Zheng is not a master of traditional Chinese medicine but a grassroots police officer in a police station. It seems that the soaking medicinal wine is an ancestral craft. His medicinal wine is indeed good for grandfather's health. Moreover, Zhou Zheng saved him when his grandfather fell on the roadside after a heart attack, and sent him to the hospital and even paid an advance deposit. Yang Zilan nodded, thinking that Zhou Zheng is worthy of being a people's policeman. If he hadn't helped others, his old father might have had a heart attack on the street that day. My sister-in-law, Zhou Zheng, who had just joined the company for less than 4 months, was still in his internship, heard that he arrested an Alavel wanted criminal and made first-class merit. It's so amazing. He saved his grandfather and made medicinal wine for him that is good for his health. He is quite good. Yang Tingting didn't know why, but when she talked about Zhou Zheng, she was full of energy. Yang Zilan looked at Yang Tingting with a smile, thinking that I didn't ask about this girl again. She said it with relish. "Ting-ting, is Zhou Zhengchang handsome?" "Well, it's okay, it's a little handsomer than the stars on TV." "Haha, then did my Ting-ting look at last week's official?" Yang Zilan joked. Although she is Yang Tingting's sister-in-law and is more than teenager than Yang Tingting, she has a good relationship with Yang Tingting and never treats Yang Tingting as a junior. The two are like sisters. Hearing Yang Zilan's words, two blush appeared on Yang Tingting's fair and pretty face. She, who had always been careless, lowered her head and her feet, made a quail-shaped figure. "My sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense, okay? How could I fall in love with him? No." Yang Zilan couldn't help laughing when she saw Yang Tingting's appearance, and thought to herself that Tingting was also shy. "Ting-ting, I see that when you mentioned Zhou Zheng, your eyes shining. This is clearly an intentional look towards him. Don't be embarrassed. Men are married as big as women are married as big as women. Ting-ting, you are not young. If you have a suitable person, you can't miss it. Oh, tell me about Zhou Zheng's specific situation, and I will help you advise the staff." Yang Zilan showed a strong gossip, and she was also happy to make suggestions for Yang Tingting's lifelong affairs. "If you get married then, I will give you the house in Hanlin Yuan as a dowry." "Oh, my sister-in-law, stop talking. Isn't this a random match? Zhou Zheng is already married, and his wife is still my good friend Chu Yunyao. I want to ignore you, Yang Ting almost let out a word, stomped her feet and turned her head and ran away. Yang Zilan couldn't help but sigh when he looked at Yang Tingting's back. The boy Tingting liked was taken advantage of. Chu Yunyao is the only daughter of the Chu family in Jiangbei. She naturally knows that it seems not easy for Zhou Zheng to become the Chu family's son-in-law. Yang Zilan suddenly became curious and new interests in Zhou Zheng. The next day, Yang Tingting originally wanted to buy medicinal wine with Chu Yunyao, but old master Yang couldn't wait. At his strong request, Yang Tingting had to take him to Lu Jianjun's house, and her younger sister Yang Zilan also walked with her. She not only wanted to meet Chu Yunyao for the time, but also wanted to meet Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting drove the car with her old man Yang and her younger sister-in-law Yang Zilan, following the positioning sent by Chu Yunyao, and soon arrived at Lu Jianjun's house. On the way, Mr. Yang kept asking whether he had it. Yang Tingting was so anxious that she almost rear-ended with the car in front of her. The car stopped at Lu Jianjun's door, and the old man opened the car door and got out of the car first. First, I moved my nose because I smelled a faint smell of medicinal wine, which was very familiar and overwhelming. The old man quickly followed the taste and flew into the courtyard of Lu Jianjun's house, and the familiar smell became stronger. Yang Tingting and Yang Zilan didn't expect that the old man would usually struggle to walk. He didn't know what was wrong and could trot, so he quickly chased after him. "Grandpa is here. Hello, my grandfather." Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng saw Mr. Yang trot in and rushed forward and helped him left and right. "Oh old man, please slow down." Mr. Yang was sincerely happy to see Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng. "Chu girl Xiao Zhou, okay. Let me loosen me, don't need to support me, I'm in good health. Since I drank the medicinal wine Xiao Zhou gave me, I feel like I'm 10 years younger, ha ha ha. But, the medicinal wine has stopped now. I feel really uncomfortable." Ting Ting said that the newly configured medicinal wine can be drunk today, and I can't wait. "Miss from the Chu family, have you kept it for me?" Chu Yunyao said with a smile. "Grandpa, even if there is no one else, you must have old ones. I have prepared everything for you. I will ask you to memorize our medicinal wine at that time." As he said that, he pointed to the neatly arranged boxes on the yard lanai and said, "There are 20 boxes of wine in total, 120 bottles, 5 of which are left for you, Grandpa, and the remaining 15 boxes are used as drinking wine for your birthday tomorrow. Although each bottle is only 3 taels of tasting wine, you can't drink too much. If you give it some ordinary wine, I think it's enough, Grandpa." "That's good. Each person drinks at most 1 or 2 medicinal wine. These are enough for 300 people to drink, and that must be enough." Mr. Yang was overjoyed when he saw so many medicinal wines. Chu Yunyao also specially provided him with use at a birthday party, which was even more satisfying. "Then what? The girl from the Chu family will calculate how much the money will ask Ting Ting to pay for you later." "Grandpa, I don't want money. I also want to borrow your birthday party to sell medicinal wine. It would be nice if you don't charge me." Mr. Yang glared at his eyes. "How can that happen? I think the cost of this medicinal wine is not low, and I can't take such a big advantage. Besides, can Xiao Zhou agree if you don't want money?" Zhou Zheng waved his hands repeatedly. "Old man, Yunyao is the one who decides business matters, and I won't interfere." The old man nodded. "I forgot that you are a public official." "Yes, Xiao Zhou, you did a good job. You must not make mistakes because of small mistakes during your growth period. Besides, the Chu girl is also a good businessman. You are the right way to put your heart down and work." After saying that, he said to Yang Tingting. Ting Ting and Yunyao calculated the money for the wine and paid the money. Yang Tingting pouted and said, "Grandpa, you look down on me so much. These medicinal wines are less than 100,000 yuan. How can I have that much money? I'll pay for the money for the medicinal wine." Yang Zilan said from the side. "You are Tingting's sister-in-law, are you?" Chu Yunyao asked with her big eyes blinking. Yang Zilan has been living in the capital and later went abroad. Chu Yunyao only saw her a few times when she was a child, and she had a vague impression in her mind. "I am Tingting's sister-in-law Yang Zilan. Yunyao, do you still remember me?" "Of course, my sister-in-law, I'll introduce you to me. This is my husband Zhou Zheng." Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou Zhendao. Yang Zilan looked Zhou Zheng up and down and thought to himself that Zhou Zheng was really handsome, no wonder Ting Ting was moved. Alas! Suddenly, my heart moved, it seemed that I had seen him somewhere. Chapter 117. Something happened to the child. Yang Zilan looked Zhou Zheng up and down, and finally stopped his eyes. On his face, he stared at him so unscrupulously, but he had already lost his mind. He kept searching for memory fragments in his mind. Zhou Zheng looks so familiar. He must have seen it somewhere, but he just can't remember it for a while. When Yang Tingting saw her sister staring at Zhou Zheng unscrupulously, she couldn't help but feel a black line, thinking to herself, what's wrong with her sister? He is not a girl of 17 or 18 years old. Could it be that he is fascinated by Zhou Zheng at first sight? He also said that he wanted to give me a staff officer. You obviously want to find me a little uncle. Besides, Zhou Zheng is already known as the master, so why is my sister-in-law so big? Speaking of which, although Yang Zilan is already 40 years old and is single, she is a literary and artistic background, has a good figure and face, and looks like a mature woman in her 30s, which is beyond the reach of an ordinary young girl. Zhou Zheng was also a little embarrassed by Yang Zilan's hot gaze. In order to relieve the embarrassment, Zhou Zheng stretched out his right hand. Hello Miss Yang, my name is Zhou Zheng. Yang Zilan was still indifferent. It seemed that he was about to find that memory in his mind. If he worked hard, he could figure out where he had met Zhou Zheng. My sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Yang Tingting was a little confused. Why did her sister-in-law, who had been calm when she had eaten with the elder, lose her composure and quickly touched her with her elbow? Yang Zilan was about to peel off the fog in his memory and found the answer, but Yang Tingting touched it for a while, and the memory became blurred again. So angry. Yang Zilan glared at Yang Tingting with a firm determination, thinking that this girl was a big deal for me. She finally remembered that she had seen Zhou Zheng, but she was touched by her. Yang Tingting did not get any reward for her good deeds, and she was still angry when her sister-in-law glared at her. I'm kind enough to ignore you as a donkey. While thinking, he turned his head angry. Hello Zhou Zheng, my name is Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting's sister-in-law. Yang Zilan simply stopped thinking about it and stretched out his slender hand and held it with Zhou Zheng's hand. Chu Yunyao blinked beside her and saw an inexplicable jealousy in her heart while holding hands. What's wrong with me? Zhou Zheng is not my real husband yet. Why does he feel so sad when he sees her contact with other women? Besides, Yang Tingting's sister-in-law is better than Zhou. There are more rounds of New Year, so why do they still feel this way? Chu Yunyao was a little unaware of her mentality. Fortunately, the two of them shook hands and retreated just after touching each other, and Chu Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief. I heard from Tingting that Comrade Xiao Zhou is a policeman. He has made a first-class merit for several months after he was a police officer. Is this a matter? Before Zhou Zheng had time to speak, Chu Yunyao next to him said first. That's true. Zhou Zheng, my family, was transferred from the internship period to the formal police after 3 months as a police officer. He arrested several drug dealers 2 days ago. I don't know how to commend him. Speaking of Zhou Zheng's great achievements, Chu Yunyao is well known and very proud. Listen to my Jianjun, Xiao Zhou's achievements have awakened the provincial department. I think Xiao Zhou will become the director of the police station sooner or later. Wang Yeheng also said at the right time that she was not complimenting Zhou Zheng, but that was what she thought. In her perception, the director of the police station was already a very important official. Is that so? Zhou Zheng, you are too capable. I think you will become a great man in time. A small police station director is not the end. Thank you, my sister-in-law, I'll lend you a good word. Chu Yunyao said. Yang Zilan waved his hand. You're welcome, I think it's very accurate when I think about it. By the way, Yunyao, I'll transfer the money to you for how much of these wines? Chu Yunyao didn't want to be too pretentious and said. That's nothing more than giving those 5 boxes of wine to Grandpa. The remaining 15 boxes are equivalent to 27 kilograms of wine. The price is 4,000 yuan per kilogram. Let's take a half discount, a total of 54,000 yuan. No need to discount, my sister-in-law has money. Discount is the greatest disrespect to him. Yang Tingting said from the side. Yang Zilan glanced at Yang Tingting and thought to herself that this girl was turning her elbow out. Of course, more than 100,000 yuan was not a matter of drizzle to her. Smiling and said, Yunyao, Tingting said it right, you don't have to discount it, just calculate it according to the original price. The first business you just opened is unlucky. Besides, you also gave us 5 boxes, give me the card number. Okay. Chu Yunyao nodded and sent the bank card number to Yang Zilan. I soon received a transfer of 100,080,000 yuan, and sold more than 30 kilograms of wine for more than 100,000 yuan. Although the money is not much, it is okay. This is a good start. Wang Yeheng was secretly frightened. She sold more than 30 kilograms of wine for more than 100,000 yuan, and her family's wine could not sell for 20,000 yuan. It depends on how happy the other person's business is. Have you agreed? Mr. Yang suddenly asked impatiently. He endured it very hard when he smelled the scent of medicinal wine. Dad, the negotiation is over. Yang Zilan said. No, I have to have a few sips to enjoy. So does the Chu girl have a cup? Chu Yunyao looked at Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting, and the meaning was to ask whether the old man would drink. Mr. Yang didn't drink yesterday and now it's okay to drink some, and they knew they couldn't stop him and could only nod. Grandpa, you can drink some wine, can't drink too much. I know, you 2 or 2 a day, I know your grandfather. Okay, don't be too lazy. Seeing Mr. Yang's impatient appearance, Chu Yunyao quickly said. Sister-in-law Yeheng, please help me get a cup for the old man. Okay. Old man, if there is a horse stool here, I will help you move a small chair, you can sit first. Wang Yeheng brought a small jujube wood table that was only 50 centimeters tall, and then put the boiled peanuts that he had cooked for a night and put them on the table. Then I brought a Tuliang wine glass. There was a ready-made wine. I scooped more than half of the glass directly into the wine jar and handed it to the old man. The old man couldn't help but smile when he looked at the most medicinal wine in the cup, thinking that this girl is an honest person. Old man, the peanuts I cooked yesterday and marinated them all night. You can taste them first. Mr. Yang peeled off the peanut skin and put the peanut kernels into his mouth while chewing them while nodding. Well, the taste is really good, it tastes delicious, this dish is also suitable for wine. The girl has good skills, what's the name? My name is Wang Yeheng, and my husband and Xiao Zhou are colleagues, Lu Jianjun. Oh, police sister-in-law, it's not bad. She looks like a virtuous person. The name Lu Jianjun is familiar. I remembered that I had a meal with your Jianjun in the hospital. I was not an outsider. How many people are in the family? 3, there is another girl in the 6th grade of elementary school. It's time to go to junior high school soon. How is learning? It's not bad, it can account for the top 3 in the grade in each exam. The results are quite good. Keep it up and strive to get into a double first-class university. When your daughter grows up, you will be blessed. Ha ha ha. Si Lu. Mr. Yang said and drank another sip of wine, feeling of satisfaction flowing out from his face and even the wrinkles stretched out. Wang Yeheng was also happy in her heart. After all, Mr. Yang praised her daughter, and she was proud of having such a daughter with excellent academic performance and sensible academic performance. At this time, Wang Yeheng's cell phone rang. He looked at the screen of the phone. It was the child's class teacher who called and picked it up and answered it. Hey, is it Lu Yan's parents? Come to school and something happened to Lu Yan. Chapter 118 Why hit someone? Wang Yeheng heard the teacher's words and felt weak all over, her heart hung in her throat, and asked in trembling words. Li. Old lie take her, what happened to my Lu Yan? Lu Yan is her only daughter and the hope of the whole family. Now that the internet is developed, she always sees students having various problems in school on her mobile phone and even commit suicide. Wang Yeheng suddenly has an ominous premonition. Your Lu Yan beat another classmate. Don't ask any extra questions for you. Come to the school to deal with it quickly, that's it. Teacher Li hung up the phone in a concise manner. Wang Yeheng then breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if the child had nothing to do with it. As for Teacher Li's attitude of speaking, she ignored it. However, it is a matter of Lu Yan's beating classmate after all. If he doesn't handle it well, he will be in trouble. Wang Yeheng is enough to scratch his head. Now he has to go to school quickly. Stand up and said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, I want to take a leave from you to Lu Yan's school. Chu Yunyao asked with her big eyes. Sister-in-law, why are you going to school? Is something wrong with Lu Yan? I just saw Wang Yeheng answering a call, and when I looked nervous, I heard her say this, I immediately guessed it. Wang Yeheng said. It's nothing. Lu Yan had a conflict with other classmates. The teacher asked me to go over and solve the problem. Chu Yunyao is a kind-hearted person, and Wang Yeheng is her employee, so she naturally needs to care about her subordinates. Sister-in-law, do you need me to go with you? No need, it should be nothing big. It is inevitable that the child will have some conflicts. If it is Lu Yan's reason, she will admit it wrong with the other party. The child does not hold a grudge. I think the other party's parents will not be reluctant to let go. Wang Yeheng waved his hand. Chu Yunyao was very busy with the boss and was embarrassed to ask for leave. How could he bother Chu Yunyao any longer with Lu Yan's affairs? Chu Yunyao nodded. Okay, sister-in-law, don't worry. The medicinal wine is almost canned. I just need to keep an eye on it. When I go to school, I will ask about the situation first. Even if Lu Yan is wrong, don't beat the child. The Chu girl is right. It's normal for children to fight. Mr. Yang also interjected when he heard Chu Yunyao and Wang Yeheng's words. He now had a good impression of Wang Yeheng. After all, Wang Yeheng gave him more medicinal wine and invited him to eat water and boiled peanuts. Then Yeheng, go quickly. If you go early and go back early, you can't solve the problem. Then call me. Okay, old man, eat it slowly. There are still a lot of boiled peanuts. I will pack it for you when I leave. That's good. Mr. Yang was not polite either. The peanuts were really delicious and he fell in love with this bite. After learning that Lu Yan was in trouble at school, Wang Yeheng went to the school to deal with the matter. Zhou Zheng said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, where is the car key? I'll take Yeheng's sister-in-law to school. In fact, Zhou Zheng's meaning is very obvious, he just wants to accompany Wang Yeheng. She is Zhou Zheng's wife, and Lu Jianjun is definitely not available at work. Since Zhou Zheng caught up, he cannot let Wang Yeheng go alone. No need for Xiao Zhou. I will arrive soon after riding the tram. You can accompany Yunyao. Wang Yeheng refused again and again, and then Zhou Zheng gave up. Sister-in-law, please slow down on the road. If you have something to do, call me. Nu. Wang Yeheng greeted Yang Zilan and others, then he left the tram from the east room and rode out. Along the way, Wang Yeheng was always anxious and felt her eyelids pounding violently. When I was feeling uneasy, the tram accidentally touched a car parked on the side of the road. A man got out of the car, and his arm tattooed on his arm was not easy to mess with. The other party said that Wang Yeheng had rubbed his car, and a 20-centimeter long hole was broken, and he asked for compensation of 2,000 yuan. Wang Yeheng could see clearly that the cut was not what she had rubbed today, and she just touched the car lightly just now, so the man was naturally unwilling to give it to someone if he wanted to cheat. The unreasonable words of the man in the flower arm were also unreasonable. Wang Yeheng was extremely angry, but in order to save time, he finally gave him 500 yuan to settle the matter. After delaying for more than 10 minutes, he was extorted by 500 yuan. Wang Yeheng was so angry that he finally arrived at the school and explained the situation to the guard. The guard opened the door and let it go. He put down the electric car in the school carport and called Lu Yan's head teacher. When he learned that Lu Yan was in the academic affairs office, he quickly ran to the academic affairs office again. Wang Yeheng ran to the academic affairs office on the 4th floor panting. After knocking on the door, she pushed the door open and entered in anxiously. In the room, the fat and big-eared director of the academic affairs office was sitting behind the desk, the head teacher Li was sitting on the sofa, and Lu Yan stood in the middle like a prisoner, lowering her head. "Mom!" Lu Yan looked up at Wang Yeheng, and tears of grievance were circling in her eyes. Before Wang Yeheng could talk to Lu Yan, teacher Li stood up and scolded her. "Parent Lu Yan, why did you come? 30 minutes have passed. You are so unfaithful to your children, and you are so disrespectful to teachers and schools." Teacher Li put a big hat down and made Wang Yeheng a little difficult to breathe. She stuttered. "I'm sorry, Teacher Li, I've been delayed by some situation on my way here, so I apologize to you." Seeing that Wang Yeheng's attitude was okay, Teacher Li waved his hand. "I'll be spared if I apologize. Let's talk about your child's situation first." "Teacher Li, what's going on with my Lu Yan? Didn't you tell me on the phone?" Lu Yan beat someone and took the teeth of her classmate Li Meng. One of them was aborted, and it was a big deal now. Li Meng is the child of the director of the Education Bureau. His mother came and made a big fuss. Now she has taken Li Meng to the infirmary for a dental examination. Lu Yan's parents, this is what happened. Although Lu Yan's studies great, and the teachers and the school also had high expectations for her, the consequences of her beating Li Meng are very serious. If she doesn't make a good deal, she will be expelled. Ah! Hearing teacher Li's words, Wang Yeheng suddenly felt dizzy. Lu Yan is the hope of the whole family. His family lives in the urban-rural fringe area. Lu Yan could not go to the experimental primary school with a strong teacher. Lu Jianjun begged his grandfather to sue his grandmother and finally stuffed the child in. The 6th grade is a critical period. If he is fired, the consequences will be unimaginable. Teacher Li, can you think of a solution? You will graduate in half a year. Don't fire my Lu Yan. Wang Yeheng begged. Can Teacher Li have the final say? Director Qian of the Academic Affairs Office, who was fat and big-eared, stood up. This incident has alarmed the principal. Lu Yan beat the person Li's only son. Your child is too ruthless and knocked off Li Meng's teeth. If Lu Yan doesn't make a fuss, he will go to jail. Mrs. Li pointed at my nose and scolded her bloody head. She was anxious and didn't even give the principal's face. The initiative is not in our school's hands but in Mrs. Li. When she comes back, you will discuss the compensation issue. If she is satisfied, she may not let her go. Lu Yan's attitude was not good just now. She didn't admit that she beat Li Meng. You have to do her job with her. Wang Yeheng nodded helplessly. She was already full of anger and squatted in front of Lu Yan and asked. Xiao Yan, why do you hit someone? Chapter 119 You are all bad people. Lu Yan was very aggrieved, but when she heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but feel even more aggrieved. Her tears fell down with the broken beads. Why are you crying? You're still wronged after hitting other classmates? You even knocked off someone's teeth. Do you know you're wrong? Wang Yeheng felt a little distressed when she saw Lu Yan crying, but the fault was on Lu Yan. The director of the Academic Affairs Office and Teacher Li also watched, and she had to act like this. Mom, I didn't hit anyone. Lu Yan suddenly wiped the tears from her face and said. Li Meng is the little bully in our class. He bullied people all day after studying. He had provoked me several times before and ignored him. During the break today, he deliberately broke my pencil case. The pencil case was your birthday last year. I was angry and pushed him. He was about to hit me, but he fell down and fell one of his teeth. In fact, his tooth was to be replaced and he had moved long ago. Lu Yan told the story in one breath. After Wang Yeheng heard it, he thought about it and couldn't blame Lu Yan. It was purely because Li Meng had a mistake first. To put it bluntly, he was responsible for his own fault. The tone of the moment became much gentler. Swallow, are you saying true? Mom, you know me. When did I lie to you? Wang Yeheng was little by little. She knew her daughter's personality. Although she was sometimes stubborn, she never dared to lie. His eyes were looked at his class teacher, Teacher Li. Teacher Li, you see what happened like this. My Lu Yan was not at fault. Before Teacher Li could speak back, the academic director Qian Fugui said. This parent, we must not believe your child's one-sided words. Children are afraid of being punished for doing something wrong, and lying is common. After the incident, Teacher Li also asked several classmates present. They all said that Li Meng's teeth were knocked down by Lu Yan, so this matter has been determined. Parent Lu Yan, you should not think about anything else. Think about how to compensate Li Meng and how to ask for the understanding of Li Meng's parents. Mom, the people asked by the school were all Li Meng's best friends. Of course they told Li Meng that Wang Xiaoming was also present. He told the teacher that Li Meng had thrown his teeth off, but the teacher ignored what he said at all. Lu Yan quickly defended. Wang Yeheng is a real person who has never seen anything, but no matter how ignorant he is, he can hear the words of the academic affairs director who is leaning towards Li Meng. Just thinking about it with your toes can understand that Li Meng's father is the director of the Education Bureau, and even the principal is under the jurisdiction of others. How can the school be fair and just? Wang Yeheng was a little angry. Schools could not slander their children's innocence out of thin air, right? Director Qian, Teacher Li, there is a camera in the classroom, right? Will the truth be revealed after checking the surveillance? Wang Yeheng's husband Lu Jianjun is a policeman. After hearing and seeing each other, she also knows that surveillance is the most direct and effective way to find out the facts. Director Qian lit a cigarette and said slowly. The camera in Teacher Li's class happened to be broken these days and it has not been repaired yet, so there is no surveillance video. It happened to be broken. Director Qian's words made Wang Yeheng think that the school's leaders and teachers were in a different way, and she was about to argue. Bang! The door of the academic affairs office was suddenly kicked open, and a woman led a tall and fat boy in. The woman looks like a 30s, with a big face, a thick powder on her face, a diamond earring on her ears, and a bracelet with a thickness of small fingers on her wrist. She was wearing a brand-name dress, carrying an orange Hermes bag, and curling her lips and looking arrogant. The boy beside her was obviously 1.7 meters tall, with a round head and a big face, and wearing a pair of expensive AJ sneakers on her feet. This the two are Li Meng and his son. Li Meng glanced at Lu Yan and snorted disdainfully, as if he had his mother support him and he would be invincible. Mrs. Li is back? How about the child? Is it okay? Director Qian asked with a smile. His attitude was completely different from his attitude towards Wang Yeheng. Mrs. Li said angrily. How is it? How good can it be if your teeth fall off? The blood won't flow anymore, but my son is so painful. Do you know how much I feel ashamed of my mother? Director Qian bowed and laughed. Understanding, this is because our school has not been properly supervised and has caused the children to suffer. I will review it with you first. In fact, Director Qian also knew that Li Meng had lost the tooth that should have been replaced, and new teeth would grow next, otherwise Mrs. Li would not have seen Li Meng's injury in the school clinic. Then what? Lu Yan's parents are here, why don't you discuss the compensation for the child? Mrs. Li glanced at Wang Yeheng with disdain and said. Are you Lu Yan's parents? How did you educate your children? Your children are too bad and have no education at all. I think they will become a scum in society sooner or later. Wang Yeheng knew that the director's wife was not easy to mess with, so she wanted to suffer a loss and say a few good things to Mrs. Li, and apologize. It would be fine if the matter was over. After all, Lu Yan was not wrong. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Li came up and spoke very badly, and she said angrily, "Mrs. Li, my child is in the top 3 in the grade when he goes back to the exam. How could he become a scum in society? He also hopes that you don't just attack me if you come up." Mrs. Li was furious when she heard this. "Your child beat my son, do you still have any reason?" Li Meng was also shouting next to him. "Mom, I feel so painful, I'm so painful. You have to vent my anger, otherwise I won't live." Mrs. Li suddenly stepped forward and slapped Lu Yan. "Ba!" A crisp sound came, and several finger marks suddenly appeared on Lu Yan's face. "Wow!" Lu Yan couldn't help crying. Li Meng smiled happily beside him, thinking that he was good at beating. "Who told you to resist when I bully you? If you want to blame, you blame your studies for being so good, which makes me jealous. What are you doing?" Wang Yeheng didn't expect Mrs. Li to attack the child and quickly protected Lu Yan behind her. Director Qian shook his head and thought to himself that Mrs. Li was too arrogant and beating her children in front of her parents, which made it difficult for me to do. "Little beast, why do you want to hit my son?" Mrs. Li still refused to give up and shouted loudly. I didn't hit him. He fell down by himself." Woo 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 woo. Lu Yan cried and defended. "No? You lie. If you dare to jump from here, I will believe you." Mrs. Li roared a few times, turned her head and said to Director Qian. "Director Qian, is the principal here? Let him come to see me. I ask that Lu Yan be fired and compensate my family for 100,000 yuan in medical expenses." The principal went to the provincial meeting. "I called him just now. The principal asked me to be responsible for this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Director Qian knew that the principal was promoted by Director Li, and the principal also told him how to do it. After thinking for a while, Director Qian called the principal again, put down the phone and said, "Lu Yan's parents, if the school has rules and regulations, you will be fired if you fight." Your Lu Yan was fired. As for the issue of medical compensation, please negotiate with Mrs. Li. Wang Yeheng was shocked. Unexpectedly, the school favored Li Meng so much and expelled Lu Yan if she said she would expel Lu Yan. Mrs. Li slapped Lu Yan just now, and Director Qian turned a blind eye. "Director Qian, you can't do this. Schools have school rules and regulations, that's it." Director Qian said coldly. "Pooh!" Wang Yanhong suddenly fell to her knees and cried. "Director Qian, Mrs. Li, it's my fault that you make mistakes. Please don't fire my Lu Yan." Lu Yan saw her mother kneeling on the ground begging Director Qian and Mrs. Li. Director Qian looked up at the ceiling and ignored him. Mrs. Li stood aside with a malicious smile on her face, while Li Meng was proud and even grimaced at her. She has always believed that her mother was her most solid support, but unexpectedly, her mother would not hesitate to kneel down to them in order not to be expelled from school. My mother could only use this method of losing her self-esteem to prevent her from being fired. Boom! Lu Yan's spiritual world collapsed. She suddenly ran to the window and gritted her teeth and said, "You bully my mother, you are all bad guys, I didn't beat Li Meng." After saying that, he jumped down from the 4th floor. Chapter 120 The Heart is Evil. There was a breeze outside the window, and the sun shone on the earth with a soft light, but Lu Yan's eyes were dull. She was like a bird shot, piercing her head to the bottom of the building. Bang! A dull sound. Whoa-er, whoa-er, whoa-er. A car not far away was alarmed, and the anti-theft device screamed loudly. Several teachers in the office on the first floor heard the sound and walked out in a daze. They saw a little girl in school uniform lying in the flower pond. The flowers and plants in the flower pond were smashed into pieces. Against the backdrop of bright red blood, Lu Yan's face was so pale. "I'll go!" A child jumped off the building. "Call the police quickly, call the ambulance quickly." Several teachers who first discovered Lu Yan suddenly became nervous. The fourth-floor academic affairs office disappeared as Lu Yan jumped down the window, as if she had never appeared in the office. Everyone was shocked. Wang Yeheng was the first to react. "Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan!" She cried and ran to the window like crazy, poked out half of her body and looked out, wanting to jump down. "Teacher Li, stop him!" Director Qian also reacted and quickly greeted Teacher Li. Teacher Li was closer to the window and took 2 steps forward to grab Wang Yeheng's arm. "Parent Lu Yan, don't be excited for now, Lu Yan won't, is something wrong?" Speaking of later, he couldn't even talk about his own. At the height of the 4th floor, Lu Yan jumped down, but the chance of survival was not high. Lu Yan was 80%. Wang Yeheng was pulled back by Teacher Li and collapsed on the ground. At this time, she was in a state of chaos and her mind was blank, and she felt that the sky had fallen. Director Qian broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself that he was finished. Why is this child so strong? If I had known this, I would have been a slutty person. Now that I can't escape responsibility if something happens. He wiped the sweat beads from his forehead, took out his cell phone and called the principal. Xiaoqing put down the phone and had the idea of cleaning up the mess in his heart, so he called again to start making arrangements. "Is it the security captain Li Long? I am Qian Fugui of the Academic Affairs Office. Something happened on the first floor of the administrative building. A child jumped off the building. You can take people to disperse the onlookers quickly, let alone take photos and record videos. Did you hear it? Is it a radio station? I am Qian Fugui from the Academic Affairs Office." I turned on the loudspeaker to broadcast. All teachers and students were not allowed to walk out of the classroom, nor were they allowed to walk out of the classroom. One student left the classroom and was seen by me. I found out which class the head teacher of which class was waiting to be punished. Have you heard it clearly? Wait for me to notify when it will be opened. Hey, is the infirmary? Come to the administrative building quickly. I'll arrive soon. Director Qian called and his throat was almost smoking. The principal said that Lu Yan's influence of jumping off the building must be minimized, and this matter must be suppressed. Don't let some people with ulterior motives make a fuss about this accident. This child did something wrong. I am not a person who refuses to forgive me for admitting his mistake. He even jumped off the building. Humph, I really can't understand. Mrs. Li was muttering something, but she was actually a little panicked now. After all, Lu Yan jumped off the building and had a lot to do with her step by step. Director Qian cursed in his heart. Mad, you, a woman, are you shameless? If you hadn't been aggressive, your child would jump off the building? Who was wrong? You don't know what you thought. Of course, I can't say that in front of her, after all, the person above Mrs. Li is Director Li. Mrs. Li, you're watching this incident make a fuss. If you let it go just now, such an extreme thing might not have happened. Principal Qian had to push himself and the school's responsibilities and push them to Mrs. Li. You are Director Li above you, who is stronger than us, so it's up to Director Li to take care of this matter. Mrs. Li is not a good-looking lamp, so she can't hear Principal Qian's meaning, and sneered. Director Qian, what do you mean by saying that? Lu Yan is the school that wants to expel her. She can't think of it and jump off the building. What does it have to do with me? Mrs. Li, you can't say that. You and I know the truth. Do you want me to tell it? Director Qian said as he looked at Wang Yeheng, who was stunned with his eyes. Mrs. Li's face changed color and she was about to get angry. Director Qian lowered his voice and said, Now we are all people on the same boat. Whether this matter can be handled properly depends on whether we can cooperate sincerely. Lu Yan's life and death are unknown. If you jump down on the 4th floor and don't die, you will probably be severely disabled. If you can't suppress this matter, I think Director Li will also be implicated. Mrs. Li, think about it, what should you do next? Mrs. Li also realized the seriousness of the matter. Unfortunately, she was so confused that she could show off her body. She would get caught blindly when she encountered any problems. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Director Li. Director Qian didn't tell her any more. He had to go downstairs to see Lu Yan's situation. Is it dead or alive? Teacher Li, take good care of Lu Yan's parents and don't let him come down first. Okay, Director Qian. Teacher Li sighed, feeling a little uneasy. Director Qian meant to let him watch Wang Yaheng. It seemed that he wanted to use means to suppress this matter. Director Qian twisted his fat body and hurried downstairs. He saw Lu Yan lying in the flowers with her pale face and her eyes closed, with a little blood on the flowers. A half-baked doctor in the infirmary wearing a white coat was examining Lu Yan, and there was no one next to him except for 2 security guards. I think the teachers were restricted from leaving the classroom when they heard the loudspeaker's radio. Doctor, how is she? Director Qian, she is not dead, and her heartbeats are still beating. I am still not sure where she hurt. It's good if you haven't died. Director Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. If the child is not dead, this matter will not develop in an extreme direction. Have you called an ambulance? Call the emergency number quickly. A security guard next to him said. A teacher called the emergency number just now. The Chinese medicine hospital is near our school, and the ambulance should be arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the alarm sounded from the ambulance from far to near. The ambulance is here? Notify the guard at the door to let go. Okay. The security guard picked up the walkie-talkie and was about to speak when suddenly a sound came from beside him. Shut up! Director Qian and the security guard were stunned and turned their heads. Mrs. Li came down at some point. It's not Mrs. Li, what do you mean? The child is not dead, why don't you let the ambulance come in? Just now, Mrs. Li called her husband while walking downstairs. Director Li's meaning is that this matter cannot be expanded and the impact must be settled privately and use the money to block the parents of the children who jumped off the building. Seeing that Lu Yan was not dead, Mrs. Li had a bad idea and died and was overwhelmed. She paid a sum of money to the family of the deceased. If Lu Yan was not dead and was disabled, she would have to support her for the rest of her life. Therefore, she refused to let ambulances enter the school. Director Qian saw her thoughts and thought that this girl's heart was really vicious. Chapter 121, Don't help her, it's better to kill her. Hey, yo-oh! The ambulance was delaying at the school gate for 5 minutes with the alarm flashing lights. The driver and the doctor communicated with the guard and wanted to go to the school to save people, but the guard said that you could not enter without the permission of the leader. Security Captain Li Long called Director Qian, but Director Qian refused to answer. You guys wait a moment, I'll go to the leader myself. Li Long left a sentence and ran into the campus. Director Qian naturally saw the call from Li Long, but he was unsure of whether to let the ambulance enter. An ambulance came in and offended Mrs. Li. Offending Mrs. Li is equivalent to offending Director Li. There is no sure good fruit in the future. If you don't let in, it's unreasonable. If you hold him in, he will be responsible. Security Captain Li Long ran over panting. Director Qian, why don't you answer the phone call? Will the ambulance be allowed to enter outside and say something? Qian Fugui glanced at Mrs. Li and shouted. It's been delayed for several minutes, so open the door and let the ambulance come in. Anyway, it has been delayed for 5 minutes. Don't say that you, Mrs. Li, don't say that I didn't help you. Director Qian just wants to not offend both sides. okay. Li Long took out the walkie-talkie and asked the guard at the school gate to open the door and let go. Mrs. Li was furious. Director Qian, who asked you to open the door? Director Qian knew that he couldn't explain the truth to her, so he pretended to hear it and waved to the ambulance seriously. Hey, oh. The ambulance drove into the school and a gust of wind rushed towards him. When I got to the front, the ambulance stopped, and a doctor and 2 nurses jumped out of it. The 3 of them were about to come forward to check Lu Yan's injuries, but they didn't expect that Mrs. Li extended her arms to stop them. No, what do you mean? The doctor in a white coat was walking down his head to tidy up the medical box. He looked up and saw a jewel-tongued woman blocking her face. He couldn't help but be stunned. When I usually pick up patients, I heard the sound of "Doctor, hurry up, save the patient." The first time I saw someone stopping me from being treated, I wonder if I save someone is like putting out a fire? The school gate has been delayed for a few minutes, and the injured will be more dangerous if 1 more minute. Mrs. Li Meng, the son of Mrs. Li Meng, is also a fool. He follows the same thing, and also stretches out his arms to stop the medical staff, muttering, "No, no, no. It's better to throw her to death." Qian Fugui really couldn't bear it anymore. As expected, he had the same mother as his son. Li Meng, a kid, would have to eat peanuts sooner or later without his father. It's not that he is worried about Lu Yan, but that he is afraid of taking responsibility. Captain Li, it's too unreasonable to pull them away. Although Li Long was not very educated, he knew that saving people could not be delayed. He had long been disgusted with the mother and son. Director Qian immediately went to do it after he spoke. Go and go, what's the thing? It's not your child lying on the ground, right? As he said that, he pushed Mrs. Li aside. If you dare to push my mom, I'll kill you. When Li Meng saw that his mother was pushed and staggered, he was furious and swung his fist to hit Li Long. This kid is about 1.7 meters tall and weighs 170 kilograms. He is powerful with his brute force and fists. Li Long was a gangster in society back then, but later Jin Peng shook his hands and walked the right path with his name. Although he was short and thin, he had extremely rich practical experience. Facing Li Meng's turtle punch, he did not panic at all. He found the right time to hit Li Meng's heart. The force of a punch in this place could cause the heart to stop for 1 second. Li Meng couldn't breathe and felt like he was exhausted in an instant. He fell down and squatted, and suddenly burst into tears. If you are against it, you are against it, you are against it. Seeing that his son was beaten, Mrs. Li's eyes turned red. Director Qian, do you want to do it any more? Instigate the security guard to beat my son? If you don't fire him, you can just wait for laid off. And you, stinky security guard, do you know who my husband is? You dare to beat the director's son? You can wait to go to jail. Qian Fugui sucked his teeth and thought to himself that Li Long, you were really stunned. He told you to stop him and didn't say anything to let you do it. Mrs. Li is a woman who will retaliate, and Director Li will not be able to take revenge. Mrs. Li, calm down. I will definitely punish him. Don't worry. Qian Fugui said with a mentality of rather than dying from fellow Taoist sects. Li Long, your identity as a security captain has been removed and you have been removed from office. Li Long was stunned. In the office of the teaching office, Teacher Li stared at Wang Yeheng, who was lying on the ground. I thought Wang Yeheng was really calm. When the child jumped off the building, she cried and then collapsed on the ground and disappeared without any movement. She didn't go downstairs to see if the child was alive or dead. Good guy. Is he biological? After looking closer, Wang Yeheng's face was pale and her eyes were closed, and she had fainted. I'll go. Teacher Li was shocked and quickly stepped forward to pinch Wang Yeheng's people with his fingernails. Wang Yeheng then woke up leisurely. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan. Wang Yeheng shouted Lu Yan's name in a faint voice as soon as she opened her eyes. Then he stood up and staggered downstairs. Parent Lu Yan, please call your home first. Teacher Li felt compassion. Wang Yeheng, a woman, will definitely be fooled when she encounters such a big thing. Moreover, the school may use some means to avoid taking responsibility. After all, Lu Yan jumped off the building and was related to Mrs. Li and her son. They were people with backgrounds. How could Wang Yeheng deal with it alone? Teacher Li knew that Lu Yan's father was a policeman. Although he was just a policeman, he was more prestigious and knowledgeable than the common people. Wang Yeheng woke up like a dream, quickly took out her cell phone and dialed Lu Jianjun's phone with her trembling hands. Lu Jianjun just came out to help a little girl catch the cat crawling on the tree. It is really difficult for police officers to make meritorious contributions, except for Zhou Zheng is a monster. This is the real job of most police officers. Although it is a trivial matter in daily life and has nothing to do with making contributions, Lu Jianjun also has a sense of honor. Especially when the little girl held the cat and shouted at Lu Jianjun, "Thank you, the police uncle," Lu Jianjun felt very happy and would involuntarily think of his daughter. Just as I returned to Qiubei Station to wash my hands, the ringtone of my cell phone rang. Lu Jianjun quickly wiped it with a towel and took out his cell phone to answer. "Yeheng, I'm at work, is there anything wrong with calling?" "Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, Wang Yeheng's crying came from the receiver of the phone. Lu Jianjun suddenly had an ominous premonition and felt nervous. "Yeheng, don't cry for now. What's wrong with Xiao Yan? What's wrong?" "Jianjun." "Xiao." Xiao Yan jumped from the 4th floor of the school. "Wu." Wang Yeheng cried intermittently. "Buzz." Lu Yan was Lu Jianjun's spiritual sustenance. Wang Yeheng's words were like a sledgehammer hitting his head hard, and his head was buzzing. "What did you say?" Xiao Yan jumped from the 4th floor? "How is Xiao Yan? How is she?" "Jianjun, I don't know. I haven't had time to go downstairs to see it. If you don't know life and death, you will still have hope of survival." After all, Lu Jianjun is a policeman and tries to calm himself down, but he cannot calm down. What's going on with Yeheng? Why did Xiao Yan jump off the building? Lu Yan had a conflict with her classmate Lu Meng. The school wanted to expel her. I knelt down for them. Lu Meng's parents slapped her. Wang Yeheng's heart was already confused and she didn't know what she said. As a policeman, Lu Jianjun seemed to have noticed something. "Yeheng, do what I said, call the emergency number and call the police, guarding Xiao Yan, I will arrive immediately." Chapter 122 Child, Dad is late. After saying that, Lu Jianjun hung up the phone and came to the director's office with an anxious look on his face. He didn't have time to knock on the door and pushed it in. Clang! Hao Aguo was talking about work with Deputy Director Wu Tian, but the door was suddenly pushed open and the two were startled. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Lu Jianjun, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Jianjun is not such a rash person. Is this? Wu Tian saw that Lu Jianjun's face was very bad and asked. "Jianjun, you?" Before he finished speaking, Lu Jianjun said anxiously. "Director, Deputy Director Wu, I want to take a leave." "Why are you taking leave?" "Jianjun, it depends on your bad face. Is something wrong?" Hao Aguo also saw that Lu Jianjun asked abnormally. "Director." Lu Jianjun choked and said. "My daughter Xiao Yan, jumped off the 4th floor at Experimental Primary School." "Ah!" Hao Aguo and Wu Tian were shocked by Lu Jianjun's words, and they stood up all of a sudden. "Jianjun, when did it happen? How was Xiao Yan?" "Just now, Yeheng called me, but Xiao Yan didn't know what she was like." "Then don't delay it. Go quickly and drive my car." Hao Aguo took out the car key and handed it to Lu Jianjun, and suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. If your daughter doesn't know her life or death, Lu Jianjun will be distracted by driving, and it will be even more troublesome if she bumps into her and gets hit on the road. Take a look at Wu Tian. Old Wu, you can drive Jianjun to the school to have some advice. Good director, no problem. Wu Tian nodded. Lu Jianjun said. No need for director, I'll take a taxi by myself. Oh Jianjun, don't be pretentious, go quickly. Call any time if you have any situation. Hao Aguo patted Lu Jianjun on the shoulder and said. Thank you, director, we're leaving. Lu Jianjun walked out of the director's office with red eyes and said to Wu Tian. Wu Tian drove Hao Aguo's car and Lu Jianjun to the school like lightning. On the way, Wu Tian comforted Lu Jianjun while driving, saying that the auspicious people have their own heavenly appearance, and Xiao Yan will definitely be fine, so Lu Jianjun could not listen to it. When we arrived at experimental primary school, the guard at the door did not let it go, and said that personnel from outside the school were not allowed to enter. Even Lu Jianjun said that he was Lu Yan's father, and Wu Tian took out his police officer's certificate in desperation. We are policemen, open the door. The security guard then opened the school gate and let them in. The scene was already in chaos. Since a teacher called the police in advance, police officers from the police station in the jurisdiction also arrived. 2 policemen were maintaining order not far from a police van, and a doctor was performing artificial respiration for Lu Yan. Because Mrs. Li stopped the ambulance and the doctor and refused to let him treat Lu Yan, the police car stopped. This delayed a lot of time, and Lu Yan had already developed symptoms of vomiting blood and his breathing and pulse gradually weakened. Wang Yeheng was crying beside her, watching the doctor nervously but unable to help, and was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Yeheng! How is Xiao Yan? Lu Jianjun jumped out of the car and ran to Wang Yeheng and asked. Wang Yeheng supported herself with one breath. Seeing Lu Jianjun coming, she felt relieved and fainted again. Hey Yeheng, what's wrong with you? Lu Jianjun hugged Wang Yeheng, but looked at Lu Yan, who was being treated urgently with concern. Jianjun, Yeheng fainted. She put her on the ground and pinched her into the person. Wu Tian walked over and said. Lu Jianjun put Wang Yeheng on the ground and said. Wu Su, please help me look at Yeheng, I'll go see Xiao Yan. Okay, you go. Hey, who are you? How did you come in? Lu Jianjun and Wu Tian were wearing casual clothes. Director Qian didn't know that they were policemen, and he wondered what the guard at the door was doing for. I am Lu Yan's father. Lu Jianjun said something and ignored Director Qian and came to Lu Yan, but saw that Lu Yan was pale and had a few dry blood stains on the corners of his mouth. He closed his eyes and did not move. Xiao Yan. Lu Jianjun lived in Bengbu. He held back his grief, but tears flashed across his eyes. Doctor, how is she, what is she? The doctor in a white coat ignored Lu Jianjun and was still panting and pressing Lu Yan's chest hard, but Lu Yan showed no sign of waking up. The doctor used a stethoscope to listen to Lu Yan's heartbeat, spread his eyelids and looked at the state of his pupils. After a while, he shook his head dejectedly. I'm sorry, I've tried my best. She has no heartbeat and breathing at the moment. I suggest that I'd better send it to the hospital as soon as possible, or there may be a glimmer of hope. The doctor actually knew that Lu Yan could not wake up. In other words, she had no signs of life, but in order to comfort Lu Jianjun, she gave him a misty hope, and it was recommended that Lu Yan be sent to the hospital and work harder. Send it. Doctor, why didn't you send it to the hospital just now? Lu Jianjun was angry and shouted with his red eyes. Generally, when an ambulance arrives, the injured person will be carried into the car and taken to the hospital. Even if the person needs artificial respiration in any situation, he will do it in the ambulance, trying not to waste every second, but the ambulance is turned off and the driver is smoking aside, which is very abnormal. The doctor smiled bitterly. Sir, we also want to send the child to the hospital, but someone stopped him and refused to send him. In desperation, I could only treat this little girl here. She was seriously injured and I didn't have medical equipment in my hand, so... Before the doctor finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Jianjun. Who is it? Who is it so viciously stopping the ambulance? Who is it? Where is the head of the school? Who is the head of the school? Lu Jianjun's roaring voice drifted around the campus, but no one answered. Xiao Yan. Lu Jianjun knelt in front of Lu Yan and grabbed her pale little hand with his hands. Dad is late, late. Wang Yeheng was pinched by Wu Tian and woke up leisurely. Seeing Lu Jianjun kneeling in front of Lu Yan and crying, he immediately understood that the child might be gone. She stumbled to Lu Yan, touching her face that was still warm, and she was as stupid as she wanted to cry without tears. The child was the sustenance of the whole family. He suddenly disappeared, but he still jumped down from the building. He died so miserably that no one could accept it. The couple felt that the sky had collapsed. When Mrs. Li saw that Lu Yan was gone, she met her expectations. She not only felt guilty and even secretly happy, she held Li Meng's hand and said, "Son, let's go." The two of them left in such a swagger. Qian Fugui immediately chased after him as soon as he saw this, and lowered his voice. "Mrs. Li has a big fuss this time, how do you think the end?" Mrs. Li gave Director Qian a blank look. "How to end? That's the issue that your school needs to consider. What does it have to do with me?" Qian Fugui secretly scolded Mom for criticizing in his heart. If it weren't for this girl, things wouldn't have developed to be like this. "Mrs. Li, Lu Yan was forced to jump off the building by you. You stopped the ambulance and the doctor just now and refused to treat Lu Yan. Is there any? Why don't I know?" Mrs. Li began to pretend to be stupid. "There are cameras here. Do you want to go to the surveillance room to watch the surveillance video? Qian Fugui has also made his promise, and your wife Li hides from the light and let's learn. It's not okay to take the school." Mrs. Li said disdainfully. "Isn't it just a child who died? I'll just pay for it. I'll pay 10,000 yuan, and the rest of your school will bear. I'll still have to do my hair like this." Chapter 123 Criminal Police Team Intervenes. "Brother, what's going on?" Wu Tian felt something was strange and came to the two policemen and asked. The two policemen were from Kyonan Police Station. They looked at Wu Tian and asked, "Are you Deputy Director Wu of Kyobei Institute?" Wu Tian nodded. "It's me, that child is the child of my colleague's family." "You came early, what's going on?" "Deputy Director Wu, we just arrived for a while, a woman stopped the doctor and refused to treat her. She gave up when she saw us." Wu Tianwen's face changed color. "Good guy, isn't this indirect killing someone to stop the doctor from being treated? Do you know why this little girl jumped off the building?" "We just asked Director Qian of the school's academic affairs office. Director Qian said that the little girl who jumped off the building had a conflict with her classmate and knocked off a classmate's teeth. The parents of the injured child refused to ask the school to expel the little girl. She jumped off the building if she couldn't think about it for a moment." Wu Tian thought for a while and said, "Brother, this matter seems not that simple, you'd better notify Xingda to deal with it." Two police officers from Kyonan Station said, "Isn't Deputy Director Wu that serious? This little girl seems to have committed suicide." Wu Tiandao. "How brave does a child have to jump off the building? He must have been treated unfairly. Also, someone stopped ambulances and doctors and refused to treat him. Isn't this intentional murder? This alone is enough for the criminal police team to intervene. She should be detained first." Wu Tian deliberately said so seriously, but he felt that something was strange. Two police officers from Kyonan Station looked at each other and said, "I'd better call our director." Here, Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng were so moved that they cried, and even the doctors next to them were a little moved. "Sir, I think I'll send the child to the hospital first. If you have a glimmer of hope, you have to do 100 times the effort." "Yes, yes, go to the hospital first." Lu Jianjun woke up like a dream, wiped his tears and comforted Wang Yeheng. "Xiao Yan won't have any trouble, nothing will happen." He helped the nurse put Xiao Yan on the stretcher and carried it to the ambulance again. Looking at the blood dripping from the child's back, Lu Jianjun felt sad again. "Hey, yo-oh-oh!" After the ambulance started, it rushed towards the Chinese medicine hospital with an alarm. Qian Fugui watched the ambulance leave the school, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and waved his hand to call several security guards over. "You two, clear the surveillance video in the surveillance room. The focus is on the academic affairs office and the area on the side where the child fell from the building just now." Qian Fugui thought it comprehensively and would definitely sue the school when his children's parents make a move. "The evidence in the surveillance video is not good for the school, so I want to take action first and save yourself trouble in the future. If I don't make a fuss, I will get myself in." "It's not Director Qian, we dare not." The two security guards also understood what Director Qian was going to do. "It is obvious that I want to destroy the evidence of the video. If they earn 3,000 yuan a month, they can't make it easier to go to this muddy water for a salary of 3,000 yuan. Mad waste." Director Qian cursed a few words, thinking that it is better to beg for yourself than to ask others. "If you don't delete the surveillance video, I will go by myself. The school is implicated, and it is a trivial matter to pay some money. If it gets a big deal, the principal will not blame him, and Mrs. Li will not bear it, but she will let Director Qian take it. Therefore, Director Qian is also saving himself." Just took 2 steps but was stopped by Wu Tian. It turned out that after the police from Kyonan police station communicated with the director, they notified the criminal police team that the criminal police had already leaned towards the school. All the parties involved in the school are not allowed to leave, and they will make a decision after the criminal police arrives and accept the transcript investigation. Wu Tian volunteered to help, and first controlled Director Qian, who was walking towards the monitoring room. "This guy has fat head and big ears, his small eyes flash and blink, and he doesn't look like a good bird at first glance. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" Director Qian was used to being arrogant at school and glared at Wu Tian. Wu Tian shook the police officer's certificate in his hand. "I am a policeman in the police station. You are now under supervision and cannot leave casually." Mrs. Li arrogantly drove her car to the playground with a BMW X5. She took Li Meng with her to get in the car and leave as if nothing had happened. But when I opened the car door, a policeman appeared. "Hello, I am a policeman from Kyonan police station. Please don't leave first. We have reported the child's jumping off the building to the criminal police team. When someone comes to the criminal police team, they will record your statement." "What are you? How dare you not let me go?" Mrs. Li was furious. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my husband is? My husband is Director Li of the Education Bureau. Are you scared? Can I let you take off this slut or not? Mrs. Please pay attention to your words. Do you dare to openly threaten the police officers?" The policeman from Kyonan police station said with a dark face. "The Education Bureau and the police department don't cooperate. I really don't know where she got her confidence. What's wrong with me threatening you? I still dare to fight if you believe it or not you." As soon as Mrs. Li finished speaking, Li Meng kicked the policeman in the crotch, and the policeman fell down wailingly. Li Meng was proud. "Mom, am I awesome? Son, you are so awesome. Mom will take you to a big meal tonight," Mrs. Li said with a doting face. Wu Tian looked at it from a distance. Arrogant, so arrogant. He ran over and helped the injured policeman up, and the policeman grinned and couldn't speak in pain. Li Meng pointed at Wu Tiandao. "What? You want to be kicked by me too? Ha ha ha. Wu Tian took out the chilly water on the policeman with a gloomy face and pointed it at Li Meng. Dare you dare to attack the police? Hold my head and squat down. I'll squat your mother squat. Li Meng cursed viciously. First warning. Second warning. The third warning, the warning is invalid and measures are taken. Wu Tian quickly finished speaking a few words and pressed the pepper spray, and sprayed it all on Li Meng's face without wasting any waste. Ah! Li Meng felt that his face was burning, and his facial features seemed to be ignited by fire, and he hugged his face and rolled on the ground in pain. Son, son! Mrs. Li felt very distressed when she saw her son rolling on the ground in pain. If you dare to hit my son, you're going to have something to do, and you're going to have something to do. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call Director Li. At this time, an alarm sounded from afar, and 2 police cars drove into the campus one by one and came close. The police car stopped and several criminal police officers got off. The leader was Chen Guang, the captain of the criminal police team. In Lu Jianjun's small courtyard, the medicinal wine has been canned. Zhou Zheng was not idle either, and was called by Mr. Yang to come to drink. He simply stopped working, and he would not get drunk no matter how much alcohol he drank. It was better to obey his orders than respect, so he just drank and chatted with the old man. Chu Yunyao gave Wang Yeheng's neighbor who helped canned medicinal wine 100 yuan each. These middle-aged women were very satisfied and said that Wang Yeheng would definitely notify them of such a good job next time. Chu Yunyao sent them out, and suddenly thought about why Wang Yeheng had been out for a long time and hadn't come back yet. So he took out his cell phone and called her. After saying a few words, Chu Yunyao's face changed color and she hurried back to the yard. Zhou Zheng stops drinking. Something happened to Xiao Yan. Fever is 38 degrees and 2, confused. Chapter 124 The child is sent too late. Zhou Zheng and Mr. Yang were having fun while drinking. The old man had rich experience and was quite talkative. Some experiences benefited Zhou Zheng a lot. Dang thud! Chu Yunyao suddenly ran over hurriedly with an anxious expression on her face. Miss Chu family, what's wrong with you? Why are you panic? Mr. Yang looked up at her and asked. Zhou Zheng distinguished his face and color, and knew that Chu Yunyao would not lose his composure in this way. Something must have happened. He quickly stood up and said softly. Yunyao, what happened? Zhou Zheng, stop drinking, Xiao Yan jumped off the building. Chu Yunyao said as the figure of the thin but bright little girl, who was poor but sensible, felt distressed, suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, and her voice choked. Ah! Zhou Zheng was also shocked. Didn't Wang Yeheng go to school to deal with the dispute between Xiao Yan and her classmates? Why did the child jump off the building? Which floor did you jump off? How is Xiao Yan's condition? Chu Yunyao said. I heard from my sister-in-law Yeheng said it was the 4th floor. Xiao Yan's condition is very bad now and she has been sent to the Chinese medicine hospital closest to the school. 4th floor. Zhou Zheng couldn't help feeling sad and jumped down at a height of more than 10 meters. The chance of survival was very low, but it was not without miracles. At this time, he could only think about the benefits. Yunyao, give me the car keys, I'll go to the Chinese medicine hospital right away. Old man, I can't drink with you anymore. Zhou Zheng said and sued Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang waved his hand. Xiaozhou, go quickly, oh how could this kid jump off the building? Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting also gathered up when they heard their conversation. Who jumped off the building? Who jumped off the building? What's going on with Yun Yao? Yang Tingting had a strong desire for knowledge. She heard the word jumping off a building in the distance. Her gossip suddenly aroused, thinking that Chu Yunyao and the others were talking about what news. Xiao Yan jumped off the building at school. Chu Yunyao replied. Who is Xiao Yan? Where is the news that happened? Isn't it a campus bully again, right? Nowadays, the internet is well developed, and Yang Tingting often sees similar videos when she browses her phone. Xiao Yan is Ye Hong's sister-in-law's daughter. Ah? No, no. Yang Tingting was immediately surprised and couldn't stop talking. I thought they were talking about the characteristics of the news, but I didn't expect it to happen to me. How is the child now? Did he break it? Yang Zilan pulled Yang Tingting's arm and shook her head, meaning not to ask, didn't you see Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng in a bad mood? Zhou was taking Paramila's car keys and was about to set off. Chu Yunyao suddenly grabbed his hand. Hey Zhou Zheng, you just drank alcohol and couldn't drive. That's right. Zhou Zheng stopped, anxious but helpless. Drinking is really a mistake. Yunyao, do you have time to take me to the Chinese medicine hospital? But Zhou Zheng, I've also drunk. When I opened the can of the wine jar in the morning, Chu Yunyao said embarrassedly. It turned out that she arrived at Wang Yehong's house in the morning. When she opened the wine jar, she couldn't help but taste the soaked medicinal wine. Although she drank a small glass, she still drank, so she naturally couldn't drive. Zhou Zheng, don't worry, why don't you let Tingting take you there? Chu Yunyao gave an idea. Although she doesn't want her best friend Yang Tingting and Zhou Zheng to get along alone, she doesn't care too much about the situation now. Yes, Tingting, you go and take Xiao Zhou to the hospital. Don't be anxious on the way, drive the car safely. Mr. Yang also spoke from the side. Hey! Yang Tingting suddenly burped and said with a red face. Grandpa, I smelled the fragrance of the medicinal wine just now, and I couldn't help but take a few sips. You. Mr. Yang pointed at Yang Tingting and said. It really didn't disappoint me, and I was dismissed again at the critical moment. I'll do it, I didn't drink. Yang Zilan volunteered, and only she did not drink any of these people at the scene. Okay, then I'll trouble Miss Yang. Zhou Zheng was not polite either and handed Paramila's key to Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan took the car keys. Oh Porsche! I didn't expect that grassroots police could afford a luxury car worth more than 1 million. This is my wife Chu Yunyao's car. Zhou Zheng explained and then urged. Miss Yang, time is tight, please hurry up. Yeah, okay, let's go now. The two hurried out of Lu Jianjun's house and found the white Paramela next to the courtyard wall. Zhou Zheng sat in the co-pilot, Yang Zilan got on the main driver, fastened his seat belt, Yang Zilan kicked the accelerator, Paramela roared and started, and rushed out like an arrow from the string. The powerful centrifugal force made Zhou Zheng feel a little uncomfortable. He thought to himself that Yang Zilan was really powerful in driving and his skills were also excellent, and he could actually start with the ejection. Along the way, Yang Zilan seemed to have welded the accelerator to death. The car drove fast on the road at a fast speed. Except for the brakes at a red light, the rest were stepping on the accelerator deeply. She almost had scratches with other cars several times, and she used her superb driving skills to resolve them. Fortunately, she was shocked and safe. Miss Yang, you haven't driven a racing car, are you? Zhou Zhenkai Yuliui got used to it and asked casually. Haha, I have practiced racing and played simulation rally several times abroad, but I am not professional. Yang Zilan said lightly. In fact, her driving skills are already very good. She deliberately said a few humble words and waited for Zhou Zheng's following. But Zhou Zheng just asked a question and then disappeared. Yang Zilan looked at him strangely and saw Zhou Zheng making a phone call. Her pretty face moved her heart again. Why do I always feel that Zhou Zheng looks familiar? It seems that I have seen him somewhere, but I just can't remember him. I'm so depressed. Zhou Zheng was giving Lu Jianjun a message, but the other party didn't answer. I think Lu Jianjun didn't have time to answer the phone. Zhou Zheng called another one for Director Hao Aguo, and this time it was opened. Hey Director, do you know that something happened to Xiao Yan, my master's child, is there in trouble? I know, Lao Wu contacted me just now and said that the child was not optimistic and was sent to the Chinese medicine hospital. I am not on the way now and I am about to have a hospital. Hao Aguo's regretful voice came from the phone. The child jumped off the building very often. What did you say? I heard from old Wu that there is something strange about this. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Sir, what do you say? I can't explain clearly, don't ask, go to the hospital to see the child. It's better to save the child than anything else. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng sighed and looked out the window. Yang Zilan peeked at him from time to time, and felt that the memory fragments in his mind were about to be found. If he worked hard, he could remember where he had met Zhou Zheng. Jiangbei Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital Emergency Room. Lu Yan was taken to the emergency room by the doctor. Lu Jianjun rubbed his hands and sighed outside, and Wang Yeheng didn't say anything, staring at the emergency room in a daze, as if he was stupid. After a while, a doctor in a white coat walked out and pushed his eyes and said, "Who is Lu Yan's parents?" I am, doctor, how about my daughter?" "Sorry, Mr. Lu, we tried our best, the child was sent too late." Chapter 125 Body Donation. Lu Jianjun was struck by lightning after hearing the doctor's words. He stayed for a few seconds, and then rushed into the rescue room like crazy. Wang Yeheng also staggered and ran in. On the bed in the emergency room, Xiao Yan was covered with a white sheet, covering from head to toe. Several doctors and nurses stood aside and saw that the parents of the child who had the accident came in, but they did not stop them. Lu Jianjun gently lifted the white list, revealing Lu Yan's miserable white face, and the dry blood traces on the corners of his mouth were so shocking. He couldn't help but feel sad. "Last night I was having dinner with my daughter to check my daughter's homework. My daughter got the first place in the class this time. She also promised that if she could maintain good grades in the final exam, she would invite her daughter to a restaurant to eat her favorite sweet and sour tenderloin. However, all of this became empty because of this accident. Xiao Yan, wake up, Dad is here, please open your eyes and look at Dad, Lu." Jianjun stroked his daughter's pale face with his hands. "Xiao Yan, Dad wants to take you to dinner. Eat your favorite sweet and sour tenderloin. Why don't you wait for Dad to fulfill his promise?" Wang Yeheng lay on the hospital bed, trembling and sobbing quietly. She watched Lu Yan jump from the 4th floor, and from then on, the white-haired man was separated by the white-haired man and could not accept it at all. Suddenly, Lu Jianjun looked up and shouted, "Doctor, my daughter's face is still hot. She is not dead. You can continue to rescue her. Rescue her quickly." An older doctor said, "Mr. Lu, calm down. The child shows no sign of life. The back of her head was traumatized and the blood stasis in the skull was severe. If it was sent early, the surgery might be possible immediately. Now, we have to announce regretfully, the child." "You're farting." Lu Jianjun grabbed the doctor's mind with red eyes. "Can you save me, or do you save me? It looked like crazy." Hey Mr. Lu, what are you doing?" Several doctors and nurses next to him hurriedly stopped Lu Jianjun, afraid that he would beat him. But Lu Jianjun was tall and strong, and in a heartbroken state, his power was extremely powerful and no one could stop him. Wang Mi recovered from her senses and pulled Lu Jianjun's arm and shouted, "Jianjun, you're crazy, let go of the doctor, let go." Lu Jianjun ignored Wang Mi and stared at the doctor fiercely with his red eyes, saying the words repeatedly. "Can you save me? Can you save me?" The emergency room was in chaos, which quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. "Hey, what's this for? I heard that a little girl fell from a school and was gone. The family members of the undead are quit. Is it a doctor-patient dispute again? I don't know, didn't you just send it here? I guess the family of the deceased can't accept the bad news." The child suddenly jumped off the building. No one can stand this or escaped. Why did the little girl jump off the building? Bully? Stressed? Who knows? The older doctor's glasses were pulled away by Lu Jianjun, and Lu Jianjun gritted his teeth and asked him to save Lu Yan. The doctor begged for mercy. Mr. Lu, I want to save you too, but if the child is gone, how can you save me? I am not a god. Lu Jianjun glared at his eyes and was about to hit someone. Suddenly, someone pulled him back and turned around. Then he was slapped in the face. Ba! A crisp sound spread throughout the emergency room and woke Lu Jianjun up. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then woke up and immediately let go of the doctor's clothes. So, since Lu Jianjun, you have a promising future, why are you hard for the doctor? Are you a bastard? Hao Aguo scolded angrily. As soon as he entered the emergency room, he saw Lu Jianjun trying to beat the doctor. Good guy, what's wrong? After the punch, Lu Jianjun's work was gone. He quickly came up to stop him and slapped him to help him wake up. Director, Jianjun was crazy just now. He couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Yan was gone. He didn't deliberately want to do anything to the doctor, forgive him. Wang Yeheng quickly helped Lu Jianjun to speak nice things. Hao Aguo sighed and didn't have time to talk to Wang Yeheng, but said to the doctor with a smile. Doctor, I'm sorry, her daughter couldn't accept it for a while, so she made an extreme move. I apologize to you for him. The doctor finally found his glasses and wore them on his face. When he saw Hao Aguo wearing a police uniform and a first-level police inspector with a second bar and 3 stars on his shoulder, he heard someone calling him his director. The director personally apologized to him, and his anger was already relieved. I don't need to apologize. I can understand his feelings, but you also need to understand that we are doctors. It's not that we don't want to save them. We also want to save one, but we are really powerless to turn things around. Understand, we understand each other. Hao Aguo was relieved to see that the doctor would not hold Lu Jianjun responsible. He really wanted to be more serious than Lu Jianjun to have a drink. He looked at Xiao Yan on the hospital bed and couldn't help but feel depressed and asked. Not a doctor, is the child really helpless? Where is the injury? The child had a broken leg and a spine damaged. The most fatal thing was a head injury and intracranial hemorrhage. It was delivered too late, so there might be hope of saving it earlier. Okay, please trouble you doctor. Hao Aguo nodded sadly. Can we stay with the child for a while? No problem. You can stay here before the next emergency patient comes in, but the emergency room is quite busy. It's not a problem for the child to hang it like this. It's better to go to the morgue as soon as possible. I understand, thank you doctor. The older doctor nodded and left the emergency room with other doctors and nurses. Only Hao Aguo and Lu Jianjun were left in the emergency room. Hao Aguo sighed and said, Jianjun, I slapped you just now for your own good. Can you understand? Sir, I understand. If it weren't for you, I would have almost made a big mistake. Just understand, just understand. Let me look at Xiao Yan. Hao Aguo came to the bedside and couldn't help but feel sad when he looked at Lu Yan's pale face. How about a good girl? It's gone if you say nothing. Yeheng, are you here on the scene? What the hell is going on? Director, Xiao Yan died unjustly. She was framed. Wang Yeheng cried and said the story intermittently. After Lu Jianjun used up, his eyes seemed to be about to spit out a fire. It's so indifferent, so indifferent. Hao Aguo was also full of righteous indignation. The school confuses the black and white, favors Mrs. Li's children, and wants to expel Lu Yan, which forces Wang Yeheng to kneel down. Lu Yan is hit and jumps off the building. Moreover, Mrs. Li also stops the ambulance and refuses to carry out rescue. It's so bad. Who is that Mrs. Li? Hao Aguo asked. I heard about Director Lee's wife of the Municipal Education Bureau. Hao Aguo nodded. No wonder he was so domineering. It turned out that there was someone above him. At this time, a doctor wearing a white coat and a mask came in. Hello everyone, do you need to know whether to donate the body? Roll. Lu Jianjun was angry and cursed. The doctor was not angry and still said, if the body is donated, the child's organs will be used on the child in need. This is equivalent to the continuation of your child's life. It not only helps others but also has certain material rewards. Consider. Wang Yeheng suddenly became moved. Xiao Yan died, and her life would continue to be in other children after donating the body organs. It sounds good. Qin Jun, why don't we consider it? Before Lu Jianjun could speak, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Master, don't sign. Chapter 126 Zhou Zheng is here and the child is saved. As soon as the words outside the emergency room finished, Zhou Zheng walked in quickly. Yang Zilan followed closely behind. Director, Master, Sister Yeheng. Zhou Zheng said hello one by one. Xiao Zhou is here. Hao Aguo nodded. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Yan. Lu Jianjun couldn't continue after saying a few words. The muscles on his face were trembling and he wanted to cry, but he felt that he had to hold on in front of his apprentice and not be too rude. He could only endure it with all his strength. Zhou Zheng held Lu Jianjun's hand. Master, don't be excited, let me see Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan is here, the doctor said she is, there is no more. Zhou Zheng practiced the hidden dragon art and improved his physical fitness, such as ear strength and vision. He clearly heard someone advised Lu Jianjun and his wife to sign a body donation agreement, and he naturally understood that Xiao Yan might be gone. However, after mastering the master-level acupuncture technique and with the help of the hidden dragon art, how could he easily give up Lu Yan? Master, sister-in-law, don't worry. Let me see Xiao Yan. Treating with acupuncture may bring back the dead. Yes. Hao Aguo patted his head and forgot that Xiao Zhou was a miracle doctor. Jianjun, isn't your shoulder periarthritis and my waist injury just being cured with a single injection? Don't cry for now. Let Xiao Zhou try it. Maybe Xiao Yan can be rescued. In fact, Hao Meguo is not sure. Zhou Zheng did have some tricks in acupuncture, but the chance of pulling people back from the gate of hell is too slim. After all, it took too long to delay. The doctor has announced Xiao Yan's death. In order to lenient Lu Jianjun's heart and for the possible non-existent hope in his heart, Hao Aguo deliberately said full of words. I think Xiao Zhou can do it. Xiao Yan is saved. Lu Jianjun also felt a little moved when he heard Hao Aguo's words. When people are desperate, a slight hope will be regarded as a life-saving straw. Xiao Zhou, you must save Xiao Yan, Master begs you. Lu Jianjun acted to kneel down for Zhou Zheng, and Zhou Zheng hugged him. Master, don't do this. I'm going to be so angry. Get up quickly. Time is tight, please control your emotions, I want to treat Xiao Yan immediately. Okay. Lu Jianjun wiped his tears and tried hard to stand up straight, feeling even more nervous than before. Zhou is his last hope. Hey madam, what are you thinking? I just applied to the leader. You can get 150,000 yuan after donating the child's body. How about it? Sign it. The doctor wearing a mask looked at Zhou Zheng dissatisfiedly. The couple were about to loosen up, but who knew that Cheng Yaojin had appeared on the way? Hao Aguo was already quite anxious. Seeing this guy swaying around with the body donation agreement, he couldn't help but get angry. Pointing to the door and said, if you don't sign, why are you causing trouble? Come out for me quickly. If you don't leave, I will ask you to have a tea in the institute. The first-level police inspector of the second bar and 3 stars is still very deterrent, and the guy left in shame without saying anything. Zhou Zheng said to Yang Zilan, "Miss Yang, please trouble you. Whether you buy or borrow, help me get a 6-inch needle in the shortest time." "What needle? Are you sewing clothes?" Yang Zilan looked confused. She followed Zhou Zheng into the emergency room and saw Xiao Yan lying on the hospital bed with her eyes closed. Her white little face was so pitiful to me. Yang Zilan had no children, but she couldn't see other people's children suffering or even die, and she was also a little sad for a moment. Hearing that Zhou was about to treat Lu Yan himself, Yang Zilan was also shocked. "Isn't Zhou Zheng a policeman? Why do you still know medical skills?" After thinking about it, the medicinal wine my father drank was the recipe passed down from the Zhou Zheng family. Mr. Yang had a very good effect after drinking it. Maybe there was an inheritance in his family, and Yang Zilan had been thinking about it. Zhou Zheng asked her to get a 6-inch needle, but she was confused. "Xiao Zhou, I'll go." Wang Yeheng didn't know Yang Zilan, and thought it would be better to do things at home by herself. After saying that, she walked out. After just 2 steps, her legs became weak and staggered. "Oh girl, I'll go." Yang Zilan quickly supported Wang Yeheng. Wang Yeheng thanked him and said, "I'm not good at bothering you. Zhou Zheng and I are friends, this is nothing." After Yang Zilan said that, he looked at Zhou Zheng again. "Zhou Zheng, what needle should I find? Explain it clearly." "The Han needles used for acupuncture should be 6 inches, but not short." "I understand. I'll be back soon." Gagaha. Yang Zilan quickly walked out of the emergency room. Hao Aguo looked at her beautiful back and asked, "Xiao Zhou, who is this person? He doesn't look like an ordinary person." "She is Mr. Yang's daughter, and she drove me to the hospital." "What? Isn't Mr. Yang's daughter the younger sister of Deputy Mayor Yang? It turns out it's her." Hao Aguo has heard little information about Mr. Yang's daughter. Yang Zilan was seen as having a talent for singing in junior high school by an old artist, so he was taken to the capital to carefully train him and became a close disciple of the old artist. After achieving some results in China, there was no news. "I heard that he had gone abroad." Hao Aguoxin said he was so obedient. Xiao Zhou seemed to be very close to the Yang family. Can he even instruct the eldest lady of the Yang family? Sharp. What Hao Aguo didn't know was that the old artist also had a female student who was very famous now and could be described as the mother etiquette. Yang Zilan is that junior sister, and they have a good relationship with each other and are often in touch. Zhou Zheng walked to the hospital bed and squatted down. Looking at Lu Yan's pale little face, he felt very uncomfortable. A few days ago, he and Chu Yunyao celebrated their birthday with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan ate the Hagensta cake that she had longed for. She was so happy that she had a bright smile on her face. Now the smile that can warm the ice and snow is gone, replaced by the white silence symbolizing death. Zhou Zheng said in his heart, "Xiao Yan, I will definitely save you. Even if you are in the gate of hell, I will bring you back." He gently took out Xiao Yan's cold hand and stretched out 2 fingers to help her take her pulse, but the pulse was gone. The situation is quite unoptimistic. Xiao Yan's whole body was examined again, and the fatal injuries were in the head and intracranial hemorrhage. In contrast, soft tissue abrasions and fractures on both legs were all minor injuries. Master-level acupuncture can use acupuncture to clear the blood stasis in the head, but it is still unknown whether Xiao Yan can survive. Zhou Zheng didn't think much about it. It's up to people to succeed. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, you must do your best 100 times. At this time, Yang Zilan hurried back, panting, holding a small skin in her hand. "Zhou Zheng, I've got the needle you want." "Thank you, Miss Yang." Zhou Zheng took the ancient skin bag, and when he opened it, he suddenly shone with golden light, containing more than a dozen golden needles, everything from 1 inch to 9 inches. "I borrowed this from the director of the Chinese medicine hospital." This set of needles is an antique, and he has never been willing to use them several times. Zhou Zheng took out a 6-inch golden needle and tried the toughness. It turned out that it was not a little better than the ordinary needles on the market. With good tools, the chances of winning have increased by 20%. Zhou Zheng nodded with relief. Director, Master, you two look at the door, don't let outsiders come in casually, I'm going to start applying acupuncture. Chapter 127, Resurrection. Office of the President of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Dean Tianzhen sorted out the documents and couldn't wait to stand up, preparing to go to the emergency room to observe Zhou Zheng's rescue. Just now, Deputy Mayor Yang's sister Yang Zilan came to him and opened her mouth to borrow Han acupuncture from him. Tianzhen and Yang Zishan are junior high school classmates, so they naturally know his sister. When they were in school, they had a secret crush on Yang Zilan. However, Yang Zilan went to the capital very early, and this secret love ended in failure. Later, the two met, but Tianzhen had a family long ago, and Yang Zilan also lived abroad, so the matter was over with laughter. Faced with Yang Zilan's sudden intrusion, Tianzhen was both surprised and surprised. Zai Lan, when did you return to China? I just came back a few days. Yang Zilan is very familiar with Tianzhen and speaks casually. Lao Tian, don't talk nonsense. Are there any 6-inch needles that are used for acupuncture? What are you doing? What do you want that thing to do? Oh, don't ask, it's for life. There is a little girl who jumped off the building in the emergency room and her life is in danger. Someone wants to use acupuncture to save her, that's it. Yang Zilan still explained to him a little. Not Zilan, isn't this a nonsense? Are you talking about the little girl named Lu Yan in the emergency room? She is already dead, how could she be saved? Someone reported to Tianzhen that a little girl who jumped off the building died in the emergency room. Her family almost had a conflict with the doctor, but it was resolved by the family leader. So, Tianzhen quickly got the call. You know everything? Okay, can you stop talking nonsense? The doctors in your hospital cannot bring back their lives, nor can they arbitrarily deny that others do not have the ability, right? If you have any injections, please say, don't waste my time, okay? Tianzhen was not only angry when facing Yang Zilan's unreasonableness, but also smiled. She is still the same as when she was young, she looks quiet on the outside but is actually very impatient. Tianzhen took out a set of antique golden needles he had collected and handed them to Yang Zilan. Zai Lan, take it. I can't bear to leave this set of needles very precious. Before he could finish his words, Yang Zilan interrupted Tianzhen's words. Do you have a 6-inch needle? Zhou Zheng said that you need a golden needle of at least 6-inch length. Yes, yes. Well, okay, let's go. Yang Zilan turned around and left. Tianzhen smiled bitterly and continued to work with his head down. Suddenly, he looked up suddenly. Will the rescuer use a 6-inch gold needle to perform acupuncture? This. I was shocked suddenly. As the director of Jiangbei Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, Tianzhen himself is also a master of acupuncture, but he can only barely control the 5-inch gold needle. He even dare not think about the 6-inch gold needle. He can only play with the master of national medicine. Is the other party the saint of national medicine? Or is it a pretentious thing? Tianzhen suddenly became interested in the person who treated Lu Yan. He stopped working and wanted to go to the emergency room to observe how the other party could use the 6-inch golden needle, and even more wanted to know whether the 6-inch golden needle could bring the little girl back to life. As soon as I reached the door, a doctor ran over. Director Tian, 2 policemen were holding the door of the number 1 emergency room, saying that the wounded were being treated, but there was no doctor inside. Seeing the surveillance employee's reaction, a young man was performing acupuncture treatment on the little girl who had just passed away. Dean, isn't this a nonsense? Who will bear the responsibility if something happens? Tianzhen waved his hand. You don't have to worry about it or go in. The little girl is gone. How bad can it be? Just do it. After Tianzhen finished speaking, he left the office and wanted to go to the emergency room. After thinking about it, he went to the monitoring room on the top floor. After all, it's a bit abrupt if someone uses acupuncture and breaks in to observe it yourself. It's better to go to the surveillance room to watch the surveillance screen. When he arrived at the monitoring room, Tianzhen transferred out the monitoring of the number 1 emergency room and enlarged the screen. Zhou Zheng had already disinfected the 6-inch golden needle and began to apply the needle carefully. He pinched the tail of the 6-inch golden needle with his thumb, index finger and middle finger of his right hand, and stabbed one end of the golden needle into Lu Yan's right nostril. Zhou Zheng carefully avoided all the nerves and blood vessels in Lu Yan's head, and soon all the golden needles were stabbed in. My God! All the 6-inch golden needles were pierced from the nostrils into the head. Tianzhen couldn't help but stand up in surprise. Not to mention whether Zhou Zheng could save Lu Yan, just relying on the 6-inch golden needle to pierce into his head without any obstacles, this move alone is enough to be shocking. Almost no one in Jiangbei can do it. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Zheng shook the golden needle using a technique that Tianzhen had never seen before. He had found the bleeding point and used a golden needle as a bridge to guide the blood stasis outside the brain. Sister-in-law Yeheng, bring the paper and put it under Xiao Yan's nostril. Wang Yeheng nervously picked up a roll of toilet paper, ran it a few times and quickly did it. After a while, streams of purple blood stasis flowed out of the nostrils along the golden needle. Wang Yeheng quickly used toilet paper to suck it. Zhou Zheng's wrist trembled for a while, and the blood stasis in Lu Yan's brain kept flowing along the golden needle until it became less and less, and later it stopped flowing. This bleeding point is done. Zhou Zheng took back the golden needle, and then looked at Lu Yan's pale face, and it seemed that a hint of rosy was restored to his pale face. There is a door. Zhou Zheng was encouraged and raised his hand to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. You should know that using acupuncture to treat intracerebral hemorrhage is very physically and energy-consuming. Suddenly someone handed over a tissue, and Zhou Zheng looked up and saw that it was Yang Zilan. Thanks. Zhou Zheng took the tissue and wiped his forehead, then focused on stabbing the golden needle into Lu Yan's left nostril. There are many bleeding points here, which requires more energy and physical strength to guide the blood stasis. Yang Zilan looked at Zhou Zhenshi without blinking and felt that he looked so handsome. Gradually, Zhou Zheng felt a little overwhelmed and involuntarily started the hidden dragon art. He was surprised to find that it was not necessary to practice the hidden dragon art with all your heart. He could use it with all your heart and practice it without delaying your time while doing other things. There seemed to be a breeze in the emergency room, and the air strangely accelerated the flow rate. The only little bit of real malaria and resurfaced in the world were frantically extracted and absorbed. With the hidden dragon art refining, the real Fat Niu Zhou was practicing acupuncture and was like a fish in water. He no longer felt tired, and even felt that his body could store more real twists. Finally, all the blood stasis in Yang Yan's skull was cleaned up, and Wang Yeheng used a roll of toilet paper to suck and wipe the blood stasis. Her little face returned to a lot of blood, but her eyes were still closed. Lu Yan is still wearing a monitor, and the heartbeat curve on the screen is still flat. Is it too long that Lu Yan really can't save him? Zhou Zheng looked up and saw Wang Yeheng's expectant eyes were anxious, and suddenly, she put her palm on Lu Yan's dance Hong A cup ointment, frantically sending her real twists. Xiao Yan, you must wake up, sure. Half a minute later, Zhou Zheng had only a few real cowards in his body. He felt dizzy, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to stop. Finally. Ding ding ding. The body monitor prompted that Lu Yan's heart began to beat again. Chapter 128. Are the police also erratic now? It's done. Zhou Zheng heard the sound from the machine and looked at the screen and was overjoyed. Xiao Yan, wake up, wake up. On the hospital bed, Lu Yan's eyelids trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes with difficulty. Xiao Yan has come alive, come alive! Jian Jun, come and see, the child was pulled back from the gates of hell by Xiao Zhou. Wang Yeheng couldn't help but cry with joy when she saw Lu Yan open her eyes. Lu Jianjun, who was guarding the door of the emergency room, rushed over and rushed to Lu Yan. Xiao Yan, I am my father, do you still remember me? Although Lu Yan woke up, she had no breath just now. Lu Jianjun was really afraid that the child's brain would be damaged and he didn't know him anymore. Dad, Mom, where am I? Lu Yan looked at Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng and asked with difficulty. Child, you're in the hospital, you're injured. Lu Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief, it would be great that the child knew him. Oh I remembered. Lu Yan said. Director Qian and Mrs. Li from the school slandered me and wanted to fire me. They forced my mother to kneel down, I. Lu Yan said, with a fearful look in her eyes. Xiao Yan, don't think about those things anymore. You won't be fired. Director Qian and Mrs. Li's father will not let go of either. Lu Jianjun said with red eyes and gritted his teeth. Wang Yeheng pushed Lu Jianjun, and it was not the time to hold him accountable. Dad, don't you die if I jumped off the 4th floor. Xiao Yan, you jumped off the 4th floor and were seriously injured and almost couldn't save you. It was Uncle Zhou Zheng who pulled you back from the gate of hell. Where is Uncle Zhou Zheng? Xiao Yan, Uncle is here. Zhou Zheng dragged his tired body and hurriedly came forward. His right hand was holding a strange fingertip, so that he could continuously absorb a small amount of spiritual energy from the air and then refine it into a real cow to repair his tired body. Not to mention, the effect is very good. I almost exhausted just now, but now although my face is a little bad, I have recovered 30% of my physical strength. Uncle Zhou Zheng, thank you for saving me. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yan saw Zhou Zheng smiled with difficulty. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Xiao Yan, in the future, no matter what happens, don't be anxious, let alone go to extremes. Do you hear it? Yet I know Uncle Zhou Zheng, I will never do this again. Well, this is a good boy. Zhou Zheng nodded and asked. How do you feel now? Uncle, my whole body hurts, my legs, back, and arms hurt. I'm afraid you'll keep worrying, but I'm almost unable to bear it. Zhou Zheng nodded, thinking that Lu Yan had many soft tissue contusions all over her body, and her legs were fractured, so it would be strange if she didn't hurt. Zhou Zheng's acupuncture has no therapeutic effect on soft tissue contusions and bone fractures. These still require treatment in the hospital. Master, I'll go to get Xiao Yan's hospitalization procedures. Other injuries on her body need to be hospitalized. Xiao Zhou, I'll go. Lu Jianjun said that, he was about to walk out and opened the door of the emergency room. A middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared in front of him, followed by several doctors in white coats. Lu Jianjun was stunned. Who are you? Hello, I am Tian Zhend, the director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. Are you Mr. Lu? It's a miracle to make AI come back to life. In the surveillance video, Tian Zhend saw with his own eyes the passage of Zhou Zheng using a 6-inch golden needle to rescue Lu Yan, and he was shocked. This young man looks young, but his acupuncture technique is superb and comparable to the saint of national medicine. Tian Zhend thought that if the Chinese Medicine Hospital could hire this young man, it would be worth it. So I couldn't help but feel excited and quickly went downstairs to the emergency room. After Tian Zhend finished speaking, he bypassed Lu Jianjun and came to Zhou Zheng, but smiled at Yang Zilan on the side. Zai Lan, is this young man your friend? Can you tell me about it? Yang Zilan asked in confusion. Hey Lao Tian, why are you here? Tian Zhend said with a smile. I saw this guy using the 6-inch golden needle in the monitoring room. What a good guy, this technique is comparable to the saint of the Chinese medicine practitioner. Can I still sit there? Yang Zilan told Zhou Zhendao. This is Tian Zhend, the director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. I borrowed the golden needle you used from Lao Tian. Old Tian, his name is Zhou Zheng. Okay, the introduction is over, you can get to know it yourself. Zhou Zhengong nodded and said lightly. Hello, Dean Tian. Hello, then who did Comrade Xiao Zhou learn acupuncture from? Do you want to come to our hospital to work? You are an expert when you come, even if you come 1 day a week, you can get a good deal, so you can be satisfied. Hao Aguo heard about Tianzhen's words were both relieved and depressed. Is there another person who robs people? It's gold that can shine anywhere. Zhou Zheng is so outstanding that even the director of the hospital wants to hire him. Excellent people will always be coveted by others, and Zhou Zheng's excellentness makes Hao Aguo feel at all uneasy. Go forward and said. Director Tian, right? I am Hao Aguo, the director of Qiubei Police Station. Hello, Director Hao. Tian Zhend quickly raised his hand to signal. Then what President Tian, let me tell you, Comrade Zhou Zheng is a policeman in Qiubei Police Station. He also taught this acupuncture technique by himself in his spare time. His main business is a policeman, and he has no time to come to the hospital to be an expert. What? Zhou Zheng is a policeman? Tian Zhend showed a shocked expression on his face, and looked at Yang Zilan, as if he was asking whether it was true or not. Yang Zilan nodded. Old Tian, there is no need for Director Hao to lie to you. Zhou Qiashi is a policeman, and he also made a first-class merit a while ago. Good guy. Tian Zhend felt speechless. Are the police now like this? The most amazing thing about being so young is that the first-class acupuncture technique is comparable to the saint of national medicine. Isn't a policeman who doesn't want to be a famous doctor a good policeman? Tian Zhend's idea failed and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Zhou Zheng handed a simple needle capsule to Tian Zhend. Director Tian, thank you for lending me the needle. By the way, this set of needles is really good. Yang Zilan curled his lips aside. I thought to myself that if Lao Tian hadn't been so stingy, he wouldn't have let others use it. Tian Wenjing looked at the needle capsule, hesitated for a moment and blocked it back. Xiao Zhou, I will give you the sword to the hero, and this set of needle bags will be given to you. This is an antique I exchanged for. It has a history of at least 300 years. It is wasted in my hands and is just right for you. How can you be so embarrassed? To be honest, Zhou Zheng really likes this set of needle capsules. Not only does it have complete golden needles, but it also feels great when you use needles. Xiao Zhou, don't refuse. This is my intention. If there are any questions about acupuncture in the future, I will ask you for advice. Okay. Then I'll be disrespectful. Zhou Zheng is not polite either. Anyway, Dean Tian's purpose is not simple, so he will repay his personal favor in the future. By the way, Dean Tian, the child still has multiple injuries on his body that need to be hospitalized. Dean Tian waved his hand. It's easy to say. Parents of the child will go to the hospitalization procedures first. I will arrange a few experts to consult the child together and then study how to treat it next. Xiao Zhou, don't worry. Chapter 129, Criminal Responsibility. Director Asian said hello, and Lu Yan was quickly pushed into the operating room. Her legs were comminuted fractures and needed surgical treatment. Zhou Zheng and others were waiting anxiously for the news outside the operating room. Although Zhou Zheng pulled Lu Yan back from the gates of hell, she was no longer in danger of her life, but if she had comminuted fractures on her legs, she would have left her lifelong disability if she couldn't cure her. Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng's faces were full of tension, and their eyes were staring at the operating room without blinking, as if the eyes could penetrate the door of the operating room and see what was inside. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and said, Master, sister-in-law, don't be nervous. Xiaoan Jiren has his own Tianxiang surgery. Will there be a seat there to sit down and rest for a while? Xiaozhou, I can't sit still. Lu Jianjun said. From the beginning, when the doctor announced Lu Yan's death to Zhou Zheng, pulling Lu Yan back from the gate of ghost, Lu Jianjun's heart was like a roller coaster, one after another. From being lucky to despair, to being full of hope. When a daughter is in trouble, she will think that as long as she can save her child's life, she will accept it even if she is disabled. When the child is out of danger of life, I hope the child's surgery will be successful and no sequelae will be left behind. It's not how greedy a person is, but how much love a parent is for his children. Hao Aguo walked closer and said, Jianjun, I suggest you take a break for a while. Xiao Yan's surgery will not be over for a while. We are here to watch. You and Yaheng go to rest. Otherwise, you can't bear it if you stay up late at night. The director is right. Zhou Zheng also nodded and agreed. Lu Jianjun still waved his hand. But, director, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Yan are undergoing surgery, my heart is still hanging, how can I sleep? Hao Aguadao. If you don't want to rest, let Yaheng go to rest. I think she can't stand it. Wang Yaheng almost fell asleep with her eyelids drooping. She had no energy at all and her head was dizzy. Hearing Hao Aguo's words, he barely opened his eyes. Sir, I'm not tired if it's okay. I have to wait for Xiao Yan to finish the operation. I'm not tired yet. Hao Aguo shook his head helplessly. Jianjun, you and Yaheng sit on the chair and have a sleep. This is an order. I will notify you as soon as Xiao Yan has finished the operation. All right. Seeing that Hao Aguo was anxious, the two nodded and agreed. They sat on the chair in the corridor. As soon as they relaxed, they fell asleep quickly. Zhou Zheng, are you tired? I saw that you looked bad just now. Do you want to go to rest too? Yang Zilan suddenly asked Zhou Zheng with concern. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Thank you, Miss Yang, I'm okay, not tired. He just kept pinching his fingers to absorb spiritual energy and refine it. The physical strength of the bull has basically recovered, and even feels full of energy. Yang Zilan looked at Zhou Zheng and sighed in his heart. Young is like a good physique. He recovered so quickly. I don't know how long-lasting it is. At this time, Deputy Director Wu Tian rushed over, followed by two policemen. Seeing Hao Aguo, Wu Tian waved his hand repeatedly while walking towards him. Secret, Director. Hao Aguo took a closer look. Huh? Old Wu, why did you come? I'll let you watch Jianjun, you're fine, you're gone. Wu Tian walked to Hao Aguo and said embarrassedly. Director, Xiao Yan jumped off the building and alarmed the criminal police team. I didn't help the criminal police team to collect some evidence, so I wasted some time. Hao Aguo nodded. This incident is very serious, and there is nothing wrong with the criminal police team intervening in the investigation. Who said no? Wu Tian also nodded, with a hint of resentment on his face. Mrs. Li's son dared to assault the police. He kicked a friend from Kyonan police station in the lower body. Hao Aguo's face darkened. This little bastard is really lawless. After saying that, he asked the two policemen behind Wu Tian. The two comrades behind are a little familiar? Who is under Old Chen, a criminal police team? Two detectives said with a smile. Director Hao, I have a good memory. Last time we went to your Kyobe with Captain Chen, and we met Director Hao. Ha ha ha. Hao Aguo smiled and continued to ask. So, your team took over this case? Where is your team leader Lao Chen? Two criminal police officers said. Captain Chen is busy taking notes for Mrs. Li and Director Qian in the team. In addition, the extracted surveillance video also needs further identification. Wu Tian interrupted. These two comrades came to the hospital mainly to record Yaheng and Xiao Yan. Team Chen learned that this matter was very bad and got angry just now. Director Qian and Mrs. Li had criminal facts and they must be held criminally responsible. After Wu Tian said that, he blinked at Hao Aguo. Hao Aguo understood that Chen Guang did not rub the sand in his eyes. After he understood Lu Yan's jumping off the building, he was filled with anger. Moreover, Chen Guang also had a daughter about the same age as Lu Yan. Based on various factors, how could he let Mrs. Li and Director Qian go? However, Mrs. Li has a background, so she is afraid that Chen Guang will hurt her teeth. No matter what, Hao Aguo must support Chen Guang. It's easy to say. Hao Aguo Dao. However, Lu Yan has entered the operating room. I think she should wait until she is in good condition before taking the record. Her mother Wang Yeheng is here, do it for her first. The two criminal police nodded and said, well, after all, the last case of the murder suspect Wang Fu was handed over to them by Director Hao. Director Hao, we will listen to you. You two are so polite. Wang Yeheng is here, you two follow me. Hao Aguo came to Wang Yeheng, and she fell asleep with her neck tilted and leaned against Lu Jianjun's shoulder. Hao Aguo felt a little embarrassed to disturb her. However, as a mother who cares about her children, Wang Yeheng was still nervous, and she felt someone coming and opened her eyes immediately. Director Hao. Yeheng, are you awake? Hao Aguo Dao. That's right. These two comrades from the criminal police team. Please tell me what you ask for. You can say whatever you ask. Don't be afraid of your own people. Yeah, I understand the director. Two criminal police officers began to record Wang Yeheng. On this side, Yang Zilan secretly glanced at Zhou Zheng again. His stylish face was indeed so handsome that the woman was moved. Yang Zilan is a little moved now, not just because Zhou Zheng is handsome, but mostly because Zhou Zheng is so capable. Of course, this kind of heartwarming is not the kind of love that falls in love at first sight, but an appreciation. Compared to being moved, Yang Zilan hopes that he can remember where he has met Zhou Zheng before. Yes, she has been searching for the memory fragments in her mind, but she has never gotten what she wants. Dingling. At this time, Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang and he picked it up and answered. Hey, Yunyao? Have you arrived at the hospital? Xiao Yan is not in danger of life and is pushed into the operating room for surgery. We are outside the operating room. Chapter 130, Covering the Sky with One Hand? Interrogation room of the 1st Criminal Police Team. Chen Guang stood in front of the surveillance camera outside the interrogation room and looked at the two screens in front of him, each of which had an interrogation screen. One of them was Mrs. Li, and the other was naturally Director Qian. In the video, Mrs. Li looked arrogant. She not only did not cooperate when facing the inquiring criminal police, but also spoke wildly from time to time to threaten the police in front of her. Director Qian took the initiative to admit his mistakes, but he also avoided the important things, put most of the responsibilities on the school, and made all his choices cleanly. Chen Guang laughed at the two of them's completely different performance. He has collected all the video evidence at school. After sorting out the video, it can be clearly concluded that Lu Yan jumped off the building and was related to her being falsely accused and threatened to be expelled. And the initiator of all this is naturally Mrs. Li and Director Qian. Of course, it has something to do with the principal. Director Qian cannot dare to do so for such a big deal. To make decisions, I also received the acquiescence or guidance from the principal. No matter who there is one, he, Chen Guang, must track it down to the end. The girl who jumped off the building heard that she was the daughter of Lu Jianjun, a policeman in Kyo Bay Station. She is still alive and dead. He wants to make this case a bad case, both public and private. Moreover, Chen Guang has reported this matter to the captain of the criminal police detachment. After watching the video evidence, the captain was also indignant and agreed to file a case. This is also a reliance of Chen Guang. Squeak! The door of the number 1 interrogation room was opened, and two criminal police officers walked out with depressed expressions on their faces. Captain Chen, this woman named Li Jinfeng is too arrogant. Let's ask her if she can ask us 3 times, and every sentence is inseparable from threats. Also, she is like a rock in a pit, smelly and hard, and she doesn't want to explain anything. Chen Guang waved his hand and said with a smile. You two don't have to worry. I have asked Xiaoli Xiaowang to go to the hospital to conduct an investigation and record of the victim's family. When the evidence is conclusive, she will cry. Ding-gling. Before Chen Guang finished speaking, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at the screen. It was Niu Jinwei, the captain of the boss, who was called by him. The new detachment called us to not treat this case carelessly. Chen Guang muttered to the 2 policemen, and then answered the phone. Hey Captain Niu. Old Chen, what's the case of jumping off the building at your hand? Where are Li Jinfeng and Qian Fugui? In our team, they were just interrogated, just. Before Chen Guang finished speaking, Niu Jinwei said. Old Chen. Stop judging and letting go. What? Captain Niu, I heard it right? Did you let me release someone? Chen Guang didn't believe his ears. Niu Jinwei just swore to Chen Guang that this case would be handled as a decisive case and that he would definitely seek justice for the victim. Not a single hour has passed yet, why has he changed? You heard it right. Niu Jinwei repeated it on the phone. Let both Li Jinfeng and Qian Fugui be spared. Why? Chen Guang suddenly became anxious. Niu Jinwei said that the provincial department and the Ma Bureau have called me, and I want to know why, but I dare not ask, right? Captain Niu, you have also watched the video evidence. Li Jinfeng and his son and director Qian slandered Lu Yan and wanted to fire her. Lu Yan's mother forced him to kneel down, causing Lu Yan to jump off the building. After the incident of jumping off the building, Li Jinfeng and his son obstructed the ambulance to save the person. Okay, Lao Chen, stop talking. This case has been exempted from filing. Follow the order, that's it. Niu Jinwei interrupted Chen Guang and hung up the phone after saying the order. Grass. Chen Guang couldn't help but swear as he heard the busy voice in the receiver of his phone. Captain, what did the detachment leader say? The 2 police officers next to him asked when they saw Chen Guang's face was not good. The captain of the detachment asked us to release Li Jinfeng and his son and Qian Fugui. I'll go. The 2 police officers were also surprised. Is the captain of the detachment so confused? Why did he release these 2 goods? Didn't they both file a case? I think it must be that Li Jinfeng has a deep background and puts pressure on him. However, is the director of an education bureau so powerful? Don't talk nonsense, you two. Chen Guang scolded them, feeling helpless. Captain, should you let go or not? What can Chen Guang do? The criminal police captain was very majestic. There were more officials in the bureau than him. When the detachment leader said that he would release the people, he could only complain in his heart but dare not ignore it. Sighing and listlessly. Let me go. Wait a minute, let Li Jinfeng and Qian Fugui go first, don't let Li Jinfeng's son Li Meng go first. He injured the police officers in Kyonan Station. Although Li Meng is a minor and does not have to bear criminal responsibility, civil compensation is inevitable. Let Li Meng be released after compensation. Chen Guangxin was unwilling to accept it, so he wanted to find the unhappiness for Li Jinfeng and his son. Soon, Li Jinfeng came out of the interrogation room and the handcuffs on her hands were untied. She looked at Chen Guang proudly. Captain Chen, you can't control me if you catch me. How about it? You've done useless work, you have to let me go. Chen Guang didn't say a word, and he felt that his skin was so hot that it was too embarrassing. A policeman brought Li Jinfeng's personal belongings and asked her to see if there were any missing items. Li Jinfeng put on Hermes' bag and sunglasses, and suddenly asked. By the way, where is my son? Where is he? Chen Guangdao. Your son is suspected of assaulting the police. Only by paying compensation can he be released by the victim's forgiveness. Do you play this with me? Li Jinfeng glanced at Chen Guang disdainfully. Captain Chen, are you going to let it go or not? Chen Guang felt aggrieved. He knew that Li Jinfeng had a strong background and the case could not be filed. She didn't have to bear criminal responsibility. It would be okay to bear some civil liability. I said, you can first give the compensation to the victim, and then obtain the victim's understanding before you can release him. Humph! Li Jinfeng sneered and took out her cell phone and made a phone call. Hey, they let me go, but they didn't let my son. A few minutes later, Chen Guang's cell phone rang, and he took a look at it and it was Niu Jinwei again. Hey Captain Niu! Chen Guang, you have gained skills, why don't you execute the order? I, Captain of the detachment, Li Mensi the policeman caused a comrade from Kyonan Institute to be injured and hospitalized. Can Li Meng be held criminally responsible without pursuing him to be held civil liability? Niu Jinwei's roar came from the phone receiver. Where do you come from so much nonsense? If you ask you to let go, you can let go. There are all hospitalization costs and mental loss fees for the injured police, including nutrition, etc., and there is an arrangement for them. You don't have to worry about it. Just release the person quickly, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guang sighed helplessly and greeted his brothers, asking them to let Li Meng go, and he felt as if he had been drained of all his strength and returned to the office staggeringly. He could not have imagined that a small director of the Qingshui Yamen would have such great energy. Can you really cover the sky with just one hand? Suddenly, a nonsensical rumor I had heard appeared in my mind. Li Jinfeng has a godfather from the provincial capital. Chapter 131 Why is life so miserable? Jiangbei Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, Mr. Yang, Chu Yunyao, and Yang Tingting and his group appeared in the corridor outside the hospital's operating room. Yunyao, we are here. Zhou Zheng had sharp eyes and saw Chu Yunyao quickly waved to him. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao also waved her hand, then turned around and greeted Mr. Yang and Yang Tingting, and everyone walked towards Zhou Zheng. Hey, how did you come from? Did you take a taxi? Drived here? What? Haven't you all drunk? You dare not drive drunk. Yang Tingting asked back. Can't we find a designated driver? Yunyao said you are very smart, but I didn't expect that there were times when you were not smart enough, and your IQ was even more worrying than mine. Yang Tingting looked at Zhou Zheng's handsome face, and she said without any mercy and became more and more happy. Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought to himself that he might have been too tired just now, and his brain was lacking in oxygen, which caused him to not turn around. After smiling, he didn't refute Yang Tingting, turned his head to old Yang and said, Is the old man here too? Mr. Yang nodded. Well, I'm here, I don't know how the child is doing, and I'm also a little worried. Chu Yunyao said with an anxious look on her face. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong with Xiao Yan? You don't call me, we are worried, so we can only come to the hospital for a look. That's it. Mr. Yang also echoed. Xiao Zhou, is the child's condition not optimistic? If it doesn't work, transfer to the hospital. Don't delay the treatment. Before Zhou Zheng could answer, Yang Zilan stepped forward to hold Mr. Yang's arm and said, Dad, don't worry, Xiao Yan is out of danger. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good, that's good. Yang Zilan continued. But it's quite thrilling. Xiao Yan was delayed in sending the hospital, but the doctor had no signs of life after the examination. Thanks to Zhou Zheng who used acupuncture to pull Xiao Yan back from the gate of hell. I witnessed the miracle throughout the whole process, which is so shocking. Yet, Mr. Yang looked at Zhou Zheng with praise and shocked eyes. Unexpectedly, Comrade Xiao Zhou not only knows how to prepare medicinal wine, but also acupuncture is a great choice. It is also a blessing to know him at this age. After all, my age is getting older and worse, and my health is getting worse. If I have a disease and a disaster, I really need to ask Zhou Zheng for help. Yang Tingting was also surprised. What my sister-in-law said is too exaggerated, right? Can Zhou Zheng still bring people back to life? True or fake? However, he knew that his sister-in-law didn't lie, and there was no need to lie. It seemed that what he said was true. This Zhou Zheng is so evil. It would be fine if a policeman arrested a wanted criminal and made first-class merit, but that was his job. He can also prescribe medicinal wine and acupuncture. Is there anything else he can't do? I don't like such people. I don't like them very much. Because he is not my boyfriend. Yang Tingting complained in her heart. Suddenly, her heart moved. My grandfather still has hidden dangers in his heart. Zhou Zheng's acupuncture technique is so clever that he can cure the old man's hidden dangers. Why not ask Zhou Zheng to help Grandpa see a doctor? Yang Tingting took 2 steps forward and was about to open her mouth, but after hesitating for a moment, she still kept silent. It is not suitable for asking for help from Zhou Zheng now, and grandfather is also a stubborn person. He does not admit that there are hidden dangers in his heart. He will ask for help from Zhou Zheng to treat his grandfather when he finds a suitable opportunity. I think grandfather will listen to Zhou Zheng's words. Thinking of this, Yang Tingting nodded. Zhou Zheng is a baby and a key figure in helping grandpa treat heart disease. He needs to change his attitude towards him. At that moment, when Yang Tingting faced Zhou Zheng, she suddenly showed a charming smile that she had never seen before. Zhou Zheng, you are so great. Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal. Faced with Yang Tingting's abnormal expression, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but take a step back. No, Yang Tingting, what do you mean? I'm laughing too exaggerated? I'm not sure, you're going to show your true colors, right? Yang Tingting's face suddenly changed. Okay, I finally felt a little gentle to you, but you actually said that I want to show up? So angry. Yang Tingting turned around and complained to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, do you care about your husband? She actually insinuatedly said that I am a fairy. Chu Yunyao heard I couldn't help laughing, and my fair and pretty face was as smiling as a flower. Ting Ting, Zhou Zheng said you are a fairy and you should be happy. Don't you always claim to be a little fairy? However, your smile just now is really panicking. It will be a little normal in the future, otherwise everyone will not adapt to it. Yunyao, you. Yang Tingting almost got her nose crooked. My good friend doesn't help me at all. Is our friendship plastic? Yunyao, you guy who forgets your friends when you see sex, I can see that Zhou Zheng and you not only cover a quilt, but also wear a pair of pants. I wish you two to give birth to 8 children. Yang Tingting's curse of gruntling teeth Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao came to Wang Yeheng at this time. Wang Yeheng couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw Chu Yunyao. Originally, when she was doing business with Chu Yunyao, her life would only get better and better, and she would not even be able to pay a down payment in the city to buy a house. Unexpectedly, fate played a joke on her. Although Xiao Yan's life was saved, the money spent on hospitalization in the later stage was not a small amount. If you don't make a fuss, you have to borrow money. The matter of buying a house will be nowhere to be achieved. Yunyao, why is my life so miserable? Wang Yeheng couldn't help but cried. Life has improved at the sight. Why did this happen again? Isn't this pushing me to death? Chu Yunyao hugged Wang Yeheng's shoulders, patted her back with one hand and comforted her. Sister-in-law, don't think too much. Children are better than anything else when they are fine. Don't worry about medical expenses, it's me and Zhou Zheng. Wang Yeheng wiped her tears and said. How can you do it? It's not easy for you to make money and it's the beginning of your career. You have helped me and Jianjun enough. The 2 criminal police officers next to him had already finished the transcript. Seeing Wang Yeheng crying, they felt uncomfortable, so they stood up and said goodbye to Hao Aguo. Director Hao, the transcript is finished, and it's time for us to leave. Hao Aguo nodded. When I saw Lao Chen, I helped me with a message. All the police officers in our Kyobe police station are very concerned about this case. They must make the other party pay the price, and they must bear both criminal and civil liability. Don't worry, Director Hao, our Captain Chen means the same thing. This case will soon be concluded. After the criminal police said that, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, the evidence for Wang Fu's premeditated murder last time was conclusive. That guy admitted it. The file has been handed over to the Procuratorate. Congratulations to Director Hao. Hao Aguo couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Wang Fu confessed his guilt and meant that Zhou Zheng could be promoted to a second-level police superintendent. If it went well, the order for promotion would be issued soon. This is indeed a happy news. Haha, we are happy together. Old Chen did not disappoint me, he did everything so smoothly. The folds on Hao Aguo's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. At this time, one of the criminal police answered a call, and after a while, his face showed a look of surprise. What? Did the team let Li Jinfeng and Li Meng go? They were exempted from prosecution. It's really a horse. Thanks to Shangguan Xiaomei from Nikado for the character summoning. Thank you for the gifts from all readers. Chapter 132 Finally remembered where I met Zhou Zheng. The words of the criminal policeman Xiao Wang surprised Hao Aguo and thought he had heard it wrong. Yet. I got it, Captain. I'm dead. When Xiao Wang hung up the phone, Hao Aguo hurriedly asked. No, Xiao Wang, who did you call me just now? What does it mean? Xiao Wang shook his head and said. We Team Chen made a call. I don't know what's going on. The superiors asked Team Chen to release Li Jinfeng and his son, but they still refused to file a case. Good guy, I can't understand this operation. Hao Aguo's eyes were bigger than eggs. Is this what Lao Chen told you? If someone is released, he will be exempted from filing a case. Isn't this person trampling on the horse? The child just walked in front of the gates of hell in vain. Criminal policeman Xiao Wang spread his hands. Director Hao, what our Team Chen said to me, he was in a bad mood according to his tone. That's it, Director Hao, we're leaving. Well, slow down on the road, I won't send you down. Hao Aguo nodded and watched the two detectives leave. His eyes were stunned when he stayed in the distance. Director. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded in my ears. Oh, I'll go. It scared Hao Aguo and turned his head to see that Lu Jianjun woke up at some point, with his red eyes open and standing next to him in a listless state. Oh, Jianjun, you scared me to death. Why did you wake up so quickly? Don't you sleep for a while? Xiao Yan's surgery is not over yet. Lu Jianjun said. Director, Xiao Yan has surgery in the operating room, and I can't sleep well, so I wake up after a while. By the way, Director, what part of the two guys wearing police uniforms just now are from? What does it mean to say that they will not file a case? Hao Aguo sighed and said. Jianjun, have you heard it? Lu Jianjun said. I heard part of it. I'm not sure if it's about my Xiao Yan. Qin Jun, too, don't plan to hide it from you anymore. You can sit down first and listen to me, but don't be excited. Hao Aguo pulled Lu Jianjun to sit on the bench in the hospital corridor. Sir, I'm not excited, tell me. Jianjun, those two comrades from the first team of the criminal police were here to record confessions to Yaheng. Lao Chen of the criminal police team detained Li Jinfeng and his son and Director Qian, who originally wanted to make a criminal case. However, Chen Guang suddenly released the person and was exempted from investigation, so Xiao Yan's case may not become a criminal case. Lu Jianjun smiled bitterly, as if he had expected it. Li Jinfeng and his son are so arrogant in school, there must be someone who supports him. The level of the director is just visible, and it is hard to say what they can't see, and there are even more powerful people who can't be cared for. Jianjun, you must not just forget about this. I have to go to the municipal bureau to ask Bureau Ma and Chen Guang, what's going on? Why do you have to give us an explanation? Lu Jianjun waved his hand. Director, you don't need to ask. This matter is my family's business, so I will take care of it. If it really doesn't work, I will go to the province or even go to the capital to complain. Jianjun, don't be impulsive. This is not a joke. Do you don't want your job anymore? Hao Aguo hurriedly advised. Good guy, public officials must not be severely controlled by others when petitioning. Director, I know the consequences, but I don't want this matter to be so confused. Where is the justice of my Xiao Yan? The two of them were getting louder and louder, and soon attracted Mr. Zhou Zhengyang and others. After everyone learned about the situation, they couldn't help but feel indignant. Especially Mr. Yang, his beard became so angry that he kept cursing. Who has such courage? Who has such great energy? Then I thought, my son Yang Zishan was in charge of politics and law. Not to mention Chen Guang, the captain of the criminal police team, even the director Ma Ziajun had to listen to him. Mr. Yang's heart moved. Could it be that the back door of Yang Zishan was found by Li Jinfeng and his son, right? He suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Yang Tingting. Tingting, call your dad. Grandpa, why are you looking for my dad? I guess this is a meeting again, so it's hard to find it. If you can't find it, you have to look for it, hurry up. Seeing that the old man had a bad expression, Yang Tingting nodded quickly. Okay, Grandpa, I'll call Dad right away. Yang Tingting took out her cell phone and quickly dialed a phone number. Soon, the other party connected. Hello, Tingting, Deputy Mayor Yang is in a meeting. If you have any questions, I will tell you. It's true that the meeting is in progress. Yang Tingting looked like this and said. Secretary Chen, you'd better give my dad the phone number, my grandfather is looking for him. Oh, okay. Footsteps rang out in the receiver, and soon Yang Zishan answered the phone. Hey! Dad, Grandpa wants to talk to you, you have to be careful. Yang Tingting's in Dad, don't blame me for not reminding you, the old man looks in a bad mood. Yang Tingting handed the phone to Mr. Yang. Grandpa, tell me. Mr. Yang took the phone and said. Yang Zishan, you have a promising future. Now you will be able to use the back door to commit favoritism and abuse the law. Although Yang Zishan was mentally prepared after Yang Tingting's reminder, he was still confused by these words from the old man. No, Dad, where do you start? There was a case of a student jumping off a building in experimental primary school. Who refused to file a case, and who gave the order to release Li Jinfeng and his son? Yang Zishan was even more confused. Dad, what are you saying? Why don't I know anything? What student jumped off the building? Who is Li Jinfeng? You really don't know? Dad, I really don't know. I've been in the meeting for a day, and I'm so dizzy when you say it. What's going on? Mr. Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if you don't know, and you can't explain it clearly on the phone. You can go home for dinner tonight. Let's talk about it carefully, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Yang said. The revocation of the case is not Yang Zishan's order. There is another person behind this. But don't worry, I will talk to Zishan about this matter tonight, and I must give the child justice. With Mr. Yang's words, Lu Jianjun's mood improved a lot and kept expressing his gratitude to Mr. Yang. Okay, I won't wait for the child to undergo surgery. I'm a little tired, so I go back and rest. The old man said goodbye to everyone. When I arrived at Zhouzheng, I said. Xiaozhou, tomorrow is my birthday, you must come. Zhouzheng nodded with a smile. Don't worry, old man, I'll ask our director for a while, and I will definitely arrive. That's good, that's good. Mr. Yang waved his hand and turned to leave. and Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting followed closely behind. Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao, and Hao Aguo sent them downstairs. Yang Tingting called a designated driver on the side of the road. The car started slowly, and Yang Tingting looked at Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng standing together intimately, and couldn't help feeling mixed feelings in her heart. These two people stand together, which is comparable to a golden boy and a jade girl, and they really look like a husband and wife. Yang Zilan said. Yang Tingting curled her lips. You little sister-in-law, you think so well they should take a photo of them and save it on your phone forever. The speaker was unintentional and the listener was intentional. Yang Zilan was stunned when he heard the word take a photo. Then the door of memory opened and remembered where he had seen Zhou Zheng. It was an old yellowed photo. A child was held in his arms by a man in a green military uniform. His eyebrows and eyes looked exactly the same as Zhou Zheng, and even the mole on his ear was exactly the same. Chapter 133 The child's surgery is very successful. The car went further and further away, gradually disappearing from sight. Zhou Zhendao, Yunyao, director, and the others are gone. Let's go back. I don't know if Xiao Yan's surgery has been completed. Chu Yunyao nodded, turned around and walked back slowly with Zhou Zheng. After taking 2 steps, Zhou Zheng frowned and looked at Hao Aguo. Director, who do you think is behind Mrs. Li? She is so skillful. Her husband is the director of the Education Bureau. A director of the Qingshui Yamen has such great ability to interfere in our police system. Zhou Zheng's words were very direct and harsh. Hao Aguo frowned and wanted to scold him for not talking nonsense, but after seeing that there were no outsiders around him, he gave up. He sighed and said, "Who knows? The relationship here is complicated, so don't underestimate the director of a Qingshui Yamen. The energy behind them may be beyond imagination. I just hope that Deputy Mayor Yang will pay attention to this matter after learning about it. Even if he doesn't work hard, with the attention of the Deputy Mayor, I believe that the matter will not be left out in a hasty way. I have to give Jianjun an explanation." Chu Yunyao said. "If you want me to tell me, if it really doesn't work, let Sister Yaheng tell you about this incident on Douyin. I will pay for traffic. As long as the public opinion is too big, no one will dare to interfere in judicial justice. Director Hao, what do you think of my method?" Hao Aguo smiled. "Yunyao, you have a good idea. You use the most popular self-media to expose this matter, but have you ever thought about it? Jianjun is a person within the system. If this matter is exposed and attracted attention online, his work may be out of business. I'm talking about it, but I didn't think it clearly." Chu Yunyao stuck out her tongue. "Think about it, if it were an ordinary person, there would be no taboos in exposing anything on the internet, but Lu Jianjun is different. Maybe the matter is not solved, and the work will be gone first. It seems that this matter is very difficult." The 3 of them walked back to the operating room and did not see Lu Jianjun and Wang Miu. They might have gone to the toilet, and everyone didn't care. At this time, Hao Aguo's phone rang. He took out his cell phone and made a gesture to silence Zhou Zheng, and then answered with a polite face. After a while, Hao Aguo hung up the phone, his face was as gloomy as water. Zhou Zheng saw Hao Aguo's face look ugly, and he couldn't help but ask. "Director, are you? Who called you just now?" Hao Aguo sighed and said. Just now, a young leader from the political department of the provincial department called me." A little leader of the provincial department of political department. Zhou Zheng was also full of questions. At most, Hao Aguo's level, the municipal bureau political department contacted him, and he had no choice but to contact the provincial department. Perhaps most leaders of the provincial department do not know that there is another director named Hao Aguo in the grassroots police station in Jiangbei City. Zhou Zheng scratched the back of his head and asked. "Director, do you know that leader? What are you looking for?" Hao Aguo nodded. "I met that guy used to be a colleague of mine. He came from a police station. Later, he didn't know why he was transferred to the provincial department and then he broke off contact. I haven't contacted me for so many years. Do you know why he took the initiative to call me? It turned out that he came here as a lobbyist. Hao Aguo was a little excited, and he tried hard to lower his voice in the corridor of the hospital. He said he asked me to appease Lu Jianjun and not let him do extreme behaviors such as petition or even killing the death. If this matter is over, I may make progress in the future. Even if I cannot make progress, I can still land safely. Otherwise, he would not say it well. Hao Aguo said and actually laughed, not knowing whether it was because of anger, disappointment, or helplessness. Ha ha ha, as the director of the police station, my brothers under him were wronged. Not only could he not come forward to find justice for him, but he also had to be responsible for his work. He could not make trouble. He was really offended. I just don't listen to them. If it's really not good, I will go to the petition for Jianjun. If this destruction director cannot grow up, I will stop doing it. Whoever loves to do it. Director. Lu Jianjun was standing behind Hao Aguo for some time, his eyes were red, and he heard all the words of Hao Aguo just now. No matter how bad his mind is, he can hear that the director has received the above order or lobbying to suppress his child's jumping off the building. Jianjun, what are you doing? You are coming without a trace. Hao Aguo did not want Lu Jianjun to know about this, so he tried his best to cover it up. Director, you need to say nothing. I heard it just now. Mrs. Li's backstage is not that strong. Anyway, Xiao Yan has been rescued by Xiao Zhou, so I don't want to pursue it. Just do it. Lu Jianjun said, with a hint of helpless bitterness on his face. My daughter was slandered and jumped off the building inexplicably. Who doesn't feel sorry for her parents? Who doesn't want to seek justice? However, some things cannot be solved. Simply making things hard will only cause blood and even implicate others. After Lu Jianjun experienced the psychological process of losing his daughter and losing it back, some things I also saw it open. Master, don't. Zhou Zheng was the first to quit. Why don't you hold them accountable? Is it because their backend is strong? If you really want to talk about the backstage, we have it too. Mr. Yang will tell Deputy Mayor Yang about this tonight. Deputy Mayor Yang is in charge of politics and law and speaks very well. I think Vice Mayor Yang will take this matter very seriously after knowing it, and will definitely deal with it impartially, so Master, don't worry. The case will be reopened sooner or later. Hao Aguo also nodded. Xiao Zhou is right. Deputy Mayor Yang is a fair person. He will definitely not be involved with those people. Chu Yunyao also said from the side. Brother Jianjun, if Vice Mayor Yang is not good at taking a step back, then I will let a friend of mine expose this matter. She is a big V, and maybe this matter will still make headlines. At that time, under the supervision of the people, they will definitely not dare to do anything randomly. Everyone's words were like giving Lu Jianjun a shot of cardiotonics, which made his heart, which had already cooled down, beat again. At this time, the lights in the operating room dimmed and the operation was over. A doctor walked out with a tired face. Look, the operation is over. Where is Xiao Yan? How about Xiao Yan? Several people didn't say what happened just now, and focused all their attention on Lu Yan. Doctor, how about the surgery? It's very successful. The patient's broken leg was attached. The rest of the patient should not leave any sequelae. Thank you, doctor, thank you. Wang Yeheng was very pleased and took out a red envelope and stuffed it to the doctor. The doctor laughed in silence. It was the first time I saw a red envelope after the operation was completed. He waved his hand and said. Director Tian said hello, so we will do our best to perform surgery on the child, so the red envelope will be exempted. Go and send the child to the ward. I have repeated fever, confusion, and sweating, and my mind is filled with mucus but I dare not break it. Therefore, I wrote it in a very poor state. I will modify it in the future. I will forgive me. In addition, everyone must pay attention to their health. Chapter 134 I thought of going together. Lu Yan was pushed out of the operating room by the doctor. She closed her eyes, had an oxygen tube inserted into her nostrils, and had an injection on her arms. It was really pitiful that she suffered such pain at a young age. Lu Yan's family, come and help, the patient is out. A doctor shouted twice. Lu Jianjun rushed forward. Here's here. Send it to the ward. If you have any questions, you can shout at any time. Okay, thank you doctor. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao also stepped forward with concern and surrounded the hospital bed. Chu Yunyao stretched out her slender hand and gently stroked Lu Yan's little face and shouted softly. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan. Lu Yan's ears moved and muttered, his eyes slightly opened and closed weakly. This is the general anesthesia that has not completely relieved the anesthetic force. It is estimated that Lu Yan will have to wait for a while before she can wake up completely. Lu Jianjun pushed Lu Yan to an independent ward. Seeing that there were still people wandering back and forth in the corridor because there were no beds, Lu Jianjun was also very grateful to Zhou Zheng. For Zhou Zheng's sake, Tian Zhen not only arranged a bed for Lu Yan, but also arranged an independent ward, and also instructed the doctors who performed the surgery to take it seriously. Zhou Zhensen said that Dean Tian is quite good at being a human being. One day, he will definitely not refuse to ask for something, and will do his best to do it. Everyone lifted Lu Yan from the operating bed and gently placed it on the bed in the ward. The space in the independent ward is not large, but it is cleaned very clean. There is a pot of flowers on the small table, which looks very warm. Hao Aguo answered a call from the office and hurriedly left. Xiaozhou, Yunyao, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yan is out of danger now. The rest is nothing more than being hospitalized and rested. You two should go back and rest. Wang Yeheng said to them sincerely. Chu Yunyao smiled. What? Sister Yeheng is going to kill Zhou Zheng and me. I dare not. Wang Yeheng waved his hands repeatedly. Lu Jianjun said. Xiaozhou, Yunyao, you have done enough for us. Even if you don't see relatives, we are already grateful to us for helping you like this. Zhou Zheng looked down at Lu Yan for a while, then looked up and said. Master, it's boring to say this. I didn't understand anything when I first entered Qiubei Institute. Didn't you teach me step by step? Xiao Yan is injured, Yunyao and I naturally have to care about him. It's getting dark now. Tonight, you will take turns watching Xiao Yan with Sister Yeheng to watch him. Why don't you see you going to a restaurant outside for some food? Yunyao and I will look at Xiao Yan first. Chu Yunyao also agreed with Zhou Zheng's words. Sister-in-law Yeheng, you and brother Jianjun go to have dinner first. If you haven't eaten at noon, you probably will be hungry long ago. Speaking of eating, everyone actually licked the corners of their mouths at the same time, and their stomachs roared. Xiaozhou, please leave with Yunyao. Your sister-in-law and I will change shifts to the hospital cafeteria in a while and have something to eat. Lu Jianjun didn't know how much the operation cost, nor did he know if the money for selling alcohol was enough. So I didn't dare to spend money randomly, so I had to use it on the blade, so I wanted to wait for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to buy 2 bags of instant batter and finish it. Zhou Zheng seemed to have seen Lu Jianjun's concerns said. Master, Yunyao and I will go to have dinner first, and we will bring you some back after the meal. No. Lu Jianjun wanted to refuse Zhou Zheng but ignored him and pulled Chu Yunyao out of the ward. Yunyao, how much money can we still have in our hands? Can we take out 20,000 yuan? Zhou Zheng suddenly asked. Although I know that Chu Yunyao still has a lot of money in his hands, I don't know if he can move it. After all, Chu Yunyao uses a lot of money in business. Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment and asked. Zhou Zheng, what do you mean? It's definitely no problem for 20,000 yuan. Zhou Zheng looked up at Chu Yunyao and said, I think Xiao Yan has undergone surgery until she recovered and was discharged from the hospital. She could not get out of tens of thousands of yuan. My master's family is in difficult conditions, so I want to help. Chu Yunyao smiled. Zhou Zheng, Lu Jianjun is your master, and Wang Yeheng is still my employee. In fact, I have already thought about it and have secretly paid a 20,000 yuan hospital deposit. Otherwise, the hospital would not have performed surgery on Xiao Yan with the 2,000 yuan hospital deposit paid by Yeheng's sister-in-law. It would be better for the hospital to have no money. We will have some food for a while, and then buy some daily necessities and other items for them, so that they can save them from buying it. Zhou Zheng was very pleased when he heard Chu Yunyao's words. She thought of going with her. It was not bad, and she was also in line with each other. Yunyao, you're still thoughtful. Let's go and have a meal. By the way, Zhou Zheng, I still want to report to you. I spent a total of the medicinal wine I made to buy expensive Chinese medicinal materials. Zhou Zheng covered her mouth with a hand, as if his palm covered 2 pieces of jelly, and it was bounced coldly. Oh Yunyao, I'm going to starve to death, so how can I feel like I'm going to listen to you to report the bill? In a word, I don't feel at ease when you do things, and I don't get involved in business matters. You have the final say. Do you understand? Woo 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 woo. Chu Yunyao said in his heart that I understood, but should you let go of your hands first? How can I speak like this? Do you have to let me lick you? Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a little itchy in his palm. It seemed that Patrick was touching his palm, so he quickly let go. Chu Yunyao stuck out her tongue and gasped. Death Zhou's forehand is so strong that he almost suffocated me to death. The two of them first went to a store at the entrance of the hospital, bought some daily necessities, such as toilet paper, wash basin, lunch box, soap, etc., and bought a bunch of convenience foods, filling 2 large plastic bags. After the purchase was completed, I went to a halal restaurant next to me for dinner. At this time, it was just dinner time, and there were still many people eating in the restaurant. The two of them were lucky and found an empty seat in the corner to sit down. Zhou Zheng took the menu and discussed with Chu Yunyao that he would stop ordering food, eat some simple mats, and leave quickly. Although Chu Yunyao was a young lady, she didn't have the temper of a young lady. She nodded and agreed and asked Zhou Zheng to make the decision. Zhou Zheng ordered a few ounces of cakes and ordered 2 more bowls of beef meatball soup. Soon, the food was delivered. Yunyao, I don't know if you are used to beef balls, but this restaurant tastes very good. Zhou Zheng wiped a small white spoon with a napkin and handed it to Chu Yunyao. Thanks. Chu Yunyao took the spoon and said, I have never eaten this restaurant. The beef balls smell very good, it should be good. Zhou Zheng put a lot of vinegar and chili oil in his beef ball soup. Yunyao, should you give me some vinegar and chili oil? Is it tasty? It's delicious, anyway, I like to eat the ultimate spicy and sour. Then let's do a little. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but be curious, so she put vinegar and chili oil in the bowl and tasted it. The taste was very unique and okay. The two of them were also hungry and soon began to concentrate on their meals. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang. 2 guys, there's really no place. Can I play a table with you? Zhou Zheng looked up and saw a middle-aged man in decent clothes holding a bowl of beef soup in his hand, standing in front of the table and asking. Chu Yunyao was not used to playing tables with strangers. She was about to refuse, but when she looked up, she found that the person in front of her looked very familiar. Lu Jun? Boss Lu. When the middle-aged man saw Chu Yunyao, he also smiled. Miss Chu, we're meeting again. I wonder if you asked the National Medical Master. Chapter 135. Not only does it work but also lasts. Who is this gentleman Yunyao? Do you know each other? Lu Jun dressed extraordinarily. Although he was middle-aged, his figure was not distorted, and his face was not so greasy, just like a handsome uncle. Zhou Zheng suddenly felt unsafe. Therefore, he asked Chu Yunyao nervously. Chu Yunyao saw Zhou Zheng's appearance and heard Zhou Zheng's words. She could tell that Zhou Zheng was very concerned about him, otherwise she would not have asked the man in front of her so anxiously. I couldn't help but feel a little happy and a little proud. Zhou Zheng, let me introduce you to this person, Lu Jun, the boss I often mention to you, a merchant in the street of precious Chinese medicinal materials. Oh, it's him. Zhou Zheng said in his heart. This boss Lu has 100 years of ginseng in his hand. Yun Yao asked for it several times but couldn't get it. I heard that boss Liu's mother was also hospitalized in the Chinese medicine hospital. She was living a life of relying on the century-old ginseng soup. It happened that she met him in the restaurant at the entrance of the hospital. Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou Zheng and continued. Boss Lu, this is my husband Zhou Zheng. You two agree no? What? Husband? Lu Jun was obviously stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Chu Yunyao to get married. The young man in front of me is indeed very handsome, but I feel that he is not worthy of her. Lu Jun shook his head and smiled. There was still a lot of trouble on his body. My mother's health was getting worse day by day, just like a heavy mountain pressing on him. How could she have the extra mood to care about other people's affairs? Hello, Boss Lu. Zhou Zheng stood up and said politely. Oh. Lu Jun came to his senses. Young brother Zhou, don't be polite. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, call me Brother Jun. It's easy to say, Brother Jun, please sit down. Yunyao and I are the only ones who can do this table. Oh then thank you. Lu Jun was not polite and sat down without saying anything. He probably was hungry and harsh. He tore the cake into pieces and put it into the meatball soup, and then began to feast on it. He has been taking care of my mother in the hospital these days, and his wife has been jealous and is worried about hiring a nursing staff. Lu Jun is a filial son and has been doing it himself, but he is very tired. Just now, while my mother was asleep, she came out to eat hot beef ball soup, but unexpectedly she met Chu Yunyao. At the beginning, the sentence "Have you found the master of the national medical skill?" was just a joke. If Chu Yunyao could really find the master of the national medical skill, she would probably have come to the hospital to find him. After all, Lu Jun could see how much Chu Yunyao yearned for that century-old ginseng. He didn't know that there was a handsome young man who was even more powerful than the Chinese medicine master. If it weren't for the time being delayed because of something, Chu Yunyao would have called Lu Jun to notify him. Zhou Zheng winked at Chu Yunyao, and then secretly said to Lu Jun, which means that it would be better to come early than to come by. Should I perform acupuncture on Lu Jun's mother in a while? Chu Yunyao pursed her lips and suddenly shook her head. Zhou Zheng was puzzled, so he leaned over and asked quietly beside her white and round ears as white as silver moon. Yunyao, we originally planned to find Lu Jun to give his mother acupuncture tonight. Since we met it, that's even more so. Why don't you want to go there again? You don't want that century-old ginseng tree? Chu Yunyao felt that there was heat covering her ears, which was so itchy that she couldn't help but get goosebumps. She quickly stretched out her jade hand to scratch it and said softly, Zhou Zheng, it's not that I don't want that century-old ginseng, but I'm worried about your body. Is applying an acupuncture to Xiao Yan supposed to consume all your energy, right? Do you still have the energy to apply an acupuncture? No matter how precious acupuncture is, you are not as precious as you, right? Chu Yunyao's meaning is very obvious. Centennial ginseng can be bought as long as you have money, and what if your body is exhausted? Zhou Zheng was a little moved. If it were someone else, even if Zhou Zheng didn't say it, he would urge Zhou Zheng to quickly give Lu Jun's mother acupuncture in order to get the centenary ginseng immediately. However, Chu Yunyao did not. She put Zhou Zheng's body first, which shows Chu Yunyao's feelings for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng smiled with relief. If he hadn't learned the hidden dragon art a few days ago, just applying acupuncture to Xiao Yan would have consumed all his energy, let alone applying acupuncture to Lu Jun's mother. Now with the help of the hidden dragon art, it is basically difficult to have insufficient physical strength and energy. Moreover, when using the acupuncture technique, the real acupuncture in the body is better than the dry acupuncture application, and it is twice the result with half the effort. After Zhou Zheng applied acupuncture to Lu Yan, the experience of master-level acupuncture reached 100/300, and he could upgrade to master-level acupuncture in just 200 points. At that time, it will not only help Chu Yunyao find the reason why her head hurts frequently, but it may also awaken Chu Yunyao to become a vegetable grandmother. Zhou Zheng is still a little eager to try to perform acupuncture. Whispered. Yunyao, you don't have to worry about my physical strength, I'm full of energy. Chu Yunyao raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhou Zheng without blinking. Is Zhou Zheng really fake? Is it okay? Don't show off on purpose. Men say the most taboo, but Zhou Zheng said seriously. How can I not do it? Chu Yunyao, I tell you that I am not only good, but I am also long-lasting. No matter whether it is acupuncture or something, it will be fine for 3 or more hours. What do you do? Is he serious? Chu Yunyao's face turned red, and she thought to herself that there was something in what Zhou Zheng said. He was really. The two of them were like flirting couples, sometimes whispering and laughing, sometimes blushing. Lu Jun was having sex while watching Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao interacting, and his heart was full of envy. It was so good to be young. I couldn't help but think of my wife who was 8 feet tall and 8 feet tall, and I was immediately furious again. Even the person who was like a slut didn't want to share the woe with him. He found a reason to go back to his parents' home and did not serve his mother. Thinking of this, Lu Jun felt that the beef ball soup that he liked the most was no longer fragrant. He finished eating it quickly and wanted to leave after putting down the bowls and chopsticks. The main reason was that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were showing off his dog food so sweet that he was almost dead. Then what, Miss Chu and Brother Zhou, I've finished eating, let's go first. Brother Jun, wait a minute. Zhou Zheng saw that Lu Jun was about to leave and quickly called him. What? Is there anything wrong with Brother Zhou? Brother Jun, how is the old lady in good health? When Yunyao and I have something to do, we will go see the old lady together after eating. Lu Jun could naturally hear Zhou Zheng meant that they were not close or not, so they had other plans to see the old lady, and of course the goal was that the centenary ginseng tree in his hand. Brother Zhou, I don't know if Miss Chu told you that unless you can ask the National Medical Master to help me survive, it will be impossible for me to give in to the centenary ginseng in my hand. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zheng smiled mysteriously. Brother Jun, how did you know that we couldn't hire the master of the national medical examination? Lu Jun was stunned for a moment, then asked anxiously. No. Did you really hire the national medical master? Chapter 136, Far from the sky and near in front of you. Chu Yunyao confirmed again that Zhou Zheng could apply the needle and said to Lu Jun. Boss Lu, we naturally invited the master of the national medical sciences. We originally wanted to find you again in 2 days. Since we met today, let's apply acupuncture for the old lady today. That's good. Lu Jun immediately showed a bright smile on his face. I don't know where the miracle doctor's national master is. Please don't delay and treat my mother as soon as possible. Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou Zhendao. He is far away and close to you. He. Lu Jun's face, which was originally full of hope, suddenly withered. Miss Chu, what are you kidding? How can you be less than 60 years old in the national medical saint? Brother Zhou is so young, how could he be? Lu Jun is right. As long as he is a famous master of national medicine, he is a grey-bearded old man. Zhou Zheng was so young that he was unreasonable. If he pretended to be a star, others would believe him and even said that he was a master of national medicine. Even a fool would not believe him. Zhou Zheng was not anxious and said slowly, "Brother Jun, you said this arbitrary. Who said that the master of the national medicine must be an old man? In ancient times, there was a young female doctor who cured the king's illness with her superb medical skills. Later, she became the queen. Who is the female doctor you are talking about?" Lu Jun couldn't help asking. "Dai Jiang Jiam." Zhou Zheng blurted out, and music with a Korean flavor seemed to be heard in his ears. Cough 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 cough. Chu Yunyao just took a sip of beef ball soup, but Zhou Zheng almost sprayed it out. I don't know what Zhou Zheng was thinking. He actually pulled out Dai Jiang Jiam. Can the characters on TV be the same as in reality? Lu Jun also looked dark. "Brother Zhou, your joke is not fun at all. If it's okay, I'll leave first." Zhou Zheng hurriedly said. "No, don't, why are you kidding me? How can you believe in my medical skills?" Lu Jun lowered his head and raised his head for a while without saying anything. "To be honest, I don't believe that you are the master of national medical practitioners, unless you have a way to hold my mother's life, but I dare not let you treat me." Zhou smiled bitterly. "Brother Jun, does a joke make you have such a bad impression of me?" Lu Jun waved his hand. "Actually, it has nothing to do with your joke just now. It's like I told you now that I gave Qin Shuang 500 yuan, and he will immediately let me be the Grand Marshal of the world. You will definitely think I'm a second-hand man." Zhou Zheng looked dark. What Lu Jun said is indeed very reasonable. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to lift Tian Zheng out. "Brother Jun, it's okay if you don't believe me. Do you believe in Dean Tian of the Chinese Medicine Hospital?" "Of course I believe it." Lu Jun nodded and said. "My family is close to President Tian's family, so I can trust him, so I sent my seriously ill mother to the Chinese Medicine Hospital. I also heard from him that only the master of the Chinese medicine practitioner can use acupuncture to hold my mother's life." "That's it." Zhou Zheng nodded. "I also know Dean Tian. He also knows my acupuncture technique. Why don't you ask Dean Tian if my medical skills have reached the level of a master of national medicine?" "This." Lu Jun looked at Zhou Zheng in confusion. The handsome guy in front of him actually asked Tian Zhen to endorse him. What a guy, is he real talent or a mysterious person? The restaurant is full of people and eyes. I will call Dean Tian when I go out. Okay. Brother Jun, I will leave the hospital in half an hour. Even if you beg me, you may not go." Zhou Zheng left a sentence, lowered his head and stopped talking. As soon as Lu Jun left, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but ask. "Zhou Zheng, why don't you contact Dean Tian and let him convince Lu Jun?" Lu Jun still doesn't know whether to contact Dean Tian? It's too wasteful of time. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. "Yunyao, don't worry, your husband, my medical skills are considered to be the master of national medicine, so don't be so cheap. We want to get the century-old ginseng in Lu Jun's hand, but we are too eager for quick success and instant benefits, and we are too hastily unable to achieve it. If we don't see him, he doesn't believe me at all. He will definitely contact Dean Tian and will definitely ask us for help. Keep calm." To be honest, relying on Zhou Zheng's medical skills, making a lot of money is like a joke, let alone 100 years of ginseng. But he did not lose himself, and his main business was still the police. After drinking beef meatball soup with Chu Yunyao, 7 or 8 minutes passed. "Yunyao, let's go. Go back to the hospital and put these daily necessities down for your master and the others first. By the way, have you made the beef meatball soup and pancakes I brought to master?" "It's made, it's all packed." "Okay, let's go." XXX. As soon as the two of them walked out of the restaurant with their things, Chu Yunyao's cell phone rang. Putting down the thing and taking out the phone, Chu Yunyao glanced at the screen and said that the phone was called by Lu Jun. "Zhou Zheng, Boss Lu has called." Zhou Zheng nodded and said calmly, "Come on." Chu Yunyao pressed the hands-free button when he answered the phone. Lu Jun's anxious voice came from the receiver of his phone. "Hey Miss Chu, is Brother Zhou with you? I want to talk to Brother Zhou, thank you." It turned out that Lu Jun did not call Dean Tian when he left the restaurant, and he didn't believe Zhou Zheng's words at all. When she returned to the hospital ward, the old lady was still sleeping. Seeing that the wrinkles on her face had increased a lot, Lu Jun realized that her mother was aging too quickly. This was what Director Tian said that she had lived for a while. It seems that even if 100-year-old ginseng can hang her life, it will have limited effect. Thinking of Zhou Zheng's words, Lu Jun smiled. If Brother Zhou is really a master of national medicine, then he is Qin Shuang's general. At this time, he suddenly received a call from Dean Tian. Director Tian said on the phone that he had discovered a master of national medicine. Although he was very young, he saw with his own eyes that the other party used acupuncture to pull a little girl who had declared death from the gates of hell. Dean Tian praised him on the phone and told Lu Jun that this young man named Zhou Zheng had excellent medical skills and was the most powerful doctor he had ever met. He had a superb acupuncture technique, so he must seize the opportunity, so that Zhou Zheng could hold Lu Jun's life. Finally, I said, if we weren't related to us and your mother was my aunt, I wouldn't have told you this. This news alone would be worth 100,000 yuan. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jun was shocked. I just passed by the national medical master and mocked her. Oh my god! Zhou Zheng is young, is he really a master of national medicine? If not, how could President Tian endorse him? I am really blind. Lu Jun regretted so much that he was extremely regretful. I hope that Lord Zhou Zheng will not remember the villain's faults and can help his mother stay alive without grudges. He picked up his phone and called Chu Yunyao's cell phone nervously. Chapter 137. Where did you say you entered? Where else do you want to enter? Hey Brother Jun, I am Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng said to the phone microphone. Oh, I dare not call me brother. Brother Zhou, you are the master of national medical practitioners. Just call me Lu Jun in the future. Lu Jun's attitude was very low. When he was having a meal in the restaurant just now, he verbally despised Zhou Zhenduo and offended Mao. At this time, he was a little frightened, afraid that Zhou Zheng would put on airs and finally meet a master of national medicine, and he also hoped that Zhou Zheng would help his mother stay alive. Brother Jun, you are not polite. You are older than me, naturally, want to call you Brother Jun. Haha, Xiao Zhou, call me whatever you want. Just now, I was blind and didn't know that you are the master of national medical practitioners. How offensive are you, so don't be as knowledgeable as me. I also know that Miss Chu needs that century-old ginseng. In this way, in order to show sincerity, I can give that ginseng to you too first as a gift for you. After you help me to condition my mother, I will give you another 2 million to express my gratitude. These are what I promised to Miss Chu before. I will do what I say and never go back on my word. Please give me mercy. Lu Jun talked a lot about it, just not wanting to miss Zhou Zheng, the saint of national medicine. His mother couldn't support her life by relying on a century-old ginseng for long, so she was naturally very anxious. Zhou Zhendao. Brother Jun is so serious. My Yunyao really needs that century-old ginseng. You and I all take each of you and I can't say who asks whom. Wait for me to arrange what I have at hand and I will give the old lady acupuncture. Okay, okay. Lu Jun was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly said. Then I'll wait for the trip in the ward. Miss Chu knows where my mother's ward is. Yes, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng smiled and said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, what did I say? Lu Jun will definitely call us. Look, we have not returned to the hospital yet, so the business has been negotiated. After I send the things and food to my master, we will go to find Lu Jun. Chu Yunyao also smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. The century-old ginseng that I had been waiting for a long time is finally about to get it. Of course, most of this is due to Zhou Zheng. It is said that behind a successful man is an excellent woman's silent support. Similarly, behind a successful woman is an excellent man silently supported by him. Zhou Zheng is the excellent man behind her, and he gave her all the support for starting a business. Otherwise, in today's era, it would be like a dream to start a business from scratch, and it would be extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao decided to give Zhou Zheng a little bit of intimacy. After all, the two of them have always been in love and have rarely acted intimacy. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao's eyes were tender as water, and a jade hand grabbed his waist, and his slender arms were bent into a ring. Come in. Yunyao, what does it mean? Where did you let me in? Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao in confusion. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt very upset. She didn't know whether Zhou Zheng's words were intentional or unintentional, which made her feel really embarrassed. He said angrily, where did you say you entered? Where else do you want to enter? Put your arm in and hold my arm. Oh 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 oh. Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I thought I was going to scare me. Why are you? I thought you wanted me to put my arms around your waist. It's not impossible, just hug me. When Zhou Zheng heard this, his eyes suddenly shone. Is there such a benefit? Okay, it's better to obey your orders than respect, then I'm not polite. Yunyao, your waist seems to be thicker than before. Look at it, it's all flesh, soft and elastic. Isn't the food this time so good? I think you're going to take a diet. Zhou Zheng, please move your hand up, that's the butt, not the waist. Chu Yunyao said with a blushing face. If she hadn't known Zhou Zheng's character, she would have regarded Zhou Zheng as a hooligan. Well. Zhou Zheng was immediately embarrassed. I'm sorry Yunyao, I'm so excited. I didn't mean it. Holding things in both hands, walking side by side intimately, waves of body fragrance floated from beside him and into his nostrils. Zhou Zheng felt itchy, as if he was walking among the flowers. At this time, the two of them leaned against each other and felt as awkward as they were at the beginning. After all, they were more familiar with each other. For some reason, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. This throbbing was unforgettable but very strong. I must become a real couple with Chu Yunyao, no one can stop us. This firm words appeared in his heart, an array of perseverance appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, the noisy passers-by around me disappeared and the environment changed. The building in front was simple and majestic. Zhou Zheng recognized that it was Taimiao. He was wearing a big red robe that was ranked first, with a red flower on his chest and a red rope in his hand. The other end of the red rope was held in Chu Yunyao's hand. She was wearing a bright red auspicious outfit and a phoenix crown and a robe. The rainbow dress and the robe are shaking the crown, and the jewels are covered with jewels and garlands, which is really beautiful. Although he was covered with red cloth on his head, Zhou Zheng could recognize it at a glance. Chu Yunyao and I got married in Taimiao. Zhou Zheng was a little unbelievable. Moreover, he had never been to the capital once, but he felt very familiar with the Taimiao in front of him. In an instant, the grand scene suddenly became fragmented, and Zhou Zheng's thinking returned to reality. Although he knew that he had just left his mind and imagined the scene in his mind, such scenes made him yearn for it. Yunyao, have you ever been to Taimiao? Of course I've been there. How about we hold a wedding ceremony in Taimiao in the future? I think beautifully, how could ordinary people be allowed to hold weddings in Taimiao? Moreover, I haven't decided to really marry you. Chu Yunyao's face turned red and she ran away happily. Zhou Zheng looked at her graceful back and set another goal in his heart, which was to hold a Chinese wedding ceremony with Chu Yunyao in the Taimiao. The two returned to the ward. Lu Yan had already woken up, her eyes closed, chatting with her parents without saying a word. Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng kept asking her if she was in a hurry. The sensible Lu Yan endured the pain and said that she didn't feel pain, asking her parents not to worry. Wang Yeheng couldn't help crying. The child had surgery and the anesthetic force had passed, and it was impossible not to hurt. Sometimes Lu Yan couldn't help but twitch, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead from time to time, which showed that she was enduring the pain. Even so, he didn't want to worry her parents. What a sensible child, but parents can't give anything to the child. All they have is endless guilt and self-blame. Xiao Yan is awake. Let's see what uncle and aunt have brought you. Zhou Zheng was very pleased to see Lu Yan wake up and took out a set of pink tableware he bought for her. Xiao Yan, I'll use this set of tableware to eat in the future. Do you like it? Like. The little girl had no resistance to Death Barbie fans, and Lu Yan suddenly smiled on her face. Thank you, Uncle Zhou Zheng, thank you, Sister Yunyao. Zhou Zheng looked dark. Okay, I'm a generation older, and I instantly felt much more mature. Chu Yunyao covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing, but she felt a little distressed when she looked at Lu Yan's little face that was not much bloody. She stretched out her green jade hand and grabbed Lu Yan's little hand. Xiao Yan recovers from her injuries and you will definitely recover as before. Chapter 138 Get the Centenary Ginseng. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were bombed out of the ward by Lu Jianjun and his wife. Everyone is real. Zhou Zheng and his wife have paid too much to Lu Jianjun's family, which makes them feel a little disappointed. It was already late at night. Lu Jianjun knew that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao would go to Mr. Yang's birthday party tomorrow, so he pushed the couple out of the ward to let them go home early to rest. The two stood in the corridor outside the ward and looked at each other. Master and Sister Yeheng really can't bear it anymore, because we are afraid that we will push it out if we don't leave. Let's see Xiao Yan tomorrow. I'll go to Lu next. Jun's mother performed acupuncture. Yunyao, where is Lu Jun's mother's ward? Chu Yunyao went there once 2 days ago, and she still remembered it freshly. After thinking about it, she said, Lu Jun's mother is on the 13th floor of the newly built inpatient building. Okay, Yunyao, let's go. Ding-gling. At this time, Chu Yunyao's cell phone rang, took it out and looked at the screen of the phone and said. It was called by Lu Jun and Boss Lu, and it seems that he can't wait. Hehe. Zhou Zheng smiled and looked at his watch. It was not too late at 8:30 in the evening, but it had been an hour since he negotiated with Lu Jun to help his mother take care of her body. By the way, Lu Jun has been living like a year, just like winning the first prize by buying a lottery ticket but having to wait for someone to come to him to award him a prize, but the other party has never come and is embarrassed to urge him. This is so uncomfortable. Yunyao, answer the phone and tell Lu Jun that we are here. Chu Yunyao answered the phone and replied to Lu Jun. Lu Jun was naturally afraid to ask too much. He understood that the Chinese medicine master was very tough. If the other party didn't like to listen to any sentence, it would be a bad thing. Zhou Zheng did not ask him to wait any longer this time. After hanging up the phone for 2 minutes, a knock on the door rang out. Lu Jun jumped up on the chair, and carefully landed on the ground. He looked at the old lady who was sleeping, and tiptoed to the door to open the door. Hello, Miss Chu. Lu Jun said respectfully. Boss Lu doesn't have to be too polite. When Zhou Zheng saw Lu Jun's servile look, he felt a little uncomfortable. This is too polite and humble. How could he know that a master of national medicine is no less than a reborn parent for those who have some money and power, because the other party can make them live for many more years, which cannot be measured by money. Therefore, this type of people are very polite to the masters of national medical practitioners. People of the level of Lu Jun can get accrued virtue in their previous life if they can deal with the saints of national medicine. 2. My mother fell asleep, so she spoke a little lighter, sorry. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and signaled to understand. Please sit in the two, please. Lu Jun had already packed up 2 chairs, with a small table in the middle, and a gorgeous brocade box decorated with satin on it. Boss Lu, you don't have to sit down. We are short of time. I believe you are anxious. I'd better treat the old lady as soon as possible. Don't hurry. Lu Jun suppressed the urge to agree to Zhou Zheng immediately, but picked up the gorgeous brocade box on the table and opened it. A unique fragrance of herbs suddenly drifted out. Zhou Zheng looked closely and saw a ginseng as thick as a small finger in the brocade box. Its roots were thick and the raised points on it were very obvious, like a string of pearls, extending to the tiny ends of the ginseng beard, which is also one of the characteristics of Lishan ginseng. Chu Yunyao has studied wild ginseng. Needless to say, the ginseng tree in Lu Jun's hand can tell at a glance that this is the century-old ginseng. Of course, before Zhou Zheng asked, Lu Jun spoke first. 2. This is the century-old ginseng in my hand. I only took a few thin whiskers of this ginseng, and it is still very complete. Now I will give this ginseng to both of you. No matter whether Brother Zhou can cure my mother or not, I will never regret it. Lu Jun knew that if he wanted others to serve him with all his heart, he had to show his sincerity. This century-old ginseng is all from Zhou Zheng sooner or later. Why not take it out and give it to Zhou Zheng first? How could he not do his best to treat his mother? Zhou Zheng was indeed moved. Boss Lu, we are not in a hurry to ask for things. I will treat the old lady and see the results. No, no. Lu Jun waved his hand. I don't have to use people without doubt. I trust Brother Zhou 100%. Even if you are really powerless to me, I can't say anything. This century-old ginseng is still yours. How could Chu Yunyao not hear Lu Jun's wishful thinking? To put it bluntly, I used a 100-year-old ginseng to make friends with a master of national medicine. No matter how you calculate this transaction, you won't lose money. He said now. Okay, Boss Lu, then we should be respectful rather than obey. This thing is something I need, just nod it. Lu Jun smiled and said. That's good. Miss Chu has long wanted to ask for this thing. I want to know that you are a couple. I have given this radish to Miss Chu. Haha, I'll still benefit from Zhou Zheng's fortune. Both of them are worthy of doing business. On the surface, they joked a little, but the distance was closer. Zhou Zheng no longer refused anything. He only cares about medical treatment and ignores the rest. Chu Yunyao is the only one who decides. After all, when he works within the system, some things are not good to say. Zhou Zheng came to the bedside and whispered. Boss Lu, I want to take the old lady's pulse. Brother Zhou, do you need to wake me up? No need, just call me like that. Zhou Zheng sat on the chair brought by Lu Jun, stretched out his 3 fingers and put them on the old lady's wrist, closed his eyes, and felt his pulse. After a while, Zhou Zheng opened his eyes. Brother Zhou, what's my mother's pulse? Zhou Zheng didn't hide it and said directly. Absolute pulse. Chu Yunyao frowned, wondering why Zhou Zheng was so direct. Isn't this hurting Lu Jun's heart? Even the old lady, it's too bad, so I can't say it more tactful. Lu Jun was not excited when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. He had known that his mother's pulse was like this. If Zhou Zheng said something else, he might have surprised or even suspected. Brother Zhou is worthy of being the master of national medicine. I have found several old Chinese doctors and they all say that my mother's pulse is a terrible pulse, but they have no way of doing it. My mother's life. Dare you sure Brother Zhou is sure? Zhou Zheng thought about it and stretched out his 2 fingers. Are you 20% sure? Lu Jun couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He was 20% sure that this was too low. As if he saw what Lu Jun was thinking, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Boss Lu, you misunderstood. I mean I can let the old lady live for another 2 years, so I'm sure of it. Ah! Lu Jun was immediately excited when he heard this. Brother Zhou, do you think this is serious? Zhou Zheng nodded. Take it seriously. If this is true, I will give you another house afterwards. Lu Jun said excitedly. At this time, the old lady suddenly opened her eyes and seemed to have woken up. Zhou Zheng smiled at her. Old lady, I slept quite early. The old lady suddenly shook her head. Do you want to take a shower? This is not a bathhouse, you can go out quickly. Zhou Zheng. Love, this old lady's ears are not good. Chapter 139, Treating a doctor is much faster than doing business. Old lady, I'm not here to take a shower. Zhou Zheng said with a smile. The old lady is also familiar with her. You want to take a bath, but this is not a bathhouse. When I was a child, my family really opened a bathhouse. At that time, in the countryside, my mother raised a few cows, but they were all snatched by the Japanese devils. The old lady seemed very talkative. Although she didn't know Zhou Zheng, she was talking to Zhou Zheng. She looked at her son's face all day long and was tired of it. It was great to have a stranger chatting. Lu Jun explained awkwardly. My mother is older and she doesn't know her mind. She's like every word, sometimes she even goes back to the war of resistance against Japan. Please forgive me, Brother Zhou. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Brother Jun, it's okay. I'll talk to the old lady. This will also cultivate feelings. It will be smooth when performing acupuncture in a while, and the old lady will not be resistant. Lu Jun nodded. It's up to Brother Zhou to make the decision. Zhou Zheng followed the old lady and said, Old lady, is the cow at home still snatched by the Japanese? That's not, the Japanese are nothing. Yeah, they won't last long, so we'll be driven away in the end. Yes, my family did raise dogs at that time, and later the Japanese strengthened public security and killed the dogs. Young Japanese is so hateful. Well, there are trees planted in the yard. Zhou Zheng looked dark and said, This god can't talk anymore, the old lady was completely useless. Gee. Chu Yunyao couldn't help it anymore, and she hugged her arms and covered her mouth and smiled very hard. Lu Jun showed embarrassment. Brother Zhou, why don't you talk anymore? I'm not on the same channel anyway. Why don't I tell you and just use the needle? Okay. What else can Zhou Zheng say? He originally thought that he would be close to chatting with the old lady, but it was too difficult to chat across servers. Lu Jun didn't know what he said in the old lady's ear. The old lady kept staring at Zhou Zheng, and Xiaoqing nodded. Lu Jun said, I have agreed with the old lady that Brother Zhou will only apply the needle next. Zhou Zheng nodded and took out the antique needle bag given by Dean Tian from his pocket. After opening it, he shone golden light inside, and various golden needles of different lengths were arranged neatly. Zhou Zheng drew out the 6-inch golden needle, which is also the most convenient and longest golden needle he has mastered at the moment. After disinfecting with alcohol, he said, I'm going to apply a needle, pretend to show off. Brother Jun, just let the old lady lie on the bed and don't move. Brother Zhou, where are you tying? Do you need to take off your coat? Need not. Zhou Zhengxiao is familiar with the acupuncture points in the human body in his chest, and he will not tick the eyes when he closes his eyes. The old lady is old and her body functions are aging and her meridians are blocked. Zhou Zheng only needs to use a golden needle to clear the meridians. This thing is actually quite difficult. The method of applying acupuncture is one aspect, and the most important thing is that most doctors cannot apply acupuncture because they cannot use a 6-inch golden needle. Zhou Zheng was circulating the old lady's true desire to apply the needle in her body, and the golden needle instantly penetrated into the old lady's body through her clothes. Zhou Zheng nodded, really climbing the fat bench and stool to steal the letters. Old lady, how do you feel? Zhou Zheng asked after a few injections. Ah? What did you say? Old lady, I'll ask you if you're going to meet. The old lady nodded and asked. Who did you just say was bitten by a dog? Zhou Zheng looked dark and said, okay, it's here again, I'll help you treat your ears first. Zhou Zheng took several needles according to the acupoints next to the old lady's ear, and then asked. Old lady, how do you feel in your body? It's pretty good, my body is hot, and I feel a little excited. Lu Jun next to him looked surprised. It was not because my mother's body was developing towards good results, but because Zhou Zhenju actually made her old man. The wife's back of her ears was cured. Lu Jun once took my mother to several large hospitals to see her ears. He threw more than 100,000 yuan, but nothing was cured. Zhou Zheng is indeed a master of national medicine. He cured my back of the ear with just a few simple injections. Half an hour later, Zhou Zheng took back the golden needle, and the treatment came to an end. Looking at the old lady again, her face was rosy and full of energy, as if she was 10 years younger. Son, I feel that my ears are much better and I have strong body. I want to get out of bed and have a walk. The old lady herself felt the changes in her body and was about to get out of bed as she said that. He has been slumped in bed for more than a year. Zhou Zhengang has sorted out his meridians, but he also needs to recover slowly. Mom, please wait, I will help you later. Lu Jun quickly stopped the old lady. Good guy, I was bedridden just now, so I was about to get up and get out of bed. What should I do if I fall down? Come on a little bit. At this time, Lu Jun's heart was surging, and it seemed that my mother was in much better condition. Brother Zhou's medical skills are really not a big deal. Brother Zhou, the miracle doctor. Lu Jun stretched out his thumb and said sincerely. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said in a low voice in Lu Jun's ear. After applying this acupuncture, you should acupuncture again every 6 months, which can ensure that the old lady will have a life of less than 2 years. When Lu Jun heard this, his face was mixed with joy and sorrow. What I'm happy about is that I can live at least 2 more years, which is already very satisfying for him. What's worrying is that Zhou Zheng needs to give the old lady an injection every 6 months, or not at that time. How much do you give if you give? This time, in addition to a century-old ginseng, there are also 2 million yuan and a house in the city. Although the house is only 2 bedrooms worth more than 90 square meters, it is worth 1 million. If these things are combined into cash, they will have to be 5 million. The fee for this consultation is 5 million, and the fee for the next consultation cannot be less than 5 million. Good guy. I will live for another 2 years and the medical expenses I pay alone will be 20 million. Lu Jun has indeed made a lot of money in his business of medicinal materials for decades, but he is not a big rich man. 20 million is also a big figure for him. It seemed that he could see what Lu Jun was thinking. Zhou Zhendao. Brother Jun, I will only collect the medical fee once. It will be free to help the old lady apply acupuncture in the future. Oh. Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Then what, Brother Zhou, Dr. Zhou, thank you. Thank you. Brother Jun, that's what it is today, let's leave first. Okay, I'll give you a gift. Lu Jun did not try to keep him, after all, it was getting late, so he sent Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao outside the ward. Ms. Chu, give me the card number, I will transfer 2 million. There is also the house in the city. I have notified me to go through the transfer procedures in the past 2 days. Lu Jun did what he said. Zhou Zheng retreated aside and didn't say anything. Chu Yunyao came to make decisions about business matters, but he never interfered with it. Chu Yunyao made an appointment with Lu Jun when he would go to transfer the account. The card also received 2 million from Lu Jun's transfer, and he couldn't help but feel happy. I thought that Zhou Zheng earned much faster than doing business. Municipal Government Family Building. A black car drove towards the entrance of the community, and the entrance of the community was bright with the xenon headlights. The uniformed guard standing in the booth was closely watching the car. The car drove to the entrance of the community and stopped. The back door opened. Yang Zishan got off with a briefcase. "Come and pick me up at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Then the secretary who got off the bus gave instructing him, turned around and hurried into the community. Thank you to the inspiration capsules given by Yang Foam Box and Yuen Po from 11AO Island, and thank you to all readers for your gift. Chapter 140 New Pi's Photo. In a house in Building 2 of the Municipal Government Family Building. Zishan hasn't come back yet. Mr. Yang walked from the bedroom to the living room and asked Yang Zilan, who was watching TV. "No, my elder brother is probably busy. Dad, don't wait for him. If you are sleepy, go to bed." Yang Zilan was wearing a casual home outfit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, looking very intellectual and elegant. While watching TV, she took the time to reply to Mr. Yang. Sitting next to her was Yang Tingting. She was wearing a loose t-shirt and hot pants underneath, revealing her white and slender legs. He leaned his head against his aunt Yang Zilan's shoulder and said while eating potato chips, "Grandpa, based on my understanding of my dad, he probably won't come back after 9 o'clock. It's 8:55 p.m., so Grandpa, I advise you not to have too much hope." Mr. Yang couldn't help feeling even more angry after hearing what his granddaughter Yang Tingting said. I've been busy all day long and I'm just thinking about my words. This unfilial son. As Yang Zishan's real sister, although the two have not been together for a long time, their relationship is quite good. When they heard his father scolding his elder brother, they couldn't help but pout and act as a little daughter. "Hey Dad, you can't say that to brother, you're so busy every day, so you don't touch the ground. This is also serving the people. Even I have seen him for several days after I came back from abroad." Yang Tingting looked at her sister-in-law's plump and sexy. Her lips couldn't help but say, "My sister-in-law, don't pout, we don't have your audience, we are almost 40 and we won't get married, and we don't know what we think." Mr. Yang sat on the sofa that Yang Zilan faced with him and said angrily, "What benefits did your elder brother give you? Are you still protecting him? This unfilial son is so angry." Seeing that Mr. Yang was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring, Yang Zilan took it seriously and quickly changed the subject. She got up and came to Mr. Yang, handed over a cup of tea, and then said, "Dad, can we not mention my elder brother? Tomorrow is your birthday. Let's talk about birthdays. Do you see if there are any mistakes? According to your requirements, your birthday party will be held in our old house. You can hold 4 tables in the small yard and 2 tables in the house. You can make your own dishes, cook tableware, and so on. There are 6 tables of ingredients, which is almost enough, right?" Mr. Yang was soon distracted by Yang Zilan and nodded. "Well, that's okay. I don't want to be too old for my birthday. I mainly use this excuse to meet old friends, drink and chat together. Of course, I also recite the medicinal wine of Yunyao." Speaking of Chu Yunyao, Master Yang couldn't help but think of Zhou Zhang, and even the medicinal wine. His mood suddenly improved a lot, and even his tone of speaking became less severe. "I don't know how many people my old guys can come." "Grandfather," Yang Tingting said, "I have called your old guys one by one. Except for a few old men who are in poor health and are hospitalized, most of them say they will arrive on time tomorrow. Don't worry. At worst, my sister-in-law and I will notify you one by one tomorrow morning." Mr. Yang nodded. "Well, Tingting, this is the only time you have not lost your chains when doing things. Grandpa is very pleased." Yang Tingting was immediately amazed and crying. "Grandpa, are you praising me or scolding me? Just think I'm praising you, ha ha ha." After chatting with his daughter and granddaughter for a while, Mr. Yang felt 3 points better. "By the way, Xiaozhou and Yunyao girl, please inform me tomorrow. Explain the address clearly and don't let them find the wrong place." "I know my grandpa." Yang Tingting pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. I don't know if they are your biological grandchildren or me. What a good guy, you care more about others than me. Mr. Yang listened to Yang Tingting's sarcastic words, but said in a hurry. Ting Ting, Xiao Zhou saved my life, we drank other people's medicinal wine. In addition, you and Yunhao are good friends, their status in grandfather's heart is definitely not ordinary, but I have only one granddaughter, and that is Ting Ting. Yang Zilan suddenly interrupted from the side and said, Dad, I think it would be nice to recognize Zhou Zheng as a fucking grandson if possible. Mr. Yang was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide open, looking at his daughter Yang Zilan in confusion. Zai Lan, why did you say this? Yes, my sister-in-law, Yunhao has a good relationship with me. Zhou Zheng is just his husband and a policeman. There is no need to let Grandpa recognize Zhou Zheng as a grandson, right? He Ting Ting also asked. Yang Zilan pretended to be profound. Just think what I said is a speculation, don't be too serious, forget it. I won't say it. Mr. Yang frowned and said. Oh Zilan, why are you pretending to be mysterious? Just say anything, why don't you want to suffocate to death? Yang Tingting raised her hand to agree. It's just my sister-in-law, you're so stubborn. All right. Yang Zilan lowered his head halfway and lowered his voice. Dad, I'll tell you this. You must bury it in your heart, no one can say it. Mr. Yang waved his hand impatiently. I know, just say something. If I don't know, I thought you were going to say something state secret. Dad, this is no lower than the level of state secrets. Yang Zilan whispered. Dad, Ting Ting, I have been. No, my sister-in-law. Before Yang Zilan finished his conversation, Yang Tingting wailed. I won't even like Zhou Zheng, right? You're a little older than him, and he's Yun Yao's husband. Yang Zilan gave Yang Tingting a dissatisfied look. It's not Ting Ting, what's your name? Who likes Zhou Zheng last time? Why am I a man who is not married to rob a married man? Are you crazy? Also, do you like Zhou Zheng? I. Yang Tingting suddenly felt very excited. It was broken, my mouth was getting almost done, and I even said what I thought was in front of my grandfather and sister-in-law. It was so shameful. Then what, I have to go to the bathroom with a stomachache, goodbye. Yang Tingting had an idea and started to escape from shit and urine. Mr. Yang had long seen that Yang Tingting was somewhat interested in Zhou Zheng, so he was not surprised. What he was paying attention to now was what Yang Zilan wanted to say. But what was so annoying was that Yang Tingting suddenly interrupted. The girl happened to leave, so she could not interrupt anyone. Zai Lan, what do you want to say? Keep saying that no one has interrupted now. Well, Dad, when I first met Zhou Zheng, I felt it was very familiar. I seemed to have seen it somewhere, but I couldn't remember it no matter how hard I thought about it. Just on the way back just now, I finally remembered where I had seen him. Well, have you really seen Zhou Zheng before? Mr. Yang looked at Yang Zilan continued to ask. Where have you seen him? On a photo. Photo. Right. Yang Zilan nodded nervously. Mr. Yang disagreed. What's strange about a photo of Zhou Zheng? Dad, a photo of Zhou Zheng is really nothing, but the person who took a photo with Zhou Zheng can now influence the country's decision-making and can be called the leader. Chapter 141 Zhou Zheng's life. What? Even though Mr. Yang was knowledgeable all his life, he couldn't help but be shocked by his daughter Yang Zilan's words. Zai Lan, do you know what a boss who can be called a leader represents? That's the highest level. You're not right. Yang Zilan shook his head and said solemnly. Dad, why would I say it wrong, I'm not a child. Mr. Zheng, you should know. He was the second-in-command of the Ministry of National Defense back then, and now he is one of the members of the central think tank. I saw an old photo in my hometown of Zheng. There was a child in the photo with his eyebrows and eyes that looked particularly similar to Zhou Zheng, and even the mole on his ears was not even a slight difference. Mr. Yang nodded. As a person within the system, he naturally knew that Mr. Zheng, even if he was not a commoner within the system, had heard Mr. Zheng's name on TV. After returning to Mr. Zheng for more than 10 years, everyone knew it. He had experienced many battles and always charged forward on the battlefield. He went from being a soldier to a general and was known as the god of war in the army. But I have retired over the years, and although I have been rehired, I am very low-key. Mr. Yang did not expect that his daughter Yang Zilan actually knew the boss. He had never heard her mention it before, so he couldn't help but ask. Zilan, how could you have any interaction with Mr. Zheng? Yang Zilan said. Where do I know Mr. Zheng? I also benefited from my teacher. My teacher and Mr. Zheng's daughter-in-law are classmates. Once, my teacher took me to my hometown, and Mr. Zheng was also there. I chatted for a while. Mr. Zheng was a nostalgic person. He also took out his old photos and told us about his revolutionary career and the days of war. There is a photo of a few people wearing grass-green military uniforms. One next to it is Mr. Zheng, and someone is holding a little boy in the middle. The little boy looks particularly similar to Zhou Zheng. When Mr. Yang heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. Zilan, if the little boy in the photo is Zhou Zheng, then Zhou Zheng must have a connection with Mr. Zheng. But, if Zhou Zheng is able to get involved with Mr. Zheng, why did he work as a grassroots policeman in the small Jiangbei? Yang Zilan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, Dad, I can't figure it out, either. Mr. Yang asked again. Then has Mr. Zheng explained this photo to you? Yang Zilan shook his head. No. Old Zheng seemed a little excited when he saw this photo. He kept staring at it but said nothing. It can be seen that this photo is very important to him, and he doesn't know what a story is hidden. Mr. Yang thought about it. If it is a family photo of Mr. Zheng, it is logical that Mr. Zheng should be standing in the middle, but according to Yang Zilan's description, Mr. Zheng is standing next to him in this photo. Is there a person who is even more powerful than Mr. Zheng in the middle of the photo? And Zhou Zheng was being held, could it be? Zilan, what does the person sitting in the middle, that is, the person holding Zhou Zheng, look like? How old is it? Does it look like Zhou Zheng? Yang Zilan shook his head. Dad, the upper body of the people in the middle of the photo has been scraped off, and I can't see anything clearly. Ah! Mr. Yang couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard this. Zilan, you didn't ask Mr. Zheng at that time why the people in the photo were scraped off. Yang Zilan had a black look on his face. Dad, Mr. Zheng was a vice-national leader at that time. At that time, I was only excited and nervous. I didn't dare to ask any questions. Not to mention me, even my teacher was respectful in front of Mr. Zheng. I had to consider everything. Mr. Yang nodded. Zilan, what you said is, I took it for granted. If I met Mr. Zheng, I would be very excited. It would be great if I could speak clearly. Yang Zilan said with a dry mouth. He picked up a glass of water on the table, took a few sips, and continued. Dad, just understand. Although I dare not determine whether Zhou Zheng has anything to do with Mr. Zheng, I always think Zhou Zheng is not an ordinary person. Mr. Yang said. One photo alone doesn't mean that, and the person in the photo is a child. People's appearance will also change when they grow up. Perhaps the child in the photo just looks similar to Xiao Zhou, and that's all you think about it. No. Yang Zilan still shook his head stubbornly. Dad, I asked Ting Ting, but she knew Zhou Zheng's background a little bit, both his parents died, he was raised by his grandfather, and he didn't seem to be native to Jiangbei. I heard that Chu Yunyao's parents had secretly checked the information of Zhou Zheng's parents, but they couldn't find a word. This is very strange. The Chu family is a rich man in Jiangbei and has certain strength, but even a little information about Zhou Zheng's parents can't be found. There is indeed a lot of weirdness in this matter. Mr. Yang stood up and frowned and walked slowly in the living room. Suddenly, he felt extremely terrified. Based on his experience in the system for many years, Mr. Yang became frightened for no reason. Ziai Lan, this matter has ended here, don't tell anyone about it. What is Zhou Zheng's identity? You and I can't speculate on it. We treat him as a very capable grassroots policeman and a good friend. That's all, have you heard it? Yang Zilan said in surprise. Ah? Dad, aren't you curious about Zhou Zheng's true identity? Mr. Yang waved his hand. Zhou Zheng is a grassroots policeman in Jiangbei City. The child in the photo you saw is extremely unlikely to be him. Do you understand? All right. Seeing that Mr. Yang was confident in his attitude, Yang Zilan had no choice but to nod and agree. But I thought to myself. My teacher has also seen that photo. In a few days, I will go to Beijing to visit the teacher. Then I will take Zhou Zheng with me and let the teacher tell whether Zhou Zheng is the child in the photo. Mr. Yang talked for a long time and was thirsty. He held the teacup and drank water, and stopped talking. At this time, the sound of the key opening the door sounded outside. Yang Zilan blinked and said, Dad, it's possible that my elder brother is back. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zishan, wearing an administrative jacket and shirt, opened the door and walked in. When he entered the door, he saw Mr. Yang's face as heavy as water. Although Yang Zishan is the deputy mayor, he will always be a son in front of the old man. He quickly smiled and said, Hee, Dad, I'm back. I'm a little busy with work and I've been delayed for a while. While speaking, he put down his briefcase, took off his leather shoes and changed into slippers. Ziai Lan, have you eaten? He deliberately diverted Mr. Yang's attention. Yang Zilan couldn't help laughing when she saw her elder brother. Brother, it's past 9 o'clock. I'm almost hungry after dinner, hee. It's okay to say if you're hungry, why don't I invite you to have midnight snack? Chapter 142 Grandpa likes to eat roasted waste. Midnight snack? Where to eat midnight snack? Yang Tingting heard Yang Zishan's voice and didn't know where it came out. Dad is off work? Should we go to have hot pot or barbecue? Dad, I'm hungry. Yang Zishan looked at Yang Tingting's silly look, and his head was covered with black lines. Ting Ting, you are not young anymore and don't care about anything. Why do you get excited when you talk about eating? Hee, Dad, food, sex, nature, this is human nature. Besides, what am I not concerned about? Your lifelong event. Yang Zishan sat upright on the sofa, opened the thermos and took a sip of water with wolfberry, and finally found the feeling of being a leader. Ting Ting, you said you are in your 20s and don't even have a boyfriend yet. Many girls of the same age as you have become mothers. Your mother left early and I am also busy with work and can't take care of you, but Ting Ting, you must be in a hurry. Speaking of his daughter's lifelong affairs, Yang Zishan was nagging. At this time, he didn't look like the deputy mayor, but more like an ordinary father. Yang Tingting shook her head, saying, Don't think that her father is the deputy mayor, she is no different from other parents at home. That way, it seems like I'm afraid that my own marriage will be smashed into my hands. Oh Dad, don't say anything. You're so unhappy when you come back and you're not happy, and you're going to let people live. When talking about Yang Tingting's lifelong event, Yang Zishan became interested, and he could use this topic to divert the old man's attention. He would talk to him after a while when the old man's anger faded. Haha, why don't you let you live? I'm just for your own good. If you don't have a boyfriend, then I have to ask a matchmaker to introduce you to you and get married if you have the right one. Oh Dad, you are also a deputy mayor after all. How can you arrange your daughter's marriage? It's not the feudal era now. Sister-in-law, please tell me about my dad. Yang Zilan couldn't help laughing when he saw the father and daughter quarrel. Okay, brother, what matchmaker do you want if I'm looking for? I'll call a few friends later and ask them to find out. I also want to see if there are any young talents in Jiangbei City who can match our Ting Ting. Yang Tingting couldn't help but look black and anxious when she heard that her sister-in-law was not immune to the vulgarity. I said you still have the end? Didn't you say you had late supper? Why do you keep pulling it on me? Seeing that Yang Tingting had changed her face, Yang Zilan didn't mention her boyfriend. However, she was really concerned and sent a WeChat message to a friend in Jiangbei, asking the other party to help Yang Tingting find an outstanding boy. Okay, have midnight snacks, Zilan is here too. Zilan and I haven't had midnight snacks together for many years. Yang Zishan said with a smile, and asked Mr. Yang carefully. Dad, what do you think we can eat? After the episode just now, Mr. Yang was not so angry with Yang Zishan and said lightly. I don't care, and I'm not hungry. You young people can eat whatever they want. However, I have something to tell you, eat at home. Okay Dad, then don't eat outside, just eat some at home. Yang Zilan had great vision, so she stood up and said. There are still the leftover meat skewers in the refrigerator last time. Ting Ting and I went to the kitchen to grill skewers. You guys and I will talk first. Let's go Ting Ting. Oh! Yang Ting Ting also stood up and came to the kitchen with Yang Zilan in a daze. Ding! At this time, Yang Zilan received a message from his friend. When he opened it, he said that he really had a young talent from Jiangbei City. His surname was Wang. He was 26 or 27 years old. His family was very rich in business. His assets had already exceeded 100 million yuan. He was very handsome. Should he meet Yang Tingting? The other party also sent a photo, and Yang Zilan took a look. The young man in the photo was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and kind, and he felt okay. It is because the other party is not a civil servant and feels that there are some minor flaws. Yang Zilan believes in his heart that Yang Tingting should marry a young and promising civil servant. The businessman who does business has always lost his fortune. Of course, the most important thing depends on whether Yang Tingting can take a fancy to it. So I replied to the other party, and I have to consider it here. Yang Tingting moved out the electric oven for barbecue, plugged it in the power supply and preheated it first, and then took out the meat skewers, prawns, squids and other frozen goods from the refrigerator. She is the only young man at home. Who can work if she doesn't work? Yang Tingting recognized the invitation, and she never deliberately refused when she was working. She always cooks for family dinners. Yang Zilan took his cell phone and looked down at the photo, then said to Yang Tingting with a smile. Ting Ting, stop busying your work, my sister-in-law tells you something. If you have anything to do, just say it, my sister-in-law. My dad doesn't seem to have eaten at night. I have to quickly grill some meat skewers for him to put them on. Yang Zilan nodded. Although Ting Ting is usually careless and harsh, she is very filial to her parents. Although she sometimes bothers her father to urge her to have a lifelong event, she also knows that her father is for her good and never holds grudges. This made Yang Zilan very pleased. Ting Ting, I'll help you, let's talk while doing it. Yang Zilan said as he took a brush to apply grease on the baking tray rack. Yang Tingting quickly divided the skewers, then pulled out some and baked them on the rack. Dad likes to eat meat skewers, and Grandpa likes to eat waste. Yang Tingting kept muttering while she was busy. After doing these things, there is actually nothing to do. Just stare at the meat skewers and just turn them over properly and don't bake them. My sister-in-law, what do you want to tell me? Yang Tingting asked with a free time and turned around. Actually, it's nothing. Just a friend of mine recommended a boy. I looked okay. Ting Ting, do you want to meet him? Ah! Yang Tingting shouted exaggeratedly. My sister-in-law, are you mistaken? I thought you were joking when I first arrived. Are you really looking for a partner for me? Yeah. Yang Zilan nodded. Ting Ting, your mother left early. I have been abroad 2 years ago and have not taken care of you. You are my niece and the only niece. If I don't think about you, who will think about you? Yang Ting Ting curled her lips. My sister-in-law, I thank you. You're welcome. Yang Zilan didn't care whether Yang Ting Ting said good things or bad things, so she just listened to them as good things. Come and have a look, can you like it? The young man is from Jiangbei, he is a businessman, he has an average degree in bachelor's degree, and he is still good at growing up. You can see this photo. I won't watch it anymore. To be honest, my sister-in-law is very disgusted with such blind dates introduced by others. Yang Ting Ting didn't even look at the photos on Yang Zilan's phone, and she was flipping through the meat skewers wholeheartedly. Yang Zilan didn't force himself. He thought of a solution and lowered his head to start sending messages to his friends. Since Ting Ting doesn't want to meet the person introduced by the adult, let's create an encounter for them. Chapter 143 Li Jinfeng's backer. In the living room, Yang Zishan helped the old father's teacup fill with water and placed it in front of the old man. Then he sat respectfully opposite the old man. Dad, just say anything you want to ask. Mr. Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip of strong tea before saying, Zishan, I believe you know what I want to ask you, it's still the same thing, the student jumping off a building in experimental primary school. Yang Zishan frowned but was not surprised when he heard the old man's words. He did guess that his father was going to ask about this matter. After all, on the phone during the day, I was scolded by the old man because of this incident. Dad, why do you care so much about this? Do you know the child who jumped off the building? Mr. Yang nodded. I really know each other. My mother even invited me to eat boiled peanuts. This is not the point. Even if I don't know the family members of my child, shouldn't I understand something like this big thing? Sure, ought. Yang Zishan laughed with her. Mr. Yang continued. Zishan, the whole story of this matter is very clear. The child jumped off the building because of external reasons, and it is inseparable from Mrs. Li, Director Qian. However, I heard that the police did not file a case at all, and even released Mrs. Li and Director Qian. Yang Zishan felt a little moved and said that the old man knew about Men Qing, and it seemed that he was concerned about this matter. Dad, I learned about this after you reminded me. I was in a meeting at that time, so I asked the secretary to ask about this on my behalf. Alas! Yang Zishan sighed when he said this. Dad, I was also very angry when I knew the whole story. But this matter is not my control at all, and I can do nothing to do. What? Mr. Yang thought that his eyes glared. You are a dignified deputy mayor and a cadre in charge of politics and law. You actually told me that you are powerless. Are you just serving the people like this? Dad, listen to me. Yang Zishan's face showed a gloomy look. Although I am the deputy mayor, I have several leaders on my behalf, and I am not the only one who has the final say in the city. I heard that this case was arrested by Chen Wenyuan, and he notified Ma Ziajun not to file a case. Zishan, then why don't you go to Chen Wenyuan to argue with him? Yang Zishan waved his hand. Dad, do you really look down on me? Can I, a deputy mayor, earn more than the mayor? Besides, Chen Wenyuan has been the secretary of Boss Xin in the province. It is rumored that Li Jinfeng is Boss Xin's goddaughter. Yang Zishan sighed again when he said this. Dad, why did you ask me to argue with Chen Wenyuan? I can earn even the people behind him. Since retiring, Mr. Yang has not paid attention to the adjustments and changes of leading cadres for many years. Asked in confusion. When will Xin Jianming be able to be called a boss? When I retired, his level was not as high as mine. Dad, you have been retired for many years. Boss Xin has been rising all the way. Now he is in charge of politics and law in the provincial government. He is known as the political and legal Tsar of Baihe province. He is very glorious. Humph! Mr. Yang snorted disdainfully, as if he looked down on Xin Jianming very much. This guy is good at studying interpersonal relationships, and he really makes him hold on to the ride-sharing. Such a person will only have bad things but no good things for the people. Yang Zishan stood up and said, "Dad, please keep your word, be careful of the ears of the wall." Mr. Yang's eyes widened. "What's wrong? I just want to say, I see who can do what I do." Yang Zishan shook his head. The old man had this temper and could not persuade him. He had offended many people because of this. Otherwise, he would have been stuck in the level of the deputy department for more than 10 years when he was working, and he was not properly promoted when he retired. Yang Zishan knew that his father was a donkey, so he didn't persuade him and said, "Dad, no one can do anything to you. You were not afraid of heaven and earth when you were working, and you are even less afraid now." Yang Zishan's words entered Mr. Yang's heart, and a smile finally appeared on Mr. Yang's face. "You little brat, just no." However, in the blink of an eye, Mr. Yang's face became serious again. "Zishan, is the incident of the child jumping off the building really suppressed? You, the deputy mayor, are not at all powerful? Are you just watching the bad guys get away with the law, and your child has to bear huge medical expenses when he suffers in the hospital?" Yang Zishan was also ashamed when he heard the old man's words. But he really has no choice. "Dad, I really can't get involved in this matter. The only thing I can do is to beat the edge drum, let Li Jinfeng pay civil liability, and let her bleed and pay the child a sum of money." "Oh!" Mr. Yang sighed. He used to be a person within the system, and it was difficult for him to know that his son was, and he couldn't change anything even if he forced him to do so. But just let go of this matter, old Master Yang felt like he was eating a toad, which was both disgusting and uncomfortable. Mr. Yang slowly stood up and turned around and wanted to leave. Yang Zishan also quickly stood up and stepped forward to support Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang shook his hand and avoided Yang Zishan's support. "I'm not old yet, don't help me." "No, Dad, why are you going?" Mr. Yang said angrily. "What can I do? I'm in a bad mood, go back to sleep." "Dad, don't you have lunch? Zilan and the others are busy in the kitchen, and they probably will be ready. I'm not a heartless person if I don't eat it." Mr. Yang left a word and went back to the house alone. Yang Zishan had a black line on his face. This old man hated evil when he was young and could not stand half a grain of sand in his eyes. Now he is old and has no temper at all. But, so what? But it only adds to worries. Yang Zishan shook his head helplessly. At this time, a scent of fragrance came, and Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting walked in with a large handful of meat skewers and bottles of dipping sauce. "Dad, be hungry, hurry up and eat a few skewers to mat." "Hey? Where is my grandfather?" Yang Zishan had been hungry for a long time, so he picked up 2 skewers and started eating, and said vaguely, "Your grandpa went back to the house to sleep." "What? Grandpa doesn't eat midnight snacks anymore? I've also baked a few skewers for him here." Yang Zishan said. As aged people, they don't have a good digestion, so if they don't eat, they won't eat it. "Okay, Dad, you eat more, I'll go to the kitchen and continue baking." Yang Tingting walked back to the kitchen as he heard this. Yang Zilan did not go to the kitchen to help, but sat on the sofa, holding his cell phone and quickly sending messages. She was conspiring with her friend about something, and the two made an appointment. Tomorrow, Mr. Yang's birthday, his friend would bring the boy introduced to Yang Tingting, and then let the boy accidentally meet Yang Tingting. If the two of them have a close relationship, then talk. If they don't have a close relationship, then forget it, no matter what, note laying your skills. Thank you for the character summoning given by Tan Wei Wei, and thank you for the urge to update the talisman given by miscellaneous books. Thank you to all readers for your gift. Chapter 144 Wang Feng's Ambition. In a room at Lijiang International Hot Spring Hotel. His white silk high heels, sexy underwear, and 18 weapons were thrown on the floor in chaos. The white Simmons bed made a squeak sound. It was like someone was playing tennis in the room, and the sound of gasping was constantly making a loud tweet, just like playing a good ball to cheer. Dingling dingling. A rapid phone ringing rang. Cotter, who is so late to send me a call? The annoying phone ringing persistently made Wang Feng very unhappy. After a while, he grabbed the phone angrily and wanted to scold the other party's ancestors. He glanced at the caller ID but stopped. The phone screen shows that it is his father Wang Dagong who calls. Wang Feng quickly adjusted his mood as if he had changed his face. The unhappiness just now disappeared immediately, and a smile appeared on his face, and he respectfully pressed the answer button. Hey Dad! A Feng, what are you doing? Why did you take me so long to answer the phone? Wang Dagong's dissatisfied voice came from the receiver. Well. Wang Feng was stunned for a moment, looked at the long black silk legs next to him, and his eyes turned twice. Dad, you asked me to obey Dr. Bai's orders in the hotel. I didn't dare to leave without authorization, but I felt that it was a waste of time when I was on standby. So I spent all this time on learning and charging. I am reading some books on literature. Since you said that I was pursuing Yang Ting Ting, I think it is not enough to rely on my handsome appearance alone. I also need to strengthen my own knowledge. As the saying goes, I am proud of my poetry and literature, and temperament is the most important thing. Wang Feng bragged on the phone, and his old father Wang Dagong was moved. A Feng, Dad is not wrong with you. If it were normal, you would have been looking for girls in the hotel to have sex, setting a higher goal for you, and you also know that you have worked hard, which is not bad. Dad, this is all your education. Wang Feng looked at the bare-skinned woman next to him, who was wearing only silk, and got up and was about to get out of bed, but accidentally stepped on her feet. Ayo! A miserable scream rang out in the room. A Feng? What was the sound just now? Why did I sound like there is a woman holding grass? Wang Feng was shocked and wanted to strangle the woman to death. He glared at the woman fiercely and explained quickly. Dad, how can there be any woman? I stepped on the pet cat, but I ran away. Wang Dagong didn't have the time to tell whether the sound was made by a human or a cat. He had more important things to tell Wang Feng. A Feng, Dad, let me tell you good news. Tomorrow, we can go to Mr. Yang's birthday party with justification. Wang Feng was stunned for a moment. Mr. Yang did not invite their Wang family to the birthday party. Wang Dagong thought of being shameless and uninvited. Dad, how did you do it? Did the Yang family send our invitation? That's not. Wang Dagong said to the phone microphone. Our company's sales director, Aunt Lu, has a good relationship with Mr. Yang's daughter Yang Zilan. It just so happens that Yang Zilan wants to find someone to introduce her to Yang Ting Ting. After asking you Aunt Lu will recommend you. Yang Zilan seems to be quite satisfied with you, but Yang Ting Ting doesn't seem to like her partner. Your Aunt Lu and Yang Zilan agreed to create an opportunity for you to have an encounter tomorrow at Mr. Yang's birthday party, so that we can go to Mr. Yang's birthday party with justification tomorrow. The Dr. Bai I invited will come in handy at that time to treat the old man and make the Yang family owe our family a favor. A Feng, the bridge is set up for you, and the rest depends on whether you can grasp it. Wang Dagong talked a lot, his spirit was a little excited, and his voice might tremble. What a great opportunity tomorrow! As long as we can seize the express train from the Yang family, the Wang family will definitely be able to make a fortune in Jiangbei. It is still unknown how many years it will catch up or even surpass the Chu family. Wang Feng was naturally very happy. He had no psychological burden on Chu Yunyao's transcendence, and Yang Tingting's appearance was a little worse than Chu Yunyao, but her figure was even worse. The most important thing was that she was the daughter of the deputy mayor. Now that luck is coming, Yang Tingting's sister-in-law Yang Zilan is quite satisfied with her and even wants to help her pursue Yang Tingting. This is a good thing that can't be found even with a lantern. Wang Feng patted his chest and promised, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely seize this opportunity, and I will make Yang Tingting fall in love with me. After our family marrying the Yang family, we will build a big business empire of our Wang family. Ha ha ha. I'm so brave, I'll let me do it." Wang Dagong laughed with relief on the phone. He had already imagined himself as the richest man in Jiangbei. After a while, Wang Dagong asked, "By the way, A Feng, how about Dr. Bai? Nothing happened, right?" "No." Wang Feng shook his head and said. Dr. Bai and the two girls went upstairs and entered the room and never came out. "This old pussy is probably so tired that he can't get off the Kong. I'll go," Wang Dagong exclaimed. "A Feng, Dr. Bai will have great use tomorrow. If this old guy is so tired of being able to straighten his waist, he will be useless tomorrow." "Dad, I asked Hong how to stare at the surveillance camera. If it really doesn't work, I'll send those two girls out of here." Wang Dagong had already installed a camera in the room where Dr. Bai lived, mainly to shoot some videos of Dr. Bai's prostitution as a backup. This trick has been used many times and has been tried and tried again and again. "Okay. A Feng, be careful with your attitude. Don't make Dr. Bai unhappy. Although the old guy is not very good, his medical skills are still a little trick." "Okay, Dad, don't worry, you just need to go. A Feng, you have a break early and have enough energy to maintain your energy. There is still something big to do tomorrow." Wang Dagong gave Wang Feng a few more words before hanging up the phone. Wang Feng had a shot. His waist was sore and his body was a little weak, but when he thought that he might become Vice Mayor Yang's son-in-law, he couldn't help but feel happy, as if he had taken pure aphrodisiac and his spirit suddenly came up. Seeing the sexy woman on Simmons, Wang Feng felt that he was okay again, so he threw his father's advice out of the sky, "So let's talk about it later." In Hanlin Yuan community, a white Parmela drove into the underground garage. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao came out of the sports car and got on the elevator side by side. When he arrived at the corridor, he accidentally glanced at the security door opposite. Huang Shifen and his son, one of them went to prison and the other one went to the hospital. Zhou Zheng wanted to come and felt a little sad. Chu Yunyao entered the password and opened the door of her house, and suddenly grabbed Zhou Zheng's arm. "It's so dark inside, Zhou Zheng." Chapter 145 Twostar reward is here. "Zhou Zheng, it's so dark inside. Can you turn on the lights?" Chu Yunyao didn't know whether she was really scared or fake, so she hugged Zhou Zheng's arm and refused to let go. Zhou Zheng looked so shady. When did Chu Yunyao become so courageous? It shouldn't be. However, I felt an unprecedented softness on my arms, which seemed pretty good. Zhou Zheng had a long struggle in his heart before he said, "Yunyao, what are you afraid of if I have me? Besides, how can I turn on the light if you grab my arm?" Chu Yunyao blinked her big eyes and said, "I suddenly remembered the thief who came to steal that night. Didn't you say that the man had committed a crime before and was suspected of killing people? Yunyao, don't be afraid. That guy named Wang Fu has been arrested and he has handed all the files to the procuratorate. He will probably be prosecuted soon." "Oh, where is Huang Shifen?" Huang Shifen is not very clear, but it seems that she has something to do with Wang Fu's intentional murder case back then, and it seems that she can't come out at once. Speaking of this, Zhou Zheng was in a little depressed. It was not that he felt sorry for Huang Shifen and his son, but that he felt that things in the world were impermanent. Although Huang Shifen and his son hate each other and even want to pursue Chu Yunyao, they have no hatred with Zhou Zheng in the past. Now they have ended up like this. Those who are in prison and those who are in hospital can be said to be their own fault, but it is also very sad. Moreover, as long as the above determines the case of Wang Fu and Huang Shifen, Zhou Zheng's promotion to second-level superintendent will become a foregone conclusion. Maybe in a few days the order to advance will arrive. From this point of view, Zhou Zheng was also promoted by Wang Fu. He looked a bit cruel, but who made Wang Fu commit a crime before? Shaking his head, Zhou Zheng stopped thinking about this and pulled Chu Yunyao to turn on the light in the living room. The crystal lamps on the ceiling emitted a bright and soft light, instantly illuminating the living room like daylight. Chu Yunyao is now very conscious of prevention and control, so she quickly closed the anti-theft door and twisted 2 more locks in a worried manner. Zhou Zheng couldn't help laughing, and Yunyao was bitten by a snake for 10 years and was afraid of the well rope. After working hard for a day, Chu Yunyao was so tired that she first put the brocade box containing a 100-year-old ginseng in her hand on the table, and casually threw the high heels on her feet aside, and sat on the sofa. "Oh, I'm so tired today." Zhou Zheng looked at me at the wall clock. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening and said, "Yunyao, it's getting late. If you're tired, go take a shower and go to bed." Chu Yunyao nodded. "Zhou Zheng, when will you go to bed?" "Wait a moment, I suddenly feel a little hungry and want to have a little late supper." Speaking of midnight snacks, Chu Yunyao's stomach suddenly gushed twice, and she lowered her head embarrassedly. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "Ha ha, Yunyao, are you hungry too? Why don't you go to take a shower first, and I'll go to the kitchen to make some food." "Okay." Chu Yunyao blurted out without hesitation. "Actually, Yunyao, I really want to eat the seafood noodles you made, but I'll make this late-night snack." Chu Yunyao was also very happy to hear Zhou Zheng's words. Although her cooking skills are not high, her seafood noodles are deeply loved by Zhou Zheng, and she also feels a sense of accomplishment. "Zhou Zheng, our family has no seafood today. If you want to eat the seafood noodles I made, I will buy seafood tomorrow and give it to you to eat at night." "Okay Yunyao, that's it." Zhou Zheng nodded. "You go and take a shower first, I'll go to the kitchen to make some late-night snacks." "Yeah." "Zhou Zheng, don't be too complicated." Chu Yunyao's advice he ordered. "I know." Zhou Zheng turned around and walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator, and thought about it. He should make some vegetarian food. It is difficult to digest if he eats too much meat at night. Here, Chu Yunyao walked into the bathroom and took off all her clothes. A mature perfect figure with a bulge in front and a tilted back appeared in the mirror. The body is as crystal clear as the dewdrops in the morning, and the round buttocks are slender waist, graceful and elastic, giving people endless imagination. Turning on the shower, the warm and soft water droplets kissed her body, and even the bulge was not spared. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but close her eyes, but a picture of Zhou Zheng appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but clamp her legs, and her heart was even more throbbing. "Have Yunyao finished washing? The midnight snack is ready." "I don't know how long it took," Zhou Zheng's voice sounded outside. Chu Yunyao's face was flushed and her body was sore and weak, and she barely shouted, Okay, let's come out." She blushed and quickly rinsed it in the shower, wiped it clean with a towel, and found a white bath towel to wrap it around her body. Although she showed her delicate shoulders and sexy collarbone on top and her slender calves on bottom, she would be embarrassed to wear this outfit in front of Zhou Zheng a few days ago, but now she took the initiative to do so. It can be said that her mentality has changed a lot. Chu Yunyao walked out of the bathroom and appeared gracefully in front of Zhou Zheng. In order to facilitate Chu Yunyao, Zhou Zheng had already brought 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles into the living room and placed them on the coffee table. When I looked up, I was stunned and a poem came to my mind. The lotus comes out of clear water, and it is naturally decorated. At this time, Chu Yunyeo had just finished taking a shower, her skin was rosy and blue, and she even had a hint of shyness on her face, which was quite charming. Zhou Zhensin said that the ancients did not deceive me. Zhou Zheng, what are you always looking at me? Is there any flowers on my face? Zhou Zheng kept staring at her, and Chu Yunyeo felt a little embarrassed, and looked at Zhou Zheng with a coquettish look. Zhou Zheng did not look away, but looked at Chu Yunyeo without blinking and said, Yunyeo, you don't have flowers on your face, but your face looks better than flowers. Puff! Chu Yunyeo Chu suddenly laughed out loud. It was very interesting to say such local love words from Zhou Zheng's mouth. Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought that Chu Yunyeo would definitely blush when she said something sensational, but she didn't expect that this girl would actually smile. Wow, it smells so good! Zhou Zheng, what late-night snack do you make? Chu Yunyeo also felt that her laughter was very impolite, and she was indeed attracted by the fragrance, so she changed the subject. How about oil splashing noodles? It's okay. Very good. Chu Yunyeo couldn't help but hold the chopsticks. Zhou Zheng, I can't stand it anymore, so I'll eat it first. As he said that, he stirred for a few minutes and started to dry the rice. Zhou Zheng was also hungry, so he picked up his chopsticks and joined the team of dry rice. The two of them had half a bowl of noodles before they had time to talk. Zhou Zheng, I didn't expect that you could make a bowl of vegetarian noodles so delicious. If Yunyeo wants to eat, I will continue to make it for you in the future. That's good. By the way, Yunyeo, I'll celebrate Mr. Yang's birthday tomorrow. What gifts will we give him? Are you prepared? Oh! Chu Yunyeo suddenly patted her forehead. It's bad. I've been so busy these 2 days. I forgot to prepare a gift for Mr. Yang Lao. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyeo, don't worry, it's time to buy it when you go tomorrow. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment because he saw 2 stars suddenly appearing on Chu Yunyeo's head. The 2-star reward is here. Thanks to the inspiration capsules and bobo milk tea given by Kazak, who travels thousands of miles. Thank you to all readers for your gift. Chapter 146, Interaction Reward Upgrade with Yunyeo. On top of Chu Yunyeo's head, 2 green stars emitted light. Zhou Zheng was delighted, and the 2-star reward was here. I don't know what rewards I will receive this time. Based on the star rewards received in recent times, Zhou Zheng roughly summarized some reward rules. Generally, the skill rewarded by 3 stars is basically the master level, and the reward of 2 stars is weaker. As for the 4 stars, he has only received it once, which must be the master level. He has never obtained the 5-star rewards above. Of course, it is very difficult to obtain it. The method to get a 5-star reward for brain supplement may be to cook a cooked rice with Chu Yunyeo. Obviously, it is impossible to achieve it at the moment. However, the master level reward skills obtained are not static, and can be upgraded. For example, master level acupuncture can be upgraded to master level acupuncture, which can also be regarded as a way to obtain master's skills. At this moment, Zhou Zheng saw that the 2-star rewards on Chu Yunyeo's head did not reach out to accept them. He always felt that the 2-star rewards were useless. He could not upgrade to master or master skills after obtaining them. It would be better to upgrade the rewards to 3 stars before receiving them. But how can we upgrade the 2-star reward to the 3-star reward? The answer is that you need to interact with Chu Yunyeo. As for how much interaction can you upgrade, it is hard to say. Zhou Zheng, I'm full, so full. Chu Yunyeo put down the chopsticks, sat lazily on the sofa and covered her stomach and said. Zhou Zheng was shocked when he saw Chu Yunyeo's meal faster than he did, and a big bowl of oil-splashed noodles made her show off soon. Yunyeo, do you want to take a few digestive tablets? If you don't have any gastrointestinal peristalsis after sleeping, you can easily lead to indigestion. Chu Yunyeo nodded. Although she is not suitable for fat, she will not gain weight by eating much, but showing off a large bowl of oil before going to bed at night may lead to indigestion. She has encountered it before and has been uncomfortable in her stomach for half a night. Now, it feels really good to be cared for. Chu Yunyeo smiled with satisfaction, stood up, found a box of stomach-enhancing and digestive tablets from the drawer, took a few pills herself, and prepared a few pills for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, after eating the midnight snack, you can take a few digestive tablets, and I'll take them out for you. Okay Yunyeo. After Zhou Zhengxian finished his last bite of noodles, he wiped his mouth with a tissue, then packed up the dishes and prepared to go to the kitchen to wash dishes. Zhou Zheng, let me do it. Chu Yunyeo stepped forward and said. Yunyeo, I'll do it, I've got my hands covered. Zhou Zheng walked into the kitchen with his bowls and chopsticks without saying a word. But Chu Yunyeo chased after him and said seriously. Zhou Zheng, you make the midnight snack, so I will wash the dishes and chopsticks naturally. Isn't this a tacit thing? Hehe. Zhou Zheng smiled. Since Chu Yunyeo insisted on washing dishes, let's let her. Okay, Yunyeo, then I'm better obey my duty than respect. Chu Yunyeo nodded. You go to the living room. There are digestive tablets I prepared for you on the table. Don't forget to eat them. Okay. Zhou Zhenglin walked out of the kitchen and looked at Chu Yunyeo's head. There were still 2 green stars on it, and there was no change. He was a little anxious and didn't know when he would be able to upgrade to Samsung. Back in the living room, Zhou Zheng grabbed a few digestive tablets on the coffee table and put them into his mouth to chew. He once obtained the skill of King of Melee, Advanced, and his physical quality has been improved in all aspects. With the blessing of the master-level mental method Hidden Dragon Art, Zhou Zheng's body is strong. Even if you eat more food in the middle of the night, you won't be indigestion. However, he still obediently ate the digestive tablets that Chu Yunyeo prepared for him. After all, it was Chu Yunyeo's intention. After washing the dishes, Chu Yunyeo returned to the living room and saw Zhou Zheng hitting his back with his fist. Dong 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 dong. The strength is still very strong. Hey Zhou Zheng, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting yourself? Ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Yunyeo, my back feels a little uncomfortable. Maybe I was twisted when I caught Wang Fu last night. I didn't feel anything at that time, but now I feel a little uncomfortable. Zhou Zheng said this on purpose, mainly because he wanted to interact intimately with Chu Yunyeo so as to upgrade the rewards above Chu Yunyeo's head as soon as possible. Chu Yunyeo was indeed scammed and asked with her big eyes blinking. Will you go to the hospital for a look, Zhou Zheng? How about I accompany you? Need not. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, and I knew my body. It was not a big injury if the tendons on his back were twisted. It would be easier after a few poundings. It might be better if you rub and massage. Zhou Zheng said, then swung his fist a few times, and his face showed a relatively relaxed look. Zhou Zheng, you lie on the sofa and let me help you. Chu Yunyeo pointed to the sofa and said. This, isn't it, Yunyeo is too late. You'd better go and rest early. I can beat myself. How can you do it? It's not easy for you to hit your back with your fists, so don't refuse. Zhou Zheng smiled and lay on the sofa as if he had succeeded his trick. Chu Yunyeo moved a low chair and sat next to Zhou Zheng, stretched out her small fist and landed on Zhou Zheng's back one after another. Is it here, Zhou Zheng? Go a little further up, okay, that's here. Can I use the strength, Zhou Zheng? Yunyeo, you can use more energy. Yeah, I understand. Dong 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 dong. Chu Yunyeo meticulously helped Zhou Zheng massage his back. Soon, a layer of sweat oozed out of her perky nose. It seems simple to massage the back of others, but the less technical things are, the more tiring it is. After a while, Chu Yunyeo felt his arms sore, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Yunhao, stop hitting, stop, you're sweating. Zhou Zheng turned around and took a look. The 2-star reward above Chu Yunyao's head was still not moving, but she was so tired that she was sweating profusely. It's okay, Zhou Zheng, can I still persevere? Is your back easier? Well, it's much more comfortable. Zhou Zheng nodded and continued. Yunyao, why don't you help me step on my back, it might be easier. Treading on the back. But, I don't know. Chu Yunyao is in trouble. It's very simple. Just step on it with your feet. You should have done it in a massage shop, right? It doesn't have much technical content. I think it's better to step on the back than to massage the back. After Zhou Zheng's repeated insistence, Chu Yunyao agreed. Zhou Zheng, then wait for me. After Chu Yunyao said that, she went back to the bedroom and came out soon. She changed into loose home clothes, and she actually put a pair of flesh-skinned stockings on her 2 slender legs. In her perception, her feet are dirty things. If she wants to help Zhou Zheng step on her back, she has to put on socks. When she returned to the bedroom, she first found a pair of shredded pork, and she put on it without thinking too much. How could she know that many men like this tone? Zhou Zheng saw Chu Yunyao's beautiful legs at first sight and his heart moved. Good guy, Chu Yunyao uses this thing to test cotters. Who can withstand the test? Zhou Zheng, I'm going up. If you step on it, you'll talk. Chu Yunyao said, holding on to the backrest of the sofa, her small feet wearing shredded pork, suddenly stepped on Zhou Zheng's back. Oh yeah! Zhou Zheng couldn't help but make a sound. Chu Yunyao's face turned red all of a sudden. It was obvious that Zhou Zheng did it on purpose. This voice was so shameful. Chu Yunyao stepped on it for a while, and Zhou Zheng felt comfortable. When he turned around, he suddenly found that the reward above Chu Yunyao's head had turned into 3 blue stars. The Samsung reward is here. Chapter 147 Master Level Calligraphy and Painting Skills. With Zhou Zheng's tireless efforts, the 2-star reward was finally upgraded to 3-star. Of course, this has a lot to do with Chu Yunyao. If it weren't for Chu Yunyao's interaction with Zhou Zheng, the reward wouldn't be so easy to upgrade. Chu Yunyao's beautiful feet wearing shredded flesh were stepping on Zhou Zheng's back. Although she was wearing a layer of clothes, she could feel the heat from the solace of her feet. Chu Yunyao's feet were like an iron, ironing Zhou Zheng's back all over. Zhou Zheng enjoyed it again, then turned around and tapped the star reward above Chu Yunyao's head with his fingers. Ding! Turn on the 3-star reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining calligraphy and painting skills, master level. In an instant, a fragment of information filled Zhou Zheng's mind like a flood that broke into the dam. All the various schools of calligraphy, regular script, running script, cursive script, seal script, all of them are familiar with the various styles of calligraphy. Zhou Zheng seemed to have practiced all kinds of knowledge about Chinese painting, whether it is fine brushwork or freehand painting, whether it is characters or landscapes, and he suddenly understood it. At this time, Zhou Zheng's calligraphy and painting skills can be said to be the leader in the country, far ahead, and a master who is comparable to his skills is only one palm, and there is no one who surpasses others. So many knowledge points were stuffed into his mind at once, and Zhou Zheng felt that his head was about to explode, and he couldn't help but groan twice in pain. Chu Yunyao heard the sound and jumped off Zhou Zheng and asked with concern. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong with you? Where is it uncomfortable? In an instant, Zhou Zheng's mind calmed down and no longer hurt. He waved his hand and said, Yunyao, I'm fine. It's okay. I heard you scream just now. Did I hurt you? No, no. Zhou Zheng quickly found a reason to make excuses. Yunyao, I've been thinking about Mr. Yang's birthday tomorrow. What gift will we give him? It's too light and I can't take it. It's too expensive. The old man may not accept it. I'm very worried about this. Maybe I've had a headache when I get irritated, but now it's fine. Puff. Chu Yunyao smiled. Zhou Zheng, you are really useless. Mr. Yang doesn't value gifts at all. We will go to the store tomorrow to buy some tea or something. He will give it to him and he will not choose. By the way, we can also buy some saffron cordyceps sinensis and other supplements from Lu Jun and Boss Liu's store and give them to the old man. I think this is enough. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Yunyao, I have thought about what you said. Although the price of things is not low, it is a bit ordinary. Mr. Yang probably won't like it either. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng with her big eyes flashing. Zhou Zheng, this is not good, that is not good. What gift do you think is better to give to Mr. Yang? Zhou Zhendao. I really couldn't think of it just now, but now I know what to give. Chu Yunyao asked in confusion. What are you giving? Give me a picture of Mr. Yang. What? Word. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yes, it's a calligraphy work. Chu Yunyao's eyes lit up. People of aged, especially cultural people, like calligraphy works. Some rich people also like to collect calligraphy works by famous artists. Chu Yunyao's father has collected a lot of calligraphy and painting works. Whether it is modern or ancient antiques, as long as they are attracted by them, they will have to buy them even if they spend a lot of money. She remembered that her father asked for the work of a contemporary calligraphy master, which totaled 4 characters, about 10 square feet, and it cost 800,000 yuan. It was still a friendship price, and 1 square foot was 80,000 yuan. This is also the work of modern calligraphy and painting masters. His father also collected works by a modern calligraphy and painting master named Qi Gong, and the price reached 200,000 yuan per square foot, and there was even an upward trend. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao said, Zhou Zheng, it's really good to give calligraphy works to Mr. Yang as a gift. It's not vulgar and also shows its level. However, good calligraphy works are not cheap either. The most important thing is that we can't do it for a while, otherwise. Chu Yunyao blinked her eyes and had an idea. Why do I secretly go back to the Chu family and come out in the secret room where my father treasures calligraphy and paintings? I hope he doesn't have the password to change the secret room. Zhou Zhengwen looked black. It is said that girls are outgoing, but Chu Yunyao is even worse than that. Everyone wants to go home and steal my father's collection of calligraphy and paintings, but there is no one else. No. Yunyao, don't do this. Chu Yunyao thought Zhou Zheng was afraid that he would not be able to steal it, so he believed it. He said in full heart. Zhou Zheng is fine. Although I have cut off my relationship with my parents, the people in the Chu family dare not disrespect me. As long as my parents are not at home, I will make a secret calligraphy and painting. No, Yunyao, I don't doubt your ability. Zhou Zheng turned over and sat up from the sofa and waved his hands repeatedly. Yunyao, I can write calligraphy by myself. Why do you risk stealing the calligraphy and paintings collected by your father? You can write calligraphy? But Zhou Zheng, can you take advantage of the words you wrote? Chu Yunyao actually also writes calligraphy. When she was a child, she went to the youth palace to practice calligraphy for a while, but because of her studies, she stopped writing. She thought that Zhou Zheng was not much smarter. Zhou Zheng deliberately said modestly. Although I wrote it in a normal way, I think my writing should be able to be good at it. Yunyao, do we have pen, ink, paper, and inkstone at home? Why don't I write a few words first, and see if it's okay? Chu Yunyao thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. There are really pen, ink, paper, and inkstones at home. On the day I rented the house, Ting Ting and I went shopping. Ting Ting helped Mr. Yang buy a set of pen, ink, paper, and inkstones. I heard that the old man is also a lover of calligraphy and painting, so she forgot to take it away and keep it in our house. You wait for me to get it. Chu Yunyao said as she got up and went to the utility room. After a while, she came back with a big bag. Put the pocket on the sofa and take out a set of brushes of different sizes from it. There is also a one's word and 4 photo open practice rice paper. There is no bottle of Yide Jink ink in the inkstone, but this is also considered complete. Yunyeo, I'll try it first. Oh, Zhou Zheng asked me to write a few words first. Chu Yunyeo suddenly became interested. Her father had a study room for writing calligraphy. Chu Yunyeo sometimes wrote 2 strokes. Okay, Yunyeo, please write it first. Zhou Zheng took the ink bottle, opened it and poured the ink into a small plate, poured a little water and stirred it evenly. Soak a brush tip facing down in water. Yunyeo, don't worry, the brush is new, and the tip of the pen needs to be soaked open to use. After finally soaking the tip of the brush open, Chu Yunyeo couldn't wait to take the brush. Zhou Zheng helped her spread a piece of rice paper. Chu Yunyeo stained the brush with ink, thought for a while and started to write. Soon, a few words appeared in front of the two of them. Chu Yunyeo. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyeo wrote down his personal name on rice paper. Zhou Zheng, come and see how I wrote it. Chapter 148, Blessing is like Jingwei filling the sea, and longevity is better than Yugong moving mountains. Zhou Zheng looked at the words written by Chu Yunyeo on the rice paper, thinking that from a professional perspective, your level is the level of an ordinary beginner. However, on the other hand, Chu Yunyeo's basic skills are good, and if you keep practicing, you will reach a certain level in time. He said with a smile. Not bad, Yunyeo, the words you wrote are light horizontally and heavy vertically, with upright fonts, and have the characteristics of Yan style. Have you practiced the characters? I didn't expect you to hide them deeply. Of course, Zhou Zheng was mainly encouraged. Chu Yunyeo was very happy when she heard this, and at the same time she felt aroused. It seemed that Zhou Qiao had a few tricks, because when she was a child she went to the youth palace to practice calligraphy. She learned Yan Zhenking's regular script, which Zhou Zheng could tell at a glance. Really, Zhou Zheng? Haha. Although she also knew that Zhou Zheng was suspected of deliberately complimenting, she was really happy to be praised. Zhou Zheng gave you a pen, it's your turn to write. Chu Yunyeo handed the pen to Zhou Zheng. In fact, she was full of expectations and wanted to know what level of Zhou Zheng's so-called can-take action was. Zhou Zheng took the pen and didn't think about what to write. After thinking about it, he wrote the names of the 2 people written by Chu Yunyeo again. His wrist was hanging in the air, and he wrote it in one go. The fonts he wrote were both gentle and powerful, and the silver hook and iron strokes were vivid. Each word seemed to have spirituality and was about to be alive at any time. Chu Yunyeo didn't understand calligraphy very well. At first sight, she could see that the words written by Zhou Zheng were unusual, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, Zhou Zheng, the handwriting you wrote is so beautiful. I think the handwriting you write at your level will definitely give it to others. While Chu Yunyeo was talking, he looked at the words written by Zhou Zheng carefully and felt that there was a special beauty. Which one looked better? Why do you feel this way? Chu Yunyeo couldn't explain it clearly. Anyway, just looking at the words written by Zhou Zheng was comfortable and happy. She still wanted to read them after reading them. When Zhou Zheng was writing calligraphy just now, he involuntarily used the master-level calligraphy and painting in his body, and also divided into the early, middle, and late stages and peak stages. In Zhenyo, Zhou Zheng's calligraphy and painting level went from the early stage of the master to the peak of the master, and was close to the master of calligraphy and painting. Chu Yunyeo is an amateur and can only watch the excitement, but she also thinks that the calligraphy written by Zhou Zheng is too awesome. If there is an expert in the calligraphy and painting world, he would have to kneel down on the spot when he saw the words written by Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng wrote 2 names and 5 words and took them out for the collectors of calligraphy and paintings to see them, and they will definitely buy them for a lot of money. Zhou Zheng looked at those words, but was a little unsatisfied. Now he is at the peak of calligraphy and painting masters. He can be said to be the #1 person in the domestic calligraphy and painting world, so his vision is naturally not very high. These words just now were the first time he wrote them after he obtained the skills of a master of calligraphy and painting. He was a little unfamiliar and was not very satisfied with them. Shaking his head, he grabbed the rice paper, rubbed it with his hands a few times, and the rice paper turned into a paper ball, and then threw it into the trash can. If this is seen by the collector of calligraphy and painting, he will have the heart to kill Zhou Zheng. Such a great word, you throwing it into the trash can is a waste of resources. Chu Yunyao on the side felt a pity. Oh, Zhou Zheng, why are you throwing away this word? Yunyao, I just practiced it just now. I haven't written it for a long time and I'm a little unfamiliar with it. The few words I just wrote were too bad, so I threw them away. But Zhou Zheng, I think what you wrote is already great, and the ones that read are names, so it's not good to throw them in the trash can. Yes. Zhou Zheng suddenly patted his forehead, thinking about showing off his handsomeness and forgot about this. Sorry, Yunyao, I was negligent. Zhou Zheng said as he bent down and picked up rice paper that was lumped into a paper ball from the trash can. Open it with your hands and put it on the table to smooth it out. Fortunately, the rice paper was raw with many wrinkles and was not damaged. Chu Yunyao said. Zhou Zheng, these two names are the first time we wrote, and they are very memorable. I think it's better to find a calligraphy and painting shop tomorrow to frame this work. Okay. This idea is good, I agree. I will write down the date below. Zhou Zheng said, writing down the date in the signature with a brush, early spring of Jiaqin year. Chu Yunyao looked at the calligraphy works that the two of them worked together on the table and felt that something was missing. Suddenly I understood. Zhou Zheng, there is still a lack of a seal on it, and it will be perfect if you stamp it. Zhou Zheng spread his hands. I don't have a seal, do you have one, Yunyao? There is, but my seal is in the Chu family. It doesn't matter, then we will find someone to engrave a seal when there is time tomorrow. Chu Yunyao held up rice paper in both hands, turned around and placed it in the drawer under the TV cabinet. Well, then I'll put away this work first, so you can save it and throw it away as waste paper. Zhou Zheng had a black line, and Chu Yunyao still remembered this. How could Yunyao be? I didn't pay attention just now. After a short episode just now, Zhou Zheng also understood how awesome the master's level of calligraphy and painting is. His level is the peak of the master's level. He is a battle in awesome way. I think he would write a random letter to Mr. Yang, which would make the old man love him. But the rice paper in my hand is all for photo open practice rice paper. The paper is of average quality and the area is relatively small. It's getting late now and the shops are basically closed. It's too late to buy better rice paper outside. Just make do with it. Once the words are written well, it doesn't matter what quality the paper is used for. Those good rice paper are just for the smoother writing, and it doesn't mean much to Zhou Zheng. After laying a piece of rice paper again, Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao next to him. Yunyao, I plan to write a gift for Mr. Yang next. What do you think is better to write? Chu Yunyao thought for a while, took out her cell phone and looked up online, and said. Zhou Zheng, do you think it's good to write these words? Blessings are like Jingwei filling the East Sea, and longevity is better than Yugong moving to the South Mountain. Ah! After hearing this, Zhou Zheng said laughing and crying. Yunyao, what's the thing you're pronunciating? Wouldn't you really make Mr. Yang angry if you really write these words to Mr. Yang? Oh, I was wrong in my opinion, this year's netizens can really do it. Chu Yunyao couldn't help laughing and continued. I read it wrong just now. It's not that sentence. It's blessing like the long flowing water of the East China Sea and the longevity of the South Mountain is as long as the pines. Well, that's about the same. Although these words are a big deal, they are very suitable for the situation. These words are the most suitable for the elderly. Zhou Zheng nodded but did not start writing. Yunyeo, I found another problem. The sentence you said just now is too long. You can't write the 4-foot-fold rice paper at all. Unless I narrow the font, it seems very stingy. The rice paper in our hands can write up at most 4 words. All right. Chu Yunyeo raised her head and said. Zhou Zheng, you should think of 4 words yourself. Zhou Zheng nodded and obtained the master-level peak calligraphy and painting skills, and the cultural knowledge in his mind naturally increased accordingly. I just didn't want to use my brain. Zhou Zhengluo thought for a while and immediately had a measure in his heart. He took a brush and dipped ink, and wrote 4 big words on rice paper. The old horse is in the stable. Chapter 149, You pressed my shirt when you move. The old horse is in the stable. These 4 words are a line in a 4-character UFO poem, and they were also written by Prime Minister Cao after he destroyed Yuan Shao and pacified Wu Huan. It expresses the positive and enterprising attitude of life that he is old and strong, and it is very appropriate to give it to Mr. Yang. Chu Yunyeo looked at Zhou Zheng's work in one go and read it out loud. The master's peak calligraphy and painting level is not enough. These 4 words appear on paper as if they are alive. Suddenly, an old horse appeared in Chu Yunyeo's mind. It was locked in a simple stable, with a look of unwillingness on his face, as if he was about to rush out of the stable and run for thousands of miles at any time. Chu Yunyeo was surprised. Oh my god! I just looked at the calligraphy works written by Zhou Zheng. Why does the picture feel in my mind? It's so magical. Zhou Zheng's works are simply magical. Zhou Zheng was also very satisfied when he looked at the 4 words that had not dried his pen. Yunyeo, do you think these 4 words are okay for Mr. Yang? Yes, quite okay. Mr. Yang Zi loves calligraphy, and I think he will definitely like it very much. Well, that's good. This work is just a birthday gift for Mr. Yang tomorrow. Zhou Zheng put down his brush and finished writing. Suddenly, I felt like I had thought of something again. Yunyeo, I feel like I'm writing this decorative word well. Chu Yunyeo smiled and said. Zhou Zheng, you don't need to feel yourself. You wrote very well. Haha. Zhou Zheng also smiled and continued. I mean, this piece of hand is not framed, and it seems very sloppy and careless to give it to Mr. Yang like this. Zhou Zheng is not simple. We will go to the calligraphy and painting shop early tomorrow morning to frame this work. If we try to speed up, it should be cured in a while. Zhou Zheng nodded. The work we completed together will also be framed, and we will take it together at that time. At this point, the problem of giving Mr. Yang something to his birthday gift was solved, and Chu Yunyeo realized Zhou Zheng's excellence again. Good guy, a grassroots policeman with strong professional ability and repeated arrests of criminals, he can also practice medical acupuncture, which is comparable to a master's master. He also knows calligraphy. He can take out the words written at the master level and feels that they can be sold for money. Is there anything Zhou Zheng who doesn't know? He is simply a civil and military talent. When a girl cannot understand a boy, she will be interested in him. If a boy's excellence is beyond the expectations of a girl, she will be admired by a girl. Chu Yunyeo now admires Zhou Zheng a little, and small stars appear in Zhou Zheng's big eyes. Zhou Zheng did not notice Chu Yunyeo was peeking at him, but felt a little sleepy. He looked at the wall clock on the wall. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it and was shocked. It was already 12:30 at night. Several guys felt like they didn't do anything, time passed so quickly. Yunyeo, it's past 12 o'clock at night, is it time to rest? Zhou Zheng, what did you say? It's past 12 o'clock. Chu Yunyeo quickly turned her head and looked at the wall clock. It was indeed past midnight. She couldn't help but scream, muttering. It's over, it's over. Yunyeo, why did you say this? Zhou Zheng couldn't help asking when he saw Chu Yunyeo's pain. Zhou Zheng, you don't know. I have not been to a beauty salon for maintenance these days. I feel that the skin on my face is not as good as before. I asked a friend who was doing beauty. She said that if I don't have time to do maintenance, I must ensure sleep. I must go to bed before 11 o'clock every night, otherwise my skin will become rougher and rougher. For a top beauty like Chu Yunyeo, rough skin is absolutely unacceptable, so she is so fussy. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Yunyeo, do you think it's really bad to go to bed late, but it's not harmful to spend a day or two, right? It's already past 12 o'clock, so it's useless to be anxious. Oh! Chu Yunyeo touched her face with one hand and shook her head helplessly. She didn't go to the beauty salon because she didn't have time, but because she was short of money. Although she had millions, it was Zhou Zheng's money. She just wanted to use it in business. Zhou Zheng suddenly said, Yunyeo, I have a secret beauty recipe in my hand that I can provide you with. At that time, not only can I use it myself, but I can also make money in business. Really? That's so good. Chu Yunyeo saw the efficacy of the medicinal wine prepared by Zhou Zheng, and naturally believed in the efficacy of the secret beauty recipe. Good guy, someone gives me a pillow when I dozed off. Yunyeo, I'll sort out the beauty secret recipe. I'll leave it to you in the past half day. You can make some of it first and try it yourself. Zhou Zheng, are the finished products of beauty formulas easy to make? It shouldn't be difficult. I'll study it after my birthday tomorrow for Mr. Yang. Okay, I'm just going to make it so happy. Chu Yunyeo said happily. Zhou Zheng yawned and said, let's get here today. I'm sleepy and go to bed. Good night Yunyeo. Well, good night. Chu Yunyeo watched Zhou Zheng pass by him, without even looking at him, and suddenly felt a little disappointed. Is Zhou Zheng wood? I didn't see that someone was in a good mood today. If he made some small requests, such as kissing and hugging, he might agree to him. But he didn't even mention a single word. Isn't this worse than a beast? Alas, I'm so angry. Chu Yunyeo was completely sleepy and sat on the sofa. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng turned back and came to Chu Yunyeo, and suddenly reached out and grabbed her shoulder. Chu Yunyeo's face turned red, and she closed her eyes and became nervous. Did Zhou Zheng want to kiss me next? Did he figure it out? He is brave. Will I give it to him or not? Should I pout my mouth and give him encouragement? Oh, I'm so shy. In an instant, Chu Yunyeo's heart was full of twists and turns, and she felt like a little deer was filled with, pounding and pounding. At this time, she felt her shoulders being pulled by Zhou Zheng, and Zhou Zheng's voice sounded in her ears. Yunyeo, go back to the bedroom to sleep? If you move, you will press my shirt. I will wear it tomorrow. Chu Yunyeo opened her eyes quickly and saw Zhou Zheng pulling a corner of her shirt with one hand and most of the shirt was under her butt. Well. Chu Yunyeo was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to get into it, so she quickly stood up with a blushing face. Sorry, Zhou Zheng, I didn't see it. Why don't I help you iron it tomorrow morning? That's good, thank you Yunyeo. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he threw his shirt to Chu Yunyeo and turned back to the room. Chu Yunyeo held Zhou Zheng's shirt and looked dark, then stomped her feet and returned to the bedroom angrily. Jiangbei First People's Hospital. In the early morning, the first ray of dawn shone into a ward of the inpatient department. The sun shone on the bed. Lin Hao opened his scarlet eyes and immediately picked up his cell phone to call his mother Huang Shifen. Since the night before yesterday, my mother Huang Shifen said she would go home to rest for one night and come to the hospital to see him the next day. She has never appeared again. He called Huang Shifen dozens of calls, but he prompted to turn off the phone without exception. I called my mother's best friend again and said that I had never met Huang Shifen. Lin Hao is a mother-in-law boy. He couldn't find his mother. He even thought of calling the police but gave up because Huang Shufan was missed for less than 24 hours. At this time, 2 policemen in police uniforms walked in outside the door. "Is it Lin Hao? We are police officers from Qiubei Police Station," one of the policemen asked. Lin Hao's pupils were wide and his mouth was opened, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Chapter 150 It's Zhou Zhang again. Huang Shufan didn't come to the hospital for a whole day to see Lin Hao. She called her and asked to turn off the phone, which made Lin Hao feel panicked. Before he called the police took the initiative to find him in the hospital, which made his heart beat faster and he had a vague premonition. "Are you Lin Hao?" "Yes, it's the police officer, I'm Lin Hao. What does Huang Shufan have to do with you?" Lin Hao's heart trembled suddenly. Sure enough, these 2 policemen came because of their mother Huang Shufan. "If my mother really encounters an accident, what can I do if I don't have a mother in the future? She is my mother, I am his son. Lin Hao's muscles were trembling, his mouth was a little awkward, and he didn't speak very clearly. Police officer, what's wrong with me, my mom? What's wrong with my mom? Tell me quickly." Lin Hao sat up from the hospital bed all at once. His movements were too big, and he pulled the internal injuries on his chest. He was in pain and sweating profusely. "It's not Mr. Lin, don't be excited. Hey Mr. Lin, are you okay? Doctor, where is the doctor? Come and have a look." When the 2 policemen saw Lin Hao's face turned pale and his expression was painful, they thought he was sick, so they quickly turned around and called the doctor. "Police officer, don't call the doctor, I'm fine." Lin Hao wiped the cold sweat from his face, endured the pain and asked anxiously. "What's wrong with my mom, officer? Tell me quickly, okay?" The 2 policemen looked at each other and shook their heads. They were called to the office to arrange a task by the director Hao Aguo at work early in the morning. Hao Aguo asked them to go to Jiangbei First Central Hospital to find a patient named Lin Hao, who is also Huang Shufan's son. The mission is completed when telling Lin Hao about Huang Shufan's experience. Although Huang Shufan is suspected of murder, Hao Aguo promised her to speak to her son Lin Hao, and he must fulfill his promise. The 2 police officers felt that it would be done if they found Lin Hao and told Lin Hao about the director's explanation. This task was too simple. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Lin Hao looked like he was about to die. Good guy. If something happened to Lin Hao, they would not be able to explain. Policeman Xiaoli asked with concern. "Mr. Lin, are you really okay?" "It's really okay, tell me quickly, okay? Please," the police officer. Lin Hoqiang couldn't help but nod and bow to the police. Xiao Lixin said that Lin Hao was not surprised to be hospitalized. Not only was his health abnormality, but his mental state also looked optimistic. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Lin Hao, your mother Huang Shufan is suspected of instructing others to intentionally hurt her, and it is related to a murder case a few years ago. After being arrested by Officer Zhou of our Qiubei station, he is now accepted by the criminal police team. Your mother asks our director to give you a message, hoping that you can take good care of yourself, that's it." What? As soon as the policeman finished speaking, Lin Hao breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, my mother had nothing to do with an accident. However, he quickly became excited again. "Police officer, did my mother commit a crime? It's also related to a murder case? Isn't this possible?" Lin Hao stared at the red eyes and grabbed Officer Li, who was closer to him. "Police officer, are you mistaken? How could my mother commit a crime? She is a middle-aged woman who has no worries about food and clothing and lives a good life. Why did she commit a crime? It's not Mr. Lin, can you let go of your hands first? Don't pull it." Police officer Xiaoli couldn't help feeling unhappy when he saw that his wife had just ironed him for him in the morning and was pulled out of shape by Lin Hao. I won't let go. If you don't explain it to me clearly today, I won't let go. Lin Hao said with red eyes and gritted his teeth. She really couldn't figure out how her mother Huang Shifen was related to the murder case. Moreover, if my mother goes in, what will he do in the future? This is something Lin Hao cannot accept. Mr. Lin, you are a little too much. We are just asking for your words. There is no obligation to explain anything to you. Do you let go? Is your police uniform going to be pulled open by you? Xiao Li's face turned slightly cold and said. No, you must know why, tell me. Force Thao became a stubborn person when he was excited. The police officer Xiao Wang next to him also shook his head. This kid looked too excited, so he patiently explained. Lin Hao, we don't know why your mother committed a crime. If you have any questions, you can go to the criminal police team for consultation. This is all your freedom. However, if there is no evidence of crime, our office will not arrest her. The people from Xingda will not take over. So you should be mentally prepared. Maybe you can consult a lawyer in advance. Xiao Wang talked a lot, and Lin Hao really felt relieved when he heard it. He let go of Xiao Li's sleeves dejectedly, his face was dull, and he muttered to himself. Yes, there is no evidence, the police will not act, and Officer Zhou will not arrest my mother, Officer Zhou. Speaking of Zhou Zheng, Lin Hao suddenly looked up and asked with his eyes wide open. Who is Officer Zhou? Two police officers. Of course it's Officer Zhou Zhengzhou from Arkeobei Institute. Policeman Xiaoli was still a little proud when talking about Zhou Zheng. It's him. Lin Hao's heart moved when he heard this, and then it seemed like an angry flame was burning in his heart. It's Zhou Zheng again. He asked me to make a fool of myself in front of everyone, which made me lose hundreds of thousands, which made me vomit blood and be hospitalized. Now I have caught my mother in the police station again. Zhou Zheng, Zhou Zheng. Did you send me my enemy to deliberately mess with me? Why can't you get along with me? At this time, Lin Hao was blinded by the grievances and hatred in his heart. He did not reflect on why he was making a fool of himself in front of everyone. Why are you vomiting blood and hospitalized? Not to mention that my mother was arrested by Zhou Zheng because she violated the law. If there is no evidence, the police would not arrest people casually, and the criminal police team would not intervene. He instinctively attributed all the unlucky things to him to Zhou Zheng. If Zhou Zheng had not interfered with it, I wouldn't have vomited blood and was hospitalized, my mother wouldn't have been arrested, and Chu Yunyao would have become my girlfriend. Lin Hao began to think wildly without control. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, the more hatred he hated Zhou Zheng became. Zhou Zheng, I want to kill you, I want to kill you. Lin Hao let out a hysterical cry in his heart. Mr. Linear. Lin Hao. Are you okay? When the two policemen saw Lin Hao's expressions on their faces, they were like a sign that the doomsday was about to become a zombie in the movie. Lin Hao's thinking finally returned to reality. He knew that he could never show anything in front of these two policemen. Forcefully pretended to be calm and said lightly. Two police officers, I'm fine, thank you for helping me pass the message. The two policemen looked closely and said, I'm going, is Lin Hao normal? It's fine if it's normal. Mr. Lin, we have completed our mission. If there is still something to do in the institute, we will leave first. Okay, two of you go slowly. Lin Hao had a reluctant smile on his face. After the two policemen walked out of the ward, his facial expressions began to become ferocious and terrifying again.